Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 459 to Chapter 533. Everyone's gaze followed the silver light. The silver light soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached a height of 3 meters. Moreover, it was solid, and a low dragon's roar reverberated. The piece of mithril itself emitted a dazzling luster. On the surface, there were faint dragon patterns coiling around, as if there was a giant dragon hidden inside. Fusing the power of your bloodline into your forging. Infusing your spiritual perception into every strike of the hammer. What a good 1000 refinement with spirit and first-grade 1000 refinement. The youth in the red uniform praised. Lan Xuanyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank you for your praise, President. The president smiled and said, you are worthy of being a 4th-rank blacksmith. Moreover, your success rate is amazing. 5 pieces of metal have all been 1000 refined. 2 of them are first-grade 1000 refined. When I was at the 4th rank, my success rate was not as high as yours. I agree to the loan, and the association will approve it to you as soon as possible. However, junior brother, can I ask why you're borrowing so much at once? Lan Xuanyu smiled. I want to earn more emblems. Senior, I'm from the Space Command Department. In the future, not only do I want to have my own mecha, but I also want to have my own soul guidance warship, or even a warship. To earn money, I have to start from a young age. The president smiled. Good, you have ambition. With your forging skills, as long as you can continue to grow at this speed. I won't be surprised if you have your own warship in the future. If you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can call me. I'll leave you my number. Thank you, President. The 2 of them exchanged contact numbers, and the president said, can you sell me the 2 pieces of first-grade 1000 refined mithril that you completed today? I heard from Ming that the 1000 refined metals you complete are especially stable and can greatly increase the success rate of spirit refinement. I'll take them back and try them out. Then I'll give them to you, President. Lan Xuanyu was very generous, especially since he had just received benefits from the other party. What he didn't lack the most right now was rare metals. That won't do. The academy has its rules. Moreover, I'm your senior. According to the market price, it will be raised by 30%. I'll get Ming to bring it to you later. Alright, that's all for now. The president didn't stay any longer and left with the 2 vice presidents. Yang Yingming looked at Lan Xuanyu as if he was a monster. I've been learning since I was a child, and it's been almost 10 years. Even my teacher said that I'm talented. In just 10 short years, he was able to complete spirit refinement and become a 5th-rank blacksmith. But it hasn't even been a year, and you're about to catch up to me. Lan Xuanyu ignored his lament. Senior, when can you give me my loan? Time waits for no one. Yang Yingming frowned. Junior brother, I have to remind you about this. S of year. S is. If I can bear it, then I will try. Otherwise, I definitely won't. I only did this because I was really confident. Look at the odds. Our odds are lower than the 2nd year's. Our odds are only 1 o'clock. 5, while the 2nd year's odds are 1 o'clock. 9, Lan Xuanyu was actually quite helpless about the odds. The reason for the odds was very simple. It was because they had defeated the 3rd year's last time, therefore, although it was a year-skipping challenge, in a 2-on-1 situation, those who were optimistic about them far exceeded those who were optimistic about the 2nd year's. Lan Xuanyu couldn't do anything about it. But the truth was right in front of him. There was nothing he could do. Now, he could only hope that the odds would go up when he challenged the seniors. Only then would he be able to earn more. Over the past few months of the new semester, he had been working hard on his cultivation. His forging was mainly about refining metals and trying to forge with rare metals. He had achieved a certain level of success. With his accumulation, he was finally able to produce first-grade 1000 refinements with a certain success rate. The success rate was about 20%. Today's 40% success rate might have been due to the stimulation from the president's arrival. He was considered lucky. Although the success rate of first-grade 1000 refinements wasn't high, his success rate of 1000 refinements was very high. It was close to 100%. As a result, the value of his rare metals would definitely rise to a great extent. For the past few months, because he didn't have much income, he only had expenses and had to support his companions. Lan Xuanyu didn't have many emblems left. The competition was about to begin, and Shrek's gambling center had even opened a business in the academy. How could he miss such an opportunity? After careful consideration, Lan Xuanyu decided to borrow from the Blacksmiths Association. He used a ton of 1,000 refined rare metals as collateral. More than 10% of them were first-grade 1,000 refinements. And the amount he wanted to borrow was also very large. 50 purple emblems. One had to know that he was only a first year. It was precisely because of this that the president had personally come. He had personally witnessed the efficiency of his 1,000 refinements and seen his stock of rare metals. He wanted to ensure that he had the ability to repay. Of course, Lan Xuanyu wouldn't go all in like before, but with these 50 purple emblems, he could do a lot of things. If he operated well, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit. He had actually thought it through very clearly. These 50 purple emblems would only be used in the first round of the competition, which he had the most confidence in. Although the odds were only 1/5. If he won, he would still earn 25 purple emblems. After that, he would pay back his principal and use the first round's winnings to participate in the competition. This way, he would definitely earn and not lose anything. Even if he lost, it would just be returning to zero. He didn't tell his companions about this and took on all the pressure of the loan himself. If he earned money in the end, he would share some with his companions. If he didn't, then forget it. Junior, are you guys really confident in the first round? Yang Yingming asked. Lan Xuanyu said, in the first round, I'll bet all the emblems I got from this loan. What do you think? I suggest you place your bet before I do. Otherwise, after I place my bet, the odds will probably drop. Alright, then I'll earn a little extra money with you. Yang Yingming grinned. Also, Junior, forget about the first-grade 1,000 refinements. I'll reserve 10 pieces of your 1,000 refined metals first. Speaking of which, when your products are on the market in the future, the price will definitely increase. As your senior brother, I won't cheat you. Let me give you some data. After trying for the past few months, your 1,000 refined metals will increase my success rate of spirit refinement by 30%. Do you know what this means? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. What does it mean? It means that your 1,000 refined metals should be twice as expensive as the 1,000 refined metals on the market. If the spirit refinement fails, the metal will be wasted. An increase of 30% in success rate is quite impressive. I've analyzed this matter with the president. The president said that your bloodline should have affected the metal's activity, making it more spiritual and less active, making it more stable. Therefore, spirit refinement is easier to activate and less likely to fail. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then there's indeed more space. Thank you, senior. How about this, if you use it yourself in the future, buy metals from me and I'll give you a 20% discount. To thank you for your help and support. Yang Yingming's eyes also lit up. 20% discount, that would save a lot of money. It wasn't much more expensive than the 1,000 refined metals outside. The key was that it was easy to use. The success rate was high. Then I won't be polite with you. I'll take advantage of you like this. Of course, you're my guide in forging. Senior, I'll be leaving first. I'll look for you later to get the loan so that I can place my bet. I'll go back and formulate a strategy with my classmates. Lan Xuanyu smiled. You must win. Whether a bicycle turns into a motorcycle or a plane turns into a motorcycle, it's up to you guys. Don't worry. After leaving the Blacksmiths Association and receiving such a large loan, Lan Xuanyu felt refreshed. He was indeed very confident in challenging the second years tomorrow. In fact, he wouldn't even be fighting. The competition was in the afternoon of the second day. Because there were classes in the morning, the competition couldn't affect the normal classes. The location of the competition was the Mecha training ground in the outer court of Shrek Academy. Because the space here was big enough, it was more suitable for the students to display their skills. There were less than 300 teachers and students in the entire outer court of Shrek Academy. It wasn't until half an hour before the start of the first year skipping challenge that 100 or so people arrived. It was mainly the first and second years. The senior students didn't seem to be interested in this challenge. In fact, everyone was usually very busy and no one was willing to waste even the slightest bit of time. All the first years had arrived. Everyone was filled with excitement. As for nervousness, there was no sign of it. They had already defeated the third years, so what if they won against the second years? This was what most people thought. According to our tactics, we will definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Lan Xuanyu looked at the two people who were about to compete in front of him and clenched his fists, making a cheering gesture for them. N. Dong Qianxiu nodded slightly. Lan Mengqin, who was beside him, curled her lips and said, "There's no challenge, right?" "That's right." In the first year skipping challenge, the representative of the first years was neither Lan Xuanyu, who was the class leader and had once killed Tang Yuga, nor was the strongest person in the first years, Yuan and Hui Hui. Instead, it was the Ice Goddess team, Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianxiu. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, "Mengqin, you must not be careless. Also, don't underestimate the amplification effect of a one-word battle armor on a soul master. There must be a reason why battle armors are the strongest weapons of us soul masters. For the other party to be able to represent the second years, he must be the strongest among them. His one-word battle armor must be forged from first-grade 1,000 refined metals. Regardless of whether it was the defensive power or the amplification of one's body, it would definitely be extremely great. We can't lose this match. If we want to challenge those of a higher rank, we have to go all out in every match. We can't be careless." "I know." Lan Mengqin pouted. Lan Xuanyu smiled. "I'm counting on you guys." Although he was smiling, he was actually quite nervous. It wasn't because Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianxiu weren't strong enough, but because of his 50 purple emblems. If he lost this match, he would lose everything he had invested. It would take at least half a year for him to recover. This was under the premise that Yang Yingming had said that his 1,000 refined metals were worth more. It wasn't easy to earn 50 purple emblems. The challenge round is about to begin. Contestants from both sides, please enter the arena. At this moment, the teacher in charge of acting as the referee announced loudly. The venue was so big that it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. After all, it was a training ground for mecha combat. Therefore, even though all the first and second years were cheering, their voices sounded very empty. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin walked into the arena hand in hand. On the other side, the student representing the second years had already walked in. It was a young man who looked very young and had a youthful look on his face. Seeing that it was indeed him, Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief. He was sure that in terms of investigation of their opponents, the other years wouldn't be able to do as well as them. The first years had even prepared a list of the students representing each year, as well as the proportion of each year's participants, had already been listed out. The person in front of him was the number one student among the second years with a probability of more than 80%. When he saw that his opponents were actually two female students, he couldn't help but be stunned. But soon, his expression returned to normal. To be able to become the number one student in the year, which one of them wasn't filled with confidence? Furthermore, he felt that this was quite good. Although he believed that his ability could restrain Yuan and Hui Hui to a certain extent, Yuan and Hui Hui was a 5-ring soul king after all, and her soul power level was even higher than his. It would still be very troublesome to deal with her. Ding Zhuohan sat in the stands with Bing Tianliang beside him. At this moment, the student in charge of the investigation muttered to himself, "Yuan Rui, Martial Soul, Berserk Lightning Leopard. Rank 48 Soul Power. One-word Battle Armor Master. Number 1 in the second years. He's a rare power, agility, and control fusion soul master. His personal abilities are very well-rounded. Old Bing, his abilities are a little similar to yours. But he seems to be stronger than you because his speed is definitely faster than yours." Bing Tianliang snorted. "That's because he has a battle armor. If he didn't have a battle armor, he might not be my match." Even if my speed isn't as good as his, I have my devil puppet. If I were also a one-word battle armor master, it would be hard to say who would win. Ding Zhuohan chuckled. Then find a chance to spar in private. Let's see if he doesn't use his battle armor. To be able to become number 1 in the year, this Yuan Rui isn't simple. But in this round, he didn't do much damage. 2 against 1, we've already won half of the battle. At this point, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Goddess, you can do it." Bing Tianliang was shocked by him. "Why are you so excited?" Ding Zhuohan said, "If you bet all your assets on them, you would be excited too." Bing Tianliang was stunned for a moment before he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Goddess, you can do it." The odds had now dropped to 1 o'clock. Yes, just last night, a big bet came out of nowhere and forcefully lowered the odds by a large margin. And the second year's odds were now 1-1. At this moment, Yuan Rui, who had already walked into the arena, was feeling aggrieved. He was a second year after all. And he was a one-word battle armor master. Why did these people have so little confidence in him? He didn't believe it and bet a purple emblem on himself. However, when he saw his 2 opponents, he felt a little better. He had long heard that the first years had 2 school bells, and now that he saw them, they were indeed worthy of their reputation. Not to mention anything else, just their long hair, one dark blue and one pure white, was enough to attract attention. Almost no man didn't like long hair. He was no exception. "Hello, juniors." Yuan Rui smiled slightly, revealing a smile that he thought was very gentle. "I will do my best to face this battle. But I will also try my best to avoid hurting you. Don't worry." Dong Xianxia didn't say anything. Not only did Lan Mengqin not say anything, she looked at him as if he was a fool. "Begin." Without any ceremony, the referee directly announced the start of this year's skipping challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Rui seemed to have changed into a different person. With a flash of purple light, he crossed 100 meters in an instant and arrived in front of Lan Mengqin and Dong Xianxia. His speed was too fast, comparable to teleportation. The fastest among the first years was Lu Feng. When he saw this scene, he was also shocked. He knew that he was definitely not as fast as this senior. Lan Mengqin retreated and Dong Xianxia stepped forward. The 2 girls immediately made a tacit move, causing the 2 of them to stand side by side, one in front and one behind. Dong Xianxia raised his right hand in front of his chest. In an instant, 4 soul rings rose and the second soul ring bloomed, causing an ice mist to spray out. It wasn't an ordinary ice mist. It looked like a fire extinguisher that sprayed out instantly. Yuan Rui was extremely fast, so he seemed to have crashed into the ice mist. But at this moment, he displayed the strength of the second year's number 1. As his figure flickered, Yuan Rui actually moved to the side forcefully, avoiding the ice fog. At the end of the phone he only felt that the temperature had suddenly dropped a lot, but his body didn't stop at all. In a flash, he arrived at Dong Xianxia's side. Dong Xianxia's left hand slapped the air, and another ice fog spewed out. Yuan Rui didn't take the risk to attack. Instead, he circled around again and drew an arc. In the air. In the next moment, he arrived at Lan Mengqin's side. This time, he didn't wait any longer. The second soul ring on his body flickered, and a purple light instantly shone from his chest. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from that purple light and blasted towards Dong Xianxia and Lan Mengqin at the same time. He moved quickly and exploded in an instant. What welcomed him was an ice house. An ice house appeared without any warning, completely enveloping Lan Mengqin and Dong Xianxia. Bolts of lightning landed on the ice house and immediately formed a large electric net outside the ice house, but they couldn't invade it at all. Pure water didn't conduct electricity. Was there anything purer than water elements? This ice house was condensed from water elements. Yuan Rui was stunned for a moment, but his hands didn't slow down. The purple electric ball shot out and flew directly towards the ice house. Lightning had explosive power and was the element with the strongest explosive power. If he couldn't electrocute the other party, then he would blow up their defense. But at this moment, the ice house exploded first. With a loud bang, countless pieces of ice and snow flew everywhere, exploding into ice flowers that filled the sky, sweeping away all the surrounding lightning. The purple electric ball flew in and exploded under Yuan Rui's control. However, with a loud bang, the purple electric ball lost its target. Ice and snow splattered everywhere without stopping. Instead, they spread out rapidly in an instant, turning into a blizzard in the blink of an eye, heading straight for Yuan Rui. Yuan Rui frowned slightly and quickly retreated. With his speed, the blizzard naturally couldn't catch up to him. At the same time, he adjusted himself and looked for the next opportunity to attack. However, he soon realized that he was in trouble. Not only did the blizzard not stop, it continued to spread, covering a larger and larger area, and the temperature continued to drop. The venue was huge, but the blizzard seemed to be engulfing the entire place. The temperature continued to drop, and the rich water elements in the air continued to turn cold. Yuan Rui was dumbfounded. Looking at this scene, he thought to himself, how is this possible? They should also be four-ringed soul masters, but why were they so powerful when they worked together? After all, this was a huge field with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Even a six-ringed soul emperor might not be able to cover such a large area. Although the blizzard they created was not strong, Yuan Rui was unable to lock onto them. How can I attack if I can't lock onto him? Once Yuan Rui dove into the blizzard, wouldn't he fall into their trap? Before the start of this match, Lan Xuanyu had done a detailed analysis. As he had determined that Yuan Rui, who had the Berserk Lightning Leopard martial soul, was most likely to represent the second years, he had done the most thorough research on him. Yuan Rui's strongest point was his speed and instantaneous explosive power. His Berserk Lightning Leopard was different from Bing Tianliang's Electric God Devil. The faster it was, the stronger the electricity generated through the friction between its body and the air. If he really rushed up and swept through the arena, it would be difficult to stop him. It would be almost impossible to lock him down. Therefore, to deal with such a strong person, one had to use area of effect control skills to not give him a chance to rush up. Weakening his speed would have a huge impact on him. Also, it was to prevent the transmission of electricity. Pure water elements did not conduct electricity, so in the blizzard, Yuan Rui's electricity could only produce lethality within the range of the explosion, but it could not transmit power outwards. More importantly, in the blizzard, he couldn't find Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin, so how could he attack? Back then, after Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin consumed the rare heaven and earth treasure ice god twin lotus flowers on one stalk, their abilities improved. Especially when the two of them worked together, they complemented each other and had an ability similar to a martial soul fusion skill. With their current cultivation, it was naturally impossible for them to cover such a large arena in ice and snow in an instant. However, if they were given enough time, Dong Qianqiu's ice tide and Lan Mengqin's blizzard would be enough to do this. This was a match that the first years couldn't afford to lose, so when Lan Xuanyu first formulated his strategy, he wanted to win in the safest way. He wasn't in a hurry at all in this match and didn't use any surprise attacks. What was the difference in strength between the first and second years? Both sides were four-ring soul masters, so the difference in soul power wasn't big. Furthermore, Lan Mengqin had twin martial souls. Other than not having a one-word battle armor, she and Dong Qianqiu were stronger than the other party when they teamed up. Therefore, the first step was to set up the arena and turn it into their home ground. Then, they would slowly defeat Yuan Rui. At this moment, Yuan Rui was facing the ice and snow that filled the sky. It was as if he was facing a hedgehog and he had no idea where to start. He knew that his opponents were all four-ring soul masters and weren't much weaker than him. He had also carefully watched the video of Lan Xuanyu and the others fighting against the third years. His problem was that in his opinion, the ones to appear in this match should be Yuan and Hui and Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu would support Yuan and Hui, so he had always followed this train of thought to formulate his strategy. But who would have thought that his opponent would actually be the ice goddess duo in front of him? Their fighting style was completely different from what he had imagined. The temperature was dropping and he was already starting to feel cold. The cold would undoubtedly affect his speed. What should he do? Yuan Rui was a little hesitant. This was a real competition venue, not a simulation pod. The sensation of pain was 100%, which was different from being in the simulation pod. This also made him hesitate. If he was seriously injured, he wouldn't be able to recover immediately after the match. He would really be injured. He still wanted to challenge the third years later. His emotions were complicated and his actions naturally became hesitant. The second year's homeroom teacher, Zhang Yujun, was anxious. When he saw the snowstorm, he already realized that something was wrong. At that time, Yuan Rui's best choice should have been to rush into the snowstorm, release his battle armor, and use his strongest attack. Perhaps he would have been able to defeat his opponent and win. As time passed, the snowstorm became more and more intense, and it even seemed like it would cover the entire arena. Yuan Rui was already at an absolute disadvantage in this match. Even if he rushed in and attacked with all his might, where would he attack? The stronger the snowstorm, the harder it would be for him to find the two of them. Zhang Yujun glanced at Xiaoqi, who looked like he had victory in his grasp. Who came up with this underhanded move? You? Xiaoqi glanced at him and said indifferently, what do you mean by underhanded move? This is called an open move. Even if you know, there's nothing you can do about it. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. There's no chance of fighting that guy from your class. Will you die if you don't brag? Zhang Yujun said in annoyance. Xiaoqi said, facts speak louder than words. Defeating the second years is only our first step. It's just the beginning. While they were talking, Yuan Rui finally couldn't hold it in anymore. This was because he also realized that if he really waited for the snowstorm to cover the entire arena and cover him, he might really not have a chance. Gritting his teeth, his body suddenly lit up with specks of light. All his joints shone with light. Specks of purple light appeared one after another, followed by a layer of close-fitting battle armor. His one-word battle armor didn't have any decorations. It looked like a set of light purple armor that covered his entire body. It emitted a faint purple halo. Although it looked thin, it covered every part of his body. Even his head was covered by a helmet. With a mask protecting his face, it could be said that it protected his teeth. With the battle armor on, the lightning on Yuan Rui's body suddenly surged and his aura became different. He suddenly took a deep breath, his figure flashed, and rushed to the side. He didn't rush into the blizzard immediately. Instead, he ran in the area that wasn't covered by the blizzard yet. The speed of his berserk lightning leopard required a certain distance to increase. It would become faster and faster. The faster it was, the stronger the lightning. He also had to accumulate. Through the amplification of his battle armor, he had to accumulate his electrical energy to the strongest level before charging in. A purple light sprinted forward. There was still nearly half of the space that wasn't covered by the blizzard, so there was still plenty of space for him to run. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Rui ran out a purple ring that connected his head and tail. Under the enhancement of his battle armor, the entire ring began to erupt with dazzling electric light, and every electric light was constantly flashing and bursting out in the air. Gradually, the electric light turned into an electric dragon. The electric light that soared into the sky even made the blizzard unable to spread in this direction. Zhang Yujun heaved a sigh of relief. At least this kid wasn't too stupid. The other party was accumulating strength, so was he. Next, it was a battle of instant explosive power. Lightning was best at explosive power, so he wasn't too worried about it. Although he might not be able to win the collision later, he still had a chance. When he looked at Xiaoqi again, all he saw was Xiaoqi's smile. What are you smiling at? Zhang Yujun couldn't help but ask. Xiaoqi said, it's irreversible. Zhang Yujun was stunned. Irreversible? That's right. Yuan Rui began to go all out. Although it would increase his explosive power to the extreme, at the same time, everything he did was irreversible. Through his battle armor, he raised his attack power to the extreme. This was definitely his strongest attack. So what? Can those two female students of yours withstand it? This blizzard is merely a paper tiger, Zhang Yujun said with a cold snort. Xiaoqi shrugged. Let's wait and see. However, I can only tell you that his reaction was within our calculations. As for our strategy, it wasn't me who arranged it. It was Lan Xuanyu, that brat. That brat is really bad. Lan Xuanyu? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Yujin's heart skipped a beat. As for Lan Xuanyu, he had carefully studied him. This brat had the weakest cultivation, but he had become the #1 person in the first years. It was said that he had even become the permanent class monitor. He was simply full of wit and was adept at craftiness. Moreover, he had a very mysterious strength. Even teachers like them had yet to fully understand what his abilities were. But he had heard Ing Luohong say that she appreciated him more than once. Even the inner yard was paying close attention to Lan Xuanyu. It was just that he was too young now, so at least on the surface, they didn't see too many resources being tilted towards him. Was it Lan Xuanyu's strategy? But he didn't make a move himself. In the arena, the lightning leopard Yuan Rui's speed had finally increased to the limit of his control. The lightning gathered into a huge vortex, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. All of a sudden, a voice rang out, and all of the lightning converged like rivers flowing into the sea. Yuan Rui's figure became clear once again, but at this moment, he seemed to be completely condensed by lightning. His entire person had become a world of lightning and thunder, and the explosive power that was generated at this moment was released. Bing Tianliang's expression had already changed. Originally, Bing Tianliang felt that if they were to compete in sudden explosive power, he might not be inferior to the other party. The only thing he was lacking was his battle armor. However, the other party's electric power after increasing his speed was something that he was far inferior to. This was too exaggerated. Could lightning be improved like this? His martial soul, the lightning god puppet, obviously couldn't improve itself through this method. Bing Tianliang also had his own cultivation and fighting methods, but from the looks of it, he was still inferior to Yuan Rui. As expected of the #1 person among the second years. He really should learn something from him. Everything happened in a flash. Yuan Rui, who had gathered countless lightning bolts, had already charged towards the blizzard opposite him. Everyone watched attentively. Success or failure depended on this. Whether Yuan Rui could break through the blizzard or whether his lightning would be swallowed by the ice and snow would depend on this final collision. However, a scene that no one had expected happened at this moment. The lightning bolts that filled the sky originally gathered steadily at one point and were about to erupt into the blizzard. But at this moment, the lightning bolts suddenly paused. Immediately after, the originally condensed lightning bolts suddenly scattered in all directions. The blizzard was naturally affected. The outer layer of the blizzard was scattered and boiled by the explosive lightning, and ice fog lingered. However, there was no scene of the powerful lightning bolts exploding into the blizzard. Countless electric arcs scattered in all directions, covering the area where Yuan Rui had been running. Although the electric arcs were strong in such a vast area, they were only surrounded by purple electric arcs that crackled together. However, these electric arcs did not gather together, nor did they explode together. Instead, it was wasted. What was going on? Yuan Rui's figure also appeared at the core of the lightning. He was at a loss, but in the next moment, he came to a realization and his face was filled with panic. How could this be? He had used all his strength to use his battle armor to condense such a huge amount of electricity. In that instant, he felt that under the pressure of this battle, the degree of energy condensation had reached an unprecedented peak. That feeling of wanting to explode made him no longer have any cowardice, only the desire to win. But in the next moment, he felt his body freeze and he couldn't control the electricity anymore. He watched helplessly as the electricity dissipated. His crazy charging speed was accompanied by his stiff body sliding forward, but it was no longer under his control. The electricity was still dissipating, but the blizzard that filled the sky had already rushed over and swallowed Yuan Rui, who was sliding forward. Control soul skill? Area control. Zhang Yujin suddenly thought of something. Yuan Rui's figure had already disappeared into the ice fog. In the ice fog, a series of rumbling sounds kept coming. However, everyone knew that Yuan Rui was swept into the blizzard after losing his most advantageous attack. Zhang Yujin opened his mouth and wanted to say the word despicable, but in the end, he didn't say it. He also remembered what ability it was. It seemed to be the martial soul fusion skill that first appeared between Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu. Later on, Dong Qianqiu seemed to have used it alone, but at that time, it was under the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu wasn't on the battlefield, which meant that Dong Xianxia could actually use that soul skill himself, Deep Blue Gaze. Super strong control. The blizzard had been accumulating, and Deep Blue Gaze had been waiting for the moment Yuan Rui erupted. Whether he chose to erupt at the beginning or chose to erupt at this moment, what awaited him was the strong control of Deep Blue Gaze. It controlled his eruption and turned it into nothingness. All of this was within Lan Xuanyu's calculations. He set up the arena and used his strong control to prevent the other party's speed and explosive power from being effective. After that, everything was simple. The snowstorm lasted for 30 seconds before gradually dissipating, revealing 3 figures. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin stood side by side. In front of them was Yuan Rui, who was hunched over and frozen. Dong Qianxiu held an ice spear and pointed it at Yuan Rui's chest. Yuan Rui lowered his head with an unwilling expression. The outcome has been decided. The first years have succeeded in their year-skipping challenge. The referee instantly appeared beside Yuan Rui and slapped down, shattering the ice on Yuan Rui's body. But even under the protection of his battle armor, his body was still trembling. Lan Mengqin held Dong Qianxiu's hand and raised her chin at Yuan Rui proudly before walking off the stage. She actually wanted to laugh because she clearly saw the surprise and despair on Yuan Rui's face after he was controlled by Deep Blue Gaze. Yuan Rui had used up more than half of his soul power and almost exhausted the power of his battle armor, but before he could do anything, the match was over. Lan Xuanyu was too evil. This was exactly what he had planned. Yuan Rui was completely suppressed by the two of them. In fact, even Lan Mengqin felt that if it was a one-on-one battle, Yuan Rui wouldn't be able to defeat Dong Qianxiu without his battle armor. The moment Yuan Rui appeared on stage, the outcome of this match was decided. In the eyes of the audience, the only suspense in this match was when Yuan Rui was accumulating his strength. And in the eyes of Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin, Yuan Rui had no chance of winning from the start. Different soul masters were good at different skills and could suppress each other. For example, an assault-type soul master could suppress an agility-type soul master, while an agility-type soul master could suppress a control-type soul master. Yuan Rui's abilities seemed very comprehensive, but he was still afraid of control-type soul skills. Ordinary control-type soul skills might not have any effect on him because it was very difficult to lock onto him. However, a control-type soul skill like Deep Blue Gaze was different. No matter how fast he was, as long as the opponent had a strong enough prediction ability, it would be enough to make his speed advantage disappear. Although an agility-type soul master could suppress a control-type soul master, it still depended on the situation. Dong Qianxiu was both an assault-type and a control-type soul master. In addition to her martial soul, she was able to suppress Yuan Rui. What's more, there was still Lan Mengqin, who had twin martial souls. Lan Mengqin didn't even use the Jade Phoenix Guqin, so they had already won this match. If Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianxiu didn't care about their classmate relationship and went all out, Yuan Rui might not have been able to walk out of the snowstorm alive. In the stands, Lan Xuanyu let out a huge sigh of relief. Although everything was going according to his plan, he had invested 50 purple emblems. If he guessed wrong, then he would really go bankrupt. Of course, it was different now. After returning the investment, he still had 25 purple emblems. This could be said to be the largest income he had ever received. With these emblems, it would be enough to buy a mech. Not to mention, there was still a competition later on. Who knows, he might even be able to earn more. The chance to make a fortune had arrived. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile, and his eyes started to shine. The first years defeated the second years in a year-skipping challenge. This news quickly spread throughout the outer court, but it didn't cause much of a stir. After all, the first years had even defeated the third years before. This time, they only won against the second years, so what was the big deal? Next, Lan Xuanyu and the others were going to challenge the third years. Lan Xuanyu immediately went to collect his earnings from the competition. When he looked at the large pile of purple emblems in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He had borne all the pressure alone. Until now, his teammates didn't know about this. In fact, everyone had more or less invested a little in this match and had some gains, but no one had invested as much as Lan Xuanyu. Looking at the 75 purple emblems in front of him, Lan Xuanyu really wanted to invest them all in the next match. Facing Tang Yuge, he still had some confidence. However, in the end, reason prevailed over greed. He couldn't continue. If he guessed wrong, then all his previous efforts would be wasted, and he would owe a huge debt. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He even pinched his thigh and relied on the pain to completely regain his rationality. He put away all the purple emblems and wasn't in a hurry to participate in the next round. He walked out of the logistics center and prepared to head to the Blacksmiths Association to return the investment money first. I knew you were here. He had just stepped out when a faint voice sounded, startling him. Lan Xuanyu turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Senior sister, this isn't good. I was so scared that I thought I was robbed. He was wearing so many purple emblems now, so he was really a bit like a frightened bird. Fortunately, this was inside the Shrek Academy. Tang Yuge's face didn't look too good. She was a little pale, and even her eyes were slightly red. Lan Xuanyu, let me ask you something. Go ahead. Lan Xuanyu looked at her suspiciously and said somewhat vigilantly, if you want to get the lineup for the day after tomorrow from me, don't open your mouth. I won't tell you. However, I will definitely arrange a strategy against you. Tang Yuge shook her head. Of course I'm not asking about that. I just want to ask you, if I choose to be demoted, will the first years want me? Huh? Lan Xuanyu even thought that there was something wrong with his ears. What was going on? The number one person in the third years was going to be demoted? And he was going to drop 2 levels to the first years? You don't have a fever, do you? Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded as he looked at her. Tang Yuge took a deep breath. I've heard about you guys. Either all of you go or none of you go. However, I can tell you for sure that if it weren't for me, you might have a chance to defeat the 4th years, but you won't have the slightest chance of defeating the 5th and 6th years. Lan Xuanyu looked at her and said, how can you be sure that we don't have a chance? After all, it's 5 against 1, 6 against 1. Hui is almost at the peak of 5-ring. Tang Yuge smiled. What kind of place do you think the Shrek Academy is? Do you know how strong the 5th and 6th years are? The absolute difference in strength is not something that can be made up for by numbers. In fact, other than you guys, even the 2nd years can't defeat us. It's extremely difficult for us to defeat the 4th years, let alone the 5th and 6th years. At that time, the situation will be completely different. Those seniors are much more terrifying than you think because they are people who have truly experienced life and death situations and improved because of it. Even if your entire class comes together, you might not be able to defeat a senior. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. If you want to change classes, will the academy approve it? Tang Yuge said, it should. After all, I'm only asking to be demoted, and my results have always been the best among the 3rd years. I have my reasons, you don't have to worry about that. I just want to ask you, if I come to the 1st years, will you accept it? Of course I accept. I can't wait for the 1st years to be stronger. Lan Xuanyu had a good impression of Tang Yuge. She was indeed not suitable to be a leader, but she was definitely a very good partner. Furthermore, she was very strong. If she joined the 1st years, then the 1st years would be completely different. Furthermore, she had the experience of making one-word battle armor, which would be of great help to everyone. But I'm afraid this will take up 2 years of your time. After all, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the inner court, Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Yuge shook her head and said, I didn't make this choice on the spur of the moment. I've thought about it carefully. The effect of cultivating in a happy environment is different from cultivating in an unhappy environment. I like your team. Lan Xuanyu said, then between you and Hui, Tang Yuge said, I can assure you that I won't take the initiative to target him again. At the end of the phone ever since he called me sister at the most dangerous time, I don't hate him anymore. Blood is thicker than water. No matter how much I hate that man, I can't attach all this to Hui. After all, I am his half-sister. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Okay, as long as you can do this, you are welcome to join the 1st years. With that said, Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to extend his right hand to Tang Yuge. Tang Yuga reached out and shook his hand. There was a hint of redness on her pale face and her complexion looked much better. Then, she said seriously, "Thank you." Lan Xuanyu shook his head. "What are you thanking me for? We'll be on the same side from now on. By the way, since that's the case, can you wait a few days before announcing that you're joining the first years? At least wait until we challenge the third and fourth years." Tang Yuga was stunned for a moment, but when she saw Lan Xuanyu's eyes darting around, she knew that this guy was starting to think of bad ideas again. Okay. After Tang Yuga left, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. He didn't walk towards the Blacksmiths Association, but went straight back to his dormitory. Eternal Sky City. Wang Tianyu stood in front of a wooden house and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. Lan Xuanyu and the others won. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin went on stage. Lan Xuanyu didn't go on stage himself, but his tactics were very correct. With the influence of control-type soul skills and the blizzard on speed and electricity, the first years won without any suspense. The voice came from a man not far behind Wang Tianyu. If Lan Xuanyu was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that this was the president of the Blacksmiths Association who had previously promised to invest 50 purple emblems in him. He invested all 50 purple emblems he previously obtained in the first years and obtained 25 purple emblems. This junior brother is really bold and meticulous. He's much stronger than we were back then. Wang Tianyu said, pay attention to his subsequent guesses. Yes, teacher, the president said respectfully. Wang Tianyu said indifferently, I want to see if this brat Chun will continue to be greedy or if he can control his desires. This was very important. A person's temperament was more important than his talent. This kid has always been the focus of attention. I hope he won't disappoint me. Yes. The president understood that this test would determine whether or not Lan Xuanyu would be able to receive the academy's resources and nurture in the future. Everything he had done so far had earned the admiration of the inner yard. This was especially true when he suggested that they could either go together or not go together. However, in the president's opinion, this idea was very naive. Did Lan Xuanyu really think that the seniors were made of mud? However, Lan Xuanyu had this kind of courage and was able to make a grade so cohesive. It was very good. Shrek Academy had not seen such a situation in a long time. Young people nowadays really dared to think and do things. Change people? Lan Mengqin looked at Lan Xuanyu in front of her in surprise. Are you sure? Lan Xuanyu said, I'm sure. Don't ask why. You will understand in the future. Let's change the people who will appear this time. Hui Hui, Bing Tianliang, and Lu Feng will appear. That's right, Lan Xuanyu had changed his tactics and personnel arrangement at the last minute. According to the original arrangement, he, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Dong Qianxiu would appear. The tactics also need to be rearranged. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. He wasn't stupid. Although Tang Yuga didn't say anything, he could tell from her expression and request that she had lost her confidence and expectations for the third years. She must have been greatly agitated in some way. And there was only one thing that could agitate her the most recently, and that was the number of participants in the year-skipping challenge. Therefore, after separating from Tang Yuga, he immediately determined that the person representing the third years would definitely not be Tang Yuga. Their opponent had changed. In the entire third years, the only person that Lan Xuanyu was really afraid of was Tang Yuga. Lan Xuanyu wasn't absolutely confident in defeating her. As for the others, they all had their own flaws. The return ratio was already out a day before the competition. The return ratio of the first years was 1:169, and the return ratio of the third years was also 1:169. Both sides had the same return ratio. That's right, the first years had indeed defeated the third years, but that was under the condition that the other party didn't use their battle armor. It was no secret that Tang Yuga was already a six-ring Soul Emperor. Many people knew about it. Therefore, the third years still had a high chance of defeating the first years. Even so, this was already the highest return ratio the first years had received in the past 100 years. This was a challenge between 2 years. The day before the competition, Lan Xuanyu quietly arrived at the logistics center when night fell. Vote. He was wearing a mask, a hat, and the uniform of the Shrek Academy. Which side? How much? The person in charge of the logistics center looked at Lan Xuanyu's mysterious appearance and couldn't help but find it funny. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore. With a series of walala sounds, a large pile of purple emblems appeared in front of him. 75 purple emblems, all for the first years, Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. The corner of the person in charge's mouth twitched. Why are you wearing a mask? Do you think I won't recognize you like this? Lan Xuanyu smiled apologetically. Teacher, I'm not trying to hide it from you, I just don't want others to see it. You've thought it through. This is 75 purple emblems, it's not a small number. If you guess wrong, you'll lose everything. Are you sure you want to vote like this? Are you that confident? The person in charge kindly reminded him. Hurry up and help me. I'm confident, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly urged. The person in charge looked at him strangely before starting to process the procedures for him. After the procedures were completed, the return ratio of the first years dropped from 1:69 to 1:67, while the return ratio of the third years rose to 1:7. With 75 purple emblems, if the return ratio was 1:67, after deducting the capital, he could still get more than 50 purple emblems. If he guessed correctly, the richest person in the outer court would probably be this kid in front of him. There were only 10 hours left before the start of the second day of the competition. Lan Xuanyu quietly returned to his dormitory like a thief. He was actually a little nervous himself. This time, the risk was too great. Originally, he would never have done this. After determining that Tang Yuga wouldn't make a move, he made such a choice and arranged the most suitable lineup for this competition. Even if Tang Yuga really did make a move, they still had a chance. Bing Tianliang and Lu Feng's abilities wouldn't be suppressed by Tang Yuga, and Yuan and Hui Hui's strength was the closest to Tang Yuga. 3 against 1, the first years had a good chance. Yuan and Hui Hui's current cultivation was close to the peak of 5 ring, and Bing Tianliang was also at rank 48. In the class, Bing Tianliang's soul power cultivation was also one of the best. Of course, this was only the worst-case scenario. If Tang Yuga really didn't appear, then he had almost 100% confidence in winning this competition. Eternal Sky City. All of them? Wang Tianyu frowned. What a greedy kid. The president said, he only went to vote at night. It seems like he wants to stake it all on one throw. The teacher in charge of the voting confirmed with him several times. He said that he was confident and insisted on voting for the first years. Wang Tianyu said indifferently, then let's wait and see why he's so confident. Continue to observe and tell me the results after the competition tomorrow. Yes. Speaking of which, I'm a little nervous for him. Does this kid not know what 75 purple emblems represent? He can buy a 100,000-year-old immortal herb with them, the president couldn't help but say. Wang Tianyu turned to look at him and couldn't help but laugh. Are you a little envious of this junior? The president shrugged and nodded, not denying it. I wasn't so rich back then, and I didn't dare to do this. However, I have to admit that he's an adventurous person. Once he succeeds, he'll improve very quickly. Wang Tianyu shook his head. You're wrong. Although there's a possibility of a high-speed breakthrough when taking risks, once such a person fails once, he'll very likely be beaten back to his original state and won't have the chance to continue charging forward. Your path is very stable, and I have high hopes for you. Teacher, don't worry. My own path has long been determined. No matter how envious I am of my junior, I won't change my path. The president smiled. Have you reached rank 8? Wang Tianyu asked. It should be about time. I feel that I already have a chance to break through to rank 8. The president clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with excitement. When you break through to rank 8, join the Divine Sword Plan, Wang Tianyu said solemnly. Okay, thank you, teacher. The president was obviously excited. Lan Xuanyu sat in the meditation room and couldn't enter a meditative state for a long time. He was really nervous. It wasn't easy for him to calm down and he began to introspect himself. It was still a risk. Although he was very confident, how could he be sure that his opponent didn't have any special abilities? What if his opponent had a special ability or had broken through? If he guessed wrong, he would have to pay 50 purple emblems. Such a lesson was too painful. He couldn't only think of the good results when doing things, he also had to consider the bad results. Just this once, and there will be no next time. Lan Xuanyu slowly stood up and felt the abundant life energy in the meditation room. He raised his hand and raised 3 fingers, secretly swearing in his heart. He had to be more stable tomorrow. Even if he had to expose some of his abilities, he had to prioritize stability. Thinking of this, he dialed a communication number. "Frenzy, it's me," Lan Xuanyu said into his soul. "Communicator." "Yes, what's wrong?" Lu Feng's voice came from the other side. Lan Xuanyu said, "In order to ensure tomorrow's victory, I'll play." "You don't have to play tomorrow." "Okay." Lu Feng agreed without asking why. "That's it then. I won't disturb your cultivation." After hanging up the call, Lan Xuanyu finally calmed down. He would definitely win tomorrow. He had to take control of this match and not let any accidents happen. Tomorrow's tactics also needed to be slightly adjusted. Everyone went to class as usual in the morning. After class, Lan Xuanyu called Yuan and Hui Hui and Bing Tianzhu to discuss the latest tactics he had developed with them. Hearing that he was going to play, Yuan and Hui Hui was the first to express his support. He was the one who most wanted to play side by side with Lan Xuanyu. With Lan Xuanyu there, he felt that he didn't need to worry about anything. He just needed to execute Lan Xuanyu's orders. Bing Tianliang was the same. He had never lost when cooperating with Lan Xuanyu. So when Lan Xuanyu told them that he would replace Lu Feng to play, the response he received was beyond Lan Xuanyu's imagination. He immediately found that Bing Tianliang and Yuan and Hui Hui became full of confidence and didn't even listen to the new tactics carefully. Lan Xuanyu himself didn't know how important a spiritual leader was to a team. Without a doubt, not only to their team, but also to the entire first years, he was now the absolute spiritual leader. "I was wondering why the logistics center's report ratio changed last night. Did they know that you were going to play?" Bing Tianliang looked enlightened. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Of course, he wouldn't say that it was because he had given a lot of emblems to the first years. After school at noon, Xiaoqi called Lan Xuanyu to him. "Are you confident about the competition this afternoon?" Xiaoqi asked. "No problem, I'm confident. 3 against 1, winning against the third years shouldn't be a problem. The third years still have 1-word battle armor, and the fourth years only have a few 2-word battle armor parts at most. We can compete with them in these 2 grades. Facing the 5th and 6th years is the real problem. Teacher, don't worry, we will definitely pass the third years." Xiaoqi smiled. "I thought you would confidently tell me that you guys would definitely win." Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "How can it be that easy? However, we will definitely participate with confidence in winning. Otherwise, there's no need to compete. No matter what, this experience is a good opportunity for us to gain experience. Even if we lose, we won't regret it." Xiaoqi said, "There are 2 things I want to tell you. Firstly, the Academy has approved your application. If you guys can really overcome all the difficulties and defeat the 6th years, then our entire class can head to the Elven planet to watch the ceremony. The Academy will handle the details. Secondly, this ceremony is more important than we thought. The one transcending the tribulation is the true ruler of the soul beasts on the Elven planet, the former leader of the 10 great beasts, the beast god known as the leader of the soul beasts, the golden-eyed black dragon king, Tian." Upon hearing the first news, Lan Xuanyu smiled. When he heard the second news, his eyes widened. Tian? His voice was trembling slightly. What kind of existence was Tian? His father, Lan Xiao, studied ancient soul beasts. When he was very young, Lan Xiao often told him stories about soul beasts. There were many powerhouses in the soul beast world, and the golden-eyed black dragon king, Tian, was the most representative powerhouse. In the tens of thousands of years of human history, the title of the leader of the 10 great beasts had always been a halo above Dtion's head. Dtion was a powerful great beast that had existed since ancient times. It was said that Dtion's cultivation had exceeded 800,000 years. It wasn't that the golden-eyed black dragon king, Dtion, had lived for 800,000 years, but that he had experienced 8 heavenly tribulations that only soul beasts with a cultivation of over 100,000 years would encounter and had successfully passed them all. This was very rare in the world of soul beasts. There was even a saying that if it wasn't for the fact that soul beasts couldn't become gods, Dtion would have become one long ago. This person's reputation was simply too resounding. That was the beast god, Dtion, the one transcending the tribulation. This time was actually this powerhouse. Lan Xuanyu felt a little regretful. Although he didn't know what benefits there would be to watching such a powerhouse transcend the tribulation, it was definitely a rare life experience. Now, no one in the first years would be able to attend the ceremony. Are you regretting it? Xiaoqi looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Lan Xuanyu coughed. Nope. No, there's no medicine for regret in this world. What's the use of regretting it? Teacher Xiao, this will stimulate our fighting spirit even more. If we win, we will have a chance to attend the ceremony with the entire class. Xiaoqi smiled and said, then work hard. Lan Xuanyu suddenly lowered his voice and said, Teacher Xiao, how many emblems do you think it will take to bribe the 5th and 6th years? Xiaoqi's expression froze and he knocked on his head. What are you thinking? The news of you guys challenging the seniors has already spread. This isn't a matter of emblems, it's a matter of honor, understand? The students of each year represent the honor of their year. Lan Xuanyu was in pain. Teacher, I was wrong. I'll work hard. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away dejectedly. However, he was thinking that if he won today, he would be able to mobilize more than 70 purple emblems. He didn't believe that he couldn't bribe her. At least he could give it a try to a certain extent, right? The second year skipping challenge arrived. This time, there were clearly more people than the day before because the third years were all here. As Lan Xuanyu was going to participate in the battle, he wasn't in the spectator stands but in the contestant selection channel. He narrowed his eyes and waited quietly. Big brother Xianyu, what are you thinking about? Yuan and Huihui's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Cough cough. Lan Xuanyu coughed. He couldn't tell Huihui that he was considering how many emblems he could use to bribe the seniors, right? Nothing, I'm thinking of tactics, Lan Xuanyu said righteously. What's there to think about? We will definitely win. I will definitely defeat her with my own hands. Even if she has a battle armor, it will be the same. Yuan and Huihui looked very confident. But the problem is, I'm afraid the person we met today isn't the person we imagined. Lan Xuanyu smiled. Yuan and Huihui was stunned. At this moment, the contestants entered the arena. Lan Xuanyu walked in front, Yuan and Huihui and Bing Tianliang followed behind him. The three of them walked out together. Class monitor, all the best. First years, invincible. A loud sound suddenly came from the spectator stands. The first years shouted in unison. At this moment, on the other side of the spectator stands, in an inconspicuous corner, 2 young men were sitting. The young man on the left had his legs crossed, his red hair fluttering in the wind. He was handsome and even a little enchanting. Juniors nowadays are really confident. Sitting on his right was a young man who looked a little wooden. He looked especially honest and they were all wearing green school uniforms. Confidence comes from strength. The accumulation of momentum was very important. Recently, I've been researching how much strength I can exert in different auras, the honest-looking young man said thoughtfully. Do you think the first years can win today? The red-haired youth asked. The honest young man said, it should be possible. I saw Tang Yuga in the stands. If the third year sent out Tang Yuga, their chances of winning should be higher. She already had 6 rings. Her 5 elements Qilin martial spirit, after reaching the 5th ring, would advance by a level with each ring. Very strong. If it wasn't for her, it would have been difficult for others. Yuan and Huihui, a first-year student, will be very strong in the future after her martial soul has undergone a second mutation. Can you surpass it? The red-haired youth asked with a faint smile. The honest young man said honestly, that's a bit difficult. It was as if he was stating a fact, without the slightest hint of showing off. The red-haired young man seemed to think that he was right and nodded sincerely. It's too difficult to surpass this monster. Speaking of which, why didn't he go to the inner court? He was still standing in the outer courtyard. Don't you hate him? If he leaves, I'll be first, the red-haired youth said in annoyance. The honest young man sighed softly and said, even if I leave, there are at least 2 people in our class who might not be a match for him. After all, the difference of 1 year is still 1 year. The corners of the red-haired youth's mouth twitched. Will you die if you don't tell the truth? I've already been defeated for so many years. The honest young man smiled foolishly. You'll get used to it. The red-haired youth suddenly flew into a rage. Get used to it, my ass. This thick-skinned and black-hearted guy. He's the worst. Humph. The honest young man said indifferently, instead of talking about this, why don't you think about what to do when you challenge me? I heard that the beast god Tion is going to transcend the tribulation this time. If he survives it, he will become a divine beast. It's just that the news I heard is very difficult. The chances of it dying this time are very high. Therefore, at any moment before the tribulation, it could choose to become a spirit soul and cultivate again. That's why the inner court and outer court are selecting elites to go and see if they have a chance of being chosen by him. If they can have a spirit soul like the golden-eyed black dragon king, they will definitely become a god. The red-haired youth swallowed his saliva. Don't tempt me. I'm definitely going to get a spot. If we win against the 4th years, plus our original spot, we'll have 2 spots. Even if we lose, there'll still be 1 left. The honest young man said, don't you want to bring your little girlfriend along? Actually, her martial soul has a higher chance than yours. The red-haired youth said, then let me? The honest young man said, a black emblem, I'll consider it. The red-haired youth was stunned. Really? You don't want a spirit soul like the golden-eyed black dragon king? The honest young man said indifferently, I don't want it. I have my own cultivation direction, and the golden-eyed black dragon king might not be suitable for me. Besides, I don't have anything else for him. Unless I can become a god. The red-haired youth suddenly cried out, you broke through to 8 ring? The honest young man raised a finger. A black emblem. Consider it carefully. The red-haired youth suddenly deflated like a balloon. Just you wait, I'll surpass you sooner or later. I'm leaving, I'll see if I can raise it. I'll keep my word. The honest young man nodded. Of course I can't give it to you directly, but I can promise that when you challenge me, I won't use my battle armor. The chances of this happening are quite high. When the time comes, I'll say that it's my dignity as a senior not to use my battle armor when challenged by a junior. The red-haired youth's eyes lit up. I admire your ability to spout nonsense with a straight face. I'm leaving. With that, he stopped watching the upcoming match and stood up to leave quickly. A faint smile appeared on the honest young man's face. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do about the superiority of IQ sometimes. That's the beast god of a generation, the golden-eyed black dragon king, the king of ferocious beasts, Tion. With his pride, how could he be a spirit soul for a human? Some people just have unrealistic expectations. Furthermore, not wearing his battle armor. At this point, he shook his head gently, and the smile on his face seemed to have become even wider. A black emblem. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was a wonderful thing. At this moment, both sides had already entered the arena. When Yuan and Hui Hui saw the tall figure opposite him, his face was filled with surprise. He wasn't the only one, Bing Tianliang was the same. That's right, the person who appeared opposite them was indeed not Tang Yuga, the number 1 among the 3rd years. Instead, it was the Golden Skeleton King Soul Master, Sima Xian, who had once represented the 3rd years in the 6-on-6 battle and later succeeded the position of class leader. Sima Xian's figure was tall and big, far surpassing his peers. His 2-meter-tall body was especially sturdy, and he carried a strong aura with him. Why isn't it Tang Yuga? Yuan and Hui Hui turned to Lan Xuanyu and asked. For some reason, when he saw that the one fighting was Sima Xian, he suddenly felt a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. It wasn't for himself, but for Tang Yuge. Tang Yuge was clearly the strongest among the third years. But at this moment, she wasn't the one representing the third years. As if his heart was stifled, Yuan and Hui Hui felt especially uncomfortable. Lan Xuanyu said, Yuge's situation in the third years doesn't seem to be good. This should be the decision of their class. At least for our battle, this is a good thing. Yuan and Hui Hui pursed his lips. It should be her. She's the strongest among the third years. Lan Xuanyu patted his shoulder. Do you want to fight with Yuge or do you want to feel injustice for her? Yuan and Hui Hui looked at him with a complicated gaze and suddenly shook his head. I don't know either. At this moment, both sides had already walked to the center of the arena, 100 meters away from each other. The referee looked at both sides and shouted, Begin. The second round of the outer courts year-skipping challenge had begun. Sima Xian raised his head abruptly, his eyes flickering with a faint light. He strode towards Lan Xuanyu and the others. His gaze locked onto Lan Xuanyu. 1 against 3, of course he knew that he wasn't confident. Before he went on stage, he didn't even know who his opponent was. To him, Bing Tianliang was an unfamiliar face. However, he was very familiar with Lan Xuanyu and Yuan and Hui Hui. When he saw the three people opposite him, he immediately came up with a plan to defeat Lan Xuanyu first. Everyone knew that the true core of the first years was Lan Xuanyu. Only by defeating him would he have a chance of defeating the other party. This time, Tang Yuge did not appear and was replaced by him. Sima Xian was also under a lot of pressure. If he won this match, it would naturally shake the reputation of the third years. His position in the third years class would also be stabilized and he would no longer have to worry about Tang Yuge snatching back the position of class monitor. If he lost, it would be hard to say. It would be another blow to the third years. It was precisely because he had lost to the first years twice that the third year's form teacher was under a lot of pressure. Therefore, Sima Xian was fully prepared this time and was determined to win. Yuan and Hui Hui and Bing Tianliang, who were beside Lan Xuanyu, spread out to the sides at the same time. Lan Xuanyu, who was in front of them, did not retreat with them. Instead, he charged towards Sima Xian. What was he trying to do? The spectating students were surprised. Lan Xuanyu did not even assist his partner. Everyone now knew that his blue-silver grass had a very strong auxiliary effect, and it could assist both strength type and elemental types. With his assistance, his partner's strength could greatly increase. But he did not do so now. Instead, he exposed himself to Sima Xian. Immortal Sima had long legs and was very fast. He was like a giant war chariot as he charged towards Lan Xuanyu. As his first soul ring lit up, a dark gold color surfaced on his body, and his entire body started to swell. He waved his right hand through the air, and his second soul ring lit up as a dark golden battle axe appeared in his hand. His battle axe had a short handle, but the blade of the axe was especially large. The broad blade of the axe emitted a faint cold light. 4 purple and 1 black soul rings rose from beneath his feet. He hadn't broken through to become a 6-ringed soul emperor. Although Lan Xuanyu saw that his soul ring hadn't broken through, he didn't dare to be careless. Even if Tang Yuge was ostracized, she was still a 6-ringed soul emperor. Sima Xian must have something to rely on to be able to replace her. Tang Yuge was still a third-year student. She didn't tell Lan Xuanyu what Sima Xian's background was, but Lan Xuanyu could guess. 1 against 3, without any backing, where did Sima Xian's confidence come from? Bing Tianliang and Yuan and Hui Hui, who were charging out from both sides, also released their martial souls. Yuan and Hui Hui drew the purple star spirit bow in her hand, and 5 soul rings rose up. She focused her mind and shot an arrow. An arrow was already heading straight for Sima Xian. Sima Xian's expression was solemn as he slashed out with the dark golden battle axe in his hand. With a bang, the energy arrow was instantly shattered. On the other side, Bing Tianliang's body was surrounded by lightning, and a blurry figure of light was faintly discernible behind him. It was his lightning god puppet martial soul. The distance of 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Yuan and Hui Hui shot arrows one after another, but they were all blocked by Sima Xian's battle axe. On the other side, Bing Tianliang didn't launch an attack at this moment. Instead, he circled around from the side and went behind Sima Xian. Right at this moment, a dark golden light suddenly shone from Sima Xian's body, followed by his third soul ring. Using his battle axe to block in front of him, he charged forward brazenly towards Lan Xuanyu. But right at this moment, a light flashed in Lan Xuanyu's hand and a dark blue light suddenly blossomed in his palm. When that gigantic Fengtian halberd appeared in his hand, the spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Back then, he had used this halberd to kill Tang Yuga and 2 Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters in one strike. That terrifying ability to ignore defense had left a deep impression on all the spectators. Lan Xuanyu had relied on that battle to become famous and eventually became the #1 person among the first years. Sima Xian brazenly charged towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu had released this halberd the moment he made his move. In other words, it was very difficult for him to change his soul skill. Seeing Lan Xuanyu brandishing his halberd and slashing towards him, Sima Xian was shocked. He had naturally studied Lan Xuanyu's abilities carefully. His strongest attack was this halberd. It ignored defense and was almost unmatched in close combat. Even with his one-word battle armor, he had no confidence in blocking it. However, wouldn't this guy consume a lot of energy to use this attack and could only last for a short period of time? He used it right from the start? As this thought flashed through his mind, Sima Xian forcefully twisted his body. His body had already crashed out, so it was impossible for him to stop. He could only barely turn his body sideways and slide to the side. However, his impact was extremely ferocious. He had changed his direction a little and was still out of Lan Xuanyu's range of attack. His movements were still very big and he couldn't help but groan as cracking sounds came from his bones. Right at this moment, Bing Tianliang, who had already circled behind him, moved. Lightning flashed and Bing Tianliang charged towards Sima Xian like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he had already transformed into lightning and crashed into Sima Xian's back. On the other side, Yuan and Hui Hui naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Her third soul ring lit up and a scarlet energy arrow shot out. With Bing Tianliang in front and behind, the 2 attacks arrived almost at the same time. Boom, boom. Flames coiled in front of Sima Xian and lightning flashed behind him. He staggered and took a few steps to the side. However, that was all. The flames in front of him burned holes in the elastic school uniform on his upper body, revealing his dark golden skin. Behind him, Bing Tianliang bounced back. He was in the air and his face revealed a look of surprise. Sima Xian's third soul skill had an effect close to that of a tyrant body. Even if he was knocked askew, he still had an extremely strong defense. Yuan and Hui Hui's third soul skill, Fire Spirit Life Suppression, could still cause him some damage. However, the lightning strike behind him didn't injure him at all. At the same time, a layer of dark golden armor quickly appeared from his joints and instantly covered his entire body. On top of his head, a thick helmet covered him and a pair of sharp horns spiraled upwards. A terrifying aura burst forth as Sima Xian's aura soared. One-word battle armor. After releasing his battle armor, the flames in front of him were instantly extinguished. This guy's defense was really strong. The last time they defeated Sima Xian, they relied on Lan Xuanyu's Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd. The Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd ignored defense and didn't truly test Sima Xian's defense in the later stages of the battle. And at this moment, he was actually able to block the simultaneous attacks of Yuan and Hui Hui and Bing Tianliang so easily. This showed how strong his defense was. Right at this moment, Sima Xian moved. A dark golden light suddenly shone from his body and the one-word battle armor on his body shone, causing his body to swell up a little. The battle axe in his hand suddenly swept horizontally. Immediately, a dark golden light slashed out in the shape of a fan and swept straight towards Lan Xuanyu. The Fengtian halberd in Lan Xuanyu's hand quietly disappeared. The third soul ring on his left arm lit up and his entire body was surrounded by a green light. The first soul ring on his right arm lit up and a layer of golden scales covered his entire body. He squatted down and exerted force with his legs. His entire body flew out lightly and his body was almost parallel to the ground. The dark golden light flashed past above his head. but at this moment. Then, a strange scene appeared. The slash of light suddenly converged and Sima Xian, who had swung the battle axe, disappeared from his original spot. He suddenly appeared at the place where the axe light had slashed out and was already above Lan Xuanyu. His body fell straight towards Lan Xuanyu, and at the same time, he brazenly slashed down with his battle axe. At the end of the phony, this change was completely out of Lan Xuanyu's expectations. When did this guy have such an ability? Could it be that it came with his battle armor? One had to know that the greatest function of a battle armor was defense and amplification. Battle armors that came with soul skills were extremely rare. Or could it be that he had a soul bone? Was this a soul bone soul skill? All of this happened too quickly, so much so that Bing Tianliang and Yuan and Hui Hui didn't have time to save Lan Xuanyu. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu displayed the huge change in his combat strength after Nana's arrival. His left hand supported himself on the ground and his flying figure stopped. He spun around and kicked Sima Xian's wrist that was holding the battle axe. At the same time, the golden scales on his body lit up. It was the second soul skill of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, tyrant body. Not only that, a red light flashed on his left hand that was supporting himself on the ground. An explosive force spread out from his palm and immediately helped him bounce back, causing his body to almost brush against the axe. Bang! He kicked Sima Xian's wrist as if he had kicked an iron plate, but this was within his expectations. He flipped over and kicked Sima Xian's sturdy body twice. At the same time, he used the momentum to change direction and was about to escape. But how could Sima Xian give him the chance to escape? Sima Xian's fifth soul ring lit up as he spun around and was about to unleash a dark golden hell. If Sima Xian were to hit Lan Xuanyu, the match would end in an instant. The referee was already preparing to take action in the air. This was a real match. Once he realized that Lan Xuanyu was unable to resist, he would immediately rescue him. But at this moment, a change occurred. Facing the upcoming large-scale crowd control soul skill, Dark Golden Hell, Lan Xuanyu appeared very calm. He rubbed his hands together and a ball of light instantly appeared between his palms. The 3 soul rings on his left arm lit up at the same time and a 3-colored light shone between his palms. He stepped on Sima Xian's body and used the momentum to shoot out. His hand that was shining with a 3-colored light suddenly pushed towards Sima Xian and collided with Sima Xian's Dark Golden Hell. With a loud bang, an incomparably powerful shockwave erupted. Even with the support of his one-word battle armor, Sima Xian's axe paused for a moment and his body trembled from the impact. What the audience saw was a burst of blue, red, and green light. Then, a vortex of gas appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu and brought his body flying diagonally upwards. WeChat, Ultimate Douluo's boom, a second loud bang followed as the dark gold hell smashed onto the ground. For a moment, a dark gold light suddenly rose and compared to the last time when he wasn't wearing his battle armor, the coverage was at least 30% larger. Bing Tianliang appeared behind Lan Xuanyu like lightning and caught him before retreating to the side. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing howl rang out and a thick bolt of lightning shot towards Sima Xian. While Lan Xuanyu was entangled with Sima Xian, Yuan and Hui Hui was already accumulating power. At this moment, he was using his 5th soul skill, Thunder Spirit War Drum. Amidst the violent rumbling, Sima Xian was instantly sent flying. Not only that, the second bolt of lightning arrived and struck his body ruthlessly. The Dark Golden Hell didn't work, but Sima Xian was struck twice by the Thunder Spirit War Drum. He was sent flying more than 20 meters and his entire body was charred black. However, when his sturdy body landed on the ground, a dark golden light flickered on his body. He rolled and actually got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, is this guy's defense actually so strong? Sima Xian's gaze was cold. He understood that Lan Xuanyu was stronger than before. In a head-on confrontation, Lan Xuanyu was actually able to avoid his crowd control soul skill. Lan Xuanyu's attack just now was in no way inferior to the 4-ring soul skills of other soul masters. Is this kid really only 3-ring? Many people thought that the strongest defense-type soul masters in the 3rd years were the 2 Black Tortoise Shield soul master brothers, but in reality, Sima Xian's defense was the strongest. One of the reasons why Sima Xian was able to gain the admiration of his classmates and even replace Tang Yuge as the class leader was because of his strong defense. His martial soul gave him a body of copper skin and iron bones. A layer of dazzling dark golden light suddenly appeared behind Sima Xian, and a figure as tall as him slowly separated from him. It was a tall skeleton. Its dark golden bones emitted a dazzling light, and bone spurs protruded from all its joints. In its right hand was a huge dark golden battle axe. Split into two. He separated his martial soul from his body? Lan Xuanyu and the other two were stunned by the scene. Although Lan Xuanyu had already guessed that Sima Xian definitely had a trump card and that it shouldn't be bad, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. The skeleton took large strides forward and made a clang sound, as if its bones were made of metal. It ran straight towards Yuan and Hui Hui. Sima Xian turned towards Lan Xuanyu again and strode over. Sima Xian came from an ancient family. His family used to be evil soul masters in their early years, but later on, they turned over a new leaf and walked on the right path. At that time, their family had to rely on special and cruel methods to improve themselves. Later on, they were surrounded and annihilated by the Shrek Academy. The descendants who survived were all soul masters who had never harmed humans. This family was also subdued by the Shrek Academy and underwent further education. Sima Xian was a rare genius in his family. The skeleton that had just been separated from his body was his spirit soul, but it was different from ordinary spirit souls. A soul master's spirit soul usually came from a soul beast or a man-made spirit soul, but his was not. His spirit soul was inherited from his ancestors. Back then, the owner of this dark golden skeleton was exterminated because of his evil deeds, but it remained. The Shrek Academy conducted many inspections and after confirming that the dark golden skeleton did not have any evil soul master attributes, they returned it to Sima Xian's family. When Sima Xian's martial soul awakened at the age of 6, it actually resonated with the dark golden skeleton, causing his martial soul to mutate. It was also from then on that the dark golden skeleton became his spirit soul and allowed him to obtain powerful soul skills. This was not only a spirit soul, but also a complete set of soul bones. A complete set of soul bones usually consisted of 6 parts: skull, torso, and limbs. This dark golden skeleton was clearly a complete set. One of the most important reasons why Sima Xian was able to replace Tang Yuge as the class leader was because the dark golden skeleton in his body had awakened and become a dark golden skeleton king. It had awakened after losing to Lan Xuanyu and the others. The dark golden skeleton king allowed Sima Xian to obtain his first soul bone skill. This skill was the one that had instantly replaced the axe light and appeared above Lan Xuanyu's head. It came from the right arm bone of the dark golden skeleton king. At the same time, the dark golden skeleton king could be separated from his body and become a second combatant. After the dark golden skeleton king was separated from Sima Xian's body, his own defense would weaken, but he had his one-word battle armor, so his overall defense would not weaken by much. The dark golden skeleton king had combat instincts to begin with, and Sima Xian could even split his attention to control it and allow it to use all of his soul skills. This was equivalent to having another Sima Xian. Most man-made spirit souls were relatively inflexible and not good at fighting. However, his dark golden skeleton king's combat strength was extremely strong. It was precisely because of this that he was able to fight and compete with Tang Yuge and was even on par with him. One had to know that he had yet to break through to 6 ring. Once he had 6 rings, he would be even stronger. Therefore, his current martial soul was no longer the original golden skeleton king, but the even more terrifying dark golden skeleton king. Tang Yuge's great 5 elements divine light did not have an obvious effect on him. After a huge battle, although he won by exhausting Sima Xian's soul power, he was still unable to break through Sima Xian's defense. After weighing the pros and cons, the 3rd year's teacher in charge and students decided to let Sima Xian fight. This was because Sima Xian's defense after awakening the dark golden skeleton king made it easier for him to block Yuan and Hui Hui's arrows. Tang Yuge was also disheartened because of this and did not want to stay in the 3rd years anymore. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt that the Shrek Academy was truly a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sima Xian's separation of the dark golden skeleton king was equivalent to having 2 of him fighting. They only had 2 5-ringed soul masters, so their disadvantage in numbers wasn't that obvious anymore. Most importantly, Sima Xian's defense was too strong. The 2 strikes from Lei Ling's war drum did not cause much damage to him, and he was wearing a one-word battle armor. The scales of victory and defeat tilted in an instant. Lan Xuanyu was very glad that he had decided to replace Lu Feng at the last minute. If Lu Feng was the one fighting today and relied on his speed to fight him, it would be extremely difficult for the 3 of them to break through Sima Xian's defense. Perhaps only he would have such a chance. The stronger the enemy, the calmer Lan Xuanyu was. Hui, move. Shoot Sima Xian's main body. Old Bing, cooperate with me. Lan Xuanyu shouted and charged towards Sima Xian again. Sima Xian actually had his own problems. He was very clear that although splitting out the dark golden skeleton king would greatly increase his battle strength. However, this split wasn't without a price. His soul power consumption would be doubled. In other words, he had to defeat his opponent within a certain period of time. The reason why he lost to Tang Yuga earlier was because his soul power could not support him in the end. Therefore, he was overjoyed when he saw Lan Xuanyu rushing towards him. Then, he saw the dark blue halberd. Lan Xuanyu suddenly leaped up and swung the halberd in his hand, smashing straight at Sima Xian's head. Sima Xian's eyes narrowed. The only thing he was afraid of was the attack power of Lan Xuanyu's halberd. Seeing Lan Xuanyu use it a second time, he thought to himself, with his soul power, how long can he sustain this weapon? Instead of fighting head-on, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he swung his dark golden battle axe in the distance. The axe flashed, and in the next instant, he dodged to the side. It was also the direction of Bing Tianliang. He lowered his head and activated his third soul skill, charging straight at Bing Tianliang. Old Bing, catch. Lan Xuanyu's right hand shook and the halberd in his hand shot towards Bing Tianliang. Bing Tianliang's body flashed with lightning as he was about to catch it. However, it was also at this moment that Sima Xian made a strange action. He had already rushed out of his body and one of his legs touched the ground. His entire body tilted and actually drew an arc. Before Bing Tianliang could reach him, he grabbed the halberd with one hand. Bing Tianliang was shocked. The 4th soul ring on his body shone brightly and his entire body turned into a huge ball of lightning that charged straight at Sima Xian. Grabbing the halberd, Sima Xian couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. He had already used his third soul skill. He turned around and used the halberd in his hand to hack at Bing Tianliang. He also wanted to try how strong this powerful weapon that could ignore defense was. This halberd was heavy in his hand, but it felt pretty good to the touch. But in that instant, he didn't feel anything different. And right at this moment, what he didn't see was that Lan Xuanyu, who was behind him, burst forth with a rainbow-colored light. His entire body seemed to have grown taller, and even the golden scales on his body had turned rainbow-colored at this moment. His figure flashed and he rushed behind him. Sima Xian originally thought that Bing Tianliang would definitely dodge the halberd. That was a powerful weapon that ignored defense. Even if he transformed into lightning, he wouldn't be able to block it. However, he did not expect that Bing Tianliang did not dodge. Instead, Bing Tianliang continued to collide head-on. At this moment, the referee in the sky had already made his move. He couldn't just watch as Bing Tianliang was struck to death. Sima Xian also thought that it was time for the teacher to make a move and end Bing Tianliang's chance to continue fighting. Cries of surprise rang out from the spectator stands. However, something that surprised Sima Xian even more happened. The teacher, who was descending from the sky, suddenly stopped and didn't continue attacking. At this moment, the dark blue halberd was about to hit Bing Tianliang. Not good, the teacher made a mistake. Sima Xian turned pale with fright. This was a competition, how could he kill someone? In a hurry, he could only turn the halberd in his hand from a slash to a slap. He only hoped that this slap wouldn't break Bing Tianliang. Boom! Bing Tianliang carried a sky full of lightning as he brazenly collided with the halberd. Sima Xian watched with his mouth agape. The halberd carried a glaring lightning as it was struck towards his body. Not to mention the fact that it didn't display the powerful ability to ignore defense, it was far inferior to his dark gold battle axe. Boom, this time, Bing Tianliang went all out. Although he lacked a soul ring, the explosive power of his fourth soul skill was an important reason why he was able to enter the Shrek Academy. Caught off guard, Sima Xian was struck head-on. He felt his entire body go numb and his one-word battle armor released its strongest protection, but he was still sent flying by the explosion. At this moment, a sense of fear that came from the bottom of his heart came from behind. A familiar voice sounded. You lost. Sima Xian felt a chill on his back and felt a crack on his one-word battle armor. The cold blade swept past, but he didn't feel any pain. Stop. At this moment, the referee in the air shouted. The figures separated. Sima Xian landed on the ground and staggered a few steps before stabilizing himself. The lightning on his body gradually disappeared. He subconsciously touched his back, and what he felt was a crack. He suddenly turned his head. He saw Lan Xuanyu waving his hand and gesturing at him with the dark blue halberd in his hand. He looked at the dark blue halberd in his hand and then looked at the one in his own hand. Sima Xian almost vomited blood from anger. Fake. The halberd in his hand was actually fake. The reason why the referee suddenly stopped was because he saw that Lan Xuanyu, who was charging towards Sima Xian from behind, had an identical halberd in his hand. How could he not understand that Sima Xian had been tricked? The exclamations from the stands weren't because Bing Tianliang might be struck to death, but because they saw that a certain fellow had taken up the real heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. At this moment, Sima Xian felt a tightness in his chest. It wasn't because of the explosion, but because of anger. You, despicable. Sima Xian roared at Lan Xuanyu with righteous indignation. Lan Xuanyu indeed looked as if it was a matter of course. How can you say that, Senior Sima? All is fair in war. Wisdom is also a part of strength. Sima Xian never expected that when he was about to use his trump card to shock the entire audience, he would lose to Lan Xuanyu's schemes. He completely understood now. The first time Lan Xuanyu released the halberd, it was fake. It was just to scare him. What did he mean by throwing the halberd to Bing Tianliang? That was simply a trap. It was a pity that he was actually afraid that Bing Tianliang would really be struck to death. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that he clearly knew that it was fake. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in Sima Xian's hand was naturally forged by Lan Xuanyu according to the appearance of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. On the phone, the reason why Lan Xuanyu was able to release it directly was because it was in Lan Xuanyu's storage bracelet. This was only a weapon, not a soul tool. Lan Xuanyu did not violate the rules of the competition. On the other side, Yuan and Hui Hui was still being chased by the dark golden skeleton king, but he was laughing as he ran. Teacher Xiao, your student is really too bad. The third year's form teacher shouted at Xiaoqi in exasperation. However, Xiaoqi looked relaxed and said, what's wrong with using some tricks when the first years are fighting against the third years? Who told your students to be fooled? It was his own mistake. Could it be that after he obtained that weapon, he still couldn't tell that it wasn't a divine artifact? It's not good to have such a strong mindset. The second year's form teacher, Zhang Yujun, suddenly felt very fortunate. At least his student had lost in terms of combat strength. He looked at the third year's form teacher sympathetically and suddenly felt that the second year's defeat by the first years wasn't that hard to accept. The third years were already roaring angrily and saying things like despicable and shameless. Lan Xuanyu looked indifferent and said indifferently, we lost in the team competition and this time, we lost in our battle armor. Let's go, brothers. The competition ended. In the second year skipping challenge, the first years defeated the powerful dark golden skeleton king, Sima Xian, who had used all his trump cards and won. Boss, you're really... Qianlei hugged Lan Xuanyu and laughed out loud. That's great. It's too satisfying. I looked at Sima Xian's expression, why is he so happy? Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes and said, low-key, do you understand? In the future, I'll forge a heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd for each of you as a souvenir. The first years were already cheering. The first years had won 2 matches in a row. Not only were their cohesion stronger, but they were also more imposing. Challenging someone of a higher grade and ultimately defeating the 6th years didn't seem to be something impossible, on the spectator stand, the honest-looking young man slowly stood up, touched his chin, and smiled foolishly. Interesting, this little junior brother is quite interesting. That's great. I like smart people like you. Without a doubt, at this moment, the arena had become a sea of joy, at least for the first years. Winning 2 matches in a row made this batch of first years the dazzling stars of Shrek Academy. One had to realize that on this occasion, there were no longer any restrictions on the use of battle armor, both sides were going all out in this match. Moreover, Sima Xian's combat strength was not inferior to Tang Yuga's. He definitely represented the highest level of the third years. However, Sima Xian still lost. Although he lost aggrievedly, he still lost. Without violating the rules, Lan Xuanyu had led his companions to defeat him. This was the best proof of their strength. At this moment, the most excited person was undoubtedly Lan Xuanyu, because only he knew what he would gain from this match. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the return of the first years wasn't too high. Even so, excluding the investment, he still obtained a total of 50 purple emblems in this match. Coupled with his previous gains, he had 75 purple emblems. Not to mention the first years, even the entire third years wouldn't have so many emblems. After leaving the competition venue, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly bid farewell to his teammates and ran to the Academy's logistics center. Including the 75 purple emblems he had thrown in, he had to get back more than 100 purple emblems. He wondered if the logistics center had so many emblems. Reality proved that the Shrek Academy's logistics center was still very strong. Seeing Lan Xuanyu put the stacks of purple emblems into his storage bracelet, the staff member of the logistics center revealed a look of envy and jealousy. This kid was too rich. Not to mention buying resources to make a one-word battle armor, he was more than enough to buy resources to make a two-word battle armor. After putting away all the purple emblems, Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief. The moment he walked out of the logistics center, he felt refreshed and carefree. At this moment, he saw a young man who looked very simple and honest-looking at him with a smile. Lan Xuanyu's first reaction was to tense up. He couldn't help but be nervous. Because he was carrying a huge sum of money. However, this nervousness only lasted for a moment. After all, this was Shrek Academy. Hello, Lan Xuanyu. Congratulations on your victory today. The young man with a face full of smiles walked over and welcomed Lan Xuanyu. Are you a teacher of the academy? Lan Xuanyu looked at his appearance and asked respectfully. The young man's expression was a little stiff as he thought to himself, am I that old? That's not important. I seem to have seen you gain a lot just now, so I want to give you some advice. Lan Xuanyu's relaxed nerves suddenly tensed up again. He subconsciously took a step back and blocked his storage bracelet with his right hand. He asked warily, what do you mean? The young man rubbed his nose and said, what are you nervous about? I'm not going to steal your emblems. This is Shrek Academy, and I'm not that kind of person. I just want to remind you that since you've obtained so many emblems, you have to invest to obtain more emblems. And? Lan Xuanyu frowned. What do you mean? The young man said, our academy's exchange center has a special exchange area that is open to teachers and students with more than 30 purple emblems. There are some rare good things inside that are very beneficial for increasing one's strength. If you're interested, you can go take a look and you'll naturally understand what I mean. I look forward to your performance in the next match. After saying that, he waved at Lan Xuanyu and turned to leave. WeChat, provided by Ultimate Douluo forum. It wasn't until his figure disappeared that Lan Xuanyu relaxed. Did this teacher specially come to remind me? Could it be that the dean asked him to remind me to pay attention to self-control and not be too competitive? Or does he want me to become stronger so that I can go further in the competition? Even if I don't go to the ceremony, I've already gained a lot through this competition. However, today's match had given him a wake-up call. The seniors weren't so easy to deal with. The difference in strength between one year and another was like heaven and earth. The day after tomorrow, they would be facing a fourth-year opponent, a six-ring senior. Who knew what kind of secret abilities the fourth year's outstanding talent had? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu heard the voice from before. By the way, Xianyu, I have to remind you that there is a watershed between the fourth and third years. You will be facing completely different opponents. Lan Xuanyu was shocked and hurriedly looked around, but he didn't see the figure of the young man from before. This voice clearly came from a very far place. He couldn't help but sigh, as expected of an academy teacher, he's so strong. There's a watershed between the 4th and 3rd years? What does this mean? Looks like I have to ask Teacher Xiao. Returning to the dormitory, Lan Xuanyu spread out his 100 or so purple emblems in a large area in the meditation room, and then used the Soul Communicator's photo function to take a photo. Lan Xuanyu even thought that if he put this photo in the exchange center with the title, "How much wealth does the richest man in the outer court have?" would it attract many people to spend money to see it? He wanted to look at the whole page, please search 100 times, but considering that it wasn't good to flaunt his wealth, he decided not to do so. Should he return the emblems now? After returning the 50 purple emblems from the Blacksmith Association, he still had more than 70 purple emblems. However, he wasn't too anxious. After all, the return on investment from the Blacksmith Association wasn't high. It was about 5 yellow emblems a month. This was definitely an investment with the purpose of helping him. What moved him more was the suggestion made by the honest-looking teacher from before. Special exchange office? What could be there? Could it help us improve our strength even faster? Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and decided to take a look. He didn't inform his teammates. After all, no one knew that he had so many emblems. He would go and broaden his horizons first before talking about anything else. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu put away his emblems and went straight to the exchange center. The exchange center was never lacking in students and teachers. Lan Xuanyu walked into the exchange center with his head lowered. He looked around and then came to the information desk. Behind the information desk sat a young and beautiful female student. She was wearing a green school uniform and looked to be 16 or 17 years old. "Hello, senior, I would like to inquire about something," Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. His big eyes were clear and bright, and his beautiful face still had a hint of childishness. He was very likable. "What do you want to ask?" The female student stood up and asked with a smile. When she stood up, Lan Xuanyu realized that she wasn't short. She was half a head taller than him, at least 1.75 meters tall. "I heard that our exchange center has a special exchange office. I want to go there and take a look, but I don't know where it is." Lan Xuanyu quickly explained his purpose for coming. The female student was stunned for a moment and said, "Special exchange office? There's a threshold for entry. You have to show proof of your assets and be recognized by the academy before you can enter. Moreover, you have to be approved." Lan Xuanyu frowned. "Is it that troublesome?" "Yes. Because the items exchanged at the special exchange office were very precious, the academy had a clear rule regarding this. It will take 7 working days to complete the approval process, and you will also need to provide proof of your assets." Lan Xuanyu was speechless. 7 working days? 7 working days later, the competition should be over. "You only need a yellow badge, and you can use my qualifications to enter and find good things suitable for you." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu turned around and immediately saw a familiar face. Wasn't it the simple and honest-looking teacher that he had just met? Lan Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. He finally understood the other party's meaning. It turned out that he was waiting for him to use his qualifications, and he wanted a yellow emblem. "Teacher, is it really okay for you to do this? Earning money from students, doesn't your heart hurt?" Lan Xuanyu said angrily, then turned around and left. Although Lan Xuanyu was now considered a tycoon in the outer court, he couldn't spend money recklessly. A yellow badge was not cheap. It could buy 10 liters of Sea God Lake water. 3 of them could go to Sea God Lake to cultivate once. Seeing Lan Xuanyu leave in a hurry, the honest youth was helpless and said, "I didn't expect this little junior brother to be so stingy." The female student behind the information desk said angrily, "Doesn't your conscience hurt? Do you need to earn money from your junior brother?" The honest youth smiled bitterly and said, "Dear, that's because you don't know the situation. This kid is probably richer than me now." The female student was stunned for a moment and said, "It can't be? By the way, why did he call you teacher?" The honest youth touched his nose and said, maybe it's a misunderstanding. That female student suddenly giggled and said, you're saying you're old, right? And you're not wearing a school uniform, no wonder. The honest youth pretended to be angry and said, you won't have any friends like this. The female student snorted and said, if you don't have any friends, then you don't have any. Go. I was wrong. The honest youth immediately went forward to curry favor. I worked so hard to earn money, isn't it to give you a good life in the future? Dear, I was wrong. Why don't you punish me? Do you see over there? The door is over there, get out yourself. Lan Xuanyu didn't leave the exchange center, but walked to the door and dialed a number. He was smart. He didn't have the qualifications, and it would take a week to apply. It was obviously too late, but someone else had the qualifications. And it was someone who would never ask him for money. Teacher, we won today. As soon as the communication was connected, Lan Xuanyu said happily. Well, it's good to win. How was the process? Tang Zhenhua's lazy voice came. Lan Xuanyu could tell that this person seemed to be drinking again. Except during class, this sloppy teacher didn't seem to be very reliable. Teacher, it's like this. I found an investment in the Blacksmiths Association and used the rare metals I got from the last final exam as collateral. I want to see if there's anything suitable to improve my strength at the exchange center. I heard that there's a special exchange center here, but I'm not qualified to go in. Can you take me in to have a look? Investment? You're quite quick-witted. That's right, investing is a good thing. They can't do anything if you don't return it. Tang Zhenhua's voice became excited. Lan Xuanyu was speechless, thinking, is it really good for you to teach me like this? Teacher, then what do you think, where are you? Tang Zhenhua asked. Right at the entrance of the exchange center. Lan Xuanyu quickly replied. Okay, then wait for me there. I'll go over now. Tang Zhenhua's emotions seemed to have been stirred up. Was the power of the word investment so great? Lan Xuanyu suspected that this teacher of his had done something like failing in investment and losing all his money. At this moment, the honest young man walked out with a frown and glanced at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu also looked at him and felt that the way he looked at him seemed to have some bad intentions. Even if the deal doesn't work out, we'll still be friends. We'll meet again. Next time, I don't think you'll reject me. The honest young man smiled at him and strode away. This teacher is really a bit strange. Until now, Lan Xuanyu still felt that this was a teacher. Not long after, Tang Zhenhua appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. Sure enough, when he got closer, Lan Xuanyu could clearly smell the scent of alcohol on him. Teacher. Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully. Come with me. Tang Zhenhua walked into the exchange center. He didn't stay in the lobby and went straight to the elevator inside. There were many elevators in the exchange center. He took Lan Xuanyu to the innermost part and stopped in front of an inconspicuous black elevator. He took out a black card and swiped it on the side. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. WeChat, provided by Ultimate Douluo Forum. Lan Xuanyu followed Tang Zhenhua into the elevator. There were no buttons in the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt the elevator begin to rise. Tang Zhenhua said, I haven't been here for some time. If you really want to buy something good, you really have to come here. Although the prices are very high, they are all worth it. Oh, right, tell me what you want to buy later, don't say it here. I'll buy it for you later, you just have to give me the badge. Teachers and inner court students have a discount. If outer court students buy it directly, not only will it be the original price, but there will also be an additional handling fee. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Why is it so unfair? Tang Zhenhua glanced at him and said, because this is the core resource of the academy. Relatively speaking, it's only internal and not external. Outer court disciples aren't considered true internal members of Shrek Academy. Only those who enter the inner court are considered. Therefore, such precious resources naturally can't be given out easily. Generally speaking, very few outer court disciples would come here. Speaking of which, how much did you borrow to give you the confidence to come here? Let me help you analyze what you can buy. 50 purple emblems, Lan Xuanyu said honestly. He didn't dare to say that he had won a lot. After all, gambling wasn't something to be proud of, especially for someone his age. How much? Tang Zhenhua's voice instantly rose a few notches. 50 purple emblems. Lan Xuanyu repeated. Tang Zhenhua's mouth twitched. Do you know how much my annual salary is? Lan Xuanyu shook his head curiously. Tang Zhenhua said, without special allowances and subsidies, it's only 10 purple emblems. You brat, you actually borrowed 5 years of my salary. How many rare medals did you get for your final exam? Lan Xuanyu said, just rare medals might not be worth so much. But I proved to the Blacksmith Association that I have the ability to perform first-grade 1,000 refinements, so they were willing to loan me. First-grade 1,000 refinements? 4th-rank blacksmith? How many days have you been learning forging? Tang Zhenhua suddenly realized that he didn't seem to recognize the student anymore. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head. Teacher, if I say that I'm talented, would you believe me? I would. Tang Zhenhua suddenly felt a little powerless. Not only was Ing Luohong and he fancied him, but even the big shots of the inner court were paying attention to this kid. What was there not to believe if he said that he was talented? Ding. At this moment, the elevator door opened and they arrived. Lan Xuanyu followed Tang Zhenhua out of the elevator and was greeted by a glass wall. Through the glass wall, they could see the outside. Only then did Lan Xuanyu realize that they seemed to have reached the top floor of the exchange center. The field of vision was very wide. The special exchange office turned out to be on the top floor of the exchange center. It was indeed different. Not far ahead, there was a sofa area. The sofa made of velvet fabric looked very comfortable. At this moment, a young girl walked over. She looked to be in her 20s, and the most eye-catching thing about her was her red school uniform. The red uniform represented the inner courtyard. There was no doubt that she was a senior from the inner court. Hello, little Ing. Long time no see, Tang Zhenhua replied with a smile. Please take a seat. Do you need anything today? Xiaoying asked with a polite smile. Tang Zhenhua said, I don't have any special needs. This is my student and probably my last disciple. I brought him here to have a look and experience it. While you're at it, help him apply for an entry card here. Alright, please wait a moment. I'll fill in the form for junior brother. Hello, junior brother. My name is Tang Ying. The young girl greeted Lan Xuanyu. Although she was not as beautiful as the senior sister he saw downstairs, she was very amiable. Hello, senior sister. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly greeted her politely. His good looks immediately won her a smile. He was really good looking. His skin was pink and fair, not much worse than a girl's. It was too easy for him to give others a good impression. Tang Ying invited Tang Zhenhua and Lan Xuanyu to rest here before turning around to leave. Not long after, she returned with a document and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Junior brother, please fill in this form. Your basic information is in the school's database. But the main reason you came to the special exchange office is to prove that you have enough emblems to spend here. The special exchange office has its own rules. Let me introduce them to you. First of all, to obtain the qualifications to enter this place, you need to have 30 purple emblems, after deducting your debts. I just checked the records and it shows that you have a loan of 50 purple emblems from the Blacksmith Association. So, you need to prove to us that you have 30 purple emblems other than these 50 purple emblems. Of course, with Teacher Tang as your guarantor, it shouldn't be a problem. Secondly, the special exchange office has an additional requirement, which is that the annual expenditure here cannot be less than 15 purple emblems. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. But if you can enter the inner court in the future, this requirement won't exist. Inner court disciples don't need any qualifications and can come to the special exchange office to spend. Of course, they usually don't come here. Most of them will exchange at the special exchange office in Eternal Sky City. Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood. No wonder he rarely saw seniors from the inner court at the exchange center. It turned out that there was also a branch of the exchange center in Eternal Sky City. The information was very simple. After filling it out, Lan Xuanyu asked, Senior sister, can I just show you the number of emblems I have? Tang Ying nodded. This is the simplest way. Okay. Lan Xuanyu began to take out stacks of purple emblems from his storage bracelet. Under Tang Zhenhua's shocked gaze, 80 purple emblems quickly appeared in front of him and Tang Ying. Tang Ying couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior, you're really rich." Tang Zhenhua asked in surprise, "Where did you get the extra 30 emblems?" Lan Xuanyu coughed. "I earned it, teacher." Tang Zhenhua glared at him in confusion. He had originally planned to borrow 30 purple emblems or equivalent resources to help him exchange for this qualification. He didn't expect this kid to take it out directly. It wasn't appropriate for him to ask further here. The following procedures weren't complicated. They only needed to wait for 7 working days for the examination. "Teacher Tang, shall I bring you and Junior around now?" Tang Ying asked Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua nodded and said, "Let's go. I haven't been here in a long time. Let's go take a look. The two of you, please follow me." Tang Ying gestured for them to follow and led the way. After passing through a silver-white metal door, Lan Xuanyu felt the scenery before him suddenly become clear. They directly entered a hall. In the hall, there were silver-white pillars that were about 1.5 meters tall. On each pillar, there was a projection of light. This was a 3-dimensional projection, and all sorts of items were displayed on it. Of course, they weren't real objects, just light projections. This is the display area of the Special Exchange Office. These are all the items we can sell to the public. There will be updates from time to time. All members who can enter the Special Exchange Office will receive a notification from us when the items are updated, Tang Ying introduced. In fact, the Special Exchange Office in the Outer Courts Exchange Center was more for the teachers. There were also some senior Outer Court students who could use it. Just as Tang Zhenhua had said, if there wasn't a high-level teacher, the Outer Court students would have to spend more emblems to exchange for various resources here. However, some exchanges were already a form of reward and encouragement for the Outer Court students. Especially for the senior students who had contributed to the academy. Lan Xuanyu felt that the illusory light projections were very novel. There were hundreds of pillars here, which meant that there were hundreds of items that could be exchanged. Originally, he thought that the items exchanged here would be more precious heaven and earth treasures, but he soon discovered that this wasn't the case. Because the first thing he saw was actually a soul tool, single source core, small, could be used as the core reactor for mechas below the purple rank. Its power was extraordinary, and it could support short-distance interstellar flight kinetic energy. This was the first pillar that Lan Xuanyu saw. There was only a ball of light on it, a ball of white light. It looked about the size of a fist, and there was clearly a metal structure inside. However, because of the intense light, the internal structure was covered. Single source core, Lan Xuanyu obviously knew about this. This was the result of an epoch-making research in the history of soul devices. This research result came from Tangmen and Shrek Academy. It was later hailed as the foundation theory of modern interstellar navigation kinetic energy. It was precisely because of this research result that a very small thing could carry a lot of energy. Interstellar spaceships had enough power, and later on, there were space battleships. This research appeared about 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years of continuous refinement and improvement, the single-source core was now very safe and reliable, and it was even more powerful. Almost all the power cores inside space battleships were built on it. With the single-source core as the foundation, there were now multi-body, group, array source cores, and so on, which were used in various aspects. After the appearance of the array source core, there were today's space battleships. At that time, scientists began to research in reverse and continued to invest a lot of resources in research and development of single-source cores. This was because the more energy a single-source core could hold, the smaller it was, the more energy an array source core could hold. Without a doubt, this should be the latest generation of single-source cores. If used on a purple mecha, it could become an interstellar mecha, and its energy level was undoubtedly extremely high. The price was marked below, 2 purple emblems. Not expensive. Lan Xuanyu thought in his heart. If his classmates were here and knew what he was thinking, they would probably duel him. 2 purple emblems weren't expensive? 2 purple emblems could buy the resources needed to make a set of one-word battle armor, Tang Zhenhua said. The single source core is a very good thing. In this area, our academy and Tongmen's joint research team is the most advanced in the entire Federation. Don't look at how expensive it is, it's really not bad. It's enough to support a black mecha. Lan Xuanyu nodded repeatedly and said, Teacher, when do you think I can make my own mecha? Tang Zhenhua glanced at him and said, We'll talk about it when you can meet my requirements. In my heart, mechas and battle armors are actually no different. They are both a part of our body. Whether it's battle armors or mechas, they have to be compatible with us soul masters. Therefore, you need to make them when your own abilities are fixed. Battle armors can be improved as the user improves, but it's very difficult for mechas to do that. Unless all the materials used were divine-grade metals, but that was obviously impossible. So, rather than wasting resources, why not wait until you have a deeper understanding of mecha? The current standard mechs are enough for you to practice. Right, from next week onwards, I will give you an additional mecha combat lesson. The lesson will be held in the simulation pod. Lan Xuanyu felt that he had said too much. He was already swamped with work right now, and now he had to add another mecha combat class. More importantly, he felt that the mecha combat class Tang Zhenhua was talking about should be a little different from the classes he usually attended. He was experienced in piloting soul guidance warships. Tang Ying covered her mouth and chuckled. Junior brother, you should be happy. Teacher Tang is the authority in the field of mecha in our academy. Whether it's making mecha or piloting mecha, few people can compare to him. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. The authority of the academy? Including the inner yard, Tang Zhenhua clearly guessed what he was thinking and his expression suddenly changed because there weren't many people in the inner yard who researched mechas. He was the authority, but his resources weren't enough to make that kind of top-notch mecha, such as the one that destroyed the Red Skull pirates not long ago. Lan Xuanyu continued to walk forward and looked at the item on the second pillar. It was an ink-colored bone that emitted a faint black mist. It was a leg bone, and there was a note below, 1000-year phantasmal leopard's right leg bone. After a detailed appraisal, it was confirmed that it contained the core soul skill of the phantasmal leopard, phantasmal shadow. It could instantly transform into an individual that looked the same as the main body and had 30% of the main body's attack power. The duration varied from person to person and was no less than 15 minutes. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. This was a rare good item. Although the 1000-year level wasn't particularly strong, the soul skill it came with was really too awesome. With a clone with 30% of the main body's combat power, the tactics that could be evolved during the competition would definitely be varied. What a good item! WeChat, provided by the ultimate Douluo bar, however, when he saw the price below, his expression changed, 5 purple emblems. A purple emblem was worth 2 million Federation coins, which was 10 million Federation coins. It's not expensive, soul bones are the most scarce resource to begin with. Tang Zhenhua glanced at him and said indifferently, however, it's better not to consider the 1000-year soul bone. You have to take a long-term view in this regard, because although the soul bone can also evolve after fusing with the body, it's much more difficult than the evolution of a soul ring. It will consume a lot of your energy and resources, so it's better to directly use a 10,000-year soul bone after you have enough funds. As for a 100,000-year soul bone, there aren't any here. You can take a look when you enter the inner court in the future. But that thing needs to be exchanged for with a red emblem. Just think about it, don't take it seriously. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that he was still that poor guy. What was a red emblem? As they continued forward, Lan Xuanyu's attention was immediately attracted by a large light. It was an arm. To be precise, it was a mechanical arm with precise and complicated metal parts and many magic patterns. The implanted right arm can replace the right arm. It's made of spirit-refined metal and can be connected to the body's nerves. It's no different from a normal arm when controlled. It's equipped with a 6-barreled heavy cannon, an overclocking oscillating saber. Such a mechanical arm was actually equipped with 6 to 7 weapons. Just seeing its name was enough to make one feel fear. Implant, equipment directly implanted into the body to replace the right arm? The Shrek Academy actually had such a thing. Tang Zhenhua saw Lan Xuanyu's surprise and said in a deep voice, there are many different opinions about implants in the scientific world. Supporters believe that this is the focus of the next stage of soul tool development. It is the perfect product of the true combination of the human body and soul tool, and can even be compared to battle armors. Initially, implants were mainly used on disabled people to allow them to have the same abilities as able-bodied people, but it quickly developed towards combat. The arm you see is a high-grade implant. Spirit refined metal already has a certain degree of vitality, and it's extremely effective when used on implants. If it's an implant made of divine rank metal, it can even turn into a normal limb at any time. You won't be able to tell the difference between it and a normal limb, but it comes with powerful combat strength. In the eyes of opponents, the appearance of implants and the development of modern artificial intelligence technology makes them worry that advanced artificial intelligence will appear in the future, which in turn poses a threat to humans. At the same time, implants replace a part of the human body. There are many ethical questions about whether most of these modified people are still considered real humans. Lan Xuanyu said, "From the looks of it, implants are meaningless to our academy, right?" Tang Zhenhua glanced at him and said, "No, on the contrary, it's very meaningful to us." The academy has also done a lot of research in this area, including how implants are combined with battle armors, how they are combined with mechas, how some disabled students can recover their combat strength through implants, and even increase their combat strength. Disabled student? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Want, free, view, full, version, please, 100, do, search. Tang Zhenhua glanced at him. You'll know in the future. Lan Xuanyu was a little confused. Would Shrek Academy have disabled students? What he didn't notice was that when Tang Zhenhua was explaining this to him, Tang Ying's expression was clearly a little lonely. The words disabled student seemed to have touched her quite a bit. If it's a normal person, our academy naturally doesn't recommend him to use implants. Continue reading, you don't need to think too much about implants for the time being. What I can tell you is that the development of implants is very fast. Continuing forward, Lan Xuanyu finally saw some heaven and earth treasures. All of them were at the 10,000-year level, and many of them were very precious. Of course, the price was also, here, he didn't see anything with a price lower than a purple emblem. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu discovered that the further in he went, the higher the value of the items. For example, the 10,000-year torso bone came from a 10,000-year ground fire python. The ground fire python had cultivated for 10,000 years and already had the ability of a flood dragon. It was powerful and had astonishing defensive power. Its torso bone was the best of the best, suitable for fire attribute soul masters. It could greatly enhance one's control over fire elements and origin power, and at the same time, it was beneficial to one's bloodline. For soul masters who were suitable for this item, it was very useful. Good stuff. The price was also very high. The price of 25 purple emblems shocked Lan Xuanyu. The ground fire python was actually a subdragon. Lan Xuanyu himself also had the fire attribute, and pythons were similar to his blue-silver grass. To be honest, he was really tempted when he saw this torso bone. It would definitely be of great help to him. The only pity was that his elemental control wasn't limited to the fire attribute. If he only increased the fire element, what about the other elements? He didn't know what kind of soul skills he would have after he improved in the future. Therefore, this ground fire python's torso bone wasn't completely compatible with him. Speaking of who it was suitable for, perhaps it was most suitable for Lin Donghui. He was a pure fire element controller, so this thing would probably be of the greatest help to him. But, 25 purple emblems. A 10,000-year soul bone was much more expensive than a 1,000-year soul bone. You think it's expensive? Furthermore, this was only a minority 10,000-year soul bone. If it was suitable for most soul masters, it would be even more expensive. There aren't any 100,000-year soul bones here. Otherwise, the price would be truly frightening. Tang Zhenhua treated the special exchange office like a classroom. Every time he saw something, he would explain it to Lan Xuanyu and teach him the relevant knowledge. Along the way, Lan Xuanyu felt like his horizons had been broadened. The more he walked in, the more he felt that his badges were really nothing. 100,000-year-old purple immortal Lingji is the king of Lingji. It has a mild nature and its effects last for a long time. Because of its lazy spirituality, it did not transform into a soul beast. However, it was also because of this that all of its spiritual energy was contained within, making it a rare heavenly treasure. Consuming it can increase the potential of any soul master. It's a treasure that can strengthen one's foundation and nurture one's soul. It can repair any injuries sustained during cultivation and make one's body more resilient. 100,000-year-old immortal herb. This was 100,000-year heavenly treasure. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu felt like he was about to drool. Teacher, how is this? Lan Xuanyu asked excitedly. Of course it's a good thing. Tang Zhenhua said somewhat helplessly, and it's not an ordinary good thing. It's second only to those 100,000-year soul beasts that have already developed spiritual awareness. A heavenly treasure of this level can even transform into a human form and possess powerful strength. It's almost impossible for us soul masters to consume it. We can only communicate with it and try to persuade it to become a spirit soul. However, this purple immortal Lingji is especially lazy and doesn't even have the thought of awakening its spiritual awareness. Its spiritual energy has reached the peak. The effect is especially good when you're breaking through. Not only can you smoothly break through, but you can also quickly stabilize your realm. It's a rare good thing. Its only problem is that although it can stimulate one's potential, the effect won't last for too long. It's only about a year. In other words, if you eat it, your cultivation speed will be twice as fast for about a year. However, after a year, its effect will disappear. It's good to strengthen one's foundation, but compared to its price, it's not very cost-effective. It's not as good as those heavenly treasures that can improve special abilities. For example, the piercing autumn dew can allow cultivators to quickly cultivate the Tongmen's purple demon eyes to the 3rd stage, and it can also greatly increase their soul power. This purple immortal Lingji has a special use, which is why it appeared here. Twice the cultivation speed in a year, causing one's meridians to become tough and strengthening one's foundation. After listening to Tang Zhenhua's explanation, Lan Xuanyu felt that this thing was useless. As for the price, it was definitely terrifying, 30 purple emblems. Teacher Tang, you can't say that. After consuming the purple immortal Lingji, one's meridians will become tough and they will be able to withstand stronger soul power impacts. For soul masters, the benefits are still very great and there won't be the danger of qi deviation. In other words, soul masters below god rank won't go berserk after consuming it, Tang Ying couldn't help but say. 30 purple emblems seemed very expensive, but if this thing was placed in the outside world, it would be far more than this. Lan Xuanyu asked, Senior sister, to what extent can the purple immortal Lingji toughen the meridians? Tang Ying said, I'm not too sure either. But the teacher in charge of managing heavenly treasures in the inner court said that with the purple immortal Lingji, it's impossible for one to go berserk. It's a heavenly treasure that can make one's meridians tough. Tang Zhenhua said, a soul master's meridians will become tougher and tougher as their cultivation increases. Without it, when your cultivation is high enough, the toughness of your meridians will also be very high. When you cultivate to the level of a tidal Douluo, the toughness of your meridians will be about the same as eating it. From his tone, one could tell that he wasn't particularly interested in this 100,000-year-old purple immortal Lingji. Lan Xuanyu said, then conversely, can this 100,000-year-old purple immortal Lingji allow a soul master's meridians to reach the level of a tidal Douluo? Tang Zhenhua nodded and said, that's right, that's more or less the case. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said to Tang Ying, Senior sister, I want this 100,000-year-old purple immortal Lingji. Tang Ying was stunned. Although those who could enter and leave this place were all rich people, the purple immortal Lingji was almost the treasure of the outer court's special exchange office. It wasn't without reason that no one exchanged it for it after so long. Just as Tang Zhenhua had said, its cost-performance ratio wasn't too high. WeChat, provided by Ultimate Douluo Bar. Tang Zhenhua looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise and surprisingly didn't stop him. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly added, no, it's not me who wants it, it's my teacher who wants it. I remember that something went wrong during teacher's cultivation last time and his meridians were damaged. Teacher, I think you deserve it. Emblems can be earned again, but your body is your own. As Lan Xuanyu spoke, he revealed an innocent smile to Tang Zhenhua. Looking at Lan Xuanyu's smile, Tang Zhenhua really wanted to slap him. This stinking brat clearly wanted to use his teacher's name to buy it at a discount, but he made it sound so dignified and even said his meridians were damaged. He really didn't want his teacher to give him something good, but who asked him to be his disciple? Tang Zhenhua coughed and said, "Isn't this too extravagant?" Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, "Teacher, you can't say that. Emblems can only reflect their value after spending them. If you don't have enough emblems, I can lend you some." Tang Zhenhua snorted. Tang Ying looked at this pair of master and disciple. How could she not understand what was going on? But in this aspect, the academy had always been lax, and it could be considered a benefit enjoyed by students with powerful teachers. Not all the teachers in the outer court were qualified to come here, because not all of them were so rich. For example, Xiaoqi definitely couldn't obtain the qualifications to enter this place. "Teacher Tang, what do you think?" Tang Ying asked. Tang Zhenhua said, "All right, on account of my students' filial piety, I'll buy it. I'll keep the emblems anyway." Tang Ying's eyes lit up and she said, "Okay, thank you, Teacher Tang, and thank you, Junior, for your patronage." She was really happy. She had a commission for doing sales here. 30 purple emblems, and her commission was at least 3 yellow emblems. In such a short period of time, she had earned 3 yellow emblems. Her speed was definitely fast. Therefore, this job at the special exchange office was actually a lucrative one. Even in the inner court, not everyone could snatch this job. "Teacher Tang, Jr., please wait a moment. I'll calculate Teacher Tang's discount price first, and at the same time, ask the teachers in the inner court to send the 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma over." After saying this, Tang Ying hurriedly left, as if she was afraid that the master and disciple would regret it. As soon as Tang Ying left, Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but frown. "What are you thinking? Didn't I tell you that this purple immortal Ganoderma isn't worth much?" Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, "Teacher, first of all, it can allow me to cultivate twice as fast in a year. You also know that my soul power cultivation speed is the slowest among the first years. Everyone's average cultivation is now at 4ing, and I'm still quite a distance away from 4ing. Furthermore, with my soul power, it will be more difficult for me to break through. Also, the purple immortal Ganoderma can strengthen my meridians, which is what I value the most. To others, its price-performance ratio isn't high, but to me, it's still not bad." Tang Zhenhua was stunned for a moment. He was also a smart person, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teach students like Yin Tianfan and Lan Xuanyu. Tang Zhenhua asked, "You mean, because your life energy affinity is high?" Lan Xuanyu chuckled and didn't say anything. He knew that his teacher already understood. If his meridians were as strong as a tidal Douluo, then how much life energy could he take away from Sea God Lake? It was equivalent to the energy a tidal Douluo's body could withstand. When will he become a tidal Douluo? During this period of time, as long as he continued to cultivate at the Sea God's Lake, he would be able to make a profit. From an investment point of view, this was definitely worth it. Moreover, it also had the effect of consolidating one's foundation and stimulating one's potential. Therefore, after Lan Xuanyu looked around, he realized that there was nothing more suitable for him than the 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma. Although it was very expensive, he was very rich now. After buying it, after deducting the investment, he still had more than 40 purple emblems left. "By the way, teacher, someone told me today that there will be a big difference between the 4th and 3rd years. The day after tomorrow, we'll be facing our 4th-year opponents. Can you tell us what's different about the 4th years?" Lan Xuanyu suddenly thought of the honest young man's words. Tang Zhenhua narrowed his eyes and looked at him meaningfully. "Find the answer yourself in the competition. All I can tell you is to be extra careful." Lan Xuanyu was speechless and even more curious, because Tang Zhenhua's words were equivalent to confirming the honest young man's words from before. The 4th years clearly had a trump card. Lan Xuanyu didn't know what this trump card was, and this made him wary. "All right, let's go. We'll come back to get it after they send the things over." Tang Zhenhua felt a little heartache for Lan Xuanyu after spending so many purple emblems. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Teacher, how much discount can you get?" Tang Zhenhua said, 15%. Lan Xuanyu was a little disappointed. "So little discount?" I thought it would be at least 50% or 40%. Tang Zhenhua said in annoyance, what do you think the things here are? Cabbages? And 50% or 40%? 15% is already the lowest discount the outer court can get. The cost of these things is even more than the discounted price. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, Teacher, wait for me for a while. I'll choose a few more things. As he spoke, he ran out. Lan Xuanyu's memory was very good. He basically remembered everything he had seen before, especially the things that he paid attention to. He wanted to confirm the use of these things again. Of course, he wasn't here to buy things for himself this time. If he wanted to defeat the fourth years and go further, the entire team needed to improve. He had already thought about it before the competition. If he succeeded, he would share the profits with his teammates. If he lost, he would slowly repay it himself. This was his confidence after gaining the ability to forge. He had already noticed some good things that could help his teammates improve their strength, and they wouldn't affect their future cultivation. Since he had money now and there was a discount with his teacher, he decided to buy them quickly. Soon, Lan Xuanyu returned. At this moment, Tanging also returned. Lan Xuanyu told Tanging a series of names and serial numbers of the items. When Tanging recorded all the things he wanted and calculated the total price, her face suddenly became a little ugly. Junior brother, this isn't good. You want so much at once, and you even want to use Teacher Tang's discount. We'll really lose a lot. Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, It's not me who wants it, it's Teacher who wants it. I'm just helping Teacher take a look. Senior, this isn't against the rules, right? Tanging was helpless. Tang Zhenhua came forward and asked, How much did he buy? Tanging smiled bitterly. A total of 72 purple emblems. Teacher Tang, are you sure? This matter will definitely be reported to the inner court. After all, the amount is too big. Tang Zhenhua looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise and asked, Are you having a fever? You bought so much at once, can you use it yourself? Don't make up for it. Most of the items Lan Xuanyu chose were heaven and earth treasures. Tang Zhenhua glanced at the screen and could tell. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, It's not all for me, there are also some for my companions. Teacher, I definitely won't buy them randomly, don't worry. 72 purple emblems. After a 15% discount, it was 61. 2 purple emblems. This amount was definitely huge, but Lan Xuanyu felt that it was worth it. The emblems that he won through guessing were not that painful to spend. Moreover, by spending these emblems, he had obtained some very useful resources. After Tang Zhenhua confirmed with Lan Xuanyu a few times, he couldn't help but think to himself, it's really a new generation replacing the old. Although his other students were also adventurous, they were much more cautious than this kid in front of him. Launching a surprise attack was often built on the basis of being cautious and careful and seeking confirmation from multiple parties. Although Lan Xuanyu was also good at launching surprise attacks and did well, he was much more willing to take risks than the other students. At the very least, he was definitely the only person in the outer court who spent so much money. After signing and confirming that these things would be sent to the special exchange office tomorrow, Lan Xuanyu and Tang Zhenhua walked out of the exchange center. The moment he walked out, he finally felt his heart ache because he had spent too much. He counted out 62 purple emblems and handed them to his teacher. When he paid, he wanted to erase the 0. 2 purple emblems, but Tanging firmly disagreed. Lan Xuanyu calculated his assets and found that he still had 65 purple emblems that he could use, including the investment funds and what he had left. Tang Zhenhua looked at him deeply and said, Kid, you have to have a stable mentality, understand? Actually, I think it's time for you to experience the shock of defeat. Things are going a little too smoothly for you. Ever since he came to the academy, he had been first in the first years. Later on, he defeated the third years and became the first year's number 1. And in this competition, he won consecutively. More than a semester added up to less than a year's time. Lan Xuanyu's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly for him. Especially when he saw Lan Xuanyu spending so many emblems today, Tang Zhenhua's heart ached. He felt that there was something wrong with this kid's mentality. Lan Xuanyu grinned. Teacher, is it really okay for you to curse your student like this? Even if you fail, you can't pay a painful price, right? Besides, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. It's precisely because of this expenditure that your student will have greater benefits in the future. He was still very satisfied with the 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma. Tomorrow night, he decided to go to see God Lake to cultivate and accumulate more life energy. However, he was not in a hurry to consume the purple immortal Ganoderma. He would eat it when he broke through to Foring. It would definitely be much easier to break through the bottleneck of Foring. This was an increase in potential. It shouldn't be the kind of spoiling with the help of a divine artifact like Teacher Nana said. Since he couldn't use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to assist in his breakthrough, it shouldn't be a problem to use heaven and earth treasures, right? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel excited at the thought that breaking through to Foring wouldn't be too much of a problem. Tang Zhenhua snorted. Prepare your mecha for actual combat. After this competition is over, your course will begin. Teacher will personally guide you and let you fully experience the mysteries of the mecha world. Lan Xuanyu said awkwardly, Teacher, the failure you mentioned just now, it can't be this, right? Tang Zhenhua shook his head and said, No. Mecha class will at most make you doubt your life. I want to see what you look like when your mind explodes. After Tang Zhenhua left, Lan Xuanyu felt that his mind was about to explode. What was this teacher trying to do? Moreover, was this really his own teacher? It seemed that if he didn't torture himself, he wouldn't be happy. What a tragedy. However, he had to admit that a strict teacher produced a brilliant student. At least in terms of space warship piloting, he felt that he had improved a lot. After more than a semester, looking back, he was certain that if he were to encounter the same situation as the interstellar pirates, he would be able to handle it with ease. At the very least, he would not be in danger. After calming himself down, Lan Xuanyu once again returned to the gambling center. Yes, he was back. And just as he expected, when he walked into the gambling center, he immediately saw that the odds for the next round were out. First years, 1-1. 2, fourth years, 1 o'clock. 5, the odds were so different? Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu's heart couldn't help but tighten. The odds were closely related to one's strength. This was the first time that the odds for the first years had exceeded 1, as for the fourth years, the odds were only 1 o'clock. 5, this meant that after a thorough investigation, the gambling center really didn't think highly of him. Even in the previous round, their odds were slightly higher than the third years. This proved that the gambling center thought highly of him. And this round, the disparity was so great. Was the difference between the fourth and third years really that great? At the thought of this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but hesitate. Right at this moment, the soul communicator on his wrist suddenly rang. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand to answer the call and a faint smile appeared on his face. Coincidentally, this was the person he wanted to contact the most. Senior Yuga. While answering the call, Lan Xuanyu walked out of the gambling center and came to a corner outside. Congratulations. Tang Yuga's voice was obviously a little lonely. Thank you. But I have to ask, are you going back on your word? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Yuga said, no. I had already submitted my application after he lost the bet. I believe it will be approved soon. After all, I'm no longer suitable to continue studying in the third years. Everyone's ostracization of me under his leadership will affect me. I believe the Academy will understand this as well. To be honest, although I feel sad for the third years that you guys won against him, I still feel a little happy. Thank you. Lan Xuanyu sighed softly. I'd rather have you as my opponent. Actually, all of our preparations were aimed at you. But I didn't expect. Tang Yuga said, you should have seen it too. His abilities have improved recently, causing his strength to increase greatly and allowing him to obtain the support of more people. In terms of potential, even the teachers think highly of him. However, I have to tell you that if you guys are only at the level you displayed today, you won't be able to win against me. I know that if it were you, I would have made different arrangements. I can't say that I would definitely win, but the chances are not small. Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Yuga said, you guys will be facing the 4th years in the next round. Do you need me to go up? Lan Xuanyu said, do you think there's a need? I'm planning to let you go up against the 5th years as a secret weapon. This way, we'll have a chance to fight against the 5th years. Tang Yuga said, don't underestimate the 4th years. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, I've already heard a few people say that. Can you tell me why everyone values the 4th years so much? They even say that the 4th years and the 3rd years are a watershed? Tang Yuga said indifferently, in our Douluo continent, 16 years old means adulthood. It also means that you can decide everything for yourself. The 4th year is the age of 16. From the 4th year onwards, you will have to accept some necessary missions assigned by the academy. You must complete them or you won't be able to graduate. You won't even be able to level up. And these missions are dangerous, even quite dangerous. More than half of the 4th years have passed. They have already carried out dangerous missions at least 2 to 3 times. Those who have experienced such missions will have a huge increase in willpower. It's like during the final exam, your outstanding performance will be recognized by the entire class. The missions that the 4th years will face will only be more dangerous than that. During our final exam, I'm sure that there were teachers secretly protecting us. However, it's not that good to carry out missions for the academy. Therefore, the tempering they've experienced is something we haven't experienced before. With nearly a year of tempering, the 4th years will become different. This is the so-called transformation. Therefore, what you guys will be facing is the strongest person among the 4th years who has undergone such tempering. His fighting will and desire will be very different. So, do you really not need me to make a move? Without a doubt, if Tang Yuga made a move, Lan Xuanyu felt that they would definitely win. After all, Tang Yuga was now a 6-ring soul master and a 1-word battle armor master. His combat strength was extremely strong and it wouldn't be a problem for him to face his opponent head-on. With them, their chances of winning were very high. But if Tang Yuga were to fight now, there wouldn't be a surprise when the 5th years arrived. The one who proposed to break through the outer court was Lan Xuanyu. He was the one who wanted to lead his classmates to the Elven planet. If it was just the 4th years, Tang Yuga wouldn't be a problem, but he really wanted to go further. There's no need. I think we can do it. We've already paid a lot for this victory. Lan Xuanyu was ruthless in his heart. Not to mention other things, just the purple emblems alone, he had spent the equivalent of 72 emblems. In the entire outer court, there was probably no one who spent so much. Even if he had to use emblems, he had to win this match. Other than his purple immortal Lingji, the other choices could increase his combat strength in a short period of time. Well, I believe in your choice. I'm also looking forward to joining the competition. The only thing I can tell you is that, the good news is that the 4th years will not have a 2-word battle because they have to accept these difficult missions. Tang Yuga seemed to be infected by Lan Xuanyu's confidence, and her mood obviously improved a lot. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, thank you, senior. That's great. We'll work hard. Tang Yuga said, okay, I'll prepare for it in the next few days. After hanging up the communication, Lan Xuanyu already had some plans in his mind. If the opponent only had a strong will to fight, he would indeed need to carry out further targeted training. If he wanted to defeat the opponent at the smallest price, he would need to plan more. After carefully calculating in his heart for a while, he walked back to the logistics center. Lan Xuanyu found that there was a small change in the return ratio. The return ratio on their side had risen to 1:21, which meant that the return ratio on the other side would further decrease. Although it was still 1:5, the decline was inevitable. This meant that more people would vote for the 4th years. Were the 4th years really that strong? You're here again. Are you still guessing that you'll win? As a contestant, for the sake of fairness, you can't put your badge on the badge. The other party has emblems on him. When the teacher in the logistics center saw Lan Xuanyu, his face turned ugly. This brat had taken so many emblems from them. Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, I'll take a look and think about it again. I won't guess for the time being. With that, he turned around and left the logistics center. Of course, it wasn't that he really didn't want to guess, but that he didn't want to guess now. The return ratio was obviously rising, so why not wait until the last moment? He returned to the dormitory and began to cultivate. The next day was a rest day for the competition, but they still had to continue with class. As soon as Lan Xuanyu entered the classroom, he was surrounded by his classmates. Class leader, the outside world doesn't think highly of us. I don't know why, but everyone says that we can't pass the 4th years. Class leader, have you seen the return ratio of the logistics center? Our situation this time doesn't seem optimistic. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and said, "Everyone, listen to me, please listen to me." The students quieted down. Lan Xuanyu said, "I've already investigated the situation of the 4th years. Indeed, the opponents we are about to face are much stronger than before. However, I have confidence in this match. The freshman will win." When he shouted the word victory, the eyes of his classmates suddenly lit up, and even his teammates breathed a sigh of relief. Their trust in Lan Xuanyu came from his past achievements. Just as Tang Zhenhua said, Lan Xuanyu might need a failure to adjust his mentality. It was precisely because he had never truly failed that the students would subconsciously believe his words. Let's go to class first. After class, we'll discuss the final strategy for tomorrow's battle. The students returned to their seats. At this time, Xiaoqi had already arrived. As the head teacher, he watched coldly from the sidelines. He could clearly feel that with each victory, Lan Xuanyu had already won in the hearts of the students. It was a very high status. In this regard, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid is really amazing. What Lan Xuanyu relied on was not his personal strength, but his charisma. If Lan Xuanyu could reach first place in the class, then he would be the undisputed leader of the first years. It was rare for Lan Xuanyu to listen attentively. He lay on his desk and kept waiting for the bell to ring. After the bell rang, Lan Xuanyu immediately stood up and said, "Our team won't leave yet. We'll stay and discuss our countermeasures. For the sake of confidentiality, the other students don't have to listen in." "Thank you, everyone." Bing Tianshu immediately came over and said, "Including me." Lan Xuanyu said, "You don't have to go up for this match." Bing Tianliang was a little disappointed. "I don't have to go up. Although my performance in the previous match wasn't very good, I can still perform better." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh. "You performed quite well in the previous match, but we need to arrange for different people to go up against different opponents. So, you really don't have to go up for this match. Alright then, I'll cheer you guys on later." Bing Tianliang looked at Yu Tian and Lin Donghui in disappointment. Lan Xuanyu suddenly shouted, "Ding Zhuohan, stay behind for a while." Ding Zhuohan, who was almost at the door, was stunned for a moment. He turned around and looked at Lan Xuanyu. He pointed at his nose and said, "Me? Yes, it's you." Lan Xuanyu smiled. Ding Zhuohan's eyes lit up. What it meant to have him stay behind was self-evident. He quickly ran over and chuckled. "Class monitor, please give me your instructions. The rest of Lan Xuanyu's team has already surrounded us. It will definitely be very difficult to fight against the 4th years, so I came up with a strategy." Hearing his strategy, everyone's faces gradually revealed looks of surprise. "No way, boss, is this really okay?" Qianlei couldn't help but ask. Lan Xuanyu said, "This is the most suitable strategy. It's not that the stronger the contestant, the better. Last night, I thought about it carefully and calculated when I was meditating last night. Only by doing this will we have the greatest chance and minimize our losses." Everyone looked at each other, but in the end, they nodded. Ding Zhuohan waved his fist and said, "Class monitor, let's not talk about anything else. Just for your trust, I'll go all out. Good luck." Lan Xuanyu smiled and stretched out his right hand. "The first years will definitely win." The others placed their hands on the back of his hand and shouted at the same time, "The first years will definitely win." Ding Zhuohan hurriedly left to make preparations. Lan Xuanyu said to his teammates, "Everyone, gather at my dormitory at 3 in the afternoon. I have a secret to tell you." "Boss, what is it?" Qianlei asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "If I tell you now, would it still be a secret? In any case, it's a good thing. Let's go back to eat and rest first. He didn't arrange anything for himself this afternoon because he had more important things to do. At 3 in the afternoon, everyone arrived at Lan Xuanyu's dormitory. As soon as they entered, they saw a very exquisite box on the table in the living room. Some of the boxes were made of wood, some of metal, and there was even a box that looked like it was made of jade. When everyone was present, Lan Xuanyu asked his teammates to sit around the table and said, "This is the gift I prepared for you." It was chosen according to everyone's situation. Come one by one. As he spoke, he picked up a metal box and handed it to Qianlei. This is for you. It's a 10,000-year magma fruit. Although it's a fire attribute, it has the densest life energy among heaven and earth treasures. Yes. After consuming it, there's a high chance that it will stimulate your and Fatty Jin's vitality. Once used, it will definitely be able to increase your battle strength greatly. It will greatly increase your combat strength in a short period of time, and the more you fight, the stronger you become. The description said, this fruit is most suitable for use in battle. The stronger the enemy you encounter, the more you can use it to its fullest potential. Come. Keep this and use it when you face a strong enemy. There are no side effects, and in battle, it can stimulate your potential. It's good for you and Fatty Jin. Fatty Jin's situation is very special. It can absorb life energy and continue to grow, and it grows very quickly. Its speed was extremely fast, which meant that its bloodline was extremely powerful. I hope that under the stimulation of this 10,000-year magma fruit, its bloodline can awaken further. Qianlei took the metal box and couldn't help but say, "This sounds awesome. Boss, how much does this cost? Can I afford it?" Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "It's not expensive, for purple emblems. I'll give it to you." Qianlei's eyes widened instantly. It wasn't just him, everyone else stared at Lan Xuanyu with their mouths agape. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but blurt out, "You didn't rob the exchange center, did you?" Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid? Do you want it? Don't take it back." "Yes, yes, yes." Qianlei said 3 times in a row and pounced forward to hug Lan Xuanyu. He even planned to kiss him on the cheek, but Lan Xuanyu slapped him to the side. "Calm down," Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance. Qianlei had a fawning look on his face as he hugged the metal box tightly. "Boss, you're my guiding light, the one who guides me forward. I love you. Get lost, you can leave now." Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. "No, I'm not leaving. I want to see if you love me more or if you love them more and see what they get." Qianlei's face was full of smiles. At this moment, even if Lan Xuanyu beat him up, he would probably feel comfortable. Lan Xuanyu picked up the second box and handed it to Lu Feng. It was a wooden box. "Frenzy, take this immediately after you go back. This is a 10,000-year-old sky ivy. It's a little similar to the ivy of life. They are both top-notch immortal herbs among plants. The difference is that the ivy increases vitality, while it increases life tenacity. One is to help you break through to foring. Another one is that it will make your body more resilient. The mission I assigned to you today requires you to be stronger. Xianyu, this is too precious." Lu Feng didn't reach out to take it. He could tell from Qianlei's gift that Lan Xuanyu's gifts were all very valuable. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but interject, "Where did you get so many emblems? How much is this?" Lan Xuanyu said, "It's about the same price as Fatty's. As for the origin of the badge, I'll tell you later." As he spoke, he stuffed the wooden box into Lu Feng's hands. Lu Feng held the box and lowered his head slightly. His reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Qianlei's, but his eyes were already red. Lan Xuanyu smiled and patted his shoulder. Then, he picked up the next box. It was a round metal box. He handed it to Yuan and Hui Hui and said, "Yuan and Hui Hui, this is for you. This is a heavenly treasure that I chose for you. It's very suitable for you. 10,000-year piercing autumn dew. The piercing autumn dew can greatly improve your eyesight and soul power. It should be able to help you increase your soul power by 1 level and bring you 1 step closer to rank 60. Moreover, your eye of reincarnation should be more effective with its nourishment. Take it and absorb it immediately after you go back." By the way, frenzy, hui, go to See God Lake when you're absorbing it. Absorbing heavenly treasures at See God Lake will yield twice the result with half the effort. It can increase the medicinal power, and when you need life energy to replenish it, it will be enough. You can't save this money. Otherwise, you'll be letting down these good things. Thank you, Brother Xianyu. Yuan and Hui didn't stand on ceremony and took it in high spirits. 10,000-year piercing autumn dew. Lan Mengqin didn't say anything this time because she knew about this heavenly treasure. This was a famous existence. It was one of the top heavenly treasures. Lan Xuanyu had already picked up a wooden box and stuffed it into her hand. This is for you. Your two martial souls don't belong to each other, but they both need strong spiritual power as support. Inside is a complete 10,000-year golden sunflower. It can increase your spiritual power by a lot and stabilize your spiritual sea. Absorb it at See God Lake like them. Go tonight and improve as soon as possible. Lan Mengqin didn't say anything. She lowered her head and looked at the wooden box in her hand. For a moment, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Lan Xuanyu was the last to look at Dong Qianxiu. Dong Qianxiu was also looking at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation, and at the same time, there was a hint of threat. She seemed to be saying, if it's worse than theirs, you have to be careful. Lan Xuanyu handed her a jade box and said, go drink the 10,000-year mysterious ice essence tonight. I need your combat power tomorrow. Hearing the words 10,000-year mysterious ice essence, Dong Qianxiu couldn't help but tremble. Of course she knew what it was. This was almost the top ice attribute heaven and earth treasures. Legend had it that there was once a lazy ice silkworm. Because it lived in a place with 10,000-year mysterious ice essence, it ate and slept every day. After an unknown amount of time, it actually cultivated to the rare million-year level and was reborn. That was the most ordinary soul beast. Did 10,000-year mysterious ice essence really exist? Not to mention 10,000-year ones, she had never even seen a 1,000-year one. 10,000-year mysterious ice was already a heaven and earth treasure, and 10,000-year mysterious ice essence was already not inferior to a 100,000-year heaven and earth treasure. Jealous, I'm jealous. Lan Xuanyu. Lan Mengqin was really a little jealous. She also had the ice attribute, so of course she knew what 10,000-year mysterious ice essence meant. Lan Xuanyu coughed. There's a limited number. I'll give it to you next time. Qianxiu is a pure ice attribute soul master, so she's the priority. Lan Mengqin curled her lips. I'll buy it for you when I have the money. Qianlei hurried over. You? When will you have the money? Lan Mengqin said in annoyance. Qianlei's eyes flickered. It'll be soon. Trust me. Lan Mengqin said, no need. Why would I want your things? Qianlei chuckled. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it when I can fulfill it. Lan Mengqin didn't take his words to heart. Although she didn't know how many emblems Lan Xuanyu had used to exchange for this 10,000-year mysterious ice essence, the price was definitely shockingly high. However, everyone realized a problem. The good things had been distributed and everyone had one, but there were still a few boxes on the table. Boss, are the rest yours? Qianlei probed. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, no, they're everyone's. Even if we have to spend money, we have to win this match against the fourth years. Tonight, other than Fatty, the other 4 of you will go to See God Lake to absorb the things I gave you. Absorb and adjust. We will definitely win against the fourth years tomorrow. We will win. Lu Baochuan sat silently in his meditation room, feeling the nourishment of the origin energy of heaven and earth. His body and mind were calm. But at this moment, he wasn't meditating. Instead, he was looking at the starlight shining through the dome. His eyes were slightly dazed. His upper body was bare, and there were 2 hideous scars on his chest that extended from his shoulders to his armpits. He remembered very clearly that in that battle, if not for his comrades who spared no expense to save him, his body would have been torn into pieces. The deep scars still carried poison. Even after the full treatment of a healing-type soul master, the poison still remained in his body, leaving behind these 2 shocking scars. His memory of that moment was very, very deep. When he woke up from his coma, he made up his mind that no matter what, he would not let his comrades pay such a painful price for him again. His comrade had lost an arm and had no choice but to change to an implant. It was impossible to regrow an arm with the current technology. It was only possible if he could reach the god rank and had a huge amount of life energy. This matter was too stimulating for him. 16 years old, they were all only 16 years old. It was at such a young age that his classmate had become a cripple. But he smiled and told himself that it was worth it. Using an arm to exchange for a life was worth it no matter how he looked at it. But he really couldn't accept it. There seemed to be a match tomorrow and he heard that the other party was a first year, so 4 people could go on stage. Lu Baochuan knew that he had to win. If he won, he would be able to obtain an additional spot to attend the ceremony on the Elven planet. He had been to the Soul Beast planet before and deeply understood what this meant. The ceremony this time was definitely not ordinary. The 4th year spot already belonged to him, but he still had to challenge the 5th years. He wasn't confident at all. Hence, if he wanted to ensure a spot, he had to win against the challengers, the first years. He would give this spot to that classmate. Although there was only a slim chance, if this slim chance really came true, not only would that classmate have a chance to regrow his arm, there might even be a better chance. It was said that soul bones above 10,000 years old could also help regrow a severed limb. Of course, an expensive ceremony was required. Hence, he had to win against the first years no matter what. I'm sorry, juniors. Although you guys are still young, I will definitely do my best. Closing his eyes, Lu Baochuan's body lit up. A layer of white halo blossomed from his body and an indescribable sharpness suddenly rose from his back. Early in the morning, after Xiaoqi arrived at the classroom, he received 4 leave requests from Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, Lan Mengqin, Dong Qianxiu, and Yuan and Hui Hui. At the end of the phonia, Xiaoqi looked at Lan Xuanyu in front of him and asked, "How confident are the 4th years in today's battle? If there are no accidents, it will definitely be Lu Baochuan." You should have seen his information. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Yes. Senior Lu Baochuan is now rank 68 and his strength is close to 7 rings. He is a one-word battle armor master and his martial soul is the 7 treasure saber, an assault type. This is the data on the surface. You have learned a lot of theoretical knowledge about martial souls, so you should know that it is very difficult for a martial soul with a 7 in its name to cultivate to more than 8 rings. This is the case for the strongest support-type martial soul in history, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, but it also means that soul masters with such martial souls are especially strong among 7-ring soul masters. Lu Baochuan's attack power is extremely strong, it's not something you can block, Xiaoqi said. In the previous 2 matches, Xiaoqi didn't give Lan Xuanyu and the others any guidance, but in this match, he said a lot. Don't worry, Teacher Xiao, I understand all of this, Lan Xuanyu said seriously. How could he not understand? This morning, when he took out 65 purple emblems and placed them on the first years, the return ratio was already as high as 1, 2, 3, yes, almost no one thought that they could win this time. This was Shrek Academy after all. Every year had strong elites. Lu Baochuan's realm looked like that of a 3rd year. Gugu was about the same, but he had undergone far more training than Tang Yuga. Although there was no big difference in realm between the two, at the level of 6 ring, every level of difference was very significant. The difference in strength was extremely great. Just as Xiaoqi had said, Lu Baochuan's attack power alone was not that of a first year's. Not to mention that he still had 1 word, 4, 2. However, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. But could they really do it? At least it could be seen from the return ratio given by the logistics center. This was the biggest return ratio so far. The biggest one. Shrek Academy Wang Tianyu sat in a quiet room. In front of him was the president of the Blacksmith Association. He's participating in the competition again, Wang Tianyu asked. The president nodded and said, yes, I guessed it again. He voted for the first years, and the return ratio is 1, 2, 3. On the other hand, the other side's return ratio had dropped to 1, 4. Wang Tianyu said, they are confident, but they might not know the strength of the 4th years. A newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger, but it was not a tiger after all. How much did he throw? 65 purple emblems, the president said. Wang Tianyu frowned slightly. Where did his confidence come from? Didn't he inquire about the cultivation of the 4th years? However, this time, it's not all of them. He shouldn't be too confident, but his desire to win is still too strong. The president hesitated for a moment before saying, yesterday, the inner court received an application. Teacher Tang Zhenhua bought resources worth 72 purple emblems from the outer court's special exchange office. After the discount, it's about 61 purple emblems. Wang Tianyu froze for a moment. The president said, it seems to be Lan Xuanyu who bought it. Wang Tianyu immediately understood and said, in that case, that little thing still voted all of them. The president smiled bitterly. Yes. Wang Tianyu, Su Xianyu threw in a large number of emblems at the last moment. Of course, the return ratio of the first years was not 1:2. Instead, it was close to 1:3. However, the logistics center was in high spirits. This time, they could operate healthily and the probability of not needing the support of the academy was quite high. Lu Baochuan's strength was known to everyone in the outer court. He would definitely enter the inner court in the future and was a true elite of the 4th years. Ying was deeply loved by his classmates. This match received much more attention than the previous 2 matches. After all, the first years had already won 2 matches in a row. Yes. The 2nd and 3rd years were also standing on the side of the 4th years. This match would be about protecting the dignity of the seniors. There was still half an hour before the start of the afternoon match. In the stands, most of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years of the outer court had already arrived. There were even some 5th and 6th years who came to watch the match. The honest youth was still sitting in the corner. The red-haired youth did not come. Sitting beside him was the beautiful senior that Lan Xuanyu had seen at the exchange center that day. Do you think the first years still have a chance to win today's match? The beautiful senior asked. The honest youth said, what do you think? Answer my question. The beautiful senior glanced at him. The honest youth sighed and said, it's a little difficult. I don't know if this junior Lan Xuanyu listened to me. This kid is a smart person. If he understood what I said and spared no expense, he should still have a chance. You know what the situation is like in the 4th years. The students of the 4th years are all defeated in a semester. Their eyes are red. That's what we did back then. There are some things that the first years can't have. Now, it's up to them to see if they can hold on. It mainly depends on the first minute. If they can't be defeated in the first minute, they still have a chance. I don't think highly of them either. I gave a purple badge to the 4th years. Senior Sister Liang said. She seemed to be very satisfied with the honest youth's answer. The honest youth coughed twice. What's wrong with you? The beautiful senior asked doubtfully. The honest youth smiled bitterly and said, we have to look at this from both sides. To be able to defeat the 2nd and 3rd years in a row after a year of teaching, that's not easy to deal with. That Lan Xuanyu, other than having something that seems to be a divine artifact, is also very smart. He's a cunning little guy. Who knows, he might be able to turn the tables. This match is really not that easy to judge. I didn't even throw. What? The beautiful senior put her hands on her hips. Humph. Lan Xuanyu didn't know that there was such an episode in the stands. At this moment, he was making the final preparations with his teammates. Class leader, you really don't need me to pay you back. Ding Zhuohan looked at Lan Xuanyu with some apprehension. No need, I said that it's a consumable for you. Lan Xuanyu said. Ding Zhuohan chuckled and said, happiness came too suddenly, then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, class leader. I now understand why old Bing is so thick-skinned to follow you all day. It's because there's meat to eat by following the class leader. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said, of course. We're brothers, so don't stand on ceremony. Go up and perform well later. If we win this match, I'll treat our entire class to a big meal. Alright, it's settled then. Ding Zhuohan jumped up excitedly. Time's up, let's go. A teacher in charge of supervising the match came over and reminded them. Lan Xuanyu led the four of them out of the passageway. Immediately, the first years in the stands cheered. They all waved their hands in the air. The second, third, and even fourth years' gazes fell on Lan Xuanyu and the others. Their heads the first thing to look at was the lineup of the first years today. What surprised them was that among the four first years, Yuan and Hui Hui wasn't the strongest, who had already reached 5 ring. At the mobile phone side, that's right, there was no Yuan and Hui Hui. Instead, Lan Xuanyu led Dong Qianxiu, Lu Feng, and Ding Zhuohan onto the stage. The 5 ring person didn't appear. Their opponent was Lu Baochuan, who had 6 rings. 6 ring, a word battle armor master, and a top student of the Shrek Academy. On the first year's side, the highest cultivation level was only 4 ring. How were they going to fight? Were they going to give up? Lu Baochuan had already walked out. When he saw the lineup on the other side, he also revealed a look of surprise. In his opinion, the only person who could pose a threat to him in this match was Yuan and Hui Hui. He never expected that the other party wouldn't send out Yuan and Hui Hui. This was completely out of his expectations. Originally, the teacher had arranged a strategy for him based on the fact that the other party had Yuan and Hui Hui. He thought that the biggest threat to him was the combination of Lan Xuanyu and Yuan and Hui Hui. But now, Ding Zhuohan had appeared. This was a student who hadn't appeared in any of the first year's competitions. He was a complete stranger. What were the first years doing? Under countless puzzled gazes, the two sides had already walked to the center of the arena and were 100 meters apart. They stood still. On the spectator stand, the honest youth's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "Interesting, looks like they have an idea." The pretty senior turned to look at him and asked, "What idea?" The honest youth sighed and said, "I'm saying that the first years have an idea of how to set up the formation and not let the strongest person go up. If he did, then he must have some tricks up his sleeve. It depends on whether their plan will succeed or not. However, you don't have to wait." And Jin of the 3M team knew that this Xiaoping wasn't being ruthless. He was not as ruthless as he was. He was really hurt. He didn't know if the first-year students would be able to do the same. He was able to withstand his attacks. The pretty senior nodded and said, "I heard that it's not easy for Lu Baochuan either." However, the honest youth suddenly said angrily, "How can you hear about other boys? I'll go look for them later." "Go away." In the arena, Lan Xian greeted Lu Baochuan with a smile on his face. "Hello, senior. I hope you'll show mercy later." Looking at Lan Xuanyu, Lu Baochuan had a good impression of him. The fact that Lan Xuanyu was able to lead his classmates to victory consecutively was already proof of his strength. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu was good-looking. That sunny smile is really easy to make a good impression on. Lu Baochuan didn't say anything and only nodded silently. He had never thought he would lose this match. In his dictionary, there was no such word as loss. No matter who his opponent was, he was. This was something he had learned on a real battle. A moment's a moment, he. Therefore, the safety's preparation s safety. Both sides, get ready. One of the referees was hovering in midair, looking down. The 5 students in front of him said in a low voice. Then, Lan Xuanyu and the others were surprised to see Lu Baochuan's body light up from his face. Then, the armor covered his entire body from top to bottom. Before the match even started, he had already released his one-word battle armor. His battle armor was simple and didn't have many decorations. It was completely close-fitting with elbows and knees. Sinister short blades. Invisibly, a murderous aura instantly erupted. Lan Xuanyu and the other 3 felt a chill in their hearts, and they immediately felt a sense of fear. This was an imposing aura. Lan Xuanyu didn't know why he felt this way, but he could clearly feel his teammates around him. The bloodline vortex in his chest heated up, and an aura instantly spread throughout his body, allowing him to break free from the cold suppression. After breaking free, the blood and qi in his body seemed to have been stimulated and actually seemed to be boiling. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and made a hand gesture. Then, the referee, Lu Baochuan, and everyone in the stands saw the 4 first years raise their hands at the same time and stuff a scarlet fruit into their mouths. The fruit wasn't very big, about the size of a longan. In the next moment, their faces were covered with a layer of crimson light. Even their eyes were shining with a bright red light. Their auras changed instantly. The breathing of the four of them became a little hurried, and their auras surged. What is that? What are they eating? Begin. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match. Lu Baochuan took a step forward and soared into the air. Soul rings rose from beneath his feet, 4 purple and 2 black. These soul rings fully displayed his soul emperor level cultivation. A 4-foot-long saber appeared in his palm. The back of the saber shone with light, and there were 6 balls of light. With a loud shout, his aura instantly rose to its peak. He held the saber with both hands, and the third soul on his body. With a flash, a shocking saber light appeared along with the third ball of light on the back of the saber, instantly fusing with his aura. The power of his battle armor was infused into it. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the other party had locked onto him. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's left hand was already holding Dong Qianqiu's right hand. On his left hand, silver lines appeared. Blue-silver grass wrapped around his palm. His eyes flickered as he shouted, "Qianqiu." Behind Qianqiu's dark blue eyes, a domineering aura could be vaguely seen. Dong Qianqiu's 4th soul ring shone brightly, and his eyes instantly turned dark blue. In mid-air, Lu Baochuan, who had already leaped high into the air aggressively, actually stopped for a moment. A layer of ice appeared on the surface of his entire body. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly took a step forward. Dong Qianqiu pressed both hands on his back and instantly pushed him out. When Dong Qianqiu pushed Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng and Ding Zhuohan, who were on both sides, had already rushed out. Lu Feng was like a phantom, extremely fast. Many people only saw a blur in front of their eyes and he was already in the air. For soul rings, that's right, a total of 4 soul rings appeared. A soft dragon's roar reverberated and his entire body was covered in a layer of white scales. At this moment, a golden-patterned blue-silver grass was flung out from Lan Xuanyu's right hand and wrapped around his waist. In an instant, the dragon's roar became more intense. Lu Baochuan erupted onto the first-year's side and fought without showing any weakness. All of this happened extremely quickly. However, Deep Blue Gaze's control effect on Lu Baochuan only lasted for a second. In the next moment, the layer of ice on Lu Baochuan's body shattered. His cultivation was far superior to his 4 opponents, and he had his battle armor. Although Deep Blue Gaze's control was very strong under Lan Xuanyu's amplification, it could only control Lu Baochuan for a limited time. After all, the current Deep Blue Gaze was still somewhat inferior to the martial soul fusion skill that Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu had used together. However, his soul skill had been stopped and he fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Lu Baochuan snorted coldly and gripped his saber with both hands. A thick saber aura surged out. Soul rings lit up at the same time and his body paused on the spot for a moment. However, his aura instantly increased and his battle armor emitted a strong aura. Everyone could feel that his next attack would definitely be earth-shattering. However, at this moment, a golden cube made of light floated in front of him. Lu Baochuan was stunned, but he didn't care about the cube at all because he believed that it was almost impossible for a 4-ring soul master to use a soul skill to hurt him with his battle armor. He brandished his blade brazenly and a streak of blade chi swept out. The blade light spewed out and a spiritual light appeared. However, a strange scene appeared. The blade light bore the brunt of the attack and naturally slashed the cube. However, the cube that seemed to be condensed from soul power did not shatter. Instead, it lit up fiercely and actually swallowed the blade chi completely. Furthermore, the cube's light increased sharply and directly landed on Lu Baochuan's body. Lu Baochuan was stunned. The cube did not cause him any harm when it landed on his body, but it caused his entire body to tense up. The aura that had just erupted instantly poured out and his entire body was frozen. Lu Baochuan is bad. In the spectator stands, the honest youth was also surprised. His problem lies in his lack of understanding of his opponent. Lan Xuanyu, this boy indeed has some tricks up his sleeve. The one who released the golden cube was Ding Zhuohan. That was his 4th soul skill. In a sense, his 4th soul skill was actually a little useless. It was considered a control type and auxiliary type soul skill. That golden cube floated over. If one ignored it and just dodged, it would really float over. it would not have any effect at all. However, if one paid attention to it, especially if one attacked it, then it could instantly absorb the attack and convert it into one's own control ability. Of course, if it landed directly on one's body, one would be forcefully controlled for a second. The useless part of this soul skill was that once one understood it, it would be very difficult to control it. However, the powerful part was that it was absolutely effective. It was an extremely rare soul skill that had absolute effectiveness. The reason why Lan Xuanyu let Ding Zhuohan make a move was mainly because of this ability of his. 1 second, absolute control. At the same time, more importantly, it interrupted Lu Baochuan's second attack. As the saying went, the first drum of energy, the second would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. At this moment, no matter how high Lu Baochuan's fighting spirit was or how oppressive his killing intent was, after being interrupted twice, his aura was already weak. At this moment, Lu Feng arrived. The white dragon spear was really like a white dragon that instantly pierced out from bottom to top. At this moment, Lu Baochuan's body was still being controlled. He was immediately sent into the air by the white dragon spear. The silver moon spear projection struck his suit of battle armor, producing a string of screeching sounds and sparks, but it was unable to break through his defenses. Lu Baochuan, who had been sent flying, was still in the same rigid state as before. Lu Feng landed on the ground, and his fourth soul ring shone brightly. The white dragon spear in his hand suddenly turned into an illusion, and a white dragon surged out from the body of the spear. As the spear light danced, it struck Lu Baochuan 4 times in a row. "Ha!" Lu Baochuan shouted. The 7 treasure saber chi shone brightly even though it was being controlled. However, at this moment, he completely ignored the attacks that were landing on his body. The 7 treasure saber emitted a saber aura that collided with the white dragon spear's spear aura. At this moment, the saber light did not attack its target. It only released a sharp saber chi because Lu Baochuan was still in control of it. Once the saber light that was filled with killing intent forced Lu Feng back, his crisis would be resolved. However, what surprised him was that this first-year junior brother did not retreat at all. Facing the saber aura that was filled with killing intent, he forcefully used up his 4th soul skill. Pa! The white dragon tail swept out and brazenly slapped Lu Baochuan's body. A brazen and powerful dragon aura gushed out and forcefully pushed Lu Baochuan's body up again. At this moment, Lu Feng's body was already dyed red with blood. The sharp saber aura left thousands of small wounds on his body. However, he did not take a single step back from the beginning to the end. The 7 treasure saber was once again forcefully controlled by his 4th soul skill. In the end, it was unable to truly slash out. At this moment, the 7-colored figure descended from the sky, and the dark blue light turned into a shocking rainbow. It descended brazenly. A pitch-black crack was torn open in the sky. Lu Baochuan only felt a huge sense of danger descending, but at this moment, he couldn't even raise his 7 treasures saber. The impact of the dragon aura instantly intimidated his blood essence. Even though he was wearing his one-word battle armor, he was unable to condense it at this moment. And what the other party had grasped was this moment. Lu Baochuan bit the tip of his tongue and with a violent boom, the one-word battle armor on his right arm actually exploded. He was finally able to raise his 7 treasure saber and slash upwards. As the number 1 person among the 4th years, how could he be beaten so passively? The unwillingness in his heart finally made him erupt at all costs. One had to know that only a full set of battle armor could unleash its strongest effect. Once a piece was lost, it would need to be rebuilt. But at this moment, in order to win, Lu Baochuan was desperate. However, the dark blue halberd blade had already descended. Clang! With a crisp sound, it descended from the sky and Lan Xuanyu, who had slashed down with the halberd, was sent flying. He also spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. After all, he only had 3 rings. Even with the enhancement of the dragon god's transformation and the vermilion fruit, he still wasn't able to fight head-on against a 6-ring soul emperor with a one-word battle armor. His body turned in the air and landed on the ground. The shiny 7-colored scales faded and Lan Xuanyu's face was full of smiles. He landed very steadily and didn't stagger at all. In the next moment, he raised the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand high up. 2 days wasn't enough time for him to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd again, but after consuming heaven and earth treasures to recover his life force at all costs, coupled with his cultivation and absorption at Sea God Lake last night, his dragon god scales finally recovered in advance. The dragon god's transformation was the final decisive blow. At this moment, Lu Baochuan had already landed on the ground. There were no injuries on his body, but the referee had already appeared behind him. And the 7 treasure saber in his hand was gone. His battle armor was withdrawn, revealing his true appearance. He didn't say anything and only glanced at Lan Xuanyu, who was holding the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd high up, before turning to leave. Yes, he had lost. Even though the 7 treasure saber had hit the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and sent Lan Xuanyu flying. However, how could the 7 treasure saber block the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's ability to ignore defense? The 7 treasure saber broke the moment Lan Xuanyu was sent flying. If the referee hadn't pulled him from behind in time, Lu Baochuan's body would have also been cut open. Compared to the previous 2 matches, this match ended too quickly, to the point that it was too much for the eye to take in. From the start of the match to the end, it only took a total of 10 seconds. The spectator stands were silent. Even the first years didn't respond to Lan Xuanyu, who was holding the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd high up. This was because all of this was simply too unbelievable. The beautiful senior sister sitting in the stands was still holding her breath even at this moment. In that instant, everything had happened too quickly. Has the match started? At this moment, a red-haired youth walked over. He sat down beside the honest youth. The honest youth glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "Started? It's already over." "It can't be? I'm only a little late." "It's over?" The red-haired youth looked down the stage. Lu Baochuan had already walked out of the arena, while Lan Xuanyu had just retracted the rainbow-colored scales on his body and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Who won? Could it be? The red-haired youth was shocked. The honest youth chuckled. "Now I feel that you might not be able to win 100%. The first years might really have a chance. If you lose, you'll have to take a detour when you see me in the future. It's too embarrassing." The red-haired youth cried out, "It can't be? Lu Baochuan lost? And so quickly? How did he lose? This guy has changed a lot since he came back last time. His strength has increased very quickly. He challenged me, and I'm already preparing to prevent myself from capsizing." "He lost just like that?" The honest youth said, controlled to death. "This year's first years are really amazing. 3 matches have passed. They've already won. Let's go, dear. I'll compensate you for the purple emblem you lost." The last sentence was naturally directed at the beautiful senior. It was only at this moment that a tsunami of cheers burst out from the first year's stands. They won. Yes, the first years won. They turned the impossible into a possibility. With such high odds, they won. They defeated the number 1 person among the 4th years, 7 Spirit Saber Lu Baichuan. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was already by Lu Feng's side with the healing teacher. A green halo lingered around him, healing his injuries. Without a doubt, although Lan Xuanyu was the one who won in the end, Lu Feng's role was huge. If he hadn't forcefully controlled Lu Baichuan and prevented him from truly attacking, Lan Xuanyu would have had a chance to get close. No one knew what the outcome would have been. Lu Feng grinned and gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. "I'm fine. I'm fine. The 10,000-year Sky Azure Vine is really good. Not only did it help me break through and stabilize my 4-ring realm, but it also made my body stronger. Otherwise, even though I could have persevered, under the attack of the saber energy, my soul skill definitely wouldn't have been able to display its full power." The teacher who was treating him looked at him in shock. "You ate a 10,000-year Sky Azure Vine?" "Yes," Lu Feng said. The teacher instantly retracted the light on his hand. "Then there's no need to treat it. It's just a superficial wound, it'll be fine in a day." With that, he turned around and left. As he walked, he muttered, "Why are the children so rich these days? Vermilion fruits and 10,000-year Sky Azure Vine. Yes, the vermilion fruit that Lan Xuanyu and the others had eaten before the battle was called the vermilion fruit. This thing was worth 5 purple emblems. It only lasted for 5 minutes, but in that time it could increase a soul master's attributes by 30%. In other words, Lan Xuanyu's previous soul power was already at 4 ring. Dong Qianqiu and the others were close to 5 ring. Otherwise, how could they have controlled Lu Baichuan? The key was that the vermilion fruit was effective for those with 7 rings and below. It was definitely a waste for them to eat 3rd and 4th rings. The biggest advantage of the vermilion fruit was that after 5 minutes of eruption, everything would be normal. There would be no period of weakness, and he would not overdraw his body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive. In this round, they had eaten 4. In terms of Federation coins, that was more than 1.6 million. Not to mention, Dong Qianqiu had eaten the manifold mysterious ice essence and Lu Feng had eaten the manifold sky ivy. Without the manifold mysterious ice essence, even Dong Qianqiu's deep blue gaze might not be able to freeze Lu Baichuan, who was wearing his full suit of one-word battle armor. Why had Lu Baichuan donned his suit of battle armor from the get-go? That was because he wanted to avoid being controlled to a certain extent. Of course, he was well aware that his biggest fear in a 1-on-4 battle was being controlled. However, the control-type soul skills that Lan Xuanyu had arranged all succeeded. Without exception, they all succeeded. Because he did not care about the cost. For this battle, they had invested enough. Therefore, this seemingly inconceivable victory, where Lu Baichuan, the 7-spirit saber, was unable to perform at all, originated from the fact that he was rich and willful. It was simply a result of throwing money at him. Lu Feng looked resentfully at the leaving healing teacher and then looked at his body. He didn't know if it was the effect of the manifold sky ivy or the treatment just now, but as expected, his wounds had basically closed. Although his entire body was still stinging like needles, he was no longer bleeding. Let's go, we won. Ha ha ha. No one was happier than Lan Xuanyu. 5-card stud. In this round, he had won 65 purple emblems and the odds were 1.3 times. He had won even more than the previous 2 rounds. He could obtain 79.5 purple emblems, which meant that not only had he earned back all his previous expenses, he still had some left. The first thing he wanted to do now was to go to the Blacksmiths Association to return the money. He would leave the rest behind. The next match against the 5th years didn't seem that important anymore. He would never place a heavy bet again. He had really earned a lot from this competition. How could he not be happy, with so many emblems, not to mention battle armors? He had even earned money for mechas for everyone. Class leader, you're too awesome. We actually defeated Lu Baichuan. Ding Zhuohan pounced forward excitedly. After all, they had defeated a 4th-year senior. This was the Shrek Academy. They had actually won despite being clearly weaker than their opponents. Especially that vermilion fruit, it felt really good to eat it. Although this heaven and earth treasure was expensive, not only was its amplification effect good, but it also had no side effects. In fact, because of the increase in his blood essence and soul power, it was beneficial to his cultivation, allowing him to cultivate twice the result with half the effort in 3 days. He increasingly felt that being with Lan Xuanyu was too promising. At this moment, figures jumped down from the spectator stand. They were the first years. They couldn't wait any longer and rushed over. Other than Dong Qianqiu, who was protected by Lan Mengqin, the other 3 were quickly thrown into the sky. Even Lu Feng wasn't spared. Xiaoqi didn't come down and stood on the spectator stand, pleased with himself. To him, this victory was not bad, but what was more important was Lu Feng's performance. Facing the saber aura that seemed like it was going to tear him apart, he didn't retreat a single step and completed his tactical goal. Especially when facing Lu Baichuan's monstrous murderous aura, it was really not easy to do this, but what were they eating? The vermilion fruit actually had another characteristic, which was that it was bloodthirsty. For a short period of time, it ignored all emotional control and fluctuations. When Lan Xuanyu was choosing, he had already considered the issue of battle intent. If a person was already bloodthirsty, what was the point of having a strong battle intent? Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu also realized that after eating the vermilion fruit, the effect seemed to be a little different. When his blood essence erupted, the speed at which his bloodline absorbed life energy also increased greatly. The life energy that he had absorbed and stored in Sea God Lake last night had actually decreased by more than 1/3. In other words, it had greatly increased the speed at which he absorbed life energy to increase his bloodline power. His bloodline power and soul power were closely related. In other words, he could use the vermilion fruit to cultivate and increase his cultivation speed. Of course, this was an extremely extravagant act. A single vermilion fruit was more expensive than a trip to Sea God Lake to cultivate. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it, but it was different now. He was a rich man. He could really give it a try later and see how effective it was. Now that he went to Sea God Lake once, it would take him about 10 days to half a month to completely digest it. In order to save time, he would only go to Sea God Lake once every half a month to 20 days. If he could reduce this time to 3 days, or even eat a vermilion fruit when he went to Sea God Lake, it would greatly increase the total amount of life energy he could absorb. Wouldn't his cultivation speed increase by several times? Of course, the amount of resources he would need to consume would probably be more than 2 purple emblems a week. How terrifying. But he could give it a try, right? With an incomparably happy mood, Lan Xuanyu finally escaped from his excited classmates and quietly went to the exchange center alone. He put on a mask and received his emblem. Do you know? You're about to become an unwelcome person at the gambling center. The teacher at the exchange center looked at him with hidden bitterness. Lan Xuanyu coughed. Teacher, don't be like this. I'm following the rules. The teacher snorted. Are you still going to play poker in the next round? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shook his head. No. I actually don't like gambling. It's not good to gamble. I only came here when I was completely confident. The corner of the teacher's mouth twitched. So you're saying that you're treating us as an ATM? Hee hee. Teacher, I'll be leaving first. Lan Xuanyu fled. He didn't go anywhere else and went straight to the Blacksmith Association. Eternal Sky City. Wang Tianyu's expression was a little strange. He looked at the president of the Blacksmith Association opposite him and said, So, in just a week, this kid won more than 100 purple emblems? The president's expression was also very strange. I think so. Wang Tianyu coughed. Get the gambling center to withdraw. How did they do their investigation? Especially this round, they didn't even take into account the things that Lan Xuanyu bought from the special exchange office. The odds are actually so high. Isn't the Academy's money? Withdraw? They're not going to open any more bets for the competition? The president asked. Wang Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, Forget it. Let them plan well and reduce the odds. We can't give people like Lan Xuanyu another chance. Teacher, don't tell me you think they still have a chance against the 5th years in the next round? The president suddenly asked. Wang Tianyu was stunned. That's right. They would be facing the 5th years in the next round. He couldn't help but laugh. This kid is so angry that I'm confused. The president said sincerely, this junior is really amazing. I admire him a little now. When he's in the 6th year, I'm afraid his radiance will surpass us inner court seniors. Wang Tianyu said in a low voice, if a jade isn't carved, it won't amount to anything. He still has a long way to go. A moment of brilliance doesn't mean anything. Before he breaks through to the god rank, no one can say for sure that he can really go that far. Go and see if he still wants to bet everything in the next round. Yes. When the president of the Blacksmith Association arrived at the outer court, the first news he received was that Lan Xuanyu had returned the money. He had only borrowed it for a few days, so the interest was naturally small. Thinking about Lan Xuanyu's gains, his heart ached. With so many emblems, how much would his cultivation speed increase? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already left the Blacksmith Association and returned to his dormitory. The reason was simple. He felt that he needed to calm down. At the same time, he carefully felt the effects of the vermilion fruit. He was undoubtedly very excited about this victory, but he wasn't overly excited. This was because their ultimate goal in this competition was actually to qualify and stand out from the competition so that the entire class could go to the Elven planet to watch the ceremony. Today's battle seemed to have been won very quickly, but Lan Xuanyu had already racked his brains for the process of this battle. If they were to fight head-on, it could be said that their chances were not high. And in the next round, they would be facing a fifth-year senior. Fifth-year students with two-word battle armor. There was a world of difference between that and a one-word battle armor. A combo like today's would most likely not be of any use to him. The other party would also be on guard. How could he defeat a fifth-year senior? He was afraid that he would really have to rely on the Tang Yuga. As their secret weapon, it was time for the Tang Yuga to make its debut. Even so, their chances of winning were still very small. Therefore, for the sake of this victory, he had to make more preparations. After calculating his current wealth and paying back 50 purple emblems, he decided to pay back the 50 purple emblems. He still had about 95 purple emblems left. A huge sum, it was definitely a huge sum. In the next round, because of the variable Tang Yuga, he would still bet, but it would be greatly reduced. With that thought, he dialed Tang Zhenhua's number. "Teacher, I'm reporting to you. We won today. We defeated the fourth years. Is your student amazing?" Lan Xuanyu said proudly. "He's all right." Tang Zhenhua's voice was emotionless. Lan Xuanyu said, "It's all because of your wise guidance that I was able to lead the first years to achieve such results. Thank you for your guidance for the past year. You are the best teacher in the outer court." Hearing Lan Xuanyu's sincere words, Tang Zhenhua said in annoyance, "Stop flattering me. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Tell me, what do you want?" Lan Xuanyu chuckled. "I'm telling the truth. Teacher, I'm really grateful to you. Compared to the other students, I'm really lucky to be able to be your student." This really wasn't flattery. Although Tang Zhenhua usually looked sloppy, other than abusing him, this teacher was especially reliable in other aspects. Especially the support he gave him, he was definitely the best in the academy. He had just acknowledged him as his teacher, and he had already given him a black emblem to assist in his cultivation. Where could he find such a teacher? Tang Zhenhua's voice softened. "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste my time." Lan Xuanyu chuckled. "Teacher, it's like this. I bought some good wine from outside last time. I'll send it to you. I don't know much about it either, so I bought the expensive ones. I think it's some limited 50-year-old whiskey. It's called the Whiskey World's Silver-Winged Angel?" "What the hell?" Tang Zhenhua's voice rose a few notches. "What did you buy?" "I think it's limited to 200 bottles. I forgot what it's called." Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Zhenhua said eagerly, "Is it called My Dylan Whiskey?" I think so." Lan Xuanyu smiled. "Where is it? Where is the wine?" Tang Zhenhua seemed a little anxious. "It's with me. I forgot to bring it to you. I'll send it to you now." "Oh, right, if you have time, can you come with me to the special exchange office again? I still want to buy something." "Buy again? Where did you get the money?" Tang Zhenhua asked doubtfully. With the wine as a foundation, Lan Xuanyu told him the truth. "Teacher, I was wrong. I placed a bet on the lottery. I bet on us and won. Don't worry, I've already paid back the money from the Blacksmith Association." "Bet? Won? Why didn't you call me? Do you know what it means to respect your teacher? You were confident in winning, but you didn't tell me. What were you thinking?" Tang Zhenhua's roar came from the other side. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. He felt that he didn't know enough about his teacher. "Come over. Bring the wine." Tang Zhenhua hung up. Tang Yuga silently walked out of the classroom. She raised her head and looked at the class badge. Just as she was about to leave, a voice came from behind. "Stay." She turned around and looked at the owner of the voice. The tall Sima Xian was standing in the corridor not far away. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly walked in front of her. "If you want to mock me, this is your last chance," Tang Yuga said indifferently. Sima Xian said, Do you know why you're ostracized by everyone? Tang Yuga said, tell me? Xianxia said, because you're too strong. Ever since the first year, you've been especially strong. You have to manage everything in the class and even restrict everyone's private matters. You work hard every day and cultivate hard. However, you never really understand what your classmates are thinking. You only want to lead everyone in the direction you want to go. When you show enough strength and lead everyone forward, no one will say anything. No one would say anything because you were too strong, so no one dared to say anything. But it's not that they don't have any opinions about you. And after that failure, you can no longer prove that you're strong enough, especially after losing to the first years for the second time. That's why the students who you once suppressed rebounded so strongly. Because you can no longer bring glory to everyone, why do they still have to endure your strength? That's a form of oppression. I'm not oppressing anyone. Tang Yuga clenched her fists. Xianxia said, that's what you think in your heart, but your actions have always been suppressing others. Just like when you felt that I might be a threat to you, you insisted on fighting me in front of all the students. Wasn't it to ensure your position as class leader? Do you know how big of a blow it was to me when I lost that time? You're very strong, but your heart doesn't seem to be stable, causing you to release your emotions from time to time. You let the students bear your emotions unknowingly. If you were just an ordinary student, that would be fine. But you're the class leader of the third years. Your emotions also represent the emotions of the third years. I don't love the position of class leader that much, but if you continue to lead us like this, it will affect everyone. But I have no intention of chasing you away. In fact, we've seen what you've done to our class all these years. You've made many people uncomfortable, but you've also brought us a lot of glory. Everyone doesn't want you to leave. They just hope that you can integrate into this group more peacefully. If you can do it, the class leader is still yours. Because you're the strongest among the third years. The captain of the Sunshine After Rain Battle team. Yes, Captain. Stay. At this moment, two figures walked out. It was Li Siming and Li Siki, the Black Tortoise Shield brothers. Tang Yuga's eyes gradually turned red. Do you guys want me to stay at this time? Li Siki said softly, we've never blamed you. But Xianxia is right. What we need is a class leader who can integrate into everyone and lead everyone. We've actually planned to seize power. We don't really want to take away your position as class leader. We just hope that you can walk out of your unstable emotions and face everything calmly after receiving a blow. Captain, I'm sorry. We know that you've been in pain these days, but people have to grow. Tang Yuga smiled. You guys helped me grow? I asked them to do so. A low voice sounded. The form teacher of the third years walked out from the corner and slowly walked in front of Tang Yuga. They can see your problem, so how can I not see it? This is a form of training for you. What you have to do is to grow and mature, not be a deserter. If you're really aware of your problems, then stay. Continue to lead the third years and walk down a better path. She looked at the form teacher in front of her, at the form teacher who had always encouraged her, taught her, and supported her. Tang Yuga's vision blurred. That's right. I should have thought of it. Without your support, how could they overthrow me as the class leader? Tang Yuga's gaze made the form teacher frown slightly. Yuga, ever since last semester, your emotions have become more and more unstable. You often get into conflicts with your classmates. I don't know why. But this is undoubtedly very detrimental to your growth. If I don't take action, I'm worried that you'll destroy yourself. Losing to the first years is just an opportunity. What I need is for you to become strong again and stabilize your emotions. You're extremely talented and will definitely achieve great things in the future. You can't let your emotions affect you. Don't tell me that you still haven't realized your problem? The form teacher of the third years shouted in a deep voice. Looking at his proud disciple and the tears flowing from the corners of her eyes, how could he not be heartbroken? In his eyes, Tang Yuga was a strong girl, a good seedling with a bright future. However, he never expected that after receiving such a blow, Tang Yuga would actually apply to withdraw from the third years instead of competing with Sima Xian and working hard to regain the position of class monitor. As a form teacher, he was actually very disappointed. Shaking his head vigorously, Tang Yuga choked and said, "No, teacher. I know I was wrong. I knew I was wrong long ago." "You know you're wrong, yet you still made a cowardly choice," the homeroom teacher said in a deep voice. Tang Yuga looked at him, then at Sima Xian, Li Siming, and Li Siki. He said bitterly, "You're right. After entering the 3rd year, my emotions started to become unstable. It was my own family affairs that caused it. I'm really sorry for affecting the students because of this. After that, so many things happened. I also understood a lot and felt a lot. Especially after 2 battles with the first years, I realized that I'm really not suitable to be a leader. In this aspect, I am not as good as Sima. I'm even worse than the first year's Lan Xuanyu. Do you still remember? For my final exam last semester, I went with the first years. During that process, I watched how Lan Xuanyu commanded. Only then did I truly understand what kind of person can become a leader. Compared to him, I'm too far away. That's a talent that can't be learned. At that time, I understood that I really didn't have the qualifications to continue being the class monitor of the 3rd years. Therefore, I started to fade out and only worked hard to cultivate myself. I don't blame anyone, I only blame myself for not being capable enough. My choice to leave is not a sign of cowardice. It's because I've found what I want. Perhaps, the first year's team is more suitable for me. I like their atmosphere. I'm not suitable to be a leader. But I should still be able to be a qualified team member. Also, there's that person in the first years who affected my emotions. I want to truly face him. Only then can I gradually walk out of it. So, thank you for asking me to stay. But I've already decided that I want to go to the first years. Teacher, thank you for your 3 years of teaching. I'm sorry. I've let you down." As she spoke, Tang Yuga bowed deeply to the form teacher of the 3rd years and ran out with tears streaming down her face. Looking at her quickly leaving figure, the form teacher of the 3rd years was a little stunned. He suddenly felt that he had made a very wrong decision. Tang Yuga, who was emotionally unstable, might not need the stimulation and motivation this time, but warmth. "Teacher, should we chase her back?" Sima Xian asked anxiously. The form teacher shook his head silently. "There's no need. I'm the one who's wrong. I misjudged her strength. What she needs is warm comfort, and I've disappointed her. I'm no longer qualified to be her teacher. Since she's already made a choice, let her go." Sima Xian said hatefully, "It's all because of that despicable Lan Xuanyu." He was still brooding over Lan Xuanyu's victory over him that day. Li Siming smiled bitterly. "But I have to admit that that guy is really strong. Even Lu Baichuan lost to them. I don't know how his brain works. He seems to be born different from us." Li Siki sighed and said, "That's right. Otherwise, how could he have gotten Yuga's approval? She's so proud." Lan Xuanyu rushed back to the dormitory excitedly. As soon as he returned, he dialed a number. "Hello, Yuga, come to my dormitory. I have something to tell you. It's a good thing." On the other side, Tang Yuga seemed to be silent. After a while, she said, "Okay." After hanging up, Lan Xuanyu quickly dialed another number. Soon, the other side picked up and a voice that made Lan Xuanyu beam instantly came. "What's wrong, Xianyu?" Nana's gentle and pleasant voice sounded. "Teacher Nana, I need your help," Lan Xuanyu said impatiently. I'll be right there." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was hung up. "Eh? Teacher Nana, I'm not done yet." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He was about to face a 5th-year senior with a 2-word battle armor. He had no intention of giving up at all. He had to win with all his might. With Tang Yuga as their secret weapon, they had a chance of winning, but this wasn't enough. Xiaoqi had already said that Lan Xuanyu would be in charge of this competition and that he wouldn't participate. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu felt that he needed tactical guidance. He had already racked his brains to defeat Lu Baichuan. He was about to face a 5th-year senior who was a 2-word battle armor master. He also felt that he couldn't cook without rice and didn't know how to arrange his tactics. Naturally, the first person he thought of was Nana. Unexpectedly, before the matter could be clarified, Nana hung up the call on her end. When he called again, he realized that the signal couldn't be connected. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's heart suddenly tightened and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Then, he was dumbfounded to see a silver door of light silently appear at the side of the living room. A slender and beautiful leg stepped out from inside and he saw a slender figure with silver hair and purple eyes. Isn't this too fast? Aren't you in Mingdu? Lan Xuanyu looked at Nana who had already arrived in front of him in shock. Nana's eyes were originally filled with anxiety, but when she saw Lan Xuanyu standing in front of her, she heaved a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Lan Xuanyu subconsciously said, I'm fine. Nana nodded. It's good that you're fine. What's wrong? Do you need any help? Lan Xuanyu rubbed his eyes and confirmed that it was indeed Nana standing in front of him. He couldn't help but ask, how did you get here so quickly? Nana said, it's nothing, I came through a spatial tunnel. I opened a spatial passageway from Radiant City to Shrek Academy. When you're a little stronger, you can do it too. For the first time, Lan Xuanyu doubted Nana's words. He could do it just by being a little stronger? How much stronger was a little stronger? She opened up a spatial tunnel herself and arrived at the center of the continent from the other side in less than 2 minutes. What kind of strength was this? Lan Xuanyu felt that he didn't understand Nana more and more. Nana rubbed his head. What happened? Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Nana, we recently had a competition in the academy and now it's time for the year-skipping challenge. We've already defeated the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. Next, we're going to challenge the 5th years. But the 5th years might be 2-word battle armor masters. The difference in strength between us is a little big. Our only advantage is that we can send 5 people. What should we do? At that moment, he briefly explained the situation of the challenge to Nana. Nana listened very seriously and listened to his detailed description of the previous battle. After listening, she nodded and said, I roughly understand. Lan Xuanyu said, then do you think we have a chance of defeating the seniors? They had also done some research on the 5th years, but they found that there were quite a number of 5th years. After the 4th years, the outer court students seemed to have left very little information in the academy, so they couldn't be sure who their opponents were. This was also the reason why Lan Xuanyu wasn't confident. We can definitely win. It just depends on how we win, Nana said indifferently. We can definitely win? Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He had just made up his mind not to show off this time, but if he could win for sure, Nana said, if I help you secretly, you'll definitely win. This isn't too good. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. Nana said, that's why it depends on how you see the competition. If you only rely on your strength, your chances aren't very high. Although your control over your abilities is much stronger than before, the absolute difference is still a little big. Compared to a suit of 1-word battle armor, a suit of 2-word battle armor wasn't as simple as a 1-word battle armor upgrade. In a sense, only 2-word battle armor could be considered true battle armor. It was a real part of the body. Both the internal and external improvements were great. Furthermore, according to your calculations, your opponent might even be a 7-ringed soul sage. Once you become a soul sage, there will be a qualitative change, and soul masters will possess soul cores. Soul cores can continuously provide a large amount of soul power, so the other party's recovery ability is definitely far superior to yours. Even if you have a 6-ringed soul master, it will be very difficult for you to pose a threat to him. After all, you said that the one who will fight will definitely be the strongest among the 5th years, and your academy is filled with geniuses. Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, is that so? Then there's no chance at all? Nana said, the reason why I said that your chances are slim is mainly because you can't break through the other party's defense. If you can't break through his defense, no matter what kind of technique you have, it will be useless. Lan Xuanyu said, is the defense of a 2-word battle armor that strong? Nana said, the reason why a battle armor can surpass a mecha is because it surpasses a mecha in all aspects and is also more agile than a mecha. The defensive power of a 2-word battle armor is above that of a purple mecha's protective barrier. It can also greatly enhance the Soul Master's body and has the ability to fly. Lan Xuanyu's heart gradually sank to the bottom. He frowned and said, then what if I use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd? I should be able to break through his defense, right? Nana said, since you've already displayed the power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd previously, the other party will definitely be very careful and won't give you a chance to get close. Furthermore, a 2-word battle armor's resistance to control soul skills is far stronger than a 1-word battle armor. If you want to follow the previous path, the chances of success are very low. Lan Xuanyu frowned. Is there really no chance at all? Nana said, it's not that there's no chance at all. If you can control your abilities 100% or even 120%, you might have a chance. In the process of using the Dragon God transformation, your abilities in all aspects will be greatly improved, and you will have a combat strength not inferior to that of a 5-ring Soul Master. If you can also perfectly control your own abilities. If you can control your abilities perfectly, you will have a chance of defeating the other party during that period of eruption. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, then how much control do I have over my abilities now? Nana was silent for a moment before replying, about 40%. So low? Lan Xuanyu stared at her with his mouth agape. Before I came to Douluo planet, you didn't even have 30% control. You've already improved quite quickly. Nana comforted him. Lan Xuanyu was a little dazed. If I only have 40% control now, what kind of situation is 100% or even 120%? Nana said, that requires you to understand the true essence of the elements and be able to truly let each element burst forth with its strongest power. This is also known as a qualitative change. Just like a single source core, some special energy purified from a rare metal can be detonated through special means and become controllable. How much energy does a piece of rare metal have by itself? But after a qualitative change, it can burst forth with thousands or tens of thousands of times the energy intensity. That's it. Take a look. As she spoke, Nana raised her right hand and a small ball of water appeared in her palm. This is a ball of water, but take a look. As she spoke, the water in Nana's palm began to change. Its volume slowly shrank, and its color gradually changed from transparent to blue, and then to dark blue. Finally, it turned into a dark blue crystal the size of a grain of rice. She handed this crystal to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu picked it up and examined it in front of his eyes. He discovered that he couldn't feel the energy contained within this blue crystal. Nana smiled slightly and picked up the crystal. At the same time, she waved her right hand and a layer of silver light covered the entire room. Then, the crystal flew out of her hand. With a boom, the crystal exploded. Lan Xuanyu only felt a terrifying energy burst forth. Nana stood in front of him and blocked the shockwave, but the energy hit the surrounding silver halo, causing it to ripple. The most terrifying thing was that at the place where it exploded, a black hole with a diameter of about a foot appeared. Space was torn apart. This is what a ball of water can do. Lan Xuanyu stared at Nana, dumbstruck. Nana said, the gentle water element also has a violent side. It depends on how you control it. This is also the reason why I asked you to strengthen your control over your own abilities. Even if you become stronger in the future, and have more powerful soul power. It's like having a body full of strength but not knowing how to use it. You can't display your true strength. At the same time, in the process of practicing your control, it will also be a great help to your control over your own strength. It will allow you to better control your own energy when you cultivate. When you need it, you can control it to help you break through. Lan Xuanyu nodded his head silently. He understood what Nana meant by saying all this to him. Thank you. I more or less understand. In the battle the day after tomorrow, let's give it our all. To the extent that we can, we won't have any regrets. I will definitely work hard to practice my control over my own strength. My CPPCC proposal is aimed at those illegal apps without qualifications. It has nothing to do with feng shui. Weibo has already explained it. I don't have the time to report anyone. If I have the time, I'll write a few more words and earn a few more dollars. Is the country's net cleansing operation something that I can do alone? You're overestimating little Tang. If you have the ability, go to the relevant departments and scold them. Don't blindly slander me. Go do what you need to do. I haven't updated for a long time. Next week, I'll update for a few days. Thank you to my book friends for supporting me. Everyone, don't bother with those with ulterior motives. Yes. Nana nodded with a smile. How have you been recently? Are you tired from cultivating? Lan Xuanyu said, it's alright, I'm used to it. I don't feel tired. Furthermore, I can feel my improvement every day, so I'm especially motivated. I'll practice according to what you taught me every day. My control of the elements is better than before. Nana smiled. That's good. If there's anything, call me. I'll go back first. I'll come and see you in a few days. Okay. Lan Xuanyu held Nana's hand reluctantly. Nana patted his head again. Behind her, a silver door of light slowly opened. After bidding farewell to Lan Xuanyu, she stepped through the door and disappeared as the silver door closed. This is a long-distance teleportation. It's really too cool. Lan Xuanyu praised. Although Nana had left, he still felt a lot of unwillingness in his heart. Could he really not win against the 5th years? No matter what, he had to give it a try. Even if he failed, he would not regret it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but make up his mind and clench his fists tightly. The 1st years had consecutively defeated the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. This matter caused quite a stir in the outer court. In an instant, this batch of 1st years became the focus of everyone's attention. The 2nd and 3rd years were slightly better, but the 4th years had already undergone a transformation. They actually lost. Lu Baochuan didn't even have the chance to display his true combat strength before he was defeated. After watching this match, Sima Xian, who represented the 3rd years, wasn't so depressed anymore. Even Lu Baochuan lost. And he looked like he didn't have the strength to fight back. If the same tactic was used on him, would he be able to resolve it? That Lan Xuanyu was really full of tricks, and he even had a powerful attack that ignored defense. Once he got close, it would be very troublesome. Next, the 1st years would challenge the 5th years. And this time, the odds were the same as the previous match. If the 1st years won, the odds were 1. 3. If the 5th years won, the odds were 0. 4. The odds didn't seem to have been adjusted, but in reality, everyone knew that even the gambling center was a little afraid of the 1st years after the miracle created by the 4th years. What if the 1st years won again? Especially since Lan Xuanyu always played 5-card stud. After 3 consecutive rounds, he had already won over 100 purple emblems and the gambling center couldn't take it anymore. However, this time, Lan Xuanyu did not place a bet in the gambling center until the end. Yes, he didn't come. He didn't place a single emblem. There wasn't even a token bet. Lan Xuanyu naturally wouldn't waste his emblems, no matter how many he had. He wouldn't waste them. Even the Nana teacher did not look at them. Where did he get his confidence from? He would definitely give it his all, but he would never blindly spend money. Although he was still very rich now. Get ready to fight, standing in the resting area, Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice after distributing the last item to his companions. Is this really okay? Lan Mengqin looked at him helplessly. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Do you think I want to? We can only fight it out. Besides, I'm not breaking the rules. Lan Mengqin smiled. You win. Dong Xianxia said, don't give yourself too much pressure. We've already done well enough. To be able to win 3 consecutive battles, even if we lose, it's enough to show the strength of our 1st years. Lan Xuanyu said, no, we will definitely win. At least we have to tell ourselves that now. We can't not even have the courage to make a move. Furthermore, it's 5 against 1. All we need is a chance to shine. I will leave the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd's attack until the end and wait for a chance to attack. As long as I don't use my Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd, the threat to the 5th years will continue. Everyone, work together. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Dong Qianxiu, Lan Mengqin, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Tang Yuga placed their hands on his palm one after another. That's right, Tang Yuga was here. From today onwards, she had officially become a member of the first years. This battle was also the strongest lineup that Lan Xuanyu could find among the first years. At this point, there was no need to hide their strength when facing the fifth years. As for the next round, it was no longer something they needed to consider. If they couldn't even pass the fifth years, how could there be a next round? Tang Yuge looked at Lan Xuanyu and the corners of her lips curled up. To her, representing the first years in battle was extremely stressful. The criticism from the former students of the third years and the astonishment and discussion from the students of the other years of the outer court would definitely accompany her appearance in this battle. Regarding this, she had done a lot of mental preparation and even hesitated whether she should participate in this battle. Of course, she knew how strong the fifth years were. Even if she were to participate, she might not be able to win. But until that day. On that day, when she officially left the third years, she received a sole communication from Lan Xuanyu and met him in Lan Xuanyu's dormitory in the evening. Lan Xuanyu gave her something and told her that this was a benefit for the team. Although Tang Yuge never thought of herself as a person who valued money, at that moment, her heart was still filled with gratitude. The main reason she left the third years was because of the coldness in her heart. Her heart was cold. Over there, she no longer had any companions or comrades. But in this place, she had received warmth. Lan Xuanyu's acceptance of her didn't require any process or test. It was just simple, direct, and without any barriers. Tang Yuge didn't decline or reject and directly accepted this greeting gift. But from that moment onwards, all the pressure in her heart disappeared. Because her heart was determined. Regardless of everything else, she knew that she had already integrated into this team. Even when she saw Yuan and Hui Hui again today, Yuan and Hui Hui remained silent. Although she didn't say a word to her, she didn't reject her either. As for the others, they naturally treated her as a member of the team. They were still young and might not understand what it meant to die for those who understood them. But Tang Yuge knew that she liked this place, the first years, and this team. Hence, when her palm landed, especially on the back of Yuan and Hui Hui's hand, the siblings looked at each other. Yuan and Hui Hui saw an unprecedented brilliance and brightness in Tang Yuge's eyes. The door opened and sunlight shone through the door. Vaguely, the door in front of them seemed to be dyed with a layer of golden light. Lan Xuanyu shouted, "Let's go!" With that said, he took the lead and walked out. Dong Qianqiu followed closely behind, followed by Lan Mengqin, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Tang Yuge at the back. The five of them strode forward at the same pace, heading towards their crucial battle. At this moment, although the spectator stand still looked a little empty, that was because the venue was too big. This time, not only were the corresponding years participating in the competition here, almost all the teachers and students in the outer court were here. The 3 consecutive year-skipping victories made the students who had never watched the battle curious about the first years. Were this batch of first years really going to defy the heavens? They could even defeat the outstanding talents of the fourth years. Then, what about the fifth years? In the stands, the moment Tang Yuge appeared, the entire third years were in an uproar. Not everyone knew that Tang Yuge had left. Especially when they saw that Tang Yuge would actually fight for the first years. Their emotions could be imagined. After all, she was once their class leader. Everyone's gaze landed on Tang Yuge. The third years couldn't even believe their eyes. However, the truth was right in front of them. Tang Yuge was fighting for the first years. The fifth years were also shocked. There were only a dozen or so fifth years watching the battle. This was already all the fifth years who stayed in the academy. Just like how Lu Baichuan was famous in the entire academy, Tang Yuge was also famous as the #1 student of the third years. Moreover, her potential was obviously stronger than Lu Baichuan's, so she was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. The #1 students of their year were almost certain to enter the inner court. Such students were the focus of everyone's attention. However, who would have thought that Tang Yuge would actually appear in the first year's team? This was too shocking for all the outer court students present. "What's going on, Teacher Xiao?" Tang Yuge is. The second year's form teacher could not help but pull Xiaoqi back in shock. Xiaoqi smiled. Tang Yuge officially applied to join our first years and took the initiative to study in the outer court. Due to her usual performance and her own ability, the academy approved it. Therefore, from yesterday onwards, she is already a member of our first years. Naturally, she can fight for our first years. The second year's form teacher was dumbfounded. There's such a thing? This isn't fair. Xiaoqi glanced at him and said, if you have the ability, go find the fourth year's Lu Baichuan and ask him to join your class. Not far away, the fourth year's form teacher's cold gaze immediately shot out, his eyes filled with threat. Originally, this was a battle without any suspense in everyone's eyes. The first years were more important to fight for honor. However, with the appearance of Tang Yuga, it seemed that there was a sliver of possibility for the first years to win. Starting from the fourth years, the outer court would undergo a qualitative change every year. Every year would be different. The fifth years were really strong. Moreover, in the outer court, the fifth and sixth years had all produced monstrous figures. Lan Xuanyu and the other four had already walked to the center of the arena. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked at Tang Yuga. What he saw was a calm Tang Yuga. She didn't seem to notice the commotion in the stands at all. He couldn't help but think to himself, senior sister's mental fortitude is really good. In fact, what he was most worried about was Tang Yuga's unstable mental state. At this moment, their opponents had also arrived at the arena. It was a young man with a slender figure. At the age of 17, he had basically grown up. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with fiery red hair draped behind his head. His skin was fair, and he was handsome. Her eyes were slightly long and narrow. Her eyes were a rare light pink color, which was slightly similar to Yuan and Hui's eyes. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Lan Xuanyu's group of 5 and took the initiative to walk over. Hello, junior brother and junior sister. Hey, you're Tang Yuga, right? Why are you in the first grade? The red-haired young man looked at Tang Yuga curiously. Tang Yuga said indifferently, I've already applied to join the first years. Can't I go back to the furnace and cultivate again? The red-haired youth gave him a thumbs up. Good. Of course. I also think that our outer court is pretty good. At least it's more lively with more people. The inner court is empty, what's the point? I didn't even go for the early special recruitment because I wanted to. Stay in the outer court for 2 more years. Lan Xuanyu, right? Junior brother, you're really amazing. I've watched a few of your matches. However, to be honest, I don't really like your fighting style. It's so mischievous, a little like some people. Junior brothers and junior sisters, don't worry. I definitely won't hurt you in this match. I look forward to all of you being able to get into the inner court. Senior wishes you all the best. As he spoke, the red-haired youth combed his red hair in a posture that he thought was very handsome. Lan Xuanyu looked at him curiously. Senior, are you a chatterbox? The red-haired youth's hand stiffened, and he immediately said angrily, Lan Xuanyu, you dare to call me a chatterbox? Don't you have the spirit of respecting the elderly? I'm your senior after all. You have to respect your seniors, understand? As he spoke, he reached out to grab Lan Xuanyu. Pa. The referee slapped his hand away and pointed to the other side. Go back to your own place. The red-haired youth felt the pain and looked at today's referee with some resentment. Then, he obediently walked back. Coincidentally, the referee for today's match was an old acquaintance of Lan Xuanyu. It was Ling Yi. This great beauty Ling, who Lan Xuanyu didn't know if he should call her senior or teacher, was definitely the one with the most status in the academy. Student? Teacher? Or was she an auctioneer or a referee? She could be seen everywhere. However, he was still a little happy that Ling Yi slapped the red-haired youth. Ling Yi looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, if you can defeat Hua Linhan, I will give you an additional reward. Beat him up. Hua Linhan? That should be the name of that red-haired senior, right? It seemed like this senior had a grudge against him. Seeing Ling Yi gnashing her teeth, Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, the referee was on their side in this match. Senior, don't worry. As long as it's possible, we won't let him off, Lan Xuanyu promised. On the stands. The honest young man and the beautiful senior were still sitting together. Darling, you didn't place a bet today, right? The honest young man asked carefully. The beautiful senior glanced at him and said, "Why? What does it have to do with you whether I place a bet or not?" The honest young man smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "How is it none of my business? You're in a bad mood after losing, so you're venting your anger on me. It's not good to gamble. It's not good for your physical and mental health. Darling, let's watch the match." The beautiful senior said, "The one that Hua Linhan, that playboy, was talking about just now should be you, right?" At their cultivation level, their hearing was very good. Naturally, they could hear what Hua Linhan said to Lan Xuanyu. The honest young man said, "He's itching for a beating. There will be a chance to teach him a lesson in 2 days." The beautiful senior asked in confusion, "Didn't you take his money? You still want to teach him a lesson?" Cough cough. Shoo, the honest young man hurriedly gestured for her to keep quiet. "I'll be gentler, gentler. I'm a man of integrity." "Your integrity has fallen to the ground, right? But let me warn you, don't walk with that guy. If he infects you with your playboy habits, I'll humph him." "Humph, I'll castrate him," the pretty senior said fiercely. The honest young man looked at her with an intoxicated expression. "I like how you help your family and not reason. Castrate him, I support you." The beautiful senior suddenly smiled. "Do you think I will let you off when I castrate him?" The honest young man immediately felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly swore, "If I want to win the heart of a person, I will never be separated. In this life, I will only like you. For other existences, I won't even differentiate between male and female." The beautiful senior sister giggled and gave him a punch. "Just watch the competition. According to you, Hua Linhan will definitely win." The honest young man said, "If he loses, I'll beat him to death. I bet 10 purple emblems on him." The beautiful senior widened her eyes. "Didn't you just say that betting isn't good?" Cough cough, "A sure win, a sure win, a sure win." The honest young man hurriedly said, "If you win, I'll buy you good food." "Oh right, baby, I've already made the last piece of your 2-word battle armor for you. Do you want to try it out in my dormitory tonight?" The beautiful senior rolled her eyes at him. "Are you asking me to try out my battle armor? Only my battle armor?" "Yes, yes." The honest young man nodded repeatedly. At this moment, in the arena, Hua Linhan had already started jumping on the spot, but his eyes were filled with ferocity. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with Lan Xuanyu's words. He was a chatterbox to begin with, and a very talkative one at that. However, people were all like this. The more flaws they had, the more they didn't like others to talk about them. Hua Linhan was like that. Hence, he was a little angry. Hua Linhan's martial soul is very powerful. It's a control and attack dual system, the Sun Piranha Flower. "I'll block him from the front while you guys attack from the side," Tang Yuga said in a low voice. They didn't know who their opponent was, so they didn't have a good tactical arrangement. Until they saw their opponent. As for Hua Linhan's situation, they didn't know anything about it from their previous investigations. Sun Piranha Flower? What martial soul was that? Lan Xuanyu was very familiar with martial souls, but he had never heard of this name before. But there was no doubt that this was a very powerful existence. Attack and control dual system soul masters had always been known as the strongest type of soul master. He was the same, but in terms of cultivation, there was a huge gap between him and the other party. "Let the match begin," Ling Yi announced. Just as she announced the start of the match, Hua Linhan suddenly did something that left everyone dumbfounded. This guy actually blew a kiss at Ling Yi. That's right, it was a flying kiss. Ling Yi was so angry that her face turned pale. She really wanted to strangle this guy to death. She did have a feud with Hua Linhan. This guy had the worst reputation in the outer court. He was a playboy who loved to flirt with girls. After his coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 16, he had dated a few 5th and 6th grade girls. The most infuriating thing was that this guy was always playful and was especially strong. Coupled with his special martial souls, he was able to obtain the benefits of early enrollment in the inner court. Just last semester, after receiving this benefit, he was lucky enough to participate in the Sea God's fated blind date that only the inner court disciples of Shrek Academy could participate in. Originally, he was only there to observe the ceremony. After all, he wasn't a true inner court disciple. But this guy suddenly confessed his love to Lingyi during the blind date. He even said something that made people not know whether to laugh or cry, causing Lingyi to blush. The senior she liked didn't choose her because of this. Therefore, she had a deep feud with Hua Linhan. Moreover, this fellow often found opportunities to harass her. Lingyi had beaten him up so many times, but this shameless guy was like a sticky candy. He even said that beating was affection and scolding was love every day. Lingyi couldn't really beat him to death, right? She really couldn't do anything about this guy. Strangely enough, ever since he started wooing her, Hua Linhan had never had a girlfriend again. He even told her that he was keeping his chastity for her, which really annoyed Lingyi. Now that he was flirting with her in front of all the outer yard teachers and students, how could Lingyi not want to be rough with him? As he threw out a flying kiss, soul rings rose from beneath Hua Linhan's feet. He had a smile on his face as he flicked his red hair. When Lan Xuanyu's group of 5 saw his soul rings, their expressions immediately turned serious. 7. A total of 7 soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. The most terrifying thing was that these 7 soul rings were all black. 7 10,000-year soul rings. Without a doubt, this was the strongest outer court disciple Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. A 7-ring soul sage, and a soul sage with all 10,000-year soul rings. He had no doubt that the opponent in front of him was a 2-word battle armor master. Following the appearance of the soul rings, Hua Linhan's back seemed to light up as a large flower slowly appeared and landed on his shoulder. It was a large golden flower with a scarlet stamen. It had a total of 6 petals and looked dazzling. But in the next moment, no one thought that this flower was good-looking anymore. The moment it appeared, no one saw which soul ring lit up on Hua Linhan's body. The large flower suddenly rushed into the air and expanded in the wind. Its back was connected to a thick and long root, and the entire flower instantly expanded to a diameter of more than 2 meters. The scarlet flower suddenly opened up like a huge mouth. It pounced towards Lan Xuanyu's group of 5. With a cold snort, Tang Yuga, who was on the right, took a step forward and rushed forward. Without any hesitation, she released her 1-word battle armor and covered her entire body. In the instant that she donned her suit of battle armor, her entire body took on a crimson hue, and scorching flames began to rise from her body. Against a plant type, the fire attribute was undoubtedly the best. The sun piranha flower descended from the sky and went straight for Tang Yuga to devour. Tang Yuga's figure flickered in midair. As he dodged to the side, his hands shone with a golden light and a sharp blade extended out from each of them. Metal attribute, they slashed straight at the roots of the sun piranha flower. The sun piranha flower suddenly shrank and the flower started to spin violently. The 6 petals were like a meat grinder as they turned towards Tang Yuga. With a loud clang, Tang Yuga was sent flying. A blue light flashed in Dong Qianxiu's eyes and a pair of blue eyes appeared behind him. It was deep blue gaze. Hua Linhan, who was opposite him, smiled strangely. His body didn't change at all, but another sun piranha flower drilled out from behind him. The flower had already turned ice blue and was frozen. Hua Linhan's second soul skill, damage transfer. He transferred the control of deep blue gaze to one of his sun piranha flowers, but he wasn't affected at all. The first sun piranha flower had already caught up to Tang Yuga. At this moment, the others had already made their moves. An ear-piercing zither sound rang out, causing the sun piranha flower to slow down by half a beat. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu had already rushed out at the same time towards Hua Linhan. If they wanted to defeat this senior with a 2-word battle armor, the only chance was to let Lan Xuanyu have a chance to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in close combat. However, this was undoubtedly very difficult. Hua Linhan stood rooted to the ground. The first sun piranha flower was still charging towards Tang Yuga while the second was still frozen. However, the third sun piranha flower appeared again and swept towards Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu. Lan Mingqin's jade phoenix zither could only slow down his sun piranha flower slightly, but it couldn't affect him much. Right at this moment, the sound of a bowstring rang out and an arrow shot out like lightning, entering the mouth of the first sun piranha flower. Blazing flames erupted, causing the sun piranha flower to rise. However, it only twisted its flower head and opened its mouth, spitting out a mouthful of flames. Then, the fourth sun piranha flower came out and headed straight for Yuan and Hui Hui. 1 against 5, Hua Linhan looked completely calm. He stood rooted to the ground and controlled his sun piranha flower to attack. Bang! Tang Yuga suddenly jumped out and 5-colored light circulated on his body as he brazenly collided with the side of the sun piranha flower. The impact was extremely strong and forcefully sent the sun piranha flower flying. At this moment, the second sun piranha flower had already thawed and was chasing after the third one. It was also heading towards Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu. After all, Hua Linhan had seen Lan Xuanyu and the others challenge, so he knew very well that Lan Xuanyu was the core of this team. Hua Linhan didn't know if his halberd could hurt him. Therefore, dealing with Lan Xuanyu was the most important thing to do. However, at this moment, he saw a strange scene. Lan Xuanyu swung his hand and 2 dark blue things flew out from his hand. They happened to meet the 2 sun piranha flowers. The 2 sun piranha flowers opened their mouths and were instantly sucked into the 2 purple balls. Boom, boom. 2 explosions sounded and the 2 sun piranha flowers rose up. Hua Linhan's expression changed as he said in shock, "Exploding fruit. Do you guys have to do this?" As a plant-type soul master, he was naturally very familiar with plants. The exploding fruit was a very strange fruit. It didn't have any value in consuming it, but it had a special characteristic. After it matured, it would bounce up from the branches on its own and explode in the air. The seeds inside the fruit would fly into the distance with the explosion and be sown. This exploding fruit wasn't originally from Douluo planet, but from the 3rd administrative planet developed by humans, which was also the first administrative planet where soul beasts migrated. Back then, on that planet, the exploding fruit had caused a lot of trouble for the Federation army. The economic value of this thing wasn't high, but the power of its explosion was extremely strong. Furthermore, its reproduction ability was extremely strong and covered a large area of that planet. When humans arrived and accidentally touched it, it would cause a series of explosions. It caused the Federation army to suffer heavy losses. The largest exploding fruit even had the power to blow apart a warship's protective shield. The Federation had spent a lot of effort and even had the help of some plant-type soul beasts to solve the problem of the exploding fruit. The Shrek Academy was also very interested in the exploding fruit, so they transplanted some back. But in order to control the risks, they only planted them in a small area. After research, they discovered that if the exploding fruit was picked when it was close to ripening, it could be used as a bomb and it was quite powerful. As for large exploding fruits, they didn't dare to cultivate them. They were afraid that if they didn't control it well, it would bring about a disaster. At this moment, weren't the 2 exploding fruits that Lan Xuanyu threw out? The surface of the 2 sun piranha flowers was slightly damaged. Lan Xuanyu also knew that it was extremely difficult to defeat the 5th years, and he couldn't use soul tools. He had only exchanged for such things at the special exchange office. Of course, this didn't represent their strength, but they didn't violate the rules. Furthermore, the referee for today's match was Ling Yi, who had a feud with Hua Linhan. When Ling Yi saw Lan Xuanyu's exploding fruit, she almost laughed out loud. He immediately felt a great sense of relief. Not only was the exploding fruit's explosive power strong, but after being hit by the seeds, these seeds would absorb the surrounding life force and grow rapidly. If they weren't dealt with in time, there was a possibility of a second explosion. Back then, the Federation army had suffered a great loss in this regard. Furthermore, Hua Linhan's sun piranha flower was a plant itself, so the energy absorbed by the seed was even more direct. At this time, the surface of the 2 sun piranha flowers had already begun to show purplish-black dots. As soon as Lan Xuanyu made his move, his companions also made their moves without hesitation. Several more purple-black exploding fruits flew straight towards his sun piranha flower. Under the explosions, the sun piranha flowers retreated and were covered by the seeds. On the spectator stand, the honest-looking young man blinked his eyes. This junior brother is really going all out. Sure, he even bought the exploding fruits. If I remember correctly, it's 1 yellow emblem for 1. The pretty senior said, serves him right for blowing up that playboy radish. The honest youth chuckled and said, it's useless. If Hua Linhan could win like this, he would have been beaten to death by his many love rivals. Just as they were talking, Hua Linhan, who was in the arena, had a helpless expression. "Junior brother, the exploding fruit is so expensive, why bother?" As he spoke, the third soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. The 4 sun piranha flowers stopped in the air at the same time. Immediately after, all their golden petals suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Even the roots behind him turned golden red in an instant. The air on the entire battlefield became scorching hot at this moment. The seeds of the exploding fruits shattered with a series of pu-pu sounds and disappeared in an instant. The air became sticky under the heat brought about by the 4 sun piranha flowers, and the temperature began to rise rapidly. 4 golden red pillars of light shot out from the mouths of the 4 sun piranha flowers at the same time, blasting towards Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianxiu, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Tang Yuga. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu were originally together. When the 2 pillars of light descended from the sky, they felt that the air around them had become sticky at this moment, causing their movements to become slow. The blazing high temperature seemed to be about to ignite the entire world. But in front of this high temperature, they seemed so small. Is this the difference in strength? Lan Xuanyu laughed bitterly in his heart. The difference in soul power was simply too great. Right at this moment, a loud phoenix cry sounded and a cold aura flew over from behind. A huge ice phoenix brazenly charged in and fused into the 2 pillars of fire. Ice and fire blossomed with dazzling light and surging elemental fluctuations in the air. Lan Xuanyu also took this opportunity to pull Dong Qianxiu and speed up. They headed straight for Hua Linhan. At this moment, they couldn't retreat. Only by getting close to Hua Linhan would they have a chance. Heavenly Snow Lady Jade Phoenix Guqin, Self-Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Ice Phoenix Dance. This was Lan Mingqin's strongest attack. She also had a cultivation level close to 5 rings. With her martial soul fusion skill, her strongest attack forcefully blocked the explosion of the 2 sun piranha flowers. On the other side, Tang Yuga leaped up and a red light flickered on his body. His 6th soul ring flashed and he actually disappeared into the pillar of fire. In the next moment, he had already drilled out of the pillar of fire and pounced towards Hua Linhan. Thunder exploded and 2 huge bolts of lightning struck the pillar of fire one after another. The Thunder Spirit War Drum exploded the pillar of fire. The 5 first years used different methods to neutralize Hua Linhan's powerful attack. When the outer court students saw this scene, they couldn't help but secretly give the first years a thumbs up. No one thought that the first years would be able to win. But being able to block Hua Linhan's attack was enough to prove their strength. Lan Xuanyu and the rest were about to reach him. Hua Linhan didn't panic at all. He just smiled and the 4th soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. Following that, a terrifying scene appeared. With his body as the center, countless golden red spikes suddenly appeared and shot out at the same time, covering an area. It enveloped Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianxiu, and even Tang Yuga who were charging towards him. The sun piranha flower had thorns. Lan Xuanyu's figure flashed and appeared behind Dong Qianxiu. He pressed his left hand on his back and let out a dragon's roar. A golden dragon head appeared instantly and a huge sound wave swept out. It was the 3rd soul skill of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, Yellow Jinlong's roar. The impassioned dragon's roar caused Hua Linhan to pause for a moment and a dazed look appeared in his eyes. Right at this moment, Dong Qianxiu had already raised the ice spear in his hand. Her body flickered in a very small area on the spot. The blue spear light on the ice spear flickered and every time it stabbed out, there seemed to be a series of afterimages behind it. The temperature of the surrounding air instantly dropped, as if it was no longer as hot as before. And amidst the layers of spear shadows, her ice spear cleverly blocked the front of the spikes. It wasn't to block them, but to slightly change the direction of these spikes through stabbing. All of this happened in an instant. The golden spikes brushed past Dong Qianxiu's body. At this moment, the combat skills that Dong Qianxiu displayed could only be described as astonishing. She wasn't afraid of the powerful soul skill of a 7-ring soul master and actually received it head-on. This was naturally related to the full strength buff that Lan Xuanyu gave her and also the increase in strength brought to her by the manifold mysterious ice essence. However, this courage and skill were the key to success. Yellow Jinlong's roar only prevented Hua Linhan from controlling those spikes, but the power of the spikes was still that of a 7-ring soul sage, after sending all the spikes flying, Xianxia's face turned pale. She had really done her best. Lan Xuanyu took a step forward and went around her. Just as he was about to charge forward, another sun piranha flower rushed out from the front and opened its mouth to bite him. The 4 sun piranha flowers that had erupted with fire pillars were slightly dim, but the 5th sun piranha flower looked like it was at its peak. Tang Yuga's body turned green and red as she fell from the sky. The sharp thorns swept past her body but didn't injure her at all. She finally landed and arrived in front of Hua Linhan. At this moment, Yuan and Hui Hui in the distance suddenly looked up at the sky, and his eyes turned into a boundless color. Hua Linhan's expression changed. At this moment, the 5 sun piranha flowers that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the air disappeared at the same time. The strongest control-type soul skill of the first years wasn't Deep Blue Gaze, nor was it the Absolute Cube that Ding Zhuohan released last time. Instead, it came from Yuan and Hui Hui's bloodline talent, the Eye of Reincarnation. The Eye of Reincarnation that could interrupt any soul skill for an instant. Lan Xuanyu and Yuan and Hui Hui's cooperation was extremely tacit. All their chances were actually the moment Yuan and Hui Hui used the Eye of Reincarnation. Dong Qianqiu perked up. The moment the Eye of Reincarnation was released, his 4th soul ring lit up again, Deep Blue Gaze. If he wanted to defeat a powerful opponent like Hua Linhan, he still had to rely on control. A thin layer of ice instantly appeared on Hua Linhan's body, freezing him. At this moment, the sun piranha flower in front of Lan Xuanyu disappeared and Hua Linhan was 5 meters away from him. Without any hesitation, a rainbow light blossomed from his chest and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd appeared brazenly. The dark blue light carried a majestic aura as it pierced towards Hua Linhan. Boom, the first thing that landed on Hua Linhan was Tang Yuga's great 5 elements divine light. Under the dazzling 5-colored light, Hua Linhan's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden red light. A dazzling golden red armor suddenly blossomed from his body. There was no flash of light, it just appeared abruptly. The dazzling golden red light collided with the great 5 elements divine light. Both parties groaned at the same time. Tang Yuga was bounced back, but Hua Linhan's calf sank into the ground from her full strength. Tang Yuga was a 6-ringed soul emperor, and with the support of his one-word battle armor, his great 5 elements divine light was fully unleashed. His attack power was the best among the 3rd years. She wanted to use her own strength to prove to everyone that she was the strongest among the 3rd years. 2-word battle armor? So this is a 2-word battle armor? This was the first time Lan Xuanyu had seen a 2-word battle armor in person. The suit of reddish-golden armor was slightly heavier than that of a suit of 1-word battle armor, and its surface was riddled with dazzling sun-like runes. The most dazzling thing was the pair of golden-red wings on his back that spread open, allowing Hua Linhan to break free from the control of Deep Blue Gaze. However, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was already within reach. It was already too late for him to dodge. It was about to succeed. Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. But at this moment, he saw a ball of reddish-golden light erupt. The 6th sun piranha flower suddenly rushed out from Hua Linhan's chest and directly collided with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd pierced into the sun piranha flower like tofu, almost slicing it open as the reddish-golden liquid scattered in all directions. However, even though the sun piranha flower was cut open, it still stuck tightly to Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, forcefully stopping it a foot away from Hua Linhan's chest. Hua Linhan flapped the wings on his back and a powerful impact blew Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu away at the same time. He himself was also sent flying and was instantly dozens of meters away. At this moment, Hua Linhan was also covered in cold sweat. The effect of the Eye of Reincarnation was completely beyond his expectations. At the same time, what surprised him was the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd that could ignore defense. He was extremely confident in his sun piranha flower, but he didn't expect it to almost fail to block it. In fact, he didn't manage to block it. But it gave him a chance to flap his wings. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was indeed powerful, but Lan Xuanyu, who was holding it, wasn't strong enough. The wings on his back flapped and the 5 sun piranha flowers that had disappeared earlier split out from his back again. Only the 6th flower couldn't be restored and hung limply in front of his chest. It was obvious that it had been severely injured by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. While he was shocked and afraid, Hua Linhan was also furious. He originally didn't want to use his two-word battle armor, but he didn't expect to be forced to use it and almost lose this match. How could he not be furious? The 5 sun piranha flowers exploded. He didn't plan to wait any longer. He wanted to get rid of these little fellows in front of him. A loud buzzing sound rang out again as the Ice Phoenix dance was executed once more. The Ice Phoenix with a wingspan of more than 5 meters descended from the sky and charged towards Hua Linhan like a moth darting into a flame. Using a martial soul fusion skill twice in a row was the result of her spiritual power increasing explosively. Even so, Lan Mingqin's face was as pale as paper. Boom! The Ice Phoenix collided with the golden-red light from the sunflower and was destroyed in the next moment. The huge difference in cultivation couldn't be completely resolved even with a martial soul fusion skill. But it also caused the sun piranha flower's attack to slow down slightly. With a cold snort, Hua Linhan, who was in the air, suddenly descended from the sky like a meteor. The 7th soul ring on his body shone brightly, and in the next moment, his entire body turned golden-red like a huge seed that drilled into the ground. The 5 sun piranha flowers instantly grew crazily as though they had suddenly gained roots. Even the heavily injured 6th flower recovered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had all become 3 times their original size and were as terrifying as monsters. 6 huge sun piranha flowers burst out with sun-like radiance and flew out at the same time. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. Sun piranha flower true body. Without a doubt, as a 7-ring soul sage and wearing a 2-word battle armor, his martial soul true body was the strongest attack he could use. Hua Linhan had almost suffered a huge loss under Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd because he had underestimated his opponent previously. In his vigilance, he decided to end this battle and not give these juniors any more chances. The Great 5 Elements divine light flickered in the air and a resolute expression appeared on Tang Yuga's face. All of a sudden, the Great 5 Elements divine light on her body increased by several times. A dazzling 5-colored light bloomed in the air and even caused her figure to hover in the air for a short while. What shocked everyone even more was that the 1-word battle armor on Tang Yuga's body was actually melting at an astonishing speed, turning into fuel for the 5-colored light that rose crazily. Burning her battle armor? This was irreversible and could not be recovered. This meant that Tang Yuga would completely burn her 1-word battle armor and could only use it again. This was just a sparring match and not a life-and-death battle. No one expected her to be so decisive. The dazzling 5-colored light illuminated the entire arena and intersected with the sun piranha flower's 6 martial soul true bodies. Tang Yuga's gaze froze and was filled with determination. This was her first battle representing the first years. No matter what price she had to pay, she didn't want to lose this match. In the distance, Yuan and Hui Hui looked at the resplendent light on Tang Yuga's body and his eyes instantly turned crazy. In the depths of his eyes, a vortex appeared again and he let out a sharp howl. His eye of reincarnation could not be activated a second time, but at this moment, the longbow in his hand had already mutated rapidly. The purple star spirit bow instantly evolved and a dark green color filled with life energy lingered on it. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings intertwined and lit up like waves. On the bowstring, an arrow flickering with 5-colored light condensed and formed. A whirlpool-like radiance spread across the body of the arrow. Whoosh! The bow was like a full moon, and in the next moment, the 5-colored arrow shot towards the imposing sun piranha flower true body like a meteor chasing after the moon. Hua Linhan felt his body freeze at this moment and everything around him seemed to have become chaotic. He was actually unable to absorb any energy from the air in a short period of time and could only rely on his soul core to maintain his battle stance. This was the power of laws. Hua Linhan was also very shocked, but he naturally didn't think that they could defeat him under such circumstances. Tang Yuga also moved at this moment. However, to everyone's surprise, she, who had ignited her 1-word battle armor and raised her Great 5 Elements divine light to the extreme, didn't charge towards Hua Linhan. Instead, she charged towards the 5-colored arrow. No, Hua Linhan's heart trembled. He, who was extremely experienced in battle, made a decision at this moment. The 6 sun piranha flowers gathered together in an instant. Each flower was like a huge petal, and when the 6 of them gathered together, they actually formed a super sun piranha flower. The brilliant golden-red light was like a sun on the ground as a huge golden-red pillar of light with a diameter of more than 15 meters shot out. On the spectator stand, when the honest youth saw this scene, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn as he said in a low voice, "He has mastered it." The Sun Cannon. In his martial soul true body state, the power of the sun piranha flower was increased to its maximum. Under the martial soul true body state, its attack power was doubled. Then, he gathered the 6 sun piranha flowers together and gathered all their power to unleash the strongest attack. It was the Sun Cannon. Although Hua Linhan's Sun Cannon was clearly just mastered and its power wasn't enough to be considered powerful. However, to the opponents in front of him, it was still too terrifying. In the future, the smaller the diameter of the sun god's light, the more powerful it would be because it meant that its energy would be more condensed. At this moment, Tang Yuga had already rushed onto the 5-colored arrow. In an instant, the great 5 elements divine light was completely devoured by the arrow like rivers flowing into the sea. The terrifying thing was that all the light on the arrow actually disappeared at this moment. Only the jade-green longbow in Yuan and Huihui's hand turned 5-colored at this moment. Boom! The multicolored light collided with the divine sunlight, which was like the main cannon of a battleship. The entire competition ground shook violently as a terrifying explosion erupted. Dazzling light soared into the sky, and it felt as if the mountains and the earth were shaking. Was this something an outer yard disciple could do? It was normal for Hua Linhan, who had 7 rings, to be able to do this. However, his opponent was a first-year. Tang Yuga was also a 6-ring soul emperor, and even though there was a qualitative difference between her and a 7-ring soul emperor, the power of her attack had already exceeded her own cultivation base after she had ignited her suit of one-word battle armor. Coupled with Yuan and Huihui's unprecedented burst of power and the powerful buff of the Elven Royal Bow, the two complemented each other. This was the first time they had worked together, but everything was so natural. Martial soul fusion skill, great 5 elements fairy arrow. In the next instant, a dark blue radiance silently drilled into the blazing light. The shockwave brought about by the strong light was unable to stop its advance at all. All the shockwaves around it were silently annihilated. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky with a dazzling white luster and drilled into the blazing light. The 5-colored figure shot out and landed in the distance. A figure rushed over like lightning and caught her. At this moment, the spectator stands were already silent. This eruption at the last moment had already dazzled everyone. It was even to the extent that no one was able to discern exactly who had obtained the upper hand in this collision. The light gradually faded. The situation on the battlefield also became clear. Yuan and Huihui carried the pale and unconscious Tang Yuga in her arms. Lan Xuanyu fell to the ground and panted heavily. The 7-colored scales on his body had long disappeared. As Lan Mengqin had exhausted too much of her spiritual power, she also fell to the ground with a pale face. Only Dong Qianqiu's situation was slightly better. She stood in front of Lan Xuanyu to protect him. Opposite them stood Hua Linhan, who was wearing his 2-word battle armor. In front of her, not far away was Ling Yi. Ling Yi's hand was still on Hua Linhan's arm. A long ravine appeared on the ground behind Hua Linhan. A dark blue light flashed, and at the end of the ravine, a dark blue light flashed through the air and flew straight towards Lan Xuanyu. In the end, it landed on his right thumb and turned back into the deep ring. If one looked carefully, they would realize that there was a crack on the left arm of Hua Linhan's 2-word battle armor and there were faint traces of blood inside. At this moment, Ling Yi, who was the referee, had a bright smile on her face. She announced loudly, "The first year's win." The moment she said that, the entire crowd was in an uproar. The first year's won? How did the first year's win? What was going on? Most people didn't know what had happened. Hua Linhan's expression was extremely ugly. He retracted his battle armor and said angrily, "How did they win? I won't lose at all." Ling Yi sneered. "If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have been nailed to death by that halberd." Hua Linhan said, "I was at most severely injured, how could I die? At the same time, I could still release the sun cannon again and it was enough to kill them all." If you didn't pull me, how could you have interrupted my Sun Cannon's second shot? Ling Yi especially liked his flustered and exasperated look and said with a smile, "Firstly, if your body was pierced by that halberd, can you guarantee that you would still be able to survive? How do you know that the halberd doesn't have any other effects? Even if you don't die, can your Sun Cannon still be accurate when you're severely injured? As the referee, I have to consider the safety of both parties and judge the situation on the field. I think that saving you is the right choice. And I'm already saving you, so I don't have the ability to save the first years. Of course, I have to interrupt your Sun Cannon and not let you kill the juniors. If you're not convinced, you can appeal to the higher-ups. Of course, do you think your appeal is effective?" Hua Linhan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. That's right, Ling Yi's analysis wasn't wrong. However, in that situation, if he had paid a certain price, such as activating his battle armor, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to forcefully end the soul fusion skill and change the position of his battle armor. But now, he had no place to say it. Ling Yi was the referee and had a strong right to make decisions on the battlefield. Furthermore, she was also considering the safety of both parties. At the same time, Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui's great 5-element spirit arrow was indeed very powerful and had really blocked his Sun Cannon. This made him feel an indescribable bitterness. On the other side, Lan Xuanyu and the rest had strange expressions. In fact, this battle made all of them feel helpless. Their opponents were simply too strong. Furthermore, they were still suppressed even though they were underestimating them. If not for Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui's unexpected martial soul fusion skill at the last moment, they probably wouldn't have had a chance at all. This was the difference in pure strength. Lan Xuanyu's desperate attempt to throw out his heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was a reminder from a voice. At this moment, he subconsciously looked towards the spectator stand. In a corner of the spectator stand, a silver-haired, purple-eyed figure was looking at him with a smile. 8. It wasn't easy for the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to leave his hand and attack. It had almost exhausted all of Lan Xuanyu's power under the dragon god's transformation. Under Nana's guidance, it followed a certain path before it could be thrown out. Nana used her spiritual power to control him from afar to help him complete the process of circulating the energy. Otherwise, once the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd left his hand, it would immediately turn into a ring and return to his thumb. Nana had taught him a brand new ability in actual combat. Lan Xuanyu still clearly remembered that Nana had used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to destroy a small battleship. Did they win? Did they actually win? Lan Xuanyu's first reaction was that he had suffered a loss. He didn't bet. He didn't bet at all, but they unexpectedly won. The odds, his heart bled at the thought of this. However, this thought only lasted for a short moment. After all, their victory in this battle was the result of almost all aspects. It was even because of the referee's absolute bias that they were able to obtain the final victory. Ling Yi played a crucial role. Hua Linhan left in exasperation. A healing-type soul master appeared and awakened Tang Yuga. Lan Xuanyu, on the other hand, was very magnanimous as he stuffed milky white fruits into his teammates' hands. This was a fruit called the Holy Spirit fruit. It could strengthen one's foundation and heal injuries, so its price was naturally not cheap. But he didn't care. He had earned enough previously. At this moment, the spectator stands were already in an uproar. Everyone could tell that the first years had been suppressed from the beginning to the end, but they won in the end. This was definitely an accident. But although it was an accident, their strength was obvious. Even if the first years were able to tangle with Hua Linhan for so long and even force him to use his martial soul fusion skill, they should be proud. Furthermore, they won. Lu Baichuan stood up and walked out of the spectator stand silently. At this moment, he only wanted to work hard and cultivate. If it were him, would he be able to block the great 5-element spirit arrow? He didn't know. Of course, Tang Yuga couldn't unleash such a powerful attack anymore. Her one-word battle armor had been completely damaged. Tang Yuga slowly opened his eyes. He felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth and a warmth in his body. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw many concerned gazes. Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianxiu, Lan Mengqin, and Yuan and Hui Hui surrounded him. Right now, she was lying in Yuan and Hui's arms. "How are you feeling?" Yuan and Hui blurted out when she saw her open her eyes. Tang Yuga chuckled. "It's nothing. I'm still okay. It's just a little overdraft." "Yes." Yuan and Hui seemed to have realized something, and the expression on his face became a little stiff. But he could not abandon Tang Yuga now. Lan Xuanyu stood up and smiled. "It's good that you're all right. Hui, I'll have to trouble you to send Yuga back. Everyone has eaten the Holy Spirit fruit. Let's go back and digest it properly. We should be able to solve the problem of overdraft. I really didn't expect us to win." At this moment, the first years had already rushed into the arena. Compared to when they defeated the fourth years last time, the first years were not as excited this time. Everyone's expressions were more strange. Only after watching this match did they realize how huge the gap between the first and fifth years was. And with such a huge gap, they actually won. It was a little surreal. I thought about it. I've always felt that boss can do what others can't do. We will definitely win. Ha ha ha. Xianlei laughed loudly as he pounced forward and hugged Lan Xuanyu tightly. When he opened his arms towards Lan Mengqin, he was kicked in the stomach and squatted on his butt. However, he didn't make a fuss and stood up. There's only one match left to clear the stage. Waha, boss, you guys have to work hard. Steady. We can win. As soon as Xianlei said this, everyone, including the other first years, was shocked. That's right. 4 battles. They had already won 4 battles in a row against those of a higher rank. This was probably an unprecedented feat in the outer court of Shrek Academy, right? And there was only one match left before the entire class could head to the Elven planet to watch the ceremony. If they won against the 6th years, their entire class would probably leave their names in the history of Shrek Academy. All of a sudden, the students, who were still rather calm, became excited and surrounded Lan Xuanyu's team in the center. On the spectator stand, the honest youth's expression was a little ugly. He snorted and muttered to himself, "Hua Linhan, this trash." Ouch. He cried out in pain, but his ear was grabbed by the beautiful senior. Be gentle, baby. It hurts," the honest youth cried out in pain. The beautiful senior had a cold expression. "You lost 10 purple emblems, right? Not bad. Bet, I'll let you bet." As she spoke, she turned the honest youth's ear 180 degrees. Screams rang out from the spectator stands. Not to mention the first years, even Xiaoqi, who was the head teacher, felt the same way. He stood up silently from the spectator stand and didn't say anything to the other form teachers this time. He only knew that he was probably going to get a raise. Who asked his students to be so outstanding? Even if the referee was biased, if they didn't have enough strength, would they be able to defeat the 5th years? Next match, the 6th years. Could it be that they really had a chance to fight against the 6th years? Xiaoqi patted his forehead. He was a little proud, too proud. This wasn't right. However, these little fellows were really something to be proud of. He smiled and walked out. The weather today was really good and the air was especially fresh. When Lan Xuanyu finally walked out of the arena, his mind was filled with the memories of Nana giving him pointers. The colorful vortex rotated and the spinning bloodline power condensed towards the core under the control of his spiritual power before finally charging towards the 9-colored light spot. Under the Dragon God's transformation state, the 7-colored bloodline power rushed into the 9-colored core and instantly burst forth with an unprecedented sense of power. The 7-colored energy also turned into 9-colored energy. Although it had only taken an instant to drain all his strength, it was also in that instant that he injected the 9-colored bloodline power into the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. The deep color of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd clearly brightened at that moment. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel a cold and devouring desire coming from it. In the next moment, he felt that what he was thrown out wasn't a halberd, but a pitch-black vortex that seemed to be able to devour everything. Later on, he even felt that Ling Yi's judgment was correct. If he didn't dodge at that time and took the risk of being stabbed to attack them, then Hua Linhan might have suffered fatal injuries. It turned out that the true power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd could only be activated by his 9-colored bloodline power. Without a doubt, he was still too weak. Even if he was thrown out, he was almost sucked dry. But this also allowed him to see the direction. If he continued to work hard, when his bloodline power reached a certain level, he would naturally be able to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. At that time, he would be truly strong. If he could really use it at will, who knew how strong he would become? At the thought of this, his heart warmed and he couldn't wait. Lan Xuanyu was preparing to return to the dormitory. Firstly, he wanted to recover his energy and absorb the benefits of the Holy Spirit fruit. At the same time, he was prepared to go to see God Lake to cultivate tonight. Let me tell everyone a piece of important news. The mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, which I am the executive producer of, is expected to be released in a month's time. This game contains the precious memories of all of you growing up with me in the past 10 years. I will record these stories in a special form in the game. During this period of time, I will continue to reveal the exclusive inside stories of the game on my official account. I hope that everyone will be satisfied. For the past 2 days, he had tried to cultivate with the help of the vermilion fruit. Reality proved that it was just as he had predicted. Using the vermilion fruit to stimulate his bloodline could greatly increase the speed at which his bloodline power absorbed life energy. Especially when he was cultivating in the Sea God Lake, a vermilion fruit would help him recover the consumption of the Dragon God scale after an hour of cultivation. If he could consume a vermilion fruit every day to cultivate, it could increase his cultivation speed by 2 to 3 times. The increase in soul power was about 1.5 times, but the strengthening of his bloodline was obvious. The stronger his bloodline power, the easier it would be for him to cultivate his soul power. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel the benefits. However, the vermilion fruit was simply too expensive. A purple emblem could only buy 5 vermilion fruits. If he used 5 a week, the basic consumption would be 1 purple emblem. Lan Xuanyu's heart ached a little, but he was indeed rich now, so he didn't care. He would cultivate first, at least let himself reach 4-ring as soon as possible. At the 4-ring realm, he would be able to consume 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma to strengthen his body. His cultivation speed should be even faster in the future. At that time, he would depend on the situation before using the vermilion fruit. His cultivation method could be said to be sparing no expense, and at the same time, it was compatible with his bloodline. Not to mention the outer court, even the inner court wouldn't be willing to spend so much money on cultivation. The key was that he didn't have money. Wait a minute. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away. When Lan Xuanyu turned around, he realized that there was another person right in front of him, as if he had teleported over. Hello, Lan Xuanyu. The honest young man looked at him with a smile. Why is it you again? Lan Xuanyu looked at the honest youth and was instantly on guard. He didn't have a good impression of this person. The honest youth said helplessly, Junior, your attitude isn't right. I'm helping you. First of all, congratulations on defeating that trash Hua Linhan. Awesome. Junior? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise, why are you looking for me? The honest youth said, of course it's about your competition. Look, didn't I remind you last time? The 4th years are indeed different. It was precisely because of my reminder that you were prepared in advance that you were able to defeat the 4th years. Of course, I'm here to help you this time. If you believe me, you might really have a chance to defeat the 6th years and clear the stage. Lan Xuanyu said, let's hear it. The honest young man was right. His reminder last time was right. After Lan Xuanyu confirmed it, he changed his tactics against Lu Baochuan, and the results were quite good. The honest youth said, I know who your 6th year's opponent is in the last match. But for the sake of fairness, I can't tell you. I know him very well. What I can help you with is, I can give you a chance to win. Oh? What are the chances of winning? Lan Xuanyu was really interested. Today's battle with Hua Linhan allowed him to fully see the gap between him and the seniors. Defeating Hua Linhan was mostly due to luck. And the 6th years would undoubtedly be even stronger. He didn't know how strong they were, but they were about to face the number 1 of the 6th years. Although they could still have one more partner when facing the 6th years, today's battle was already the strongest lineup of the first years. Having one more person wouldn't mean much. Hence, Lan Xuanyu knew very well that it was impossible for them to win the next round. But now that this honest youth said that there was a chance of winning, he was naturally very interested. If there was really a chance to win, it would feel different. Most importantly, if he could clear the stage, it would be really amazing. The honest youth said, "It's like this. I can convince your opponent to set up a flag before the match. When the time comes, let him say that because you guys are juniors, out of respect for the old and love the young, he can give you guys a chance to fight for only 3 minutes. As long as you guys can hold on for 3 minutes and not lose, it will be considered your win. With your performance today, although you definitely can't win against the 6th year's representative, you should still have a chance to hold on for 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a rush of excitement. If it was really only 3 minutes, they might really have a chance. Today's battle with Hua Linhan took about a few minutes. In the end, they even won. If they were just stalling for time, the battle method would be different. The arena was so big, stalling for time was much easier than defeating the opponent. Furthermore, it was only 3 minutes. 3 minutes? We might not be able to hold on. Although he was already tempted, Lan Xuanyu still said that with a bitter expression. The honest youth frowned and said, "Although I can persuade him a little, I can't make it too obvious. Otherwise, he won't be able to answer to his classmates and teachers. If it's only 3 minutes, you only need to pay 10 purple emblems. I can guarantee that I don't want any of it and will give it all to him. If the time is shorter, the risk he has to take will be greater, especially the risk of being questioned by the academy and his classmates. The price you guys have to pay will be higher. If it's 2 minutes, I'm afraid you'll need 20 purple emblems." Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, "How about this, 1 minute? As long as we can hold on for a minute, we'll win. I'll give him 30 purple emblems." Hearing his words, the honest young man's eyes immediately lit up, and his voice was a little excited. 30? Really? Lan Xuanyu said, "But I have a condition." "What condition?" "Tell me," the honest youth hurriedly asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "Don't let him announce the rules of the competition in advance. We have to wait until the competition, and after both sides enter the venue, we can announce it in front of everyone. Also, I want to pay later. We can't pay first to ensure our safety." The honest youth said, "It's not a problem to announce this before the competition. However, it's not good to pay later. Without emblems, how am I going to convince him? What if you guys don't give it to him after the competition?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I'll guarantee it with my dignity." The honest youth curled his lips. "You can even use a fake divine artifact to deceive people during the competition. Your dignity doesn't seem to be enough, Junior." Lan Xuanyu coughed. "I thought you were a teacher, but I only knew you were a senior when you called me Junior. You look so anxious because you're too scheming and thinking too much." The honest youth widened his eyes. "Kid, are you mocking me?" Lan Xuanyu hurriedly smiled and said, "No, no. But if you don't agree, I have no other choice. 30 purple emblems was simply too much. Furthermore, I didn't know you before. How can I guarantee that if I give you the emblems, you'll be able to make our opponent do it?" The honest youth scratched his head and said, "How about this? We'll sign an agreement. It's written clearly on the agreement. After the competition, we'll give you the emblems. That should be enough, right? If you don't give it to me, Junior, if that person finds trouble with you, I won't be able to help you." Lan Xuanyu said, "Senior, don't worry. I'm someone who keeps my promises. After all, I'm only in my first year. If my reputation is ruined, how will I survive in the future?" The honest youth smiled and said, "All right, it's settled then. Let's come up with an agreement now." Soon, Lan Xuanyu and the honest youth made an agreement according to what they had said earlier. After both parties signed and stamped their marks, they couldn't help but laugh as they held the agreement in their hands. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself, if it's really only a minute, how could they not be able to hold on? Their chances are too high. Defeating the 6th years immediately turned the impossible into a possibility. More importantly, he didn't need to ask to guess that the odds for this last match would definitely be huge. It would definitely be more than 1-1-3. Although 30 purple emblems were very expensive, as long as the odds were good, it wouldn't be a problem to earn them back. For the 2 recent matches and the heaven and earth treasures he bought for Tang Yuga, he only had 80 purple emblems left. He earned them quickly and spent them quickly. This wasn't including the vermilion fruits he still needed to use for his future cultivation. However, Lan Xuanyu still underestimated how terrifying the odds were. When he came to the gambling center the next day to check the odds, he was shocked. The 6th year's winning, 1 o'clock. 1. The first year's winning, 1-3. Yes, these were the odds they were about to face. It was said that this match had the least number of bets. If they bet on the 6th years, even if they won, they wouldn't gain much. The first years had created a miracle earlier. What if there was another miracle? And if they bet on the first years, they were destined to fail. Naturally, no one would bet on this. Hence, the number of bets and the amount of money placed on this match had reached a new low. 1-3-1-3. Lan Xuanyu's mind was filled with these odds. If it was 1-3, if he won, in the end, rationality prevailed over impulse. He secretly bet 50 purple emblems on the first years and left 30 purple emblems as payment for the honest youth. He wanted to stake it all on one throw, but he was worried about what if. Just as he had said, integrity was still a very important thing. If he left behind these 30 purple emblems, even if they lost, they would at most return to their previous state overnight. Now that there was no pressure on him to take out a loan, he had at least earned a 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma. No matter what, he wouldn't lose too much. But if he won, he would have enough money for the next year's vermilion fruits, battle armor, and other cultivation resources. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, he finally bet 50 purple emblems. He still had 33 purple emblems and some yellow and white emblems left. The worst-case scenario was that he would only have 3 purple emblems left. He had a lot of rare metals now, so he didn't have to worry too much about the future. After everything that had happened last night, the odds had increased. The odds changed from 1-3 to 1-1-5. There were simply too few people who placed their bets. With this huge bet, the odds immediately increased by a large margin. However, this was no longer important to Lan Xuanyu. What was important was to work hard and cultivate. Even a little bit of improvement would be good. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that he called his teammates who were about to participate in the final match together to his dorm. He explained the tactics for the final battle to them. In the final battle, the team he would lead included everyone from the previous battle, as well as Lu Feng. Originally, he had planned to send Qianlei out. After all, in the previous matches, Qianlei had never appeared. However, considering the situation of holding on for 1 minute, Lu Feng, who was extremely fast, was undoubtedly more suitable. At least he could run. As long as they could hold on for a minute, they would definitely win. 1 minute? You really only need to hold on for a minute? Boss, how did you do it? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu curiously. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, I have my own brilliant plan. I can't say it. He couldn't tell everyone that he had bribed his senior. Our tactics are arranged like this. Lan Xuanyu was about to arrange the tactics for the final match when suddenly, a voice came from upstairs. If you really want to stall for time, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to last a minute. Everyone looked up in surprise, only to see the silver-haired Nana walking down from above. Dong Qianxiu exclaimed in surprise, Teacher, you're here. When the others saw Nana, their eyes couldn't help but become sluggish. Both men and women were like this. Nana was really too beautiful. She wore a light purple dress that set off her soft silver hair. Her beautiful face was fair, her cheeks rosy, and her pair of deep and limpid purple eyes. Her soft gaze was as gentle as jade. As she walked down the stairs, she was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu naturally had a resistance to her beauty, but it was the first time the others had seen Nana. Dong Qianxiu was also very beautiful, but compared to Nana, she was just a little girl. She was far from fully displaying her feminine charm. However, in their eyes, Nana was perfect. She could almost meet all the definitions of a woman's beauty. Looking at his teammates' sluggish gazes, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel proud. Let me introduce her to everyone. This is Xianxia's and my teacher, Nana. You can also call her Nana teacher. I invited Nana teacher to guide us. At this moment, Nana had already arrived beside them. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly pulled a chair over and invited her to sit. Nana looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Do you think you've already won?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. Unless they don't keep their promise. But if they don't keep their promise, then wouldn't it be meaningless to make that promise with me? Would it just be a waste of time? Nana shook her head and said, "No, it's not like that. What I want to tell you is that in the face of absolute strength, time doesn't have any meaning. 1 minute is enough to do a lot of things. Especially for soul masters. So, if your strategy is to spread out and maintain a distance from the start, then spend that 1 minute. If that's the case, it'll be almost impossible for you to spend that 1 minute." Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "Nana teacher, do you know how strong our opponents are?" Nana said, "I don't need to know. Just make a judgment. From the difference in strength between the 4th and 5th years, then judge the difference in strength between the 5th and 6th years. The 6th year's opponents you will be facing will definitely be 2-word battle armor masters. At the same time, they will be at least at the peak of 7 ring, and might even be an 8 ring soul Douluo. If they are 8 ring, then they can insta-kill any of you. Whether it's the advantage in numbers or time, it's meaningless. It can't be? 8 ring? From 7 ring to 8 ring in a year?" Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt his heart ache, mainly because he felt sorry for the 50 purple emblems he had bet. After Nana's analysis, he realized that 1 minute wasn't stable. He seemed to have been deceived by that seemingly honest guy. No wonder he agreed so readily. But the agreement had already been signed. "Teacher Nana, what should we do?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Nana said, "Facing such an opponent whose strength far surpasses yours, your only way is to unite your wills and fight with all your might. One person's strength won't be able to withstand his attack and will be insta-killed. However, if the 6 of you who can fight together, the situation will be different." As she spoke, she first looked at Tang Yuga. "Can you use the last ability you used that day again?" Even without igniting his battle armor, he would still be able to do so. Tang Yuga shook his head silently. "I'm afraid not. If the energy isn't strong enough, my 5 elements escape technique won't be able to enter that attack and fuse with it. I was able to fuse with it that day not only because I burned my battle armor, but also because I consumed the 10,000-year-old yin-yang fruit that Xianyu gave me. The 5 elements are divided into yin and yang. Originally, my strength was unable to enter the Elven King's arrow, but because of the yin-yang fruit's adjustment, my 5 elements and yin were balanced and my 5 elements escape technique was able to fuse with it. As long as it's a soul skill with wood, fire, earth, metal, or water, I should be able to fuse with it. But I can only fuse with abilities that are weaker than my great 5 elements divine light. If it exceeds that, it will be very difficult. It's indeed strange." Nana nodded and thoughtfully said, "You should change the 6 of you. Qianlei, release your fatty gene for me to see. I heard from Xianyu that after you fuse with fatty gene, it can increase your strength and defense." "Me?" Qianlei pointed to his nose and said with some surprise. Nana smiled and nodded, "Let me see your fatty gene." "Okay, teacher Nana." Qianlei's mind moved and a ball of golden light suddenly gushed out from his chest and landed in front of him. Fatty Jean had become a lot bigger than before. Its height was now half a head taller than Qianlei. Its body was fat and its body was covered with thick golden hair. Its arms were especially thick and strong. 2 fangs protruded from its mouth. Its appearance was a bit fierce. As soon as it appeared, it subconsciously looked at Nana and bared its fangs. Then Qianlei saw a special expression on Fatty Jin's face that he had never seen before. Its originally ferocious face suddenly changed. Its jaw seemed to be about to fall off as it opened its mouth wide. Its eyes bulged out and its nostrils flared. Then, with a whoosh, it suddenly turned around and jumped onto Qianlei. Its pair of thick legs wrapped around Qianlei's waist and its thick arms tightly hugged Qianlei's neck. Its fat body trembled violently. Xianlei couldn't even make a sound before he was pressed down by Fatty Jin's heavy weight and sat down on the ground. "Fatty Jin, what are you doing?" Lan Xuanyu said unhappily. "It seems to be very afraid of Teacher Nana?" Dong Qianqiu said in surprise. At this time, Nana's eyes also revealed a trace of surprise. She looked at Fatty Jin and said in surprise, "You are, descendant of a divine beast, an ancient variant." Nana almost blurted out. Everyone looked at him at the same time. Xianlei struggled to break free from Fatty Jin's embrace. "Teacher Nana? What kind of divine beast descendant is it?" Fatty Jin asked excitedly. Nana frowned as if she was thinking about something. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. "I can vaguely remember some of it. If I'm not mistaken, it belongs to the behemoth lineage. With golden fur, it should be a golden behemoth of the behemoth lineage." Back in ancient times, before humans existed, the dragon race ruled the entire continent. As the strength of the dragon race increased, they gradually broke through the limits of this world and ascended to godhood. In that era, there was also a race that had been fighting against the dragon race, and that was the behemoth race. Later on, the dark golden terror claw bear actually possessed some of the behemoth's bloodline. The behemoth hunted the dragon race and even used the dragon race as food to improve itself. The strength of the powerhouses in their race was not inferior to the giant dragons. The behemoth race was once incomparably powerful, and there were even divine beasts that ascended to the divine realm. The dragon gods were worried that they would grow, so they ordered their dragon kings to encircle and annihilate the behemoth lineage. They almost wiped out the behemoth lineage from the divine realm and the human world. But I didn't expect that there was still this lineage left behind. It is very likely that it is the only surviving behemoth in the world today, and it is a royal among the behemoths. You have already formed a life and death contract with it. This is no longer a spirit soul, but your natal beast. If it dies, you die, and vice versa. If you die, it dies. Golden behemoth? Xianlei blinked. "I don't quite understand it, but it sounds awesome." Nana narrowed her eyes. "If it is a golden behemoth, maybe you really have some chance. The only pity is that Xianyu can't buff it. Their bloodlines clash." Xianlei said doubtfully, "Teacher Nana, you can. Xianyu even buffed me previously." Nana said, "That's because the golden behemoth hasn't truly awakened. If its golden bloodline is truly awakened, it will naturally reject all dragon-type auras. Naturally, it won't be buffed. However, you will have to pay a huge price to awaken its bloodline. But I think it's worth it because after its bloodline is awakened, its growth speed will increase greatly. It will also be fed back to Qianlei. But Qianlei, you might be weak for about 100 days. During these 100 days, it's best if you can go into seclusion and constantly replenish your life energy." Qianlei was shocked. "Is it that serious? Then if we win, can I still go to the elven planet?" Nana shook her head. "You can't go. So you have to consider it carefully. You need to use 100 days to recover your vitality. At the same time, you have to give the golden behemoth time to grow after its bloodline is awakened. It needs a large amount of life energy to replenish itself. There is no place more suitable than the Shrek Academy. Once its bloodline is completely awakened, it will start to feed back to you. You are now a community, so no matter how weak you are, your life won't be in danger. When it can feed back to you, your suffering will naturally be over. You just need to follow it and improve, and your future will naturally be limitless." Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu for help. Lan Xuanyu nodded at him without hesitation. He had absolute trust in Nana's words. "Alright, I'll go all out. Teach me what to do." Qianlei gritted his teeth and agreed. Nana said, "Don't be in a hurry. You have to go to the battlefield to awaken its bloodline. The newly awakened golden behemoth will have a short period of strength. Then, it will fall asleep. It can't be awakened yet. Xianxia, you and the other 3 can work together. As another strong point, Xianyu will buff you. It's equivalent to the 5 of you performing a fusion skill." Nana began to give them detailed pointers. During the process of being guided by Nana, everyone discovered that some of the soul power circulation trajectories that Nana had taught them were different from the mysterious heaven method they usually cultivated. However, it was these subtle changes that made the circulation of their soul power seem to become smoother, especially when they cooperated with each other. There would even be some strange changes. Originally, the others were not familiar with Nana, but because she was Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu's teacher, they trusted her. But after being guided by her, everyone began to admire this stunning woman who looked to be in her 20s from the bottom of their hearts. Shrek Academy's outer court, Dean's office. Ying Luohong sat on the sofa, and beside her sat several other teachers. They were all form teachers of the first years. On the wall in front of the sofa, a video was playing on a big screen. What was shown in the video was the battle between the first years who were constantly challenging those above their level. The big screen was very detailed and captured the detailed changes in the battlefield from all angles. The form teachers of the second, third, fourth, and fifth years who had already lost the competition were watching very seriously. Before their own classes were challenged, none of them thought that their students would lose, but the final result was right in front of them. They had lost. And at this moment, they could clearly see how they had lost. Finally, the final scene stopped at Hua Linhan losing the match in exasperation. Ying Luohong said indifferently, "Let's talk about it. What do you think? You guys are really not bad. You can't win against first years who don't even have battle armors." Xiaoqi wasn't invited to this meeting. No one wanted to see him smug, including Ying Luohong. The second year's form teacher smiled bitterly. Lan Xuanyu is a genius. The tactics used in each of the 4 matches were different and the members sent out were all very targeted. Even the number 1 person in the third years was sent to the first years. "Dean, you can't blame us entirely for this." The fifth year's form teacher said in a strange tone, "Isn't that so? Some people can't even keep their own students and ostracize the strongest. Otherwise, how could we have lost?" He felt that he had been wronged the most. No matter how he looked at it, Lan Xuanyu and the others shouldn't have been able to defeat Hua Linhan. Especially if Tang Yuga hadn't joined, Lan Xuanyu and the others wouldn't have had the slightest chance. The third year's form teacher's face darkened. "There's a problem with my teaching method. I'm willing to accept punishment." Ever since Tang Yuga left, he had been feeling terrible. Originally, it was to motivate his disciples, but he didn't expect them to be so disheartened that they made up their minds to leave. He didn't care much about losing the competition. The once strong third years had been reduced to such a state by him. He had indeed lost with a good hand of cards. Ying Luohong said indifferently, "Do you think that Lan Xuanyu is too cunning? There's still the last match tomorrow." The sixth year's form teacher, who had been silent all this while, smiled and said, "There won't be a problem for us. It's impossible to clear the stage. You know how capable that guy in our class is. I don't even dare to say that I'll definitely win against him. If Lan Xuanyu is a genius, then our guy is an all-rounder." No one refuted the sixth year's form teacher's words. Yes, it was impossible for the sixth years to lose because of that person. From the odds, it could be seen that it was 1 to 3. The odds for the sixth years to win were only 1 to 0. 1, it wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. As for Lan Xuanyu and his small team, the academy might have other arrangements in the future. Ordinary teaching is no longer enough to satisfy their needs. After they have their one-word battle armor, they might be able to enter the next stage ahead of time. The fourth year's form teacher asked, "What do you mean?" Ying Luohong nodded. "I had this thought at first, but this competition has strengthened the academy's confidence. I've already asked the inner court for instructions. The inner court has given their instructions. We will focus on nurturing Lan Xuanyu and his companions." At this point, she looked at the third year's form teacher, including Tang Yuga. After all, with her strength, she should have entered the next stage. "So, you guys will probably become competitors in half a year." The third year's form teacher didn't say anything and just nodded silently. Ying Luohong said, "Due to the outstanding performance of the first years this time and considering the unity of the first years. After the end of the competition tomorrow, the academy will announce the rewards for the first years." All the participants of the first years will be allowed to go to the elven planet to watch the ceremony. Do you have any objections? The fourth year's form teacher hesitated. Then our spot, Luohong glanced at him. Didn't you guys lose your spot? Can you make an exception? Dean. After all, this is a rare opportunity. If that beast god doesn't succeed in transcending the tribulation, it's very likely that he will choose to become a spirit soul and restart his cultivation. Outstanding students like us have the best chance. The more people there are, the higher the chance. We can't let other forces snatch it away. Luohong said indifferently, rules are rules. Those with ability will be rewarded and those with problems will be punished. You guys lost to the first years, yet you still have the cheek to ask me for a spot. The fourth year's form teacher didn't say anything. The fifth year's form teacher was already too embarrassed to speak. As for the second and third year's form teachers, they were naturally even more speechless. Alright, it's decided then. You guys can go back. I hope that this competition will be a warning. While praising the outstanding first years, you guys have to think about why your own students aren't outstanding enough. Is it because you guys aren't strict enough in nurturing them? While the form teachers were in awe, they all had the same thought at the same time. Not strict enough? That's right, they weren't strict enough. They should be stricter. Strict teachers produce brilliant students. The day before the last match, the 6 first years and Lu Feng who were going to participate collectively applied for leave. They practiced their tactics. Xiaoqi directly approved it. He didn't intend to give pointers to these students. To be able to reach this stage was already completely out of his expectations. Being able to win against the fourth years was already beyond his expectations, let alone the fifth years behind. They were 2-word battle armor masters and 7-ring soul sages. Even with Tang Yuga's participation, it would be a miracle if they could win. And in his opinion, they would definitely lose this last match. Hence, he would let them do as they wished. He had already received Luohong's notice. All the students who had participated in the competition this time would be allowed to go to the elven planet to watch the competition, but he had to keep it a secret and couldn't tell Lan Xuanyu and the rest. Among the 7 people in Lan Xuanyu's team, only Qianlei hadn't appeared yet. Other than them, Bing Tianliang and Ding Zhuohan had also participated. This meant that a total of 9 first years could go to the elven planet. Putting aside the gains, this glory was enough for him to brag about for a year. Now, the form teachers of the other years would take a detour when they saw him, afraid that they would be agitated. Hence, Xiaoqi was in a good mood these days. After the morning class ended, Xiaoqi said to the students who came to class today, tomorrow afternoon, the last year skipping challenge will be held. Although our chances of winning are very small, this is the last stage we have to clear. I won't say anything else. In the last battle, all of us will cheer for the students who are participating. I will cheer for them with all of you. Regardless of winning or losing, all of you are the pride of your teachers. The students' emotions were instantly stirred, but Ding Zhuohan frowned and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Xiao, why does it sound like we don't have a chance tomorrow? Xiaoqi glanced at him. The chances are indeed not high. There is a very strong student in the 6th year. He should have been specially recruited to enter the inner court when he was in the 3rd year, but due to some special reasons, he stayed in the outer court. Unless he doesn't make a move, our chances are indeed not high. Bing Tianliang asked, how much stronger can he be compared to the 5th year that day? Xiaoqi said, Hua Linhan? Hua Linhan probably won't be able to last a few minutes in his hands. As soon as he said that, the whole class was in an uproar. Ding Zhuohan could not help but ask, Mr. Xiao, since you know his information, why didn't you tell us before? Xiaoqi smiled bitterly and told the truth. Because it doesn't matter whether I tell you or not. If I tell you, it will dispel your enthusiasm and make you unable to face the competition in front of you. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was finally time for the final battle. Lan Xuanyu and his companions had spent the previous night cultivating in the Sea God's Lake. In order to maintain Zhuang Tian's best condition, they couldn't afford to be extravagant. However, they were not given any badges for their cultivation this time. Tang Yu told them that because of their excellent performance in the outer court tournament, they were specially allowed to cultivate in the Sea God Lake for free. This was saving 2 purple emblems. There were a total of 7 of them. The effects of cultivating in the sea god lake were obvious. It was free, so Lan Xuanyu naturally thickened his skin and brought his companions to soak in the sea god lake. He even ate an extra vermilion fruit to cultivate. The amount of life energy he absorbed could be said to be unprecedented. After adjusting his state for the entire morning, he felt that he had reached his peak state. Only then did he set off for the competition venue. When he walked into the resting area, his companions were already there. Lu Feng went to the spectator stand while the other 5 focused their gazes on him. Lan Xuanyu took a few steps forward and stretched out his right hand. His companions' palms overlapped each other as they shouted, "Victory!" The door opened and the sunlight shone down naturally as usual. At this moment, the hearts of these young people were filled with an unprecedented aura. It was the belief that they would definitely win, and it was also a pride that came from the bottom of their hearts. "Let's go." Lan Xuanyu waved his hand and walked out first. The 6 of them filed out, and for the 5th time, they walked onto the stage that belonged to them. The sunlight on the open-air mecha training field was somewhat dazzling. When Lan Xuanyu and the others walked out, their opponents, the representatives from the 6th years, were also walking out from the opposite side. Because the venue was too big and too far away, coupled with the sunlight, they couldn't see clearly for a while. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but clench his fists. This match was very likely the most difficult one he had ever faced since he became a soul master. Under Nana's reminder, he had completely dispelled the idea of stalling for time. He could only fight with all his might. Regardless of victory or defeat, he had to use his last bit of soul power. Both sides gradually approached each other. Their opponent was naturally only one person. Under the sunlight, both sides gradually saw each other's appearance. In the spectator stands, the cheers from the 1st years resounded throughout the entire venue. Everyone was a soul master, so the sound of a soul master using soul power was naturally not soft. At this moment, almost all the teachers and students in the outer court were gathered in the spectator stands of the mecha training field. They were all waiting to see this battle that everyone was focused on. Hua Linhan's expression was still a little ugly. Beside him sat the beautiful senior who was with the honest youth previously. "Xuanyu, you're so good-looking, why did you fall for that guy?" Hua Linhan said softly. The beautiful senior, Xianxia, glanced at him and said, "If you have the ability, say it in front of him." Hua Linhan suddenly said angrily, "Even if it's in front of him, I dare to say that. I'm suffering. I've been harmed by this guy." Xianxia asked doubtfully, "Although that guy is unreliable, he wouldn't go so far as to harm others, right?" Hua Linhan was about to cry. "You don't know, but he promised me last time that as long as I gave him a black emblem, he would give it to me in the end. I gave it to him long ago." But, Xianxia said in surprise, "A black emblem? Are you out of your mind? Where did you get so much money?" Hua Linhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I borrowed it. I'll make up for it myself. Then, I gave it to him, but who knew that I would fail miserably? I can't even fight with him." Xianxia said, "In other words, he didn't cheat you, but you didn't live up to his expectations. Then what did you say to me? Can you have some sympathy, dear senior?" Hua Linhan's mouth was trembling so much that he was about to drool. "No. You guys aren't good people." Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Then why are you still with him?" Hua Linhan didn't forget to sow discord. "I'm willing, what can you do about it? Watch the competition. A black emblem, you're really rich. I'll get him to hand it over later." Xianxia suddenly felt very good. She had never been worried about that guy's ability to earn money. If it wasn't for the fact that he was especially outstanding in this aspect, he wouldn't have been able to do so well in the outer court and become the true #1 person in the outer court. Lan Xuanyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes gradually froze, and he was even a little dazed. Because, at this very moment, he had clearly seen his opponent for the last round. Not far away, the honest young man waved at him with an honest and warm smile. "Hello, junior brother." The moment Lan Xuanyu saw the honest youth, he understood everything. What did he mean by bribing the 6th years? He was the one participating in the competition. No wonder he agreed so readily. He had already thought of plotting against him. Behind this fellow's honest and considerate appearance, there was a cunning heart. "Senior, is this really okay?" Lan Xuanyu looked at the honest youth opposite him and asked. The honest youth chuckled. "What's wrong, Junior?" "Don't worry, I will keep my word. I will definitely do what I promised you. Let's get to know each other. My name is Longjong, a sixth year in the outer court." Longjong, this name was naturally unfamiliar to Lan Xuanyu and the rest. Keep his word? In other words, the 1-minute agreement was still valid, and so was the value of 30 purple emblems. If not for Nana's reminder, Lan Xuanyu might have been secretly delighted. But now, it was obvious that he wouldn't. The person in front of him was probably really confident in defeating them within a minute. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu heard Longjong's soft voice. "It's a pity, Junior. You guys are first years. If you guys were fifth years or even fourth years, it wouldn't be a big deal to lose to you guys. You just have to pay me a little more emblems. But if I lose to the first years, they'll probably go to the class reunion and beat me to death. I can't take this risk. So, as a senior, I'll kindly remind you that 1 minute isn't easy." Lan Xuanyu obviously didn't think that the person opposite him was being kind at all. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, why do you look so anxious? If I hadn't thought that you were a teacher the first time I saw you and thought that you were an inner court senior, I wouldn't have fallen for your trick." Longjong's face darkened. "Junior, you're wrong. Although I'm not as good looking as you, I'm not that old. I'm only 18 years old this year. If you say that I'm old, it will affect my happiness. This makes me very unhappy." While the two of them were talking, they were surprised that the referee did not appear. They were the only ones in the arena. Lan Xuanyu said snappily, "Even if you're happy, what good is it for us?" Longjong nodded seriously and said thoughtfully, "That's true. There didn't seem to be any benefits." Why isn't the referee here yet?" Right at this moment, a figure of light floated over from the sky and hovered there. A cold voice sounded, "Longjong, don't play tricks on me here. Take the competition seriously. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I will be the referee for today's match." Both sides looked up at the same time and saw Luohong floating in the sky, looking coldly at Longjong. Longjong immediately revealed an aggrieved expression. "Dean, I'm not happy if you say that. How am I not serious? I am Longjong, known as the honest and reliable young gentleman." "Shut up. Are you reliable? You're the most unreliable person in the entire academy. Don't you know what you've done? Don't you know?" Luohong said snappily. Longjong's deeds in the outer court could be said to be innumerable. This fellow refused to go to the inner court in advance not because he couldn't bear to part with the high-sounding reasons of the outer court, but because the seniors and teachers of the inner court were not easy to fool. Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't be easy to escape. What he was best at was fighting for all kinds of benefits for himself within the rules. Compared to his honest appearance, he definitely had a black-bellied heart. In Luohong's eyes, Lan Xuanyu was a little similar to Longjong in some ways. However, Lan Xuanyu was working for the benefits of his team, while Longjong had always been working for himself. He was also a lone wolf in the 6th year, but he was indeed powerful. He started from scratch and his martial soul was not particularly outstanding. However, he relied on his own various methods to finally become the number one person in the outer court. And he had been the number one person for more than 2 years. His ability could be imagined. Luohong could guess that Longjong's appearance in the competition was definitely not normal. Who knew what this guy was going to do? He didn't have any integrity, so it wasn't impossible for him to lose the competition on purpose. In fact, the teacher in charge of the 6th years didn't want to send him out, but this guy was too strong. Who among the 6th years dared to compete with him? Especially since this guy kept shouting in class that stealing someone's wealth was like killing their parents. There were many people in the class who had been beaten up by him. Xianxia originally had a childhood sweetheart who was admitted to the Shrek Academy with her. In the end, this guy shamelessly chased after her for 3 years before finally catching up. As for that childhood sweetheart, he was beaten up by Xinglongjiang until he went out on missions all day and didn't return to the academy at all. Therefore, when such an unreliable guy participated, how could Ing Luohong not take him seriously? Xinglongjiang shrugged his shoulders at Lan Xuanyu and sighed softly. It's hard to be a good person. Look, even the dean doesn't believe me. Dean, how about this? As a 6th-year senior, I have to fight with a 1st-year junior. To be honest, I really can't bear to do it. But for the honor of the 6th year and to defend the honor of our Shrek's outer court, as the strongest 6th year, I have to take action. So, I thought of a way. Out of respect for the old and love the young, I'll give myself some restrictions in today's battle. 1 minute. As long as they can last for 1 minute under my attacks, it'll be considered their win. On the other hand, it won't be considered me bullying my juniors. What do you think? Looking at the righteous Xinglongjiang, if not for the sake of the Shrek Academy's reputation, Ing Luohong really wanted to ask him how much money he had received. However, 1 minute. If he really went all out, Lan Xuanyu and the others might not be able to withstand Xinglongjiang's 1 minute. Although Xinglongjiang was always thick-skinned and black-hearted, he was also extremely strong. The missions he had carried out were all extremely difficult, and he could obtain quite a lot of benefits every time. His strength was definitely strong. Although Lan Xuanyu and the others were outstanding, in the face of absolute strength, 1 minute was really not that easy to withstand. Seeing that Ing Luohong didn't say anything, Xinglongjiang smiled at Lan Xuanyu and said, Junior, actually, you guys should really thank me. I'm giving you some social experience in advance. In the future, when you really enter society, you'll be able to suffer less. How about this, as your senior, I'll give you some more. Not only is there a 1 minute limit for this battle, but I won't be using my battle armor. Otherwise, I'm afraid you guys won't even be able to last 5 seconds. Lan Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. Before he could say anything, Lan Mengqin couldn't help but say, bragging doesn't pay taxes. Xinglongjiang sighed and said, why doesn't anyone believe me when I'm telling the truth? Dean, look, it's hard to be a good person. As he spoke, his body suddenly lit up and a pair of pure white wings spread out from his back. Those wings didn't look like they were made of metal at all, but like real feathers. At the same time, a white armor instantly covered Xinglongjiang's entire body. The armor was extremely gorgeous. On the white armor, there were many complicated golden soul array rune lines that looked abnormally magnificent. The helmet covered Xinglongjiang's honest face, and there was a sharp spike on the helmet. After putting on this battle armor, he didn't look ordinary at all. A monstrous aura instantly burst forth, and his entire body floated in midair. Beneath his feet, a platinum halo bloomed, covering an area of 100 meters in diameter. Within the halo, rings with complicated patterns shone, touched, and connected with each other, creating a magnificent scene on the ground. It had been a long time since the 3rd update. Other than the update in the afternoon, there would be another update at midnight tonight. There would be 3 updates every day for a week. Battle Armor Domain, your 3-word battle armor is complete? A surprised voice came from Ing Luohong. She had always known that Xinglongjiang was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. A 6th year in the outer court. He actually had a 3-word battle armor. The domain that represented a 3-word battle armor could not be faked no matter what. At this moment, soul rings rose from beneath Xinglongjiang's feet. 7 black and 1 red, there were 8 soul rings. The most terrifying thing was that his last soul ring was actually red, representing 100,000 years of age. Lan Xuanyu and the others, especially Lan Mengqin, who had just voiced her doubts, were completely stunned. Was this really something that could be achieved by a 6th year in the outer court, 8-ring soul Douluo with a 3-word battle armor? Lan Xuanyu finally understood why Xinglongjiang agreed without hesitation when he asked for 1 minute. The difference between them was simply like a natural chasm, okay? Just as Xinglongjiang had said, if he attacked with all his might, they wouldn't even be able to hold on for 5 seconds. To be precise, it was just a matter of 1 attack. They wouldn't be able to withstand 1 attack. This was an absolute difference in strength. Not to mention them, even Ing Luohong was extremely shocked. There were only a few outer court students with 3-word battle armor in history. This was simply heaven-defying. How much did this guy earn from the outer court? Xinglongjiang sighed. Dean, I understand. After today, I will report to the inner court. He also knew that once his 3-word battle armor was completed, he could no longer stay in the outer court. However, he was very pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had Hua Linhan's black emblem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to complete his 3-word battle armor so quickly. On the spectator stand, Hua Linhan stared dumbfoundedly at a certain someone who was floating in the air, his entire body emitting a dazzling platinum-colored light. He was so powerful that he felt suffocated. He knew that it was impossible for him to get his black emblem back from this miser. Tears streamed down his face. Why? Why was he a sole Douluo and a 3-word battle armor master? He asked himself, even if he was given another 3 years, he might not be able to do it. It turned out that Xinglongjiang's talent was only average. They relied on cheating money and accumulating resources. However, no matter how he cultivated, his strength was still there. Xinglongjiang descended from the sky, and the 3-word battle armor on his body turned into wisps of white light and disappeared into his body. He suddenly turned to the spectator stands and said, Today, my 3-word battle armor is completed. I'll name it AI Xianxia. If I can attain a suit of 4-word battle armor in the future, I'll call it I Only Love Xianxia. If I can attain the final 6-word battle armor in the future, then I'll call it I Only Love Xianxia. He blew a kiss toward Xianxia as he spoke. Xianxia listened with a smile on her face, and she wasn't embarrassed by the strange looks that everyone was giving her. Although he can be quite annoying at times, he's still loyal, Xianxia muttered to herself. I'm leaving. Hua Linhan stood up sadly. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Not only did he lose a black rank emblem, he also had to eat a mouthful of dog food. This was simply unbearable. Shut up, the match has begun. Luohong couldn't stand it anymore. Fortunately, this was an internal competition of the Shrek Academy. Otherwise, this guy would have lost all face. The moment Luohong announced the start of the match, Lan Xuanyu pressed the soul communicator on his wrist. He had already adjusted the stopwatch function. Then, he waved his hand at Xinglongjiang, indicating that the 1-minute countdown had begun. Xinglongjiang sighed softly. Junior, even if I give you another 30 seconds, you still won't have a chance. I'm coming. As he spoke, he took a step forward and 8 soul rings shone on his body. With Xinglongjiang's body as the center, the surrounding aura suddenly changed and an incomparably powerful aura instantly soared. The air in the entire venue seemed to have become viscous. After releasing his martial soul, his entire body swelled up a little. His arms grew longer, his muscles bulged, his hair turned dark gold, and his eyes shone with a crystal yellow light. Martial soul, demonic ape. An assault-type beast martial soul that focused on strength. Back then, when Xinglongjiang was admitted to the Shrek Academy, his martial soul was the most inconspicuous in the entire class. It was just an ordinary demonic ape. This kind of martial soul was considered above average among strength-type martial souls, and its flexibility was also quite good. However, this was the Shrek Academy. The Shrek Academy that produced geniuses. His originally passable martial soul was truly drowned out by many powerful martial souls. However, Xinglongjiang had relied on his demonic ape martial soul to improve all the way until today. His efforts and wisdom turned the impossible into the possible, and he finally became the #1 person in the outer court. At this moment, when his martial soul was released, a force field naturally formed around his body. Lan Xuanyu and the others immediately felt that everything was starting to slow down. Lan Xuanyu raised his hands at the same time and threw out the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass at the same time. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Yuan and Hui and Tang Yuga, while the silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mingqin. A white light flashed on Lan Mingqin's body, and a snow-white figure instantly separated from her back. It was the descent of the Snow Lady. The Snow Lady pounced and landed on Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu's delicate body trembled slightly, and the cold aura caused her entire body to emit a dark blue halo. On the other side, Tang Yuga's body emitted a strong blue light and suddenly soared into the sky. The great five elements divine light was contained inside and blue on the outside. He flew straight towards Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui's body rose, and the purple star spirit Bao quickly transformed into the elven king Bao almost instantly. With the help of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, his bloodline aura soared. His eyes had already changed from their original dual colors to a crystal-clear green. A green color that was filled with the aura of life. The blue light contracted, and Tang Yuga disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, she had already turned into a blue arrow and landed on Yuan and Hui Hui's elven king Bao. Yuan and Hui Hui let out a clear howl. Her body seemed to have been affected by the blue arrow, and in an instant, her entire body was surrounded by blue. The soul rings on her body retracted at the same time. In the next moment, they merged into a full moon, and the blue arrow shot out. Her target was not Xianxia, who had taken a step forward and was almost in front of her, but Dong Qianqiu. A wave of ice surged on Dong Qianqiu's body. As the snow lady merged with her, her aura continued to soar, and the temperature around her body dropped rapidly. She did not turn around to look at the arrow that was shooting at her. She just flipped her hand and grabbed the blue arrow. The moment she grabbed it, the blue arrow suddenly elongated and turned into an icy blue spear that landed in her palm. All of this happened in a few short moments. When Dong Qianqiu grabbed the icy blue spear, her entire body was instantly dyed an intense icy blue color, and Xinglongjiang was already in front of her. Xinglongjiang's fist did not seem to be filled with soul power, but a vortex that seemed to be able to devour everything. It was an attack with the foundation of an 8-ring soul master. In an instant, even Lan Xuanyu, who was at the back, could not help but be pulled forward by the vortex. Right at this moment, the ice spear in Dong Qianqiu's hand pierced out. Her entire body was suffused with a blue light. The moment the spear pierced out, Xinglongjiang saw her cold and determined gaze. The spear was aimed at the core of the vortex, and the suction force of the vortex did not seem to affect Dong Qianqiu. At this moment, in the stands, most of the students were watching the show, but the teachers were shocked. It was not because of Xinglongjiang's strength, but because of the first year's response. There was another round at 12 p.m. tonight. In their eyes, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianqiu, Lan Mengqin, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Tang Yuga. The 5 of them seemed to have completely merged into one. Their strength was indeed far inferior to their opponents, but these 5 people were also 1 3-ring, 2 4-ring, 1 5-ring, and 1 6-ring. The strength of the 5 people gathered together was completely concentrated on Dong Qianqiu. This spear thrust was the combined strength of the 5 of them. Who would have thought that after defeating so many experts in a row, the first years would still have a trump card to use when facing Xinglongjiang? This was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Just this 5-in-1 fusion technique was enough to shock all the teachers. In midair, Luohong couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this scene. Xiaoqi helped them research this, but at this moment, her gaze was attracted by a familiar figure. It was impossible not to notice that round figure. That was her disciple. Qianlei did not participate in the battle in front. Instead, he retreated to the back. At this moment, his hands drew 2 triangles in front of him. One was forward and the other was backward. The 2 overlapped and formed a hexagram in midair. The strange thing was that this hexagram was drawn in the air with his blood. At some point in time, he had already bitten the tips of his index fingers. What was even more terrifying was that Qianlei's originally round figure quickly shriveled up in the process of drawing this hexagram. It was as if his entire body had been sucked dry. Was he crazy? Was this blood essence? He actually forced out almost all of his blood essence to complete this hexagram? What was that? Luohong subconsciously wanted to stop him, but at this moment, an invisible deterrent force suddenly landed on her body, causing her to feel a strong sense of fear that made all the pores on her body shrink. An unfamiliar voice sounded in her ears. Let him do it. There won't be any danger. Luohong was certain that this was definitely not the voice of any mighty figure in the academy, but at this moment, she clearly realized that she didn't even have the ability to move. And below, changes had already started to happen. The moment the blood-colored hexagram was completed, Qianlei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly dyeing the blood-colored hexagram gold. The golden hexagram naturally floated to his feet, and at this moment, Qianlei ignited his third soul ring. While he was doing this, the collision in front of him was also fully unfolded. With a crisp ding sound, the ice spear rebounded and Dong Qianqiu's body took 3 steps back. Eh? Zheng Longjiang exclaimed. In fact, in his opinion, even if he didn't use his battle armor, the difference between the two was too great a difference. The first years shouldn't be able to block any of his attacks. However, under such circumstances, Dong Qianqiu actually blocked his attack. Without stopping, he took a step forward. Zheng Longjiang's eyes narrowed slightly and the surrounding air was suddenly restrained, as if an invisible hand had grabbed Dong Qianqiu. He waved his right hand, and a huge dark golden palm slammed down from the sky. Right at this moment, Dong Qianqiu suddenly raised her head slightly. In her eyes, a dark blue halo blossomed. With her body as the center, circles of ripples expanded outwards. Behind her, a huge phantom image appeared amidst the dark blue ripples. The huge aura that Zheng Longjiang had set up actually shook violently in an instant. Following that, cracks appeared and quickly collapsed. Dong Qianqiu shouted softly and raised the ice spear in her hand, piercing through the dark golden palm. Her body followed the spear and actually drilled out from the dark golden palm. The spear stabbed forward and went straight for Zheng Longjiang's throat. This series of actions happened so quickly that even Zheng Longjiang was shocked. Domain? Zheng Longjiang's eyes froze as he finally started to face his opponent. He raised his hand to grab the ice spear. At the same time, he took a step forward and a dark golden light surged out from his body, brazenly dispersing the ripples that were surrounding Dong Qianqiu. With a loud bang, Dong Qianqiu was sent flying as if she had been electrocuted and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Even the silver-patterned blue-silver grass that was connected to her body shattered at this moment. It was the same for the ice spear in her hand. But the moment she landed, she bounced back up again. Behind her, a second snow lady's figure fused into her, raising her aura that had just been suppressed. At the same time, another ice blue arrow shot to her side. She raised her hand and grabbed it, turning it into an ice spear. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around her and strengthened her again. In an instant, she was once again raised to her strongest state. 5-in-1. Fusion battle. Dong Qianqiu was the center of everyone's attention. She was good at close combat and had consumed the ice god twin lotus flowers with Lan Mengqin at the same time. Under Nana's guidance, Lan Mengqin's power could easily fuse with hers. Tang Yuga's Great Five Elements Divine Light also contained the power of water. With the Great Five Elements Divine Light as the foundation, she transformed into the strongest water. With the support of Yuan and Huihui's Elf King bloodline, that powerful ice spear was formed. When the first ice spear shattered, Zheng Longjiang couldn't chase after it immediately because the chill from the ice spear was too strong. Layers of ripples spread out from Dong Qianqiu's body and covered Zheng Longjiang's body. That's right, it was a domain. With multiple enhancements, Dong Qianqiu had comprehended a powerful ability. Domain name, Boundless Sea, 7 seconds. 7 seconds had passed since the battle started. Seeing Dong Qianqiu pouncing towards him again, Zheng Longjiang nodded in praise. But in the next moment, he didn't face Dong Qianqiu again. He suddenly took a step to the left and stomped his foot on the ground. With a loud bang, Lan Mengqin's body flew into the air. In midair, Ying Luohong flashed and caught Lan Mengqin, who was rushing into the air. Her figure flashed again and she was already far away. And at the place where Lan Mengqin was sent flying, a terrifying airflow rushed out from the ground like a giant dragon. If Lan Mengqin was still there, she would undoubtedly be devoured instantly. With a flash, he slapped with his right hand and knocked Dong Qianqiu's ice spear aside. Zheng Longjiang's soul ring flickered and he suddenly threw 8 punches in all directions at the same time. The entire space seemed to shake violently and the boundless sea domain instantly shattered. Dong Qianqiu groaned and fell back. Zheng Longjiang's figure flashed again and he grabbed at the air. A dark golden hand grabbed Tang Yuga, who had just reappeared. A dark golden light flickered and suppressed Tang Yuga's Great Five Elements Divine Light. If she had a one-word battle armor, Tang Yuga might have been able to resist for a while. But now, after 2 consecutive outbursts and without the protection of her battle armor, she was about to collapse. Yuan and Hui Hui roared angrily and a huge bolt of lightning shot towards the dark golden hand. But who knew that Jinglongjiang would suddenly raise his head and two purple lightning-like rays of light shot out from his eyes. Yuan and Hui Hui let out a muffled groan and fainted before she could even use the Eye of Reincarnation. Jinglongjiang swung his dark golden hand and threw Tang Yuge towards Ying Luohong. In an instant, he defeated 3 of his first years. They were also the 3 fundamental combat powers of the 5-in-1 fusion skill. Dong Qianqiu's powerful state required the continuous support of his teammates. Jinglongjiang could naturally defeat her head-on, but he was never willing to waste any effort. 11 seconds, Jinglongjiang bent his body and slammed his hands on the ground. An enormous explosion was accompanied by a crack in the ground, and an abundant and powerful soul power forcefully sent Dong Qianqiu, who was charging over, flying. Jinglongjiang's body was like a cannonball as he rushed out with the powerful shockwave and punched straight at Lan Xuanyu. A new week. From today onwards, 3 chapters will be updated every day. Thank you for your support. With this punch, the air distorted violently. Before the fist arrived, Lan Xuanyu already felt a strong sense of suffocation. The bloodline vortex in his chest spun violently and was about to release the dragon god's transformation. Right at this moment, a strong force suddenly came from behind. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's body was sent flying. A burly figure appeared where he was previously and punched out. Boom, the burly figure took 3 steps back, leaving 3 deep footprints on the ground. However, Jinglongjiang, who was in front of him, was also stopped. He looked at his right fist and saw that there were a few more bloody marks on it. It was more than 2.5 meters tall and its entire body was covered in golden fur. It was shaped like a giant ape, and its arms were extremely thick and strong. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light, and its fangs protruded from its lips. Under its feet, there was a golden halo. Inside the halo, the demonic patterns were extremely complicated. Although it was only about 5 meters in diameter, it was exceptionally eye-catching. It was the enlarged version of Fatty Jean. Qianlei had already disappeared. Or rather, at this moment, he had already merged with Fatty Jean. Fatty Jean suddenly roared towards the sky. Jinglongjiang actually felt his aura stagnate, and his bloodline actually felt suppressed. One had to know that in order to make himself stronger, he had eaten countless heavenly and earthly treasures. His bloodline had long mutated, and it was not as simple as the influence of his great demon ape martial soul. But even so, at this moment, his bloodline was still affected. One could imagine how shocked he was. An ice-cold spear descended from the sky and pierced straight at his head. Fatty Jean, who had transformed into a golden behemoth, raised his thick arms on both sides of his body. Golden blades shot out one after another, transforming into terrifying sharp claws that pounced straight at Jinglongjiang. After sending Dong Qianqiu flying with a punch, Jinglongjiang's eyes froze. He suddenly pounced at Fatty Jean, and the 2 sturdy bodies instantly collided. Violent rumbles resounded throughout the entire arena. Golden and dark golden light continuously erupted and shot out. Beside them, an ice-blue figure kept flashing, charging into the battle again and again, only to be sent flying again and again. The outer court teachers and students in the stands had long been rendered speechless. Everyone could already sense Jinglongjiang's strength when he released his 3-word battle armor. However, the strength of the first years was beyond everyone's expectations. Whether it was the 5-in-1 fusion technique or the sudden transformation of the Qianlei, he actually managed to withstand Jinglongjiang's ferocious attack head-on. Roar! More than 20 seconds had passed. With Jinglongjiang's personality, he would never let himself be in the midst of a countdown. His 7th soul ring finally appeared. His body rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 10-meter-tall Herculean demonic ape. He punched out. Heaven and earth changed color. Dong Qianqiu's ice spear shattered again, and the icy blue light on his body faded away. His body bounced up and was caught by Ying Luohong in the air. The 4th person was eliminated. However, something unexpected happened once again. Facing Jinglongjiang, who had revealed his martial soul true body, Fatty Jean seemed to have been provoked. The golden light on his body instantly soared and a golden light suddenly rose. It was completely condensed from an illusory light. It still looked like Fatty Jean, but in that instant, it actually expanded to more than 30 meters tall. He slapped down with his palm and went straight for the Herculean demonic ape. In the corner of the stands, Nana sat there quietly. When she saw this, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Qianlei's spiritual power was still a little weak and couldn't completely control the newly awakened golden behemoth. If it was just a fight, even if he was facing an opponent in his martial soul true body state, Fatty Jean would be able to last longer with the powerful ancient bloodline that had just awakened. But now that he had unleashed the power of his bloodline, he naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Boom, a shocking scene appeared. The powerful Zhenglongjiang, who was 10 meters tall, was actually slapped into the ground by the slap. Half of his body sank into the ground. However, after releasing this attack, Fatty Jean instantly withered. His golden hair retracted and the haggard Qianlei sat on the ground. A golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around his waist and pulled him out of the circle. Ying Luohong descended from the sky and dragged Qianlei away. At this moment, the outer court dean's expression was very strange. She knew that she would probably have to re-evaluate her precious disciple. He had blocked Xinglongjiang for more than 10 seconds in a head-on clash. No matter how he did it, this was the truth. This fatty didn't have 4 rings yet, right? This explosion was enough to shock the world. Xinglongjiang pushed himself off the ground with both hands and jumped to the ground with a dirty face. His expression was also a little strange. Being forced to such a state by a group of first-year juniors was indeed a little embarrassing. Even though he had never cared about his reputation, he was still a man who had never cared about his reputation. But this was in front of everyone in the outer court. Junior. How long has it been? Zhenglongjiang looked at Lan Xuanyu helplessly. He had definitely won. Lan Xuanyu was the only one left on the other side. There was no suspense. But, why was this victory so unsatisfying? 32 seconds, 33, 34. Lan Xuanyu indifferently counted down. Do you admit defeat? Zhenglongjiang used another second to say something useless. Don't think that you've won. Lan Xuanyu snorted. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhenglongjiang didn't want to waste any more time. He took a step forward and his huge figure went straight for Lan Xuanyu. He raised his hand and grabbed at Lan Xuanyu. He quite liked this junior who was a little like him and was really afraid of hurting him. But right at this moment, he saw Lan Xuanyu raise his right hand. At the same time, a layer of rainbow-colored light suddenly spread out from his chest and rainbow-colored scales covered his entire body, making him look dazzling. Was it that dark blue halberd again? It was useless. Even if that halberd could ignore defense, in front of his absolutely powerful soul power, it was impossible for that halberd to get close to him. He could easily kill him with his soul power from afar. Didn't he understand? What was the point of struggling? Xinglongjiang had these doubts in his heart. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. A weapon did appear in Lan Xuanyu's hand, but it wasn't the dark blue halberd he was familiar with. Instead, it was a staff that was completely silver in color. At the top of the staff was a transparent gem that contained a 7-colored halo. Lan Xuanyu originally wanted to summon his heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd for the final fight, but just as he was about to release the halberd, he heard a familiar voice. Feel it carefully. The feeling of having more than 100% control over your abilities. In the next moment, he lost control of his body, but he could clearly feel every change in his body. The transparent gem at the top of the silver staff instantly turned green. In the next moment, a ball of green light bloomed in front of Lan Xuanyu. With a spinning and pushing force, it was as if he had been struck by Xinglongjiang and was instantly sent flying. The dark golden hand instantly chased after him and continued to grab him. But right at this moment, the staff in Lan Xuanyu's hand flashed with 3 colors and a 3-colored halo bloomed outwards. Blue water and red fire spun crazily under the green wind. During the spinning process, ice and fire seemed to be constantly colliding and changing qualitatively. In the end, it turned into an incomparably thin but weak light that was almost non-existent shot out. With a soft pu sound, the huge dark golden palm was pierced through like a punctured rubber ball. That weak light instantly arrived in front of Xinglongjiang. Xianxia felt as if his skin was about to be penetrated. He was so frightened that he turned around and quickly dodged. However, there was still a bloody wound on his body that seemed to have been cut by a thread. What the hell was this? He could clearly feel that Lan Xuanyu's improvement was only due to a martial soul fusion skill. At most, he was close to the strength of a five-ring soul master. There was still a huge gap between his cultivation and his own, but his attacks were clearly able to threaten his safety. After landing on the spot, Lan Xuanyu, who was no longer a threat, waved the silver staff in his hand in a circle in the air. Immediately, everyone could see faint blue, red, and green air currents condensing towards him in the air. The three colors of light surrounded him as he pointed his staff forward. The green light circled crazily while the blue and red light were naturally restrained. Under the guidance of the green light, the blue and red light instantly spun at a terrifying speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. What shocked all the teachers the most was that the two elements of ice and fire did not show any signs of instability under this fusion and collision. Only the light was gathering inwards. Of course, this was not controlled by Lan Xuanyu himself, but he could clearly feel the entire process of control. It was so subtle that every tiny detail and all the elements seemed to be one with him. Could the power of a three-elemental fusion skill actually reach such a level? Puff! Another nearly colorless ray of light shot out. It seemed to be a little bigger than the previous one, and its speed was also incomparably fast. He could only see the air distort slightly before the invisible light arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia did not dodge this time. Instead, he threw a punch with a frozen gaze. The surface of his fist had completely turned dark gold. Bang! A sound like fireworks exploded on Xianxia's fist. Xianxia's arm was raised high from the explosion, and there was clearly a bloody glow on the surface of his fist. The skin of his martial soul true body was cut open, and half of it was fire and half of it was frost. After the two adhered to his skin, they actually collided with each other, causing a series of explosions. Xianxia's heart was in so much pain that it pierced his heart. He could only hurriedly circulate his soul power to expel the terrifying power of ice and fire that was attached to his palm. Pooh! The same sound came from the air again. This time, Xianxia did not dare to take it head-on. His body instantly shrank and he removed his martial soul true body state to dodge this attack. However, the pu-pu sounds in the air kept coming. He hurriedly moved his body and dodged in a sorry state. He regretted it. If he could use his battle armor, he wouldn't be in such a state. That attack was extremely penetrative, but there was no way it would be able to break through his suit of three-word battle armor. From the spectator stand, one could see a three-colored light shining in front of Lan Xuanyu, forming a three-colored vortex. Distorted invisible rays continuously shot out from the vortex, and under such an attack, Xianxia could only dodge and dodge continuously, not daring to take it head-on. He also tried to charge forward and get close to Lan Xuanyu, but the angles of the distortion rays were extremely tricky. They could always block the direction he wanted to advance in at the last moment and even make accurate predictions, making Xianxia feel so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. This scene caused everyone to be unable to help but be dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Lan Xuanyu actually suppressed Xianxia? What was going on? Xianxia finally couldn't take it anymore. On his body, the bright red 8th soul ring that represented the 100,000-year level finally lit up. A low roar sounded from his body. He didn't use his martial soul true body but directly released his 8th soul skill. In an instant, his right arm suddenly swelled and his muscles bulged. A dazzling dark gold burst forth as he suddenly punched out. A series of low explosions came from the air. In front of him, an existence similar to a black hole was forcefully squeezed out. The black hole revolved around him and was dark purple inside. The extremely terrifying suction force could even be felt by the students on the spectator stands. This place was so big, but a soul skill could actually cover the entire place. One could imagine how terrifying it was. For a moment, the sky became dark and the entire world seemed to be trembling slightly. Vacuum black hole, devouring heaven and earth. 8th soul skill. Just as he raised his hand to release his 8th soul skill, the distortion rays shot out by Lan Xuanyu were instantly sucked in and disappeared like clay oxen entering the sea. Lan Xuanyu reacted immediately. The tricolored vortex in front of him suddenly moved towards the ground. The moment the terrifying suction force came, the tricolored vortex exploded. The first to explode was the blue and red light inside. The intense explosion became an incomparably powerful driving force, and the green wind became a barrier that was pushed. Lan Xuanyu's body immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. He was so fast that it was as if he had teleported. At the same time, the rainbow scales on his body turned into a mirror and easily withstood all the pushing force. He directly arrived at the edge of the competition grounds. So what if it was 100,000-year soul skill? It had to be used on his body for it to be effective. Even if Xinglongjiang's attack almost covered the entire place, the closer he was to him, the stronger it would be. A three-elemental combination soul skill could advance and retreat, attack and defend. At this moment, his control could be said to be perfect. Lan Xuanyu reached out with his right hand and grabbed the wall at the edge of the arena. He pulled his body and did not let himself be sucked over. At the same time, he waved the staff in his left hand in front of him and another vortex appeared. It looked exactly the same as before, with ice and fire inside and a cool breeze outside. It turned into a barrier in front of him. This time, the distortion rays actually shot into the air continuously, cutting through the powerful suction force. Even though Xinglongjiang had already turned his devouring heaven and earth towards him, he was still unable to be sucked over in a short period of time due to the fact that he was constantly being cut. Predicting the enemy's moves and controlling them accurately. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's performance could be described as perfect. Xinglongjiang suddenly leaped up, and the black hole in his hand actually teleported out of thin air, heading straight for Lan Xuanyu. Only after completely releasing his devouring heaven and earth would he have the ability to teleport. This was equivalent to moving a shattered space, and the consumption was huge for him. But it was also at this moment that the silver staff in Lan Xuanyu's hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a dark blue halberd. The three-colored light that had condensed in the air actually surged into the halberd. Immediately after, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd flew out of his hand and turned into a dark blue bolt of lightning in midair, shooting straight for Xinglongjiang. The moment the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd shot out, Xinglongjiang felt his spiritual sense jump violently. At his cultivation level, his premonition of danger was extremely strong. At this moment, he only felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if he continued forward and truly collided with it, his life would be in danger. He could only push his devouring heaven and earth forward in a straight line because it consumed too much energy to push this shattered space. However, only by pushing it and getting closer could the powerful devouring power be used on Lan Xuanyu. Xinglongjiang had always been a smart person and understood the meaning of making a prompt decision. Without any hesitation, he suddenly released his devouring heaven and earth. His figure flashed and he flew into the distance, shooting 100 meters away. The moment he pounced, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd had already accurately shot into the black hole. A strange scene appeared. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was not swallowed by the black hole. Instead, it stopped a foot in front of the black hole. The devouring power of the black hole acted on it, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd suddenly emitted a dark blue light. The entire black hole instantly shrank and was actually devoured by it. At this moment, the originally black surface of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd had completely turned into a brilliant blue. In the next moment, a blue light shot out. In the distance, in the direction of the spectator stands, there was a violent rumble. The protective barrier was directly pierced through, and in the empty spectator stands, a 30-meter-wide gap appeared in an instant. That part of the spectator stand seemed to have been erased out of thin air. The power of a single strike was terrifying. The dark blue scales rolled back and landed on Lan Xuanyu's right thumb. It was also at this moment that the rainbow scales on his body melted like snow, silently entering his body and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as if he was in a dream. It was only at this moment that he truly woke up from his dream. He subconsciously raised his wrist and looked at the time on it. Then, he looked up at Xinglongjiang, who was in a state of shock and didn't even dare to continue attacking him. He smiled. "Senior, it's time." At this moment, the entire place was silent. Zhenglongjiang also looked at him with his mouth agape. There was no doubt that ever since Lan Xuanyu entered the Shrek Academy, he had always displayed astonishing talent. Although his soul power wasn't strong, he could always turn the impossible into possible. He led a small team of first years and created miracles time and time again. However, there had never been a time as shocking as this moment. If he had only lasted for a full minute. Against Zhenglongjiang, it wouldn't have been so shocking. Most importantly, in the last 20 seconds or so, he had almost suppressed Zhenglongjiang, who was at the 8-ring cultivation base. His last attack had almost killed Zhenglongjiang instead. What kind of strength was this? But the cultivation he released was only at 3 rings. It was completely unimaginable for a 3-ring soul master to suppress an 8-ring soul master. So what if it was a self-martial soul fusion skill? Was this really something a human could do? Therefore, when Zhenglongjiang saw the smile on Lan Xuanyu's face, he felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly felt that scheming against such a brat wasn't a wise decision. If the first year was already so terrifying, then how terrifying would he be when he grew up? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu wasn't happy at all. He was still completely immersed in the entire battle. Without a doubt, the staff had greatly increased the power of his 3 elements. However, the control of the power of the elements was qualitatively different from what he usually understood. In his previous control, all the elements were so obedient. Even water and fire, 2 completely opposite elements that countered each other, were so gentle when they fused together. Whenever he wanted them to explode, they would explode. It was as if they were his arms and there was no waste at all. All the power was so condensed. Also, he was able to predict the enemy's actions and make the corresponding response before Zhenglongjiang made his next move. This was how he was able to avert danger and not give Zhenglongjiang any chance to approach him. Was this what it meant to have 100% control? Although he wasn't strong enough, Lan Xuanyu's strength, Lan's strength. Teacher Nana had proven to him that a person's strength was related to his or her soul power cultivation, but it was even more closely related to his or her ability to control his or her abilities. In this aspect, he really had to put in a lot of effort. Also, that staff just now was really useful. When he used it, the elements in the air would naturally gather over and they were especially obedient. That was an unprecedented experience. On the spectator stand, Nana sat there silently. It seemed like nothing had ever happened to her. At this moment, a figure silently appeared beside her. "Is it really okay for you to interfere with our students' competition like this?" Nana turned to look at the veiled person beside her. "I'm just teaching him. Besides, your competition isn't fair to begin with. Besides, why should my disciple lose?" "Alright, up to you. This is good too. At least people will think that the silver dragon spear is still with Shrek and that we have really taken it back." In the arena, Ying Luohong looked at the huge gap on the outer wall of the mecha training ground and couldn't help but be speechless. She slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. "Does the promise of 1 minute count?" She looked at Zhenglongjiang. Zhenglongjiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Since you've already said so, can I say that it doesn't count? Am I that shameless?" It counts, Zhenglongjiang said bitterly. Ying Luohong nodded and said, "Very good. Then, I announce that the first years have won the year-skipping challenge. They have achieved a complete victory." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously silent first-year spectator stands immediately erupted into a tsunami of cheers. One by one, the first years jumped down from the stands like crazy. And the first to jump down was Xiaoqi. At this moment, the teacher in charge of the first years could no longer remain calm. He rushed towards Lan Xuanyu crazily, hugged him, and threw him into the air. At this moment, the first years had completely become a sea of joy. They had completed an unprecedented feat in the history of Shrek Academy. In any era of Shrek Academy, there had never been a situation where the first years defeated their seniors all the way to the 6th years. Even before the start of the last match, Xiaoqi could still remain calm because as long as they lost one match, they would not be able to break through the outer court. But it was different now. They had really won, no matter what kind of rules they had. The first years had won 5 consecutive rounds in the year-skipping challenge. This historical record would forever remain in the history of Shrek Academy. And as the teacher in charge, he would definitely leave a thick mark in Shrek's history. This was an honor that belonged to the first years, to every student, and also to Xiaoqi. Although he also felt that he did not do anything, but these cute children were all his disciples, this was something that no one could change. The first years had won, which meant that they had really achieved the feat of going to the Elven planet to watch the ceremony. At this moment, everyone was so excited that they were going crazy. There had never been a time when a class had been so united. Tang Yuga, who had always been calm, was also jumping up and down in excitement as tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. They won, they won. They had done everything they could and finally defeated the 6th years. This was an unprecedented honor. This was the honor of a team. This was the honor of the first years. When she was in the 3rd year, she had never felt such excitement. Now, she felt that everything was worth it and all the grievances she had suffered before were nothing. Zhonglongjiang wasn't disappointed. He was different from Hua Linhan in this regard, he didn't care much about winning or losing. He was more surprised by Lan Xuanyu's final performance. How could this be represented by the strength of a 3-ring soul master? In the previous competitions, Lan Xuanyu had never displayed such a strong side. Juniors nowadays were really amazing. Fortunately, he had earned some money from him previously. 30 purple emblems could be considered as comforting to his young heart. But at this moment, Ying Luohong's voice sounded in his ears again. Both of you are responsible for destroying public property during the competition. I hereby sentence you to jointly compensate. The price will be 50 purple emblems, each of you will get half. What? Dean, you can't do this. I'm an outer court student under your leadership. This is considered accidental injury, and the academy wants us to compensate. Isn't this chilling the hearts of the outer court students? Furthermore, this segment doesn't need 50 purple emblems, right? Zhonglongjiang was truly frightened this time and immediately said in a panic. There's good news. The mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, which I am the executive producer of, will welcome its final test on August 29th. The high degree of realism in the game really amazed me. Especially when talking about the growth model of this game, it reminds me of the Douluo continent, the legend of the Dragon King, and the current ultimate Douluo. All of you have been with me for the past 10 years. Everyone can pay attention to my prestige certification. I welcome everyone to experience it on August 29th. Ying Luohong said indifferently, firstly, you're no longer from our outer court, so stop trying to get close to us. Secondly, you can ask the students present. As long as a third of them say that you shouldn't compensate, you don't have to. That's all. With that, she turned and left. Zhonglongjiang stared at the dean's back view with his mouth agape, not knowing what to say. He was just secretly rejoicing over the 30 purple emblems, but now, there were only 5 left. This was too much. If he had known earlier, he would have admitted defeat. The dean was definitely targeting him. He was definitely targeting him, but there was nothing he could do. Lan Xuanyu couldn't care less about this anymore. He was already drowned out by his teammates. The competition came to an end. The first years had won 5 consecutive battles and were the final winners. This also meant that while the entire first year could go to the Elven planet to play, the remaining 5 years couldn't go. This made the senior students look at the first years who were cheering and not in a good mood. But what could they do? Who asked them to have a valiant and cunning class leader? Zhonglongjiang walked out of the competition venue with a dejected expression, only to be greeted by a warm hug. He was stunned by the sudden hug and hurriedly said, I already have a girlfriend, please don't take advantage of me. Xianxia said in annoyance, don't give me that. Zhonglongjiang immediately pretended to be surprised. So it's my dear wife. Then there's no problem. Quickly comfort my young heart. I lost, it's so painful. Xianxia pushed him away in annoyance. I thought that you should be in a little pain. After all, losing to the first years is such an embarrassing thing. I thought that only Hua Linhan could do it, but I didn't expect you to be like this too. Humph. Not far away, Hua Linhan, who hadn't left at all, was prepared to watch a joke, but when he heard Xianxua's words, he immediately ran away in tears. Is this okay? It's fine if you give me dog food, but you even brought out a map. Who did I offend? Also, why did I think that this shameless Xianlongjiang would be in pain? I've overestimated his integrity. Xianlongjiang chuckled. It's fine, it's fine. If you lose, you lose. Anyway, with Hua Linhan's black emblem as a foundation, I already have a 3-word battle armor, right? Losing to juniors can also stimulate their growth. It's a good thing. Plop. In the distance, someone tripped and fell. Then, he ran away as fast as he could. Xianlongjiang snorted. He's thinking too much if he wants to see me make a fool of myself. Xianyu grabbed his hand and said, let's go. Go home. Hey. Xianlongjiang replied in surprise. Why is it so good today? Xianyu glanced at him and said, seeing as you've come up with such a good name for your battle armor, I'll reward you today. Xianlongjiang immediately hugged her excitedly and kissed her on the cheek. What 30 or 25 purple emblems? Was that important? It wasn't important. He could earn more emblems, but he only had one wife. As long as she was happy, everything else was easy. Lan Xuanyu, who had struggled to break free from his companions, also received bad news. What? You want me to pay 25 purple emblems? The dean is too heartless. Lan Xuanyu screamed. Xiaoqi frowned as well. Did you offend the dean in some way? I went to ask just now, and the dean told me to ask you. He said that you have a lot of money. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. I only earned a little from the gambling against the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. But I went to the special exchange office to buy food for everyone. You bought food from the special exchange office? What did you buy? Xiaoqi looked at him in surprise. What vermilion fruit, exploding fruit? Oh, I bought a 10,000-year magma fruit for Qianlei, a 10,000-year sky azure vine for your family's Lu Feng, and some 10,000-year mysterious ice essence for Qianqiu. Shut up, go and pay the fine. Xiaoqi turned around and left, not wanting to bother with this kid at all. He felt that his heart was very tired, very tired. Ah, teacher, you can't leave. You have to uphold justice for us. At least give us a discount, 10% off to pay the fine. Lan Xuanyu felt pained. How many good things could he buy with 25 purple emblems? Furthermore, he still had to give Xianlongjiang 30 purple emblems. Although he had won 150 purple emblems this time, more than a third of them were gone. Of course, he didn't dare to say this to Xiaoqi. He was afraid that he would be abandoned by his teacher. Boss, don't cry. I'll pay for it. At this moment, a righteous voice sounded in Lan Xuanyu's ears. He turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a weak-looking Qianlei walking over with the support of Lu Feng and Yuan and Hui Hui. He was already awake, but he had lost quite a bit of weight. His face was pale and haggard. He had indeed overexerted himself. As he spoke, he took out a lottery ticket and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Boss, I can't take it anymore. I need to go back into seclusion to recover. Help me exchange this for this. The fine can be paid from inside. I'm so sleepy. As he spoke, his head tilted and he fell onto Lu Feng's shoulder. Lan Xuanyu took the lottery ticket and looked at it. Instantly, his expression became interesting. The others also came over to look at the lottery ticket. The lottery ticket was very simple. The first years would win all matches, 150. The bet was 1 purple emblem. What the hell was this? Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that his expression was a little stiff. What was the odds? 150? This fatty actually bet on the first year's winning all matches? Did the gambling center have such a gambling program? Why didn't he notice it? Or rather, he had noticed it and ignored it. Not to mention others, even they themselves had never thought that they would be able to win all 5 matches. No one would have thought that such a strange situation would happen. 150. In other words, Qianlei had only paid the price of 1 purple emblem and obtained 150 purple emblems. Lan Xuanyu felt his heart ache. If he had known earlier, he would have bet a little too. Even 1 or 2 purple emblems would have been good. Fatty is rich. Lan Mengqin looked at the lottery ticket in a daze. For a moment, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Because she suddenly remembered that guy seemed to have said that when he earned money, he would buy 10,000-year mysterious ice essence for her. At that time, she had only treated it as a joke, but now, looking at the pale fatty, she suddenly felt her heart ache. Although he was usually quite stingy, he was especially generous to her. Lan Xuanyu went to the gambling center with his teammates. When he took away 351 purple emblems from the gambling center with interest, he felt that the teachers in the gambling center already had the urge to beat him to death. Without a doubt, he had become the most unpopular person in the gambling center. Other than the 55 emblems he had paid to Xinlongjiang, there were still 296 left. Without a doubt, he was now the richest person in the outer court. Xiaoqi had already announced that classes would be suspended for the day tomorrow so that everyone could be happy and relax. They would head to the Elven planet in half a month. Shrek Academy would definitely keep their word. Although there were many more slots, they would definitely be able to do it. They would head to the Elven planet together. Lan Xuanyu went to the exchange center. There were too many purple emblems, so he planned to exchange them for a few black emblems. This way, it would be more convenient to carry them around. Moreover, high-level emblems seemed to be able to be exchanged for higher-level items. But when he arrived at the exchange center and asked, he was dumbfounded. He had always thought that the exchange rate for emblems was the same. Normally, it was 110, and the real exchange rate was about 115. In the outside world, it could even be 120. There is a second update today and a third update at 5 p.m. There is good news. The mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, which I am the executive producer of, will welcome its final test on August 29th. The high degree of realism in the game really amazed me. Especially when I talk about the growth model of this game, it reminds me of the Douluo continent, the legend of the Dragon King, and the current ultimate Douluo. All of you have been with me for the past 10 years. Everyone can pay attention to my prestige certification. I welcome everyone to experience it on August 29th. However, after asking, he found out. There was only one exchange rate for a purple emblem for a black emblem, and it was clearly stipulated by the Academy. 150. That's right, this was the ratio, 150. 50 purple emblems could only be exchanged for one black emblem. Moreover, there was a restriction. One needed to be specially approved by the Academy before they could exchange. Under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to exchange. Or rather, the Academy wouldn't allow them to exchange. And they wouldn't open it to the outer court. Only the inner court had the possibility of applying. Only then did Lan Xuanyu understand how precious the black emblem his teacher gave him was. In the outer court, even the special exchange office didn't need a black emblem to exchange for items. A black emblem could only be used in the inner court. And now, he wasn't qualified to enter the inner court to exchange for it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lan Xuanyu naturally kept the purple emblem. As for the black emblem, they would have to wait until they could enter the inner court. More than 290 purple emblems. And that was after their entire team had consumed a round of top-notch heaven and earth treasures. For the time being, there didn't seem to be any place to spend a lot of money. Lan Xuanyu swept through all the vermilion fruits in the special exchange office and left them for his own cultivation. Now, he could really cultivate extravagantly. Qianlei had also risen to foraying through Fatty Jin's awakening. Right now, in the entire team, he was the only one left who was still at the Three-Ring realm. He was a loner. Eternal Sky City. Ying Luohong sat respectfully in front of Wang Tianyu. She had just reported the situation of the outer court's competition. That brat Xinlongjiang is sometimes too cunning. It's time for him to enter the inner court. I will personally watch over him. This kid can be considered a weirdo. He needs to be polished properly, Wang Tianyu said indifferently. Ying Luohong smiled bitterly. He's already a 3-word battle armor master. In the inner court, there aren't many people under the age of 25 who are stronger than him. It's really not easy for a Herculean demon ape to cultivate to this level. It's just that his cultivation method is very different from ordinary students. I think this kid is definitely good at business. Wang Tianyu smiled faintly and said, evil people will naturally be dealt with by evil people. I plan to send him to the 7 Holy Abyss to cultivate for a period of time. I'm sure he'll love it there. 7 Holy Abyss? Hearing these 3 words, Ying Luohong couldn't help but shudder. His heart instantly mourned for a certain someone. Wang Tianyu glanced at her and said, do you think it's appropriate? Ying Luohong said without hesitation, I think it's quite suitable. Only a place like the 7 Holy Abyss is most suitable for tempering people like him. That's pretty good. I support you. Speaking till here, Ying Luohong suddenly thought of something, and said, today, the silver staff used by Lan Xuanyu in the match looked a bit familiar to me, but I don't know why. I've sent you the video. Do you think it's a divine artifact? If it weren't for the divine artifact, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Also, I feel that his performance during that time was a little abnormal. His control over the elements was too strong. Wang Tianyu said, I already know the situation. That's not purely his power. But it didn't matter. The results of the first years were a good thing. One was a wake-up call for the other years. The other was to make the first years more united than ever, which is an incentive for everyone. The Academy will arrange for them to go to the Elven planet. However, it's time to give Lan Xuanyu and his companions a little more weight. Ying Luohong was taken aback. Isn't it a little early? Early? That depends on who it is. Do you know how much money that kid earned from the gambling center in this competition? It's almost 500 purple emblems. The capital was obtained from a loan from the Academy. With so many purple emblems piled up, they will definitely go up another level in a short period of time. How much? 500? Ying Luohong's eyes widened. She only knew that Lan Xuanyu had gained quite a bit from the gambling center, but she didn't expect it to be so great. 500 purple emblems was a huge sum of money for her, the dean. Even if it was evenly distributed to his team, how many good things could each person buy? Wang Tianyu smiled bitterly. This kid is bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned. He's similar to Jing Longjiang in this aspect. But he's even more talented than Jing Longjiang. In the future, he will also be a scourge. He's probably much more powerful than Jing Longjiang's scourge. Jing Longjiang is a scourge by himself, but he's a scourge by a team. After this incident, his prestige among the first years can be imagined. Ying Luohong took a deep breath. She felt that her heart wasn't tired, but a little chaotic. On the other hand, the smile on Wang Tianyu's face became a little wider. This is also Shrek. Only our Shrek Academy can nurture such a little monster. The more eccentric such a talent is, the more promising they will be in the future. As teachers, we naturally have to help them. After they have their one-word battle armor, we will directly activate the 4th year's mission option for them and require them to complete 3 basic missions every year, which is equivalent to the 4th year's. Ying Luohong nodded and said, I understand what you mean. Wang Tianyu said, but what we have to pay attention to is that we have to pay special attention to them. While carrying out the mission, we have to do our best to ensure their safety. During this period of time, we have to observe and see who in a small team is not suitable to participate in the mission in advance. We can eliminate them. Yes, I understand. Wang Tianyu nodded and said. That's it then. It hasn't been easy for you to be the Outer Court's dean recently. I will personally lead a team to the Elven planet, you can come along. Meet some old friends. Alright. Qianlei was in seclusion. He had consumed too much energy. He had to go into seclusion to cultivate. He would need at least 100 days to recover his vitality. But according to Nana, this was definitely worth it for him. Using his own blood essence to stimulate Fatty Jin's golden behemoth bloodline would allow the two of them to fuse further. The behemoth race had an extremely tyrannical personality, but there was one good thing about them. They were extremely united and very loyal to their companions. This was also one of the fundamental reasons why they were able to resist the dragon race in ancient times. Although the dragon race was powerful, they weren't particularly united internally. They were used to doing things their own way. But the behemoths could form an army. This was also why the oppression of the dragon race by the behemoths alarmed the dragon gods and calmed them down. After this awakening, Fatty Jean and Fatty Qian would truly become one. After the golden behemoth bloodline awakened, its evolution would also be Qianlei's evolution. Qianlei would undergo a huge change. But because of his seclusion, it was obvious that Qianlei wouldn't be able to head to the elven planet this time. Lan Xuanyu originally thought that after leading the team to such a glorious victory, he could relax for a few days and enjoy the happiness brought by the glory. However, his happiness only lasted for a day. The familiar venue was the competition venue from a few days ago. Lan Xuanyu stiffly controlled a white mecha and staggered into the venue. On the other side was also a white mecha. Tang Zhenhua's voice came from the communicator. A mecha battle is no different from a soul master battle. It is to use all of your abilities and control it perfectly. The only difference is that you have to understand the limits of the mecha you are controlling at all times. During the control process, try your best to bring the mecha's load to the limit but not exceed it. This is because if you exceed the limit, your mecha will collapse. But the closer you are to the limit, the more your mecha will be able to unleash its true strength. Through the simulation cabin, you have already tried all kinds of operations on the mecha. Now, you are controlling the real thing. You also have experience piloting a soul warship. Let me see your strength. Come on, attack me. Lan Xuanyu felt the mecha on his body and his gaze became focused. Third update today. I have good news. The mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, which I am the executive producer of, will welcome its final test on August 29th. The high degree of realism in the game really amazed me. In particular, the growth model of this game reminded me of the Douluo continent, the legend of the Dragon King, and the current ultimate Douluo. All of you have been with me for the past 10 years. Everyone can pay attention to my prestige certification. I welcome everyone to experience it on August 29th. Modern mechas were becoming more and more similar to armor. The legs were covered by the internal mecha and the lower limbs were completely controlled by the legs. However, the upper limbs were different. As they needed to operate various weapons, they were still controlled on a flat platform and connected with brainwaves. Manual and thinking, dual control was the highest standard of mecha control. Generally speaking, many mechas in the army were controlled purely by brainwaves and coupled with some standard procedures to achieve the purpose of battle. However, truly powerful mechas, especially many surprising operations, required manual assistance. The faster and more accurate the hand speed, the better the control. This was similar to soul warship control. However, mecha control was definitely much more complicated. There were many forms of mechas, but human form had always been the main form because it could simulate all sorts of human combat methods. This was especially so when combined with the Soul Master's own soul skills in battle. The foundation of a dual mecha master lay in the fusion of a Soul Master's battle armor with a mecha to achieve double protection and double enhancement. To a dual mecha master, a mecha was equivalent to their second layer of battle armor. Moving his legs, he clearly felt a little heavy. A white mecha was undoubtedly the lowest level of mechas. It was 8 meters tall and had the most ordinary support systems. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and Tang Zhenhua had both chosen close combat mechas. Their weapons included a shield and a battle saber. For safety reasons, they turned off the high-frequency vibration of the battle saber and used it as an ordinary weapon. Boom, 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 boom. Taking a step forward, Lan Xuanyu controlled the balance of the mecha and walked towards Tang Zhenhua step by step. Due to his rich experience in piloting soul warships, this white mecha walked quite steadily under his control. Right at this moment, the white mecha controlled by Tang Zhenhua suddenly moved. Its feet suddenly accelerated and it rushed towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu controlled his mecha to raise the shield in front of him and began to speed up as well, charging forward. The two white mechas quickly closed in on him. But right at this moment, the propeller on the back of Tang Zhenhua's mecha suddenly flashed. It only flickered and didn't erupt fully. However, his mecha completed a sliding step to the side, instantly reaching the side of Lan Xuanyu's mecha. Lan Xuanyu reflexively turned his mecha around and placed his shield in front of him. However, Tang Zhenhua's mecha had already completed its second round of thrusters. Tang Zhenhua's mecha abruptly accelerated and crashed into his shield. Immediately, a strong force came over and Lan Xuanyu felt that his mecha was about to collapse. In terms of mental fortitude, Lan Xuanyu was definitely second to none among his peers. Even in this kind of situation, he did not panic. As he hurriedly took advantage of the momentum to retreat, he controlled the mecha's right hand to slash out. Tang Zhenhua's mecha crouched down, then abruptly straightened his body, using his shield to knock away the battle blade. At the same time, he leaped forward, using his own shield to once again slam into Lan Xuanyu's mecha's chest. Bang! Lan Xuanyu's mecha, who was already in the midst of retreating, could no longer maintain its balance and was instantly knocked to the ground. The thrusters behind Tang Zhenhua's mecha flashed again, and a series of consecutive attacks bombarded Lan Xuanyu's mecha. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. A series of explosions rang out. Lan Xuanyu could no longer control it even if he wanted to. His mecha was completely out of control from the attacks, and he could only feel waves of violent tremors and dizziness. His shield flew away, his battle blade flew away. In the end, Tang Zhenhua threw away his mecha's battle blade, grabbed Lan Xuanyu's mecha's arm, and viciously threw him over his shoulder, smashing Lan Xuanyu's mecha into the ground. Inside, Lan Xuanyu was thrown into confusion. He only felt that his internal organs were about to be shaken out. His brain was dizzy, and all he could hear was the alarm of his mecha. Get up, again! Tang Zhenhua's cold voice rang out. Lan Xuanyu's resistance to dizziness was still very strong, and he struggled to control his mecha to get up. Tang Zhenhua's voice rang out. The basic point of mecha control is to maintain balance. No matter what, you have to ensure your own balance. Balance is the foundation of everything. Only with balance can you have a good defense, and only with a good defense can you have a chance to counterattack. What you need to do now is to maintain your balance as much as possible under my attacks, and hold on for as long as possible. After saying that, his mecha had already charged forward once again. He had no intention of showing mercy to this disciple of his. Originally, Tang Zhenhua had thought that he would suffer a little in the cross-level challenge, but he didn't expect this kid to actually win. The last round was even won in a somewhat baffling manner. Lan Xuanyu's personal combat wasn't taught by him, he was mainly in charge of the Interstellar Command Department. Fighter control was, in fact, the foundation of space warship control, and many of the tactics were interlinked. Mecha piloting, on the other hand, was a supplement. It was also the most important aspect of personal combat. In a space war, the role of mechas wasn't that obvious, but this referred to ordinary mechas. If a commander had strong combat strength, then not only would it be easier to survive in a space war, but they would also have the ability to change the battlefield. Hence, Duo. Mecha Master was something that had to be learned. Especially when Lan Xuanyu was showing more and more talent, how could Tang Zhenhua not be strict with him? Since the competition didn't affect him, then he would do it himself. Tang Zhenhua gave Lan Xuanyu mecha lessons with this mentality. Moreover, he felt that it felt pretty good to beat up his disciple like a sandbag without any scruples. Lan Xuanyu, who hadn't vomited after a space warship lesson for a long time, vomited again today. When he crawled out of the mecha, his face was already bruised and swollen from the collision. This was even after he released Jinlong's body to protect himself. We'll continue tomorrow. Tang Zhenhua patted his shoulder and left. And Lan Xuanyu was only looking forward to when he could go to the elven planet. He hoped that day would come soon. Mecha piloting wasn't something that could be done overnight. Although he had the foundation of piloting a space warship, there was still a huge difference between the two. The key was that his hands couldn't keep up with his brain and his body couldn't keep up with his judgment. Just in this aspect, he needed a lot of time to accumulate. The atmosphere in the first years was especially good. This victory had greatly stimulated everyone's passion for cultivation. They had defeated the entire outer court class. Of course, they had to maintain this glory. Hence, everyone was cultivating with all their might. Finally, it was time to set off. When Lan Xuanyu received the news that they would be setting off for the elven planet the next day, he was so touched that tears streamed down his face. The feeling of being abused every day was really not good. Although during this process, He gradually began to grasp his balance and was able to control the cumbersome white mecha. He was finally able to resist the teacher's attacks for a while. But the result wouldn't change. Furthermore, Tang Zhenhua's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. As a result, he didn't have the energy to practice forging for the past 10 days. He felt dizzy all day long. Only by consuming the vermilion fruit in the sea god lake could he be slightly comforted. He continuously stimulated his bloodline and increased his absorption speed of life energy. In just half a month, Lan Xuanyu had already gained quite a bit. Not only had his soul power increased by 1 rank, his bloodline vortex had also become more condensed. When he tried to undergo the dragon god's transformation, the time taken had obviously increased. Early in the morning, the soul bus was already waiting in front of the main teaching building. Other than Qianlei, who was in seclusion, all the first years boarded the bus. Although it was said that they were going to attend the ceremony, it was actually equivalent to an interstellar trip. Furthermore, they were going to the elven planet that was not open to ordinary people. This was simply too wonderful for them, who were only 12 or 13 years old. There were no missions, no exams, and no need to study or cultivate. Heading to a planet that was said to be very beautiful was simply like a dream. Therefore, after boarding the bus, everyone had already forgotten about the tiredness brought about by these days of cultivation. Everyone was in a very high mood. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng sat together, while Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin sat beside them. Yuan and Hui Hui and Tang Yuga sat together. Ever since they had experienced the battle together, the relationship between Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui seemed to be less stiff. They would occasionally speak a few words, but they were not close. There was still a barrier between them. Tang Yuga had the most complicated feelings about heading to the elven planet. She was also very likely the one who disliked the elven planet the most among the first years. Because, in a sense, it was the people there who caused her to lose her family's happiness. Yuan and Hui Hui pretended to glance at Tang Yuga casually. He originally thought that Tang Yuga might not follow the class to the elven planet, but he didn't expect her to really decide to go. When he told his father this news, his father was very silent and didn't say anything, but it could be seen that his father was a little lonely. "Are you really going?" Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but ask. Tang Yuga glanced at him. "Why can't I go?" Yuan and Hui Hui said, "I didn't say that you can't go. It's just that." Tang Yuga said, "There's nothing to but about. I just want to go there and see what exactly is there that can make people forget about home and their responsibilities." Yuan and Hui Hui said, "The elven planet is very beautiful. The density of life energy there is not inferior to Douluo planet. But it's different. The life aura there is scattered, but it is also free." Tang Yuga said coldly, "Freedom means no responsibility." Yuan and Hui Hui's expression was a little ugly. "It's too much to say. Tang Yuga, did I ask you to talk to me? What's wrong with the two of you?" Lan Xuanyu turned around helplessly and said to Yuan and Hui Hui, "Hui Hui, change seats with Lu Feng." Yuan and Hui Hui snorted and stood up. "I don't want to sit with unreasonable people." Lu Feng was also a little helpless. He got up and changed seats with him, sitting beside Tang Yuga. Lan Xuanyu comforted Yuan and Hui Hui in a low voice, but Lu Feng glanced at Tang Yuga and didn't say anything. He wasn't a talkative person and didn't know what to say to Tang Yuga in this state. Tang Yuga suddenly looked at him and said, "Do you also think I'm unreasonable?" Lu Feng shook his head. "I don't know what you've experienced, so I don't have the right to judge. But I think it's fine as long as you don't vent your anger." "Don't vent my anger?" Tang Yuga was slightly taken aback. This was the first time someone had said this to her. "Lu Feng, just be yourself." Tang Yuga, "Are you working hard to be yourself?" N. Lu Feng nodded. "My talent might be the worst in the entire class. I don't have much ability. Only by putting in more effort and fighting harder than others. Only then can I continue to stay here. It was Xianyu who brought me here. What I want to do now is to work hard to stay here and be with everyone. I have friends here and goals that I want to work hard for. I like Shrek." Tang Yuga nodded. She knew a little about Lu Feng's situation. She could feel how hard this quiet boy worked. She had seen the scars on Lu Feng's body more than once. What left the deepest impression on her was how Lu Feng did not back down when he faced Lu Baochuan the other day. He was very quiet. Usually, he even looked a little quiet. But he was especially hard-working. He worked harder than anyone else. And just now, when he said that he liked Shrek, Tang Yuga clearly saw a glimmer in his eyes. "You're a pure person," Tang Yuga said subconsciously. Lu Feng smiled. "It's quite blissful to be pure. I like having a goal to work hard for." "Do you have a goal?" Tang Yuga was stunned by his question again. "Yes. Do I have a goal? Or rather, what is my goal? In terms of martial soul, even in Shrek Academy, my martial soul could be considered excellent and outstanding. The direction of progress was also very obvious. As long as I continued to improve and become stronger, it was almost inevitable that I would become a powerhouse in the future. As long as there were no accidents. But do I have a goal? At least I definitely don't have the strong sense of being chased by Lu Feng." Everyone knew his goal. He wanted to become stronger and follow in the footsteps of his companions. "What about me? What is my goal? To prove myself? To show that person? But is there really any meaning to it?" For a moment, Tang Yuga was actually a little confused. Lu Feng looked at her and suddenly said seriously, "If you don't have a goal, why don't you set one for yourself?" "What goal?" Tang Yuga was a little confused. Lu Feng said, "For example, to become a god?" "Become a god? That's too difficult." Tang Yuga smiled bitterly. "It's precisely because I know how difficult it is that I won't set such a goal for myself. Becoming a god isn't just about strength, it also depends on luck and opportunities." Lu Feng said indifferently, "Opportunities and luck are left to those who are prepared. If it's not difficult, would it still be called a goal?" Tang Yuga was silent for a moment before saying, "You're thinking clearer than me. I'll try." N. The car drove out of Shrek Academy and headed straight for the Shrek City Space Center. They would set off directly from here and fly to the Elven planet. It was very close to the Space Center from the Academy. For the students of Shrek Academy, there had always been all kinds of preferential treatment in Shrek City. There was a special passage for them to board the spaceship for this trip. This time, Xiaoqi, as the homeroom teacher, also followed along. Not only that, when they boarded the spaceship, they immediately realized that they weren't the only ones on this exclusive spaceship. There were dozens of people with them. Among these people, other than a few in casual clothes, the rest were all in red school uniforms. The red school uniform representing the inner court. At the same time, it looked like these inner court seniors were all very young. At the very least, Lan Xuanyu felt that most of them looked younger than Jinglan Jiang. There was only the entire first years in the outer court, and they were clearly much younger than the seniors in the inner court. Hence, what greeted them were the gentle smiles of the seniors in the inner court. At the front, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance stood there and said indifferently, "We are about to set off for the Elven planet, and all of you are representing Shrek. Before we set off, I have some things to remind all of you." The middle-aged man's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to resonate in everyone's minds. Instantly, everyone quietened down and their gazes focused on him. "I am the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion, Wang Tianyu. I am in charge of leading the team this time. The disciples of the inner court basically know me, and the first years of the outer court, please remember me as well. This trip to the Elven planet to observe the ceremony is an opportunity for everyone here. It is a rare opportunity, and our academy has the most people who have obtained this opportunity. Therefore, all of you are also representing Shrek Academy. Of course, we are not the only ones going to watch the ceremony this time, the Federation government and other parties will also be there. All of you might already know that the most important thing for this ceremony is naturally Beast God Dtion's tribulation. No one knows where this tribulation of heaven and earth came from, but it concerns whether one can break through and become a god. Although soul beasts' tribulations are different from humans' breakthroughs, there are similarities between them. Being able to witness such an impact is a very good opportunity for all of you. You'll be able to fully experience the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. If you want to break through to the god rank, your comprehension and control of laws is very important. Secondly, this holy ceremony is actually the first time the soul beast world has opened up to us humans. All of you are soul masters, so you naturally know that the spirit souls you have fused with now are almost all created by the spirit pagoda, but they are not truly spirit souls from soul beasts. With the advancement of time, even 100,000-year spirit souls could be created. However, although the effects of the created spirit souls are the same, they lack spirituality and are rarely able to accompany soul masters in battle. This is because once a spirit soul dies in battle, it will cause a loss to the soul master's source. Therefore, when I teach you, I advise you not to release your spirit souls to fight outside your body to avoid such a situation. Unless you can break through to become a god and bestow your spirit souls with spirituality after becoming a god, it will have a positive effect. The first appearance of spirit souls was actually an agreement between the founder of the spirit pagoda and a dying soul beast. With a specific ritual, he would transform it into his own spirit soul, allowing it to live for a period of time. If he was really lucky, along with the soul master's breakthrough to become a god, it would be equivalent to living in another form. Therefore, soul beasts don't completely reject becoming a human spirit soul. It depends on the potential of the human and the physical condition of the soul beast. This time, beast god Dtion is transcending the tribulation. To us, if he fails, then there is a possibility of the beast god transforming into a spirit soul. Of course, the greater possibility is that his soul will dissipate under the great tribulation. If any of you can really be chosen by the beast god, then you will definitely be able to cultivate to become a god. You will have hit the jackpot. At this point, Wang Tianyu's expression was slightly fanatical. The reason why we chose from the outer court and the inner court is because all of you are talented and also because all of you have enough space to accommodate spirit souls. It is almost impossible for all soul masters with 8 rings and above to fuse with a spirit soul. However, the probability of being recognized by the beast god, Dtion, was too low, especially when the beast god had failed his tribulation. But there is actually another layer of meaning to this celebration. It is to select some soul beasts in the soul beast world who are unwilling to die to choose humans and voluntarily transform into spirit souls. Spirits that are transformed from soul beasts are undoubtedly far more intelligent than man-made spirits. This is a rare opportunity for all of you. This is a rare opportunity for you, especially the first years of the outer court. This is also the most important thing for all of you to do on this trip to the Elven planet. I hope all of you will be able to gain something. This is crucial to your future advancement. Pavilion Master, may I ask a question? Lan Xuanyu raised his hand. Wang Tianyu naturally recognized him. He glanced at him and said, "Ask away." Lan Xuanyu asked somewhat curiously, "Just now, you said that if you obtain the beast god Dtion's approval, you will definitely be able to cultivate to become a god. Why is that? Even the beast god Dtion himself wasn't able to cultivate to godhood." Wang Tianyu said, "This involves many complicated situations, and even I'm not very clear about some of them. However, I can tell you that the reason why I said that is because of the beast god Dtion's own strength. According to our human standards, it could have cultivated to the god level long ago. However, it was imperceptibly suppressed by the laws, so it was unable to break through that layer of restriction. After experiencing 8 great tribulations, he was still able to survive until now. He had long been well-tempered. All of you should know that following the evolution of the mother planet, we human soul masters can already break through from the limit of rank 99 to the highest rank 120. But in fact, almost no one can reach the level of rank 120 and above. Above rank 100 is the god level and is also known as a level 3 god. Above rank 110 is a level 2 god. Above rank 120 is the level of a level 1 god. According to our judgment, it's fine if the beast god Dtion doesn't break through, but once he does, it's very likely that he will be able to directly enter at least rank 110 and above. It's even possible for him to reach the limit of rank 120. With such a foundation, if he becomes a spirit soul and has experienced 8 great tribulations, just the cultivation experience and the increase in strength will be greatly beneficial to the soul masters working with him. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Hearing his words, many students present, including the inner court students, couldn't help but have fervent looks in their eyes. Although the chances were very slim, it was still better than having no chance at all, It was only at this moment that the first years realized what a great opportunity it was to attend the ceremony. Everyone's gaze towards Lan Xuanyu became even more reverent. Originally, it was already good enough for the entire first years to have one chance, but under the leadership of this class leader, everyone had the chance to head to the elven planet to participate in the ceremony. Beast god Dtian being a spirit soul was just an idealized idea. But even without the beast god, they would still have the chance to have other spirit souls. If they were chosen by a powerful soul beast, it would definitely be beneficial to their cultivation. A spirit that had been transformed from a true soul beast was completely capable of fighting alongside them. Lan Xuanyu sat down again. He actually didn't know much about spirit souls because his soul rings didn't come from spirit souls. The only one that looked like a spirit soul was the gold silk ape that he had brought out from the Douluo world. After fusing with the gold-eyed leopard's soul bone, it seemed to have undergone a certain mutation. It was just that the gold silk ape had always been sleeping in his body. Lan Xuanyu had also carefully sensed its situation. After leaving the Douluo world, the gold silk ape seemed to have been changing. It originally looked very intelligent, but as time passed, its spirituality seemed to have gradually disappeared. It was so much so that it was just sleeping in his body, turning into a ball of energy. As a result, Lan Xuanyu rarely used its abilities now. Previously, he had used its golden gaze ability. But after using it, he discovered that the gold silk ape's spirituality and aura would weaken. That wasn't something that could be replenished by life force. Simply put, the gold silk ape that he had brought out was like a rootless duckweed. It seemed to be consumed but couldn't be replenished. He had already tried this with his bloodline power, soul power, spiritual power, and life force. But there was nothing he could do. Lan Xuanyu even felt that if this continued, it would completely disappear in a few years. Perhaps this was the reason why it was brought out of the Douluo world. He was even more unclear about the situation in the Douluo world. Spirit soul? Can I have a spirit soul that truly belongs to me? Lan Xuanyu didn't know either. But he seemed to have some expectations in his heart. After Qianlei fused with Fatty Jean, his combat strength had increased greatly. Originally, he was just an unreliable summon, but now, he was almost a strength-type assault-type soul master. After Fatty Jin's golden behemoth bloodline awakened, who knew how many changes there would be? Then, would he be able to find a suitable spirit soul? He actually didn't need a spirit soul to upgrade his soul rings, so what would happen if he fused with a spirit soul? After Wang Tianyu gave a simple introduction of the situation, he gave the order to take off. The spacecraft took off steadily and slowly flew into space. Lan Xuanyu no longer had the novelty of riding a spacecraft for the first time. He was almost used to sitting on a spacecraft. He silently circulated his soul power and meditated. As he was setting off for the distant elven planet today, he had absorbed a lot of life energy last night and cultivated in Sea God Lake for more than 2 hours. In fact, he wasn't cultivating in Sea God Lake for an hour. Tang Yu had already received Master Shu's instructions and turned a blind eye to Lan Xuanyu's cultivation time. In any case, he would ignore him after paying 3 yellow emblems every time. The effect of Lan Xuanyu's cultivation through the vermilion fruit was very obvious. The increase in soul power was secondary, but the most important thing was the growth of his bloodline vortex. As his bloodline vortex continued to improve, it underwent a huge change. The colors inside were becoming richer and more condensed. This allowed him to maintain the dragon god transformation for a longer period of time. With Nana's guidance on controlling more than 100% of his energy, Lan Xuanyu realized many things. He realized that his body was actually like a treasure trove. Although his overall cultivation wasn't strong enough, if he could really control all his current abilities, he wouldn't be weaker than his peers. Hence, while he was cultivating, he was also working hard to improve his control over his abilities. This voyage would take a long time because the elven planet was relatively far away from the mother planet. Or rather, it was the furthest among the administrative planets that humans already owned. They would need to go through 3 space jumps to reach their destination. The entire voyage would take as long as 15 days. And this was a one-way trip. Life on the spacecraft was naturally boring, so meditation became the choice of most people. The protective measures of the Shrek Academy's exclusive spacecraft were very good. Although everyone's space wasn't big, there was a special protective shield. Even if they were to jump through space, it wouldn't affect the meditation of the Soul Masters. Lan Xuanyu had been meditating the entire time. During this period of time, although he had improved a lot through the cultivation of the vermilion fruit, his improvement was a little too fast. He could make use of this voyage to sense the changes in his body and stabilize his realm and bloodline power at the same time. Although he had absorbed a lot of life energy, it couldn't withstand such a long period of cultivation. But Lan Xuanyu had a way. He was very rich now. Before setting off, he had already bought some fruits with rich life energy from the special exchange office. For example, the endless life fruit. This fruit grew on the eternal tree, and there was a saying that it was the tear of the eternal tree. It was actually a secretion of the eternal tree that condensed into a transparent gelatinous bead. This couldn't be eaten directly and had to be kept in one's mouth. When he held it in his mouth, the life energy within it would be released. In the past, Lan Xuanyu would at most bring out some sea god lake water. When his life aura was insufficient, he would drink some sea god lake water to replenish himself. But now, he was rich and overbearing. He had brought as many as 10 endless life fruits. Each pill could provide him with 3 to 4 days of life force cultivation. In addition to the life force energy he had absorbed from the sea god's lake, it was enough to ensure that he would have sufficient life force energy to replenish himself throughout the entire journey. This was what it meant to be rich and willful. Through extravagant methods, one's cultivation speed would not be affected by any situation. Everyone, please end your meditation as soon as possible. We are about to reach the Elven planet. I repeat, please end your meditation as soon as possible. We are about to reach the Elven planet. The electronic voice rang out, causing the students who were meditating to gradually wake up. That was a whole 15 days. The students who had just woken up stretched their bodies and felt their bodies tighten. The journey this time was too long. After 15 days of space travel, the most important thing was mental exhaustion. The spaceship they were on wasn't big and didn't have much activity area. Almost everyone was cultivating. Although time passed quickly in meditation, they would wake up in the same place every time. We're finally here? Lan Mengqin stretched lazily and looked out the window listlessly. At this moment, everyone subconsciously looked out the window. However, it was white outside the window and the spaceship was shaking slightly. It seemed to be passing through the planet's atmosphere. Lan Xuanyu had already woken up from his meditation. He calmed himself down and his expression was a little dazed. Right at this moment, the scenery outside the window suddenly changed and all the white disappeared. Immediately after, a patch of green came into view. At the same time, the internal ventilation system of the spaceship connected to the outside world and brought in the air from the outside world. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu felt a rich life energy assaulting his face. He was still holding the endless life fruit in his mouth, but when he suddenly felt such a rich life energy, all his pores opened up and greedily absorbed this rich life energy. It was actually not weaker than the life energy of the mother planet. What a comfortable feeling! Lan Xuanyu seemed to be able to feel countless life energy surrounding him, forming a layer of green halo. His bloodline vortex was also stimulated and started to spin faster. He looked out of the window with rapt attention, and all he saw were green plants. That's right, even from high up in the sky, everything he saw was green. Between the green, there were occasional colorful dots. Clouds and mist drifted in the sky with green as the background. This was really too beautiful. The mother planet's green area was already very large, but the planet in front of them was clearly green. That's right, other than green, there were almost no other colors. They couldn't even see the existence of an ocean. This was truly a planet with extremely dense life energy. Lan Xuanyu asked Yuan and Hui Hui, where is the water source of your planet? Yuan and Hui smiled and said, it's all under the trees. Actually, there are also rivers and lakes, but they are all fresh water. There are too many trees and they are all covered up. Soon, Lan Xuanyu and the others understood what it meant to have too many trees. As the spaceship gradually approached the surface of the planet, they began to see many towering trees. Some of these trees were even over 3,000 meters tall, and they could vaguely see some treehouses on them. There were many trees that were over 1,000 meters tall. There were also many that were hundreds of meters tall. It was a spectacular sight. What did 3,000 meters mean? It wasn't much different from the eternal tree. It was only inferior in terms of size. The life energy here could be described as extremely dense. However, Lan Xuanyu could vaguely feel that this place was different from the mother planet. The level of life on the Douluo planet seemed to be higher than here. Although the life energy here was dense, it didn't give him the extremely intimate feeling that the life energy on the Douluo planet gave him. That's right, the life energy here was only pure life energy, but it lacked some emotions that belonged to him. Perhaps this was the difference between this place and the Douluo planet. The spaceship flew past huge treetops and landed on the ground. Even the ground was green and covered with grass. All the buildings here were made of wood, even the space center where the spaceship was docked. When the spaceship slowly landed, it was completely surrounded by green. The spaceship stopped steadily. In the distance, many vines actually rose from a big tree. They gathered together and wrapped around the spaceship, forming a staircase formed by vines at the cabin door that led to the big tree. There was a tree hole in the big tree. It was almost the first time the students of Shrek Academy had come here, so their curiosity was immediately piqued. Get off the spaceship. Wang Tianyu led the way to the exit, and the students hurriedly followed. On the first year's side, Xiaoqi, who was the teacher in charge, led the team and followed behind Wang Tianyu. Outside, there were already people waiting there. Standing at the front was a woman in a long green dress. She looked to be in her 30s and had a beautiful appearance and fair skin. She was wearing a long green dress that looked like it was pieced together by emerald green leaves. Her long green hair was draped behind her. She wore a light golden crown on her head that was shining brightly. "Hello, Your Majesty. How can I trouble you to personally welcome me?" Wang Tianyu hurriedly went forward and greeted her with a smile. The woman he called Queen smiled and said, "Shrek Academy is the place I yearn for the most. Since Pavilion Master is here personally, I naturally have to welcome you. Pavilion Master and everyone have worked hard. Please follow me." Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded from the crowd. "Grandma." Following this call, a figure rushed out from the crowd. She pounced into the arms of the woman in the green dress. "Wasn't it Yuan and Hui Hui?" The queen hugged Yuan and Hui Hui and smiled. "My Hui Hui is here too. Let Grandma take a look, I really missed you to death." As she spoke, she kissed Yuan and Hui Hui on the forehead with an affectionate expression. Tang Yuga, who was among the first years, had an ugly expression on her face. Lan Xuanyu had been paying attention to her. Seeing her ugly expression, he nudged Dong Qianxiu beside him and pouted in Tang Yuga's direction. Although they weren't completely clear about Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui's family, they could roughly guess. Dong Qianxiu understood and hurried to Tang Yuga's side to hold her hand. Tang Yuga glanced at her and shook her head gently, indicating that she was fine. At this moment, another person beside the queen had already walked forward and nodded at Wang Tianyu. "Hello, Pavilion Master Wang, we meet again." This was a young man. His face was very pale, but his eyes were exceptionally strange. There seemed to be countless pupils inside that were devouring the light in the air. Wang Tianyu took the initiative to shake his hand. "Hello, long time no see, Myriad Demon King." The young man called Myriad Demon King smiled. "That's right. I haven't been back for a long time. Beast God had to make his final preparations, so he couldn't come personally. He asked me to apologize on his behalf." The ones who came to welcome Shrek Academy this time were mainly the Elven Queen and the Myriad Demon King. They represented the elves who were natives of the Elven planet and the soul beasts who had immigrated here. "Myriad Demon King is too polite," Wang Tianyu replied indifferently. "Pavilion Master Wang, and our friends from the Shrek Academy who have come from afar, please follow us," the Elven Queen said as she pulled on Yuan and Hui Hui's hand and gestured for them to follow her. Everyone then walked into the tree hole under her and Thousand Goblin King's lead. The inside of the tree hole was very wide, but it was a passage that led directly to the huge wooden building behind. Lan Xuanyu observed that the people who came to welcome them were clearly divided into two groups. One group followed the Elven Queen, and the other group followed the Thousand Goblin King. There were not many people following the King of Thousand Goblins. There were only two of them, one male and one female. Both of them looked serious and their eyes were like lightning. One had to have at least 100,000 years of cultivation to be able to take on a human form. This meant that other than the myriad Goblin King, the other two soul beasts were also 100,000-year soul beast. Most of the people living on the other planets of the Federation had never seen a real soul beast before. Their understanding of soul beasts came from the Douluo world. This huge wooden building was the only space center on the elven planet. Although it was one of the administrative planets of the Federation, because it had already been given to the soul beasts, the planet was practically autonomous by the soul beasts. Without the permission of the soul beasts, the Federation spaceships were not allowed to come here easily. But for the sake of the friendship between the Federation and the soul beasts, the elven planet would be open to the Federation for a period of time every year for some high-end tourism and exchange activities. But very few people had actually come to the elven planet. Of course, there were a few large forces that were an exception, such as the Shrek Academy, the War God Temple, and the Spirit Pagoda. They all had fixed interactions with the soul beasts, so they could naturally come to the elven planet. The Shrek Academy would often organize students to come over for exchange and learning. At the same time, there were also soul beasts who invited them to come over to have a two-way exchange with soul beasts on the verge of death to choose a spirit soul. Although the Federation and the soul beasts could coexist peacefully now, the soul beast world still trusted the Shrek Academy the most. After all, the Shrek Academy had been in a neutral position for many years. When the soul beasts were strong, they had once led humans to fight against them. Later on, when the soul beasts declined and were on the verge of extinction, it was the Shrek Academy who stood up and proposed that humans and soul beasts coexist peacefully to stabilize the ecological balance. Hence, soul beasts were both respectful and afraid of the Shrek Academy. Especially since soul beasts were strong, there were very few soul beasts that truly possessed god-rank combat strength. This was especially so for their lineage, which was led by the beast god Dtion. The soul beast world placed unprecedented importance on the beast god's tribulation because only when Dtion became a god and became a powerful god rank would their lineage become even stronger. But for the beast god to become a god, there were still many prerequisites, such as the support of the Federation. Whether the Federation could allow an expert like him to cultivate to the god rank was also a huge problem. In this aspect, the soul beasts received the support of the Shrek Academy. The Shrek Academy believed that having a god-rank expert in this lineage would help the Federation rule over the elven planet. At the same time, they also expressed that even if the beast god Dtion became a god, he would never be able to threaten the Federation's rule. Of course, the beast god Dtion had also personally guaranteed this to the Federation, with the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen acting as guarantors. Otherwise, if the beast god rashly underwent his tribulation, the first thing he would face would be the Federation's suppression. Hence, the soul beasts of the elven planet were naturally very close to the Shrek Academy. There was no need for the Shrek Academy to request it at all. In terms of choosing spirit souls, they were more inclined towards the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. As for the Spirit Pagoda and the War God Temple, the soul beasts were naturally resistant. Although they did cooperate with each other, they were relatively inferior to each other. After walking out of the Elven Planet Space Center, there were already people waiting outside. More than 10 enormous soul beasts were quietly crawling on the ground. There were even special seats on their backs. These soul beasts all looked different. Lan Xuanyu was familiar with soul beasts, so he could recognize some of them. Earth Demon Rhinoceros? With such a huge body, it probably had a cultivation of 10,000 years. This was a soul beast with extremely strong defense. It was most suitable for defensive and strength-type soul masters. It was actually used as a mount. What was that? A 10,000-year colossal water buffalo? Wasn't this kind of soul beast said to be extinct a long time ago? Although it was extremely strong, it was gentle and wasn't good at fighting. He didn't expect there to be one here. There was no doubt that these were the mounts of the soul beasts. On the other hand, the mounts of the elves were different. They were large, colorful birds. Each of them was over 4 meters long and had colorful feathers on their bodies. They were extremely beautiful. The Elven Queen's mount was a large bird that had 7 colored feathers on its body and was over 10 meters long. Its tail feathers were extremely beautiful. She brought Yuan and Hui Hui directly onto the back of the large bird. A faint rainbow halo immediately emerged from the large bird's body and surrounded it and the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen smiled in Wan Tianyu's direction and said, "Pavilion Master, the holy ceremony this time is dominated by the soul beasts, so we won't overstep our authority. We'll see you again on the day of the holy ceremony. I'll take Hui Hui away first. I'll get someone to send him back to meet up with you guys later. Is that all right?" Wang Tianyu smiled. "Of course. Thank you for welcoming me personally, Your Majesty. See you again at the holy ceremony." After the Elven Queen nodded to him, she led the group of elven powerhouses and the large bird soared into the sky. Watching them leave, the myriad demon king gestured to Wang Tianyu and brought the two of them onto the back of the 10,000-year earth demon rhinoceros at the front. The other 200,000-year soul beasts led the others onto the soul beasts at the back. These enormous soul beasts that were used as mounts seemed very docile. Everyone had sat in many soul cars, but this was the first time they were riding soul beasts. There were no roads on the elven planet at all, and soul cars obviously couldn't work here, but soul beasts could walk on them as if they were walking on flat ground. There were towering trees all around, and from the bottom to the top, it was almost completely covered in green. The air was filled with the fragrance of plants, and the temperature was suitable. Winding streams could often be seen flowing by the trees, and the clear stream brought moist air, making it comfortable and warm. "This place is really like a paradise on earth. It's too beautiful." Lan Xuanyu praised sincerely. He liked this kind of world with rich life energy from the bottom of his heart. He felt that if he cultivated here, he wouldn't be much inferior to the mother planet. Xiaoqi said, "It's precisely because of the beautiful environment here that the Federation couldn't bear to destroy it back then. The elves love peace, which is why they were able to solve the problem of cooperation peacefully. The reason why soul beasts stayed here is also because they also love such an environment. It's not us humans who entered. When humans arrive, we will definitely develop it, and development will lead to destruction. Therefore, maintaining the original ecology of the elven planet has always been one of the wisest choices that the Federation has made." Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "Teacher, can the elves and soul beasts coexist peacefully? After all, soul beasts are outsiders." Xiaoqi said, "It's naturally very difficult to coexist peacefully. But there are still the overall restrictions of the Federation. The Federation has someone stationed here, and once there is a conflict between the two sides, the Federation will participate in arbitration to determine the responsibility. But relatively speaking, it's better for both sides to be autonomous and have their own areas. They are clearly separated and don't invade each other." At this point, Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes and said, "Actually, a planet like the elven planet is the easiest to covet in the universe. They have to choose a force to rely on. In fact, we weren't the only ones who had designs on them. We accepted them and also took on the responsibility of protecting the elven planet." Lan Xuanyu was stunned. The responsibility of protecting them? Could it be that there are enemies on the elven planet? From the universe? Xiaoqi smiled faintly. The universe is vast and endless, and there are naturally more places with life forms. The Federation just doesn't publicize this to prevent ordinary people from being too concerned. In fact, interstellar colonization wasn't a simple matter. They clashed with the natives and some forces in the universe. Why does Sin City exist? If it was a single entity, it would have been destroyed by the Federation long ago. In fact, it's precisely because they have a force backing them that they've been able to exist all this time. They're here to keep us in check." Lan Xuanyu was completely shocked. From what he knew, there was only the Federation. He didn't know that there were enemies outside the Federation. And from the sound of it, it was a rather powerful enemy. "Where did these enemies come from, teacher?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Xiaoqi said, "This is complicated. You're still young, so you don't need to know too much. But with your performance, it won't be a problem for you to get promoted in the future. When you reach the 4th grade, you will begin to face this. At that time, the Academy will give you a systematic explanation." Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a little nervous. It turned out that the Federation wasn't as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Xiaoqi sighed softly. The space fleets and the strong people of the Federation have always been protecting us, but this is only to the outside world. Who knows how many heroes were born because of this? But for the stability of the Federation, it can't be publicized. So, most people only know that we live in a peaceful and prosperous environment, but they don't know that the Federation has always been protecting us during the interstellar colonization process. Lan Xuanyu said, then in the universe, is our Federation considered strong? Xiaoqi shook his head and said, I don't know. The universe is too vast. Who dares to say that they're the strongest in the universe? But at least until now, we haven't met a strong enemy that's enough to threaten us. But as the Federation continues to colonize the universe and become stronger, it's hard to predict the future. But based on our current understanding of the universe, there will definitely be a strong force in the universe that isn't inferior to us. Once it's time to clash with them, a large-scale war will be unavoidable. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. He originally thought that even if he graduated from the Space Command Department, he would at most be able to pilot a spaceship. But he didn't expect that there would really be a possibility of a war. After listening to Xiaoqi's words, he could understand even more why Tang Zhenhua had such strict requirements for him. The large soul beasts ran quickly through the forest. Half an hour later, a relatively empty area appeared in front of them. All kinds of soul beasts could be seen all around. And after these soul beasts saw humans, they seemed to be used to it and completely ignored them. Most of them stayed far away. In front of them was a large lake. The lake water was vast, and at the side of the lake, there were large trees that were almost 500 meters tall. The huge treetops covered the sky and covered most of the lake's surface under the shade of the trees. The area next to these large trees was relatively empty. There were wooden houses built, and at first glance, it was obvious that they were the style of human residences. This was a guest area specially used by soul beasts to entertain humans. It was also one of the core areas of the soul beasts. The Earth Demon Rhinoceros stopped first, and the Myriad Demon King invited Wang Tianyu off his mount. There were already many people waiting in front of the wooden house. It was obvious that these were real humans, and not soul beasts that had transformed into them. Among them, a few humans with extraordinary bearings walked towards Wang Tianyu and chatted with him. One of them had 2 general stars on his shoulder and was wearing a military uniform. It was obvious that he was from the Federation's military. Everyone from the Shrek Academy also got off their mounts. Xiaoqi said, these are all people from various parties, mainly from the Federation. There are also some representatives who came to participate in the celebration. Everyone, enter your rooms to rest later. Don't walk around rashly and don't go out. This is to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you encounter soul beasts, you have to be as friendly as possible to avoid conflicts. Do you understand? The first years were still young after all, and he was worried that these children would have conflicts with soul beasts out of curiosity. That wouldn't be good. There was naturally no need to worry about the inner court disciples. Those who could enter the inner court had been to the elven planet before and were definitely very familiar with this place. Wang Tianyu left with the Myriad Demon King and the others, probably to be entertained by a banquet. There were nearly 50 people from the Shrek Academy who came this time, with the majority being the first years. They were quickly arranged to stay in those wooden houses. 2 people shared a room. Lan Xuanyu naturally stayed in the same room as Lu Feng. Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu were supposed to share a room, but Lan Xuanyu was a little worried about Tang Yuga, so he asked the human staff here to specially arrange a 3-person room for them to stay together. His thoughtful action attracted Tang Yuga's touched gaze. Ever since she came to the first years, she had always felt the concern from her teammates, especially Lan Xuanyu, who had always paid close attention to her emotional changes. This was definitely not the case when she was a 3rd year. At that time, she was also focused on winning. Now, she didn't need to be the class leader anymore, nor did she need to do anything else. She just needed to be herself. She liked this feeling more and more. The room wasn't big, but it had everything. There was a special bathroom, and 2 beds in the bedroom. When she pushed open the window, her eyes were filled with green. Lan Xuanyu liked the air here too much. After entering the room, he immediately opened the window. Just as he was about to take in a deep breath of the air, a large head suddenly popped in from outside the window, giving him a fright. The large head that popped in was shockingly a furry existence. The tip of the white spear was tinged with a hint of dark blue, and beautiful dark blue patterns were interspersed between the white fur. It was actually a white tiger. Its head was so big that Lan Xuanyu had to wrap his arms around it. A pair of large blue eyes curiously looked around the room. Seeing that Lan Xuanyu had been startled, it actually grinned at Lan Xuanyu, its large eyes carrying a hint of ridicule. Lan Xuanyu didn't immediately recognize what kind of tiger-type soul beast it was, but this fellow was truly good-looking. With its round head and long beard, it was actually a little cute. "Who are you?" Lan Xuanyu walked forward. He wasn't afraid of this tiger. Since this was a place where soul beasts entertained humans, there naturally wouldn't be any situations where soul beasts hurt humans. Furthermore, this white tiger was both good-looking and cute. He immediately had a good impression of it and was curious about it. "Who are you?" A crisp and somewhat stiff voice came out from the tiger's mouth, causing Lan Xuanyu to be stunned. "You can speak human language?" Lan Xuanyu was exceptionally surprised. Soul beasts that could speak human language were extremely rare. Unless they cultivated to 100,000 years or higher. Could it be that this was a 100,000-year soul beast? "You can speak human language?" The white tiger blinked and repeated his words. Lan Xuanyu was suddenly very curious. He couldn't help but raise his hand to pinch its fat face. Its fur was soft and thick, and was very smooth. Its thick skin and flesh felt really good when pinched. The white tiger clearly didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to touch it. At first, it was stunned, but then it opened its mouth and bared its fangs at Lan Xuanyu. "You actually dare to pinch my noble face? You're dead." As it spoke, the white tiger fiercely leapt in through the window. Lan Xuanyu jumped in fright and hurriedly jumped back while releasing his blue-silver grass. Lu Feng was in the bathroom. Hearing the noise, he rushed out. This white tiger's body was really big. Its body was more than 5 meters long, and its whole body was covered in white fur with dark blue patterns. It raised its right paw towards Lan Xuanyu, and suddenly, sharp claws popped out one by one. It had a threatening look on its face. The bedroom wasn't big to begin with, and the moment it entered, the entire bedroom became cramped. Lan Xuanyu noticed that the most peculiar thing about this white tiger was that it didn't have the keen character that a normal tiger-type soul beast would have on its forehead. Instead, it had a butterfly-shaped pattern on its dark blue fur. He was absolutely certain that there was no such soul beast in the information he had read. What kind of tiger was this? Lu Feng released his silver dragon spear and pointed it at the white tiger. In such a narrow room, both he and Lan Xuanyu felt a huge threat. The white tiger grinned at Lan Xuanyu and snorted. "I'm asking you, are you afraid?" Lan Xuanyu pressed down on Lu Feng's white dragon spear and smiled. "Why should I be afraid? Although the Elven planet is a planet governed by soul beasts, it is still under the jurisdiction of the Federation. If you hurt us, there will be laws to punish you." The white tiger blinked and suddenly retracted its claws. "You're really annoying, not fun at all." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile. "Then what's considered fun?" The white tiger tilted its head and seemed to be thinking, but after thinking for a while, it didn't seem to have any ideas. "How about this? You comb this king's fur?" Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened, and Lu Feng was stunned. "What's going on?" The fat tiger shook its head and looked at Lan Xuanyu, its nose twitching. "If it wasn't for the smell on your body, do you think anyone would be qualified to comb this king's fur?" Lan Xuanyu laughed and took a few steps forward. He suddenly felt that this big white tiger was quite cute and raised his hand to touch its head. Its fur was very soft and glossy. Only when he got closer did he notice that it was different from the coarse fur of other beasts. Although its fur was fluffy, it was as smooth as satin. It was especially soft and comfortable to touch. After rubbing its head, the white tiger gently shook its head and laid down on Lan Xuanyu's bed. To it, the bed was a little small, so it could only curl up on the bed. "Scratch." The white tiger made a request. Lan Xuanyu helplessly scratched its head a few more times. Immediately, the white tiger hummed in satisfaction and closed its eyes. Lu Feng gave Lan Xuanyu an inquiring look, and Lan Xuanyu shook his head. He was very interested in this white tiger, and most importantly, it was very good-looking. This was definitely the most good-looking soul beast that Lan Xuanyu had ever seen, including pictures. When he was young, he wanted to raise a cat, but Nanqing thought that raising a pet was too troublesome, so he didn't agree. Later, he started to become a soul master and started to cultivate, so he naturally didn't have any thoughts. Wasn't this white tiger in front of him just like a big cat? And Lan Xuanyu liked this kind of big fat cat. Not long after, the white tiger actually started to breathe evenly and fell asleep on Lan Xuanyu's bed. He pinched its cheeks and pulled its whiskers, but it didn't have any reaction. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but find it funny. He had just arrived, and there was actually such an uninvited guest who even took his bed. What do we do? Lu Feng asked, should we tell the teacher? Lan Xuanyu said, there's no need for that. This soul beast probably isn't allowed to come here without permission. If it's found out, it might be punished, which isn't too good. When it wakes up, it will probably leave by itself. It's the same for me to meditate and rest on the chair. You should rest too. It shouldn't have any bad intentions. After all, we humans and soul beasts have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Lu Feng nodded. The two of them didn't notice that when Lan Xuanyu said this, the white tiger opened one of its eyes slightly and looked at Lan Xuanyu, then closed it again and went back to sleep. Flying on the spaceship for more than 10 hours was really tiring. Lan Xuanyu quickly entered a meditative state on the chair, and so did Lu Feng. What they didn't know was that the entire elven planet's soul beast world had fallen into chaos. After Myriad Demon King arranged for Wang Tianyu, he was about to return to his residence when suddenly, a burly man with tiger skin patterns on his face walked over quickly. Myriad Demon King, not good. Tiger King is missing. He whispered into Myriad Demon King's ear. What? Myriad Demon King was shocked. Tiger King is missing? How can that be? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on it? Where did it go missing? The burly man smiled bitterly. You also know that Tiger King is good at concealing its aura. If it really wants to leave, how can we sense it? By the time we discover it, it should be far away. I've already sent people to search everywhere, but we've already searched for 2 hours and haven't found any traces of Tiger King. Myriad Demon King's expression changed drastically. Foolish, at such a critical moment, we have to keep an eye on it even if we have to keep a close eye on it. The ceremony is about to begin, how can the ceremony proceed without it? If boss finds out about this, all of you will have to bear the consequences. The sweat on the burly man's forehead dripped down. This subordinate will go look for it immediately. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find Tiger King. Go quickly. Inform by G, Bear Lord, and the others to mobilize all our forces to search together. Although Tiger King likes to play around, it still knows the big picture and shouldn't have run far. Also, don't tell boss yet, he needs to recuperate to his best condition. Yes. When Lan Xuanyu woke up, the world outside was dark. Opening the window, he could only vaguely see the sky between the shadows of the trees. It should still be a while before dawn. The elven planet's daily time was about the same as the mother planet's. As for the time difference, it was impossible to calculate after crossing the planet. Lan Xuanyu looked at his wounds. The big white tiger was still sleeping soundly with one hand covering his eyes. It looked a little cute. Lan Xuanyu walked over and patted its head before pinching its face. Only then did he push open the door and walk out of his dormitory. He was too tired after coming yesterday and didn't eat much. He was a little hungry now. At this moment, it was quiet outside. Lan Xuanyu stretched his body in front of his room and moved his limbs to warm up his stiff body. The life energy here was abundant and rich, but the level was clearly inferior to the mother planet. He took out an endless life fruit and placed it in his mouth, silently feeling the nourishment of the life energy on his body. With the nourishment of the rich life energy of the endless life fruit, his hunger disappeared. Right at this moment, a clear voice came from behind. What are you eating? When Lan Xuanyu turned around, he saw that the big white tiger had quietly appeared behind him without him noticing. A type of fruit, a specialty of our Douluo planet. Lan Xuanyu took out the endless life fruit from his mouth and gestured in front of it. The white tiger's eyes widened. Its nose twitched as it sniffed. Then, it suddenly stuck out its tongue and curled it towards Lan Xuanyu's hand. Lan Xuanyu was already on guard against it. He leaped back and dodged it before stuffing the endless life fruit back into his mouth. "Human, why are you so stingy? I don't even mind your saliva on it," the white tiger said angrily. Lan Xuanyu snorted. "It's very expensive, why should I give it to you? Also, you slept on my bed for the entire night and I didn't even have a place to sleep." The white tiger grinned. "You're stingy, stingy. Can this king trade with you? I want to eat that." Lan Xuanyu said, "What are you going to trade?" The white tiger tilted its head and thought for a moment. Then, a dark blue light flashed from its fur. It reached out with one of its claws and patted the air. It actually patted out a silver light. Then, it reached its claws into the silver light and grabbed a bunch of fruits. Lan Xuanyu focused his gaze and saw that the fruits were greenish-purple in color. The skin was thick and not translucent. However, it emitted a faint fragrance. "What is this? Grapes?" Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. The white tiger said in annoyance, "What an ignorant human. This was the emperor fruit. After eating it, one's body will be sanctified, and one will live forever." Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "As if I'd believe you. Sanctification of the body and immortality? You're just bluffing." White tiger blinked. "I'm not lying. Back then, it was because I ate this that I could speak. They told me that I could live forever after eating this. That's why I ate it. I didn't like purple at first. I only liked blue. I don't want to eat purple things." Lan Xuanyu looked at it in surprise. "You can speak after eating it? Let me see." As he spoke, he took the string of fruits from the white tiger's claws. There were more than 10 fruits on it, and it was actually a little heavy. The aroma also became a little stronger. It was a strange fragrance. At least, Lan Xuanyu had never felt it before. Focusing on its changes, Lan Xuanyu quickly realized that this fruit was not ordinary. This was because his spiritual power could not detect the inside of the fruit. The layer of skin that did not look too thick actually completely covered the fruit's aura. What kind of fruit was this? What the hell was the emperor fruit? "Do you want to trade? 1 for 1. The white tiger rolled its eyes and asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and handed the fruit back to it. "No. Your effect is not good. Your effect is unclear. My endless life fruit contains extremely rich life energy. I don't dare to eat yours. I don't know if there are any side effects. What if it's poisonous?" The white tiger said anxiously, "You really don't know what good things are. The emperor fruit. This is the emperor fruit. Originally, only the elf royal family could eat it. After the elf royal family passed it down for generations, their bloodline would always be diluted. They relied on this fruit to purify the strongest bloodline in their bloodline, which was naturally the elf king's bloodline. This allowed the elf king to pass it down. Other than what I ate, this is all that's left. You really don't know what's good for you. Purify bloodline?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Looking at the fruit, he was immediately tempted. According to Nana, his bloodline should have the ability of the dragon race, similar to the bloodline of the dragon gods. But it also came from the power of the blue-silver grass. All this time, his bloodline power had been constantly growing and becoming stronger. If his bloodline could be purified, did that mean that his bloodline power would also become purer and stronger? If that was the case, then this emperor fruit was a rare good thing. Moreover, this was not only useful for him, but also for his companions. "I don't know you, so how can I believe that you're telling the truth? How about this, I'll take a risk too. Use this string to exchange for one of my endless life fruits. I'll give you a brand new one that you haven't eaten before." As he spoke, a light flashed on Lan Xuanyu's wrist, and a small silver box appeared in his palm. The small silver box looked very exquisite. There were convex carvings on it that depicted the Eternal Tree and the Shrek Academy under the Eternal Tree. It was exquisitely crafted. Different heavenly treasures required different storage methods. The endless life fruit was most suitable for storage with silver items. This box was naturally custom-made. Because the endless life fruit was produced in large quantities, the Academy had specially designed it for it. Lan Xuanyu opened the box, revealing an emerald green fruit that was abnormally transparent. It was a brand new endless life fruit that had never been eaten before. Seeing this fruit, the white tiger's eyes widened, and its big blue eyes were filled with desire. It could clearly feel that this fruit was very beneficial to it, very beneficial to it. It was even more beneficial than the emperor fruit. More importantly, you have to give me this box too. It's so beautiful. The white tiger raised its head excitedly and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a hopeful expression. You want the box too? That won't do. This box is a divine artifact from our side. It's specially used to store this fruit. Without the protection of this box, we won't be able to store it at all. Its spirituality will dissipate. I can give you the fruit, you just have to keep it in your mouth and slowly digest it. But this box won't do. Without it, I won't be able to store this kind of fruit in the future. Lan Xuanyu immediately rejected her righteously. Box, I want this box, it's so beautiful. There's even a green gem inlaid on it. What's that? There were some fine green gems inlaid on the box. They were fragments of the life crystal and contained a certain amount of life energy. But compared to the life crystal produced by the sea god lake under the eternal tree, this was considered a defective product. But in the eyes of the white tiger, it was especially beautiful. Lan Xuanyu said, "This is a life crystal, a crystal that can only be condensed from the densest life energy. Don't you have it here?" He was a little surprised by this. The elven planet had such a dense life energy, it would be abnormal if there were no life crystals. The white tiger said, "There are, but it's different, it's different. There's a difference, I can feel it. I want this box, give it to me. I'll give you all the emperor fruits. One person can eat at most 3 emperor fruits, you can sell them to others." Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "I'm not exchanging. This endless life fruit of mine can be exchanged for all of yours. I can't give you the box." The white tiger was anxious. "Then what do you want for me to exchange?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I don't know either. What else do you have?" If his companions were to see this scene, they would immediately understand that this guy had revealed his true intentions. But how could the white tiger go around Lan Xuanyu? It stretched out its claws, slapped away the silver light from before, and dug inside. After a while, it took out a stone and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. This was a palm-sized, jade-green crystal. Wasn't this the life crystal? This kind of life crystal required extremely dense life energy. It could only be formed in a place with the densest life energy on a planet. This piece of life crystal was hundreds of times more than the one on Lan Xuanyu's box. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel any difference between it and the one on his box. That extremely rich life aura far surpassed anything he had ever seen before. Shrek Academy naturally had life crystals, but this thing was the most precious thing. There was no exchange at all, at least not in the outer court, including the special exchange office. The defective product on Lan Xuanyu's box was naturally not included in their calculations. Such a large piece of life crystal, if it was in the academy, it would probably be an astronomical figure. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He couldn't be reserved any longer. He could clearly feel that this white tiger wasn't ordinary. It probably had a rather high status in the world of soul beasts. It was better to quickly make a deal before anyone noticed. At that moment, he reluctantly said, "Life crystals. We have them too, but they're better than yours. Alright, since we know each other and are friends, I'll exchange with you. But let's make a deal. But let's make a deal. With this exchange, we'll be good friends and brothers from now on. This is a gift exchange between friends. You can't go back on your word." The white tiger was already impatient. Alright, alright. Also, I'm not your good brother. I'm a good sister. I'm a girl. Tigress? This was the first thought that appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded and said, "All right, then we are sisters. I will treat you as a younger sister from now on." At that moment, the man and the tiger completed the exchange with a satisfied look on their faces. A faint smile appeared on his face as Lan Xuanyu heaved a huge sigh of relief. This fellow had slept in his bed but had also brought so many good things. As long as there weren't any soul beasts coming after him, he would have profited greatly. Not to mention those emperor fruits, just such a large piece of life crystal alone, if he brought it back and placed it in his meditation room, he wouldn't even need to go to the sea god lake, right? The life energy contained in it was accumulated by the elven planet for thousands of years. The concentration was so strong that it was enough for him to cultivate anywhere. What a huge profit! He had just arrived at the elven planet and had already obtained such a huge benefit. It was simply perfect. The white tiger took the box and the endless life fruit and looked at Lan Xuanyu gratefully. "You are really a good person." Lan Xuanyu suddenly couldn't bear it anymore. "Actually, everyone says that about me. We are friends from now on. If you need any help, feel free to look for me. I am at Douluo planet, Shrek Academy. N. But I don't think I can leave the planet." The white tiger felt wronged. "By the way, what's your name?" the white tiger suddenly asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "My name is Lan Xuanyu." "What about you? Do you have a name?" The white tiger said, "Of course I do. They all call me Tiger King. It's so unpleasant to hear, I don't like it at all. Later on, I gave myself a name. Look at my head, isn't this butterfly pattern especially beautiful? I made it myself, so my name is Lan Hudi. Speaking of which, are we the same?" "Word?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "I think so." The white tiger giggled. "Then we are from the same family. I am definitely older than you, so you should call me big sister. From now on, I will acknowledge you as my younger brother, how about that?" Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes and said, "No way. The age of you soul beasts can't be compared to us humans. From your voice, I can tell that you are very young. You are more like my younger sister." The white tiger snorted. "You are really petty. Sigh, you are so calculative. Alright, a younger sister is a younger sister. Then it's a deal." As it spoke, it walked forward, raised its head, and rubbed Lan Xuanyu's chest. For some reason, when the butterfly pattern on its forehead touched Lan Xuanyu's chest, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt his bloodline vortex fluctuate slightly. The fur on Lan Hudi's body also emitted a dark blue halo. Unknowingly, the human and tiger felt a little closer. Lan Hudi raised its head. "The smell on your body is really comfortable. However, I have to go back. They will find me. I have been out for a long time. But they are so boring. They only know how to make me cultivate and cultivate. It's so annoying. I will find a chance to come out and play with you later. Goodbye, big brother." With that, it raised its claws and patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder gently. Then, it turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was as fast as lightning. As he watched it leave, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that he couldn't bear it. This fellow was really a little naive. If it goes back on its word, I can return it to it. Although he thought so in his heart, he had already put away the things he wanted. He had a very good impression of this white tiger. Not only was it beautiful, but it was also very naive. It was good to be naive. Cough cough, the sky gradually brightened and Lan Xuanyu finally got his food. There was no meat here. Yes, this was the world of soul beasts, so there was naturally no meat for them to eat. They were all kinds of fruits. But these fruits tasted excellent. The key was that each of them contained a rich life aura, which was the rarest thing. They didn't need to eat much at all to feel full. The rich life energy nourished their bodies, and after breakfast, everyone's spirits quickly recovered. When it was noon, everyone gathered. Xiaoqi followed behind Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu came to the front of the many students of the Shrek Academy and said, "There are still 3 days before the ceremony. Since we're here on the elven planet, let's take a look around and understand the world of soul beasts. The most important thing is what I told you guys on the spaceship. We will be heading to the soul beast nursing home later. And it is the reclining paradise that soul beasts speak of. The soul beasts living there are all nearing the end of their lifespans. If there is a suitable soul beast, both parties can choose one another. Of course, the prerequisite is that the soul beast must be willing to become a spirit soul. There will be a person in charge of supervising this matter. We will also be heading there with the Spirit Pagoda, War God Temple, Tangmen, and other organizations. So, all of you must buck up and show your best side in front of the soul beasts. Whether you can gain anything or not will depend on yourselves. They were going to choose a spirit soul now? Hearing Wang Tianyu's words, most of the students present couldn't help but become excited, especially the first years. Although not all of them happened to be at a soul power bottleneck and needed to fuse with a spirit soul. But with the evolution of the spirit soul ritual, there was no longer a need to fuse when one's soul power cultivation reached a bottleneck. Humans could completely reach an agreement with the spirit soul when they needed it and let the spirit soul reside in their body. It wouldn't be a problem for them to completely fuse with it when they broke through. The strongest among the first years, Tang Yuga, only had 6 rings and everyone could fuse with at least one spirit soul. Those soul beasts that had lived to the end of their lifespans and were on the verge of death should be at least 10,000 years old. If they could have a true 10,000-year spirit soul, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial for them. A faint smile appeared on his face as Lan Xuanyu looked forward to it. Although he didn't know if fusing with a spirit soul would affect his soul rings, it would be a good thing to have a spirit soul that could help him fight. Especially since he didn't know how to deal with the gold silk ape that was about to dissipate in his body. Maybe he would gain something this time. Let's go. There were no mounts this time and they had to go by themselves. Wang Tianyu led the way while the others followed behind. Everyone was a soul master, and the weakest among them had 3 rings, so it was naturally not a problem for them to run through the soul beast forest. Only after truly entering the forest of the elven planet could they feel the beauty of this primitive forest. There were all kinds of vines, thick trees, and colorful flowers everywhere. There were also many different creatures. Soul beasts weaved in and out, and sometimes they would even approach to look at them. Lan Xuanyu heard from his classmates who knew about the elven planet that the soul beasts here lived in different areas. Some soul beasts that were especially violent and good at killing lived in some special areas. The areas that humans could enter were peaceful areas where soul beasts were especially gentle. Along the way, they didn't encounter any aggressive soul beasts. The only thing that worried Lan Xuanyu was that Yuan and Hui Hui still hadn't returned to the team. Wouldn't he miss this opportunity? But considering that his grandmother was the Elven Queen and the relationship between the elves and soul beasts, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to obtain a spirit soul, so he felt much more at ease. Along the way, they couldn't distinguish north from south anymore. About an hour later, their field of vision suddenly widened. Huge trees rose from the ground and winding streams flowed endlessly. It was actually a wetland. The life energy here was clearly much denser than their residence. As soon as they entered, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the number of soul beasts around them had decreased. Wang Tianyu, who was walking at the front, had also changed to walking. Moreover, this place seemed to contain a special emotion. It was calm and peaceful, and even time seemed to slow down here. Wang Tianyu, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to look at the students behind him. This is the soul beast resting place on the elven planet. Why don't you all pay your respects? As he spoke, he retreated to the side. With his status, there was naturally no need for him to pay his respects. All the students stood properly and bowed to the front, including Xiaoqi. At this moment, a woman in a green dress slowly walked out from the depths of the reclining garden. She had a slender figure and fair skin. She looked exactly like a human. She was beautiful and gentle, and looked like she was in her 30s. He arrived in front of Wang Tianyu and bowed slightly. Hello, Pavilion Master Wang. Welcome to the reclining garden. Please wait a moment, the others will be here soon. Alright. Senior Bicky is too polite. Wang Tianyu returned the greeting. In terms of age, the person in front of him was much older than him. Tens of thousands of years ago, this person was already in existence among the 10 great beasts. She had the best reputation in the world of soul beasts and was also a rare existence that was good at healing. Emerald Swan, Bicky, she was once ranked 4th on the 10 Great Beasts list. Although this ranking didn't mean that her true combat strength was 4th, one could imagine her status in the world of soul beasts. The three people in front of him were Beast God Tian, the Evil Eye Tyrant King, Evil Emperor Xia, and the Ice Sky Snow Lady, Snow Empress. Among these three, the only one who was still in the mortal world was Beast God Tian, who was about to transcend his tribulation. Among the other two, the Evil Eye Tyrant King was already dead. As for the Snow Empress, she was the spirit soul of the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao, who later became the god of emotions. And the spirit soul system was created by Huiyuhao back then. Hence, the world of soul beasts was divided into two lineages. In the lineage led by Beast God Tian, Emerald Swan Biki had always been the second in command. She was second only to Beast God Tian. Now that Tian was about to transcend his tribulation, it could be said that she was the most important one among this lineage of soul beasts. Biki's gaze swept across the students of Shrek Academy and she couldn't help but smile. Shrek is always so outstanding. When her gaze landed on the first years, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why did the Shrek Academy bring so many children who looked to be around 12 or 13 years old? And they didn't seem to be of any age. Wang Tianyu naturally saw her surprise and said, during the internal selection of the academy, some special circumstances occurred. The first years of our outer court are very united. Under the lead of their class monitor, they formed a team to challenge those of a higher grade and won consecutively. In the end, they defeated all the seniors of the outer court, including the 6th years. In the end, they obtained the right to attend the ceremony together with the entire class. Biki said in surprise, the first years challenged the 6th years? That's really impressive. She wasn't flattering him. The world of soul beasts had always known and respected the Shrek Academy very well. Lan Xuanyu, step forward, Wang Tianyu suddenly shouted. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly walked out from the crowd and quickly walked to Wang Tianyu. He bowed respectfully. Pavilion Master. Wang Tianyu smiled and said to Biki, this is the class monitor of the first years, Lan Xuanyu. Although this child's cultivation isn't too high, he has twin martial souls and is very talented. He's also very smart. He called Lan Xuanyu out to introduce him to Biki, so it was obvious that he wanted to help Lan Xuanyu. In terms of spirit soul selection, it was obvious that if Biki had some inclination and guidance, the chances of being selected to obtain a spirit soul would greatly increase. Biki sized up Lan Xuanyu and couldn't help but smile. This child is really good looking. Not bad, not bad. Just as she was about to take a closer look at Lan Xuanyu, a loud laugh was suddenly heard. Brother Tianyu, you're not being kind. Are you trying to promote him before we arrive? As they spoke, a group of people had already arrived not far away. Walking at the front was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He looked to be in his 40s and was wearing a well-ironed military uniform. There were 3 general stars on his epaulets and he was a general. As humans entered the interstellar era, it became more and more difficult to raise one's military rank, especially the rank of general and above, which was extremely rare. There were no more than 30 generals in the entire human world. They were all important figures. For example, the commanders of the various space fleets and some higher-ups of the military. The person in front of him was obviously one of these important figures. Wang Tianyu glanced at the person and said, I didn't see you yesterday. Where did you go? Long time no see. I wonder if your hands are itchy or if your skin is itchy. The newcomer laughed, sure. Let's find a time to spar. It's still the most enjoyable to fight with you. Let's see if you've improved. At this time, he had already brought his people to the front. Behind him were all young people. There were a total of 12 people, all of whom were wearing military uniforms. There were also different ranks hanging on their shoulders. The highest rank was already the rank of colonel. However, there were also a few who looked especially young and did not have any military ranks on their shoulders. Lan Xuanyu was beside Wang Tianyu at this moment, so he naturally felt the powerful aura emitted by this person. The general turned to Biki and smiled. War God Temple's #1 War God, Yang Hui, greets Senior Biki. Biki smiled at him and said, Hello, General Yang. Yang Hui subconsciously glanced at Lan Xuanyu. Heroes come from young. To be able to catch old Wang's eye, this child's future is limitless. Young man, after graduating from Shrek Academy, do you plan to join the army? Let me tell you, our war god temple is a shortcut to entering the military. That's enough. Wang Tianyu snorted and interrupted Yang Hui. Waving at Lan Xuanyu hurriedly returned to his team. Yang Hui wasn't angry because of Wang Tianyu's interruption. Instead, his eyes lit up. He and Wang Tianyu were old friends, so he naturally understood his old friend's personality very well. When he was chatting with that child just now, he actually saw a trace of nervousness on Wang Tianyu's face. This meant that this child might really be very important to Shrek Academy. He had to be paid attention to. After all, not all the graduates of Shrek Academy would stay in the academy. Only a small portion of them would stay in the school to become teachers, and the rest would choose after graduation. Among them, there were many who joined the military. Therefore, the relationship between the military and Shrek Academy had always been very good. They hoped to be able to accept more talents from Shrek Academy and not let these talents flow to those big families, consortiums, or even the Spirit Pagoda. Of course, to the War God Temple, their biggest competitors were not these few parties in front. Yang Hui, how did you provoke old Wang again? If you do this, we will have to work together against a common enemy. A clear voice sounded. Someone else had arrived. A group of more than 10 people were all wearing white uniforms with a simple red Tang symbol on their shoulders. Walking at the front was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. His black hair naturally draped over his shoulders and he had a smile on his face. Seeing who it was, Wang Tianyu didn't stand still and wait this time. Instead, he took the initiative to go up and hug the young man. Tang Miao, if you don't come, someone will poach you. The young man smiled. It's fine, he won't be able to poach you. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Moreover, Tangman and Shrek Academy are one and the same. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had just returned to his companions. When he heard the words of the big shots, he immediately looked curiously at the newcomer. Tangmen? Are these the legendary members of the Tang sect? He had heard of Tangmen for a long time, but this was his first time seeing one. The legend of Tangmen could be traced back to the early days of the Shrek Academy. Ever since the birth of Tangmen, the Shrek Academy and Tangmen were inextricably linked. The founder of Tangmen was one of the Shrek Academy's first generation of Shrek 7 monsters. He was also a key figure at that time. He was also known as the first person in human history to become a god. Sea god Tang San, this almighty being was known as the most important person in the relationship between humans and soul beasts. He was also the ancestor of the soul master world that was revered by modern humans. Tangmen had been around for 30,000 years and had produced countless talents. For example, the most outstanding and famous figures of the Shrek Academy in history were almost all Tangmen at the same time. For example, the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Hui Yuhao, was also the one who rebuilt Tangmen when they were in decline. Therefore, Tangmen and Shrek Academy had always maintained an extremely close relationship. Beside the Sea God Lake in Shrek City, other than the area belonging to the Shrek Academy, Tongmen's area was the largest. There was no distinction between the two. Hence, the War God Temple's biggest competitor was actually Tangmen. Among the students who graduated from the Shrek Academy, most of the outstanding talents had actually entered Tangmen. Yang Hui said in annoyance, Tang Miao, you still have the cheek to say that. You Tangmen are too unkind. Every time the outer court graduation ceremony hasn't started, you guys go in early to pick people. Let me tell you, we are already prepared to bribe old Wang this year. When the time comes, we will fight it out head-on. Tang Miao smiled and walked side by side with Wang Tianyu. All right. Do you want to compete in wealth or strength? We'll take both. Actually, I heard that there are many outstanding graduates from the Spirit Academy this year. Why don't you go there and have some ideas? Because the War God Temple can't give what our Spirit Pagoda can give. A pleasant voice sounded. Another group of people walked over. The number of people in this group was quite large. There were more than 30 of them. But they were divided into two groups. The leader of the group walking in front was a woman in an orange dress. She looked to be in her 20s and was extremely beautiful with a sweet smile. She looked at Tang Miao with some resentment and took a casual step forward, but she was already in front of the three people from before. Seeing this woman, General Yang Hui couldn't help but snort coldly. His expression was a little ugly, but he didn't refute. Ling Shuang, long time no see. Tang Miao smiled and greeted her, then turned to Bicky. Senior Bicky. Bai Ling Shuang also bowed to Bicky and said, Senior Bicky, we meet again. Hello. Bicky smiled and nodded. Bai Ling Shuang was undoubtedly the leader of the Spirit Pagoda this time. The other team that followed them came from other factions, but they couldn't be compared to the Shrek Academy, Tang Men, War God Temple, and the Spirit Pagoda. The quota was also limited, so they were placed together. The accommodation was arranged at the same place as the Spirit Pagoda. Bai Ling Shuang turned to Tang Miao and said bitterly, It's been a long time since we last met because you never came to my appointment. I've already asked you out a few times, but you refused to come out. Wang Tianyu and Yang Hui turned their heads away and pretended not to see. Tang Miao said awkwardly, I didn't dare to go. Who asked me to be afraid of you? Bai Ling Shuang said in annoyance, Are you afraid of me? When you Tang men bullied our Spirit Pagoda, I didn't think you were afraid of me at all. You're such a hypocrite. Tang Miao rubbed his nose and didn't say anything else. He only smiled. At this moment, Bicky said, Since everyone is here, let's prepare to begin. According to the agreement between us and the Federation, every 10 years, we will allow all parties from the Federation to come to our place to see if there is a situation where Soul Masters and Soul Beasts acknowledge each other. From there, we will form a contract. This time, because Di Tian is about to undergo his last tribulation, we decided to bring it forward by a year. In a while, please invite all the young people who are sincere in forming a contract with us to come forward and release their auras to enter the reclining garden to search for suitable companions. The premise is that both parties are willing. After making your choice, please return here and complete the contract under the witness of all parties. Everyone from all over couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. Bicky continued, during the selection process, please restrain yourselves. The reclining garden is the resting place of our soul beast race. Fighting is prohibited. If there is any fighting, you will immediately be disqualified and will never be allowed to enter the reclining garden. The prohibition of fighting clearly didn't refer to the relationship between humans and soul beasts, but between human soul masters from all sides. After all, everyone hoped to obtain the recognition of a powerful soul beast to become their spirit soul. Then please go back and prepare to enter. Bicky smiled and nodded at the representatives of the various factions. Wang Tianyu returned to the Shrek Academy's side. The Shrek Academy had the most people, with more than 50 people in total, almost catching up to the number of people from the other factions combined. But from this, it could be seen that the relationship between the Shrek Academy and the Soul Beasts was naturally the best. However, the number of people didn't mean anything to the Soul Beasts. It still depended on the compatibility between Soul Masters and Soul Beasts, as well as the degree of recognition the Soul Beasts had for the Soul Masters' potential. Not all Soul Beasts were willing to transform into spirit souls. If they didn't have a suitable choice, they would rather sleep here forever than leave. Wang Tianyu looked at the people from Shrek Academy in front of him and said in a low voice, All of you have heard that fighting is prohibited. But this refers to a real battle, not something that can't be fought for. After entering the reclining garden, what you need to do is to release your aura as much as possible so that the soul beast sleeping here can sense your aura. The strength of your aura will largely determine the soul beast's perception of you. Therefore, this is not a place for modesty. It is for you to truly display your true selves. Do you understand? Understood, the students from the inner and outer court answered at the same time. Alright, then let's get ready to set off. Wang Tianyu didn't say much. The other parties also gave their own instructions. In total, there were more than 100 people who were ready to set off. Bai Ji raised her hand and pointed into the depths of the forest ahead. This area is the reclining garden. There are obstructions at the border of the reclining garden. You can explore on your own. Don't go beyond the border, or there might be danger. Let's begin now. The time is 1 day. If you haven't encountered a suitable soul beast within a day, please return here. The leaders of the various parties gave the order to set off at the same time. Over 100 people immediately moved quickly and ran towards the forest ahead. Looking at their departing figures, Tang Miao couldn't help but ask, "Old Wang, why are there so many people this time? And so many children? Aren't these children's oars a little lacking?" Wang Tianyu smiled bitterly. "There was an unexpected situation and I didn't expect them to really gain anything. Just treat it as an opportunity to broaden their horizons." He briefly explained the first year's year-skipping challenge. Yang Hui and Bai Lingshuang naturally heard it too. Yang Hui said, "That Lan Xuanyu, you guys must accept him into the inner court, right?" Wang Tianyu glanced at him. "According to the academy's rules." Yang Hui snorted. "It would be strange if I believed you. Are you willing to let go of such a talent? However, I felt that this child's cultivation doesn't seem to be high. He's probably not even at the 4-ring level. There should be quite a few people at this level in your Shrek Academy, right? Don't tell me you specially brought him out to confuse us?" Wang Tianyu glanced at him. "Idiot." Yang Hui was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, "Why are you speaking so harshly?" Wang Tianyu rolled his eyes. "So what if I'm rude? Are you not convinced? When have I ever done anything to confuse others? Do you think I'm like your war god temple?" Hearing what he said, Yang Hui also felt that it made some sense. Wang Tianyu's personality was straightforward and was not very pleasing. In the world of soul cultivators, they were known for their strength, but their members weren't anything special. Tang Miao was much better than him in this aspect. As one of the current leaders of Tang Men, Tang Miao was slick and smooth with all parties. Bai Lingshuang suddenly laughed and said, "Pavilion Master Wang has such a big temper. Yang Hui, we can't afford to offend Shrek. You should calm down." Cough, cough. Tang Miao coughed twice. "Lingshuang, everyone is here to attend the ceremony. So what? What I say is none of your business." Bai Lingshuang did not give him any face at all. Tang Miao rubbed his nose and stopped talking. He only smiled bitterly. "Coward. I gave you so many chances back then, but you just didn't dare to chase after me. You're as timid as a mouse." Bai Lingshuang took the initiative to approach Tang Miao. Her beautiful eyes flickered and she was aggressive. "All right." Tang Miao frowned and his voice became lower. Bai Lingshuang looked at his gloomy expression and restrained herself. She didn't say anything else. Although she said that he was a coward, she didn't dare to act rashly if he was really angry. Bai Lingshuang knew very well that although this guy in front of her usually looked like a good person, he was absolutely terrifying when he was really angry. Tang men usually kept a low profile, but that didn't mean they were weak. On the contrary, the low-key Tang men had the highest technology in the entire Federation. They were the leaders of the Federation's technology. In this aspect, it was publicly acknowledged. As for how developed Tongmen's technology was now, even the Federation government didn't know. These few major factions weren't things that the Federation could control. They could only cooperate. "Senior Baiji, the time of Senior D Tion's tribulation won't change, right? Is there anything you need us to do?" Tang Miao turned to Baiji and asked. Baiji shook her head gently and said, "The time won't change. It has already been arranged. If we can survive this calamity, it will be a blessing from the heavens. If it doesn't work..." At this point, her expression suddenly dimmed. After so many years, she knew best what kind of price D Tion had paid to break through to the god rank. However, there seemed to be an invisible seal on all soul beasts. Even if they left Douluo planet, they still couldn't escape the seal. In the world of soul beasts, only the two from the other lineage had truly reached the god rank. That was because they had once followed a truly powerful god king. After accumulating for so many years, D Tion's lifespan was coming to an end. If he didn't break through now, he wouldn't have another chance. Therefore, he still had to take a gamble and see if he could break through that layer of restraint. During this process, no one could help him. He could only rely on himself. It was the same even if the people in front of him were already god rank experts. At the thought of this, even Baiji, who was the calmest in the world of soul beasts, couldn't help but feel sad. Why was this world so unfair to soul beasts? Why was it so difficult for soul beasts to cultivate to become gods? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates had already entered the reclining park. The other factions, including the students of the Shrek Academy's inner court, immediately dispersed to search for their own opportunities after entering. Only the first years didn't disperse. Xiaoqi didn't follow them in. To him, there was no need for more spirit souls. The commander was naturally Lan Xuanyu. It was also Lan Xuanyu who suggested not to disperse. If it was in the past, only these few people in their small team would be willing to listen to his command. But now, it was completely different. This cross-realm challenge had caused the entire first years to become unprecedentedly united. In fact, without Lan Xuanyu and the others' victory, they wouldn't have been able to come here, let alone have such an opportunity. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu led everyone into the reclining park, everyone naturally gathered around him without needing him to say anything. They didn't disperse, and more than 30 pairs of eyes stared at Lan Xuanyu. The Bing Tianliang trio naturally refused to separate from Lan Xuanyu no matter what. Ever since he fought with Lan Xuanyu and the others last time, Ding Zhuohan was a little superstitious about him. Including the 5 people in their original team, including Tang Yuga, there were 9 people. And this was under the circumstances where Yuan and Hui Hui and Qian Lei were not around. Class monitor, what should we do? Bing Tianliang asked with a smile as everyone surrounded Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, actually, we're not familiar with this place, but I feel that there's a chance for everything. If everyone believes me, let's go together. This way, we might be able to save the most time. Relatively speaking, the effect of luck will be minimized. The reason is very simple. If we split up, whether or not we can meet a suitable soul beast depends entirely on luck. Furthermore, we're completely unfamiliar with this place and don't know the distribution of the various soul beasts. It can be said that we're in the dark. But if we gather together, our martial souls, specialties, and bloodlines will all be different. When we meet a soul beast, we can let the soul beast choose between us. If it doesn't choose anyone, then it's not suitable for all of us. But there are more than 30 of us in total, and our situations are all different. Everyone's talent is not bad, so relatively speaking, the probability of being chosen is much higher. After being chosen, everyone can decide whether or not to form a contract with the other party. This way, it's the most time-saving for us. Every time we meet a soul beast, there's a chance that someone will be chosen. It's okay, students who don't agree can act on their own. It's all voluntary. Agreed. Ding Zhuohan was the first to raise his hand. Bing Tianliang agreed without hesitation. Everyone understood the logic. Lan Xuanyu's analysis immediately resonated with everyone. Although there might be competition, at least this way, the probability of the soul beast they met being chosen was the highest. No one knew how many soul beasts they would meet in a day. If they missed the opportunity, it was very likely that they would be chosen by other forces. Letting a soul beast choose from 30 or so samples was the most efficient way. Seeing that everyone agreed, Lan Xuanyu didn't delay any longer. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The 30 or so people were spread out slightly under his command. Although they were moving together, they weren't gathered in a particularly tight spot. Instead, they were spread out like a net. Everyone was 20 to 30 meters apart. If they discovered any soul beasts, they would gather together and give the soul beasts a choice. This way, the area covered by more than 30 people reached more than 600 meters. After all, this reclining park was definitely safe. Under the circumstances where they didn't need to consider safety, their efficiency was obviously the highest. This was the benefit of a united group. Otherwise, if everyone only thought about themselves selfishly, then they could only act on their own. Not long after, they encountered their first soul beast. It was a lazy giant snake crawling on a big tree. Its body was almost the same color as the tree. Although it was huge, if one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be easy to tell. This was a relatively docile soul beast. Its body was more than 20 meters long and as thick as a bucket. The scales on its body were like the texture of a tree trunk. There was no doubt that this was a 10,000-year tree snake. The majority of snakes' offensive abilities were reflected in their poison, and some were good at entanglement. However, the tree snake was an exception. Firstly, it was one of the few herbivorous snakes that ate all kinds of plants. Secondly, it had a docile personality. Its characteristics were also very interesting. It was good at strength. It was a true Hercules among snake-type soul beasts. The one who discovered the tree snake was Lu Feng. His martial soul had the bloodline of the White Dragon King. Although it wasn't particularly thick, he could still sense semi-dragon-type soul beasts very clearly. At the same time, the tree snake seemed to have taken a fancy to him. Its huge head poked out from the tree branch and its huge body swam towards Lu Feng. Seeing such a huge soul beast all of a sudden gave everyone a fright. With a call, the first years quickly gathered around. However, the 10,000-year tree snake didn't look at anyone else at all. Instead, it swam towards Lu Feng and its huge body quickly surrounded him. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lu Feng with a questioning look in his eyes. Lu Feng hesitated. "This is a tree snake, right?" Lan Xuanyu nodded. "A tree snake that specializes in strength. Looking at this senior's figure, he has cultivated for at least 50,000 years. Soul beasts that had cultivated for more than 10,000 years had considerable intelligence." Hearing this, the tree snake slowly raised its huge head and nodded in Lan Xuanyu's direction. Then, it turned back and looked at Lu Feng with its huge snake eyes, sticking out its tongue at him. Everyone could see that this 50,000-year tree snake had taken a fancy to Lu Feng. "Frenzy, try releasing your martial soul," Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. "All right." Lu Feng raised his right hand, and immediately, 4 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. At the same time, the white dragon spear appeared in his hand, and a clear dragon's roar sounded. The tree snake was obviously excited and nodded at him, its eyes full of hope. "It should have recognized you." "Think about it," Lan Xuanyu said. Lu Feng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, senior. I specialize in speed, but you specialize in strength. This doesn't match well with my martial soul. I'm really sorry, but I might not be able to choose you." The 10,000-year tree snake naturally understood his words, and its big eyes were filled with disappointment. It nodded. Its speed was indeed not fast, or at least, it was not its forte. It had taken a fancy to Lu Feng because of his White Dragon King bloodline. As a subdragon, if it could become the spirit soul of a true dragon bloodline possessor, it would be very beneficial for its future evolution. At the same time, Lu Feng, who had the White Dragon King bloodline, had great potential. Naturally, it was a good choice. However, Lu Feng did not choose it. Although it was disappointed, it did not force him and turn to leave. "Senior, please wait a moment. There are so many of us here. Why don't you take a look again?" Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said. Not suitable for Lu Feng did not mean that it was not suitable for others. At this moment, a figure jumped out from the crowd. "Senior, do you think I can do it? I specialize in strength as well." Lan Xuanyu turned his head and saw that it was Yu Tian who walked out from the crowd. Yu Tian had already released his Mo sword without hesitation. His body emitted a bloodline power that was filled with a masculine aura. His body was already very strong, and at this moment, the Mo sword flickered with light, making him look even more mighty. The huge snake head turned around and looked at Yu Tian. Yu Tian let out a low shout and raised the Mo sword in his hand high up. His 3rd soul ring shone, and it was the Mo sword force. A strong aura rose crazily along with his aura, and his entire body seemed to have become much taller. With an indomitable and tragic aura, it was as if he could swing out an earth-shattering blade at any time. The tree snake stuck out its tongue and gradually raised its huge upper body. On its forehead, the largest scale lit up, and at the same time, it quickly swam towards Yu Tian. A thought suddenly appeared in Yu Tian's mind. In the next moment, he had already rushed forward and leaped up high. He held the Mo sword with both hands and brazenly slashed at the shining scales on the tree snake's head. Seeing that many students were shocked by Yu Tian's actions, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly reminded them, "Everyone else, don't move." Yu Tian naturally wouldn't attack for no reason. It was probably the tree snake that asked him to do so. With an explosive clang, Yu Tian's body was sent flying, but he still held the Mo sword tightly with both hands and did not let go. On the other hand, the 10,000-year tree snake's huge head was unharmed, and its huge scales flickered with light. It paused there, as if it was sensing something. Yutian flipped in the air and landed on the ground. He staggered a few steps back before stabilizing himself. He couldn't help but say, "What a strong defense." The 10,000-year tree snake looked at him. After a moment of silence, it nodded at him. Yutian was overjoyed. He hurriedly stepped forward and put away the Emo sword. "Thank you for your help, Senior. Don't worry. Just like the slash I made just now, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will definitely overcome all obstacles. Let's move forward together. I'll also take you to see the outside world." The 10,000-year tree snake nodded slightly, and then its huge head lay down. After receiving a mental prompt, Yutian jumped up. The tree snake's head was like a huge rock. The top of its head was flat. Yutian jumped up and stood on the huge scale he had slashed earlier. The 10,000-year tree snake raised its head slightly, and its huge body swam, taking him directly in the direction he came from. This clearly meant that his choice was successful. Everyone could only choose one spirit soul in the reclining paradise and be recognized by one spirit soul. Furthermore, with their current cultivation, it was not suitable for them to choose two spirit souls at the same time because no one knew how far they would develop in the future. Yutian stood on the head of the 10,000-year tree snake and was immediately filled with novelty. He turned around and waved at everyone. He laughed and said, "Brothers, I'll be leaving first." He had just entered and found his own opportunity so quickly. He was naturally overjoyed. The reason why he chose this 10,000-year tree snake was because he saw the possible help it could give him. Yutian was a strength-type assault-type soul master, and he mainly fought with an indomitable aura. The tree snake obviously increased his strength greatly. More importantly, the huge tree snake was not of much help to Lu Feng in terms of speed. However, to Yutian, who had the weakest mobility, it would make him much more agile. Just like now, standing on the head of the tree snake, it was as if he had a huge mount on the battlefield. Once he started fighting, his combat strength would naturally increase greatly. What was suitable for him was the best. Looking at Yutian's departing figure, the other first years were naturally even more envious. That was a soul beast with a cultivation of over 50,000 years. It gave Yutian at least 2 to 3 10,000-year soul rings. Everyone knew that a real spirit soul was much better than a man-made spirit soul. It had more spirituality and could assist a soul master in battle. With such a powerful tree snake, once Yutian broke through to the next level and entered 5 ring, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly after fusing with it. However, being recognized by the tree serpent also allowed the others to see the benefits of Lan Xuanyu's method. The tree serpent chose Lu Feng first, but Lu Feng gave up and reached an agreement with Yutian. This was obviously the benefit of having more people. Continue. Lan Xuanyu immediately reminded them and everyone moved forward again. In the same way, they opened up a formation and continued forward to look for soul beasts that were retiring here. This method was indeed quite effective. In more than an hour, they encountered 5 soul beasts one after another. Other than one that was indeed not suitable for everyone due to its special circumstances, a total of 4 soul beasts, including the 10,000-year tree serpent, chose them. The soul beasts here were all retiring here because their lifespans were almost up and they had yet to break through to the 100,000-year level. Hence, almost all of them were powerful existences above the 10,000-year level. This was also the reason why this opportunity was so rare. In just a short while, 4 of the first years had obtained the approval of a true 10,000-year soul beast and would have a 10,000-year spirit soul. This efficiency could definitely be said to be very high. The selected students immediately returned to the place where they set off with the soul beast they were about to form a contract with. They would all form a contract under the witness of the Emerald Swan, by G, and the various big shots. This time, there were people from the Spirit Pagoda who came directly, so it was naturally not a problem to hold the spirit soul transformation ceremony. There didn't seem to be many soul beasts in the reclining garden. After the first hour, their good luck seemed to have run out. After searching for another half an hour, they actually didn't encounter a single soul beast. Lu Feng was beside Lan Xuanyu and asked in a low voice, "We haven't encountered any soul beasts for a long time. should we change direction? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, it's time to change direction. There don't seem to be many soul beasts in this direction. Or perhaps there are some soul beasts hiding in the dark and didn't take a fancy to us, so they didn't come out. The possibility of the latter was very high. Not all soul beasts were willing to become the spirit soul of humans. Furthermore, they were only first years after all. Those soul beasts that still had a certain lifespan would have more choices when choosing, so they were naturally willing to mate with stronger soul masters. On their side, the strongest person, Tang Yuga, only had 6 rings. Compared to those seniors in the inner court, in terms of aptitude and talent, he was still somewhat inferior. After all, those who were able to enter the inner court were the strongest. The people from the other forces were also elites among elites. Their overall strength was most likely at least at the 6-ring level. Their chances of being chosen were higher than theirs. The only advantage the first years had was that they had more people, martial souls, and bloodlines. This way, the soul beasts would have more choices to choose from. This was also the main reason why Lan Xuanyu didn't want everyone to separate. In this situation, their situation was actually not bad. 4 people had been selected, which was more than a third of the class. And there was still time left. Lan Xuanyu quickly relayed the signal to change direction to the students. Everyone turned a corner and continued their search in another direction. This time, they didn't walk far before they saw a soul beast ahead of them. It was a slender soul beast that looked very strange. Its entire body was covered in spikes. It was about 4 meters long and its hind legs touched the ground. The spikes on its body were all black, but its eyes were a strange silver color. The skin under the black spikes was also silver. It had a 3-meter-long tail trailing behind it. Including its tail, its overall length was more than 7 meters. Seeing this soul beast, most of the first years were at a loss. What kind of soul beast was this? They couldn't recognize it at all. But when Lan Xuanyu saw this soul beast, he couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes flickered as he whispered to Lu Feng beside him, this is a thorn dragon. It's a very rare sub-dragon race and is very powerful. Its tail is 3 meters long and it has a cultivation of 30,000 years. It should be far from reaching the end of its lifespan. This is suitable for you. Not only is the thorn dragon's attack power strong, but it also has spatial abilities. In terms of speed, it is also extremely fast. Combined with its spatial abilities, it is one of the strongest sub-dragons and is extremely rare. This was definitely the strongest soul beast they had encountered today. If the previous ones chose to sleep here because it was impossible for them to break through to the 100,000-year realm, then this person shouldn't be here. The thorn dragon had the ability to cultivate to the 100,000-year realm, not to mention the one in front of them was only around 30,000 years old and was still in its prime. There was only one possibility for it to appear here, and that was that it wanted to become a human spirit soul and cultivate together with them. Upon discovering the soul beast, the first years naturally surrounded it. However, unlike when they discovered all the soul beasts before, this time, they saw a person in front of the thorn dragon. That's right, it seemed to be communicating with the person in front of it. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing the uniform of the Spirit Pagoda and 3 of the 9-story pagoda on his shoulder were golden. This was an indication of his status. He should be a deacon of the Spirit Pagoda. Considering his age, he was obviously a genius from the Spirit Pagoda. The young man who was communicating with the thorn dragon was shocked when he saw so many people surrounding him. There were more than 20 of them. They were all wearing the uniform of the Shrek Academy. However, when he saw them clearly, he relaxed. Although there were many of them, they still looked like children, therefore, he only glanced at them and continued to try to persuade the thorn dragon through mental communication. This 10,000-year thorn dragon was clearly interested in it. It didn't even look at Lan Xuanyu and the others who surrounded it. It let out a soft snort and a silver light flashed in its eyes. It was communicating with the young man in front of it. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he sized up this person from the Spirit Pagoda. At this moment, in order to be recognized by the thorn dragon, this person was releasing his martial soul. A layer of fine scales appeared all over his body, his hands were in the shape of sharp claws, and there was a golden scale on his forehead. Most importantly, 7 soul rings rose from beneath his feet and surrounded him. 5 purple and 2 black. He displayed the strength of a 7-ring soul sage. Needless to say, this person should have a battle armor, and it was most likely a 2-word battle armor or above. In terms of individual strength, he was indeed stronger than anyone on Lan Xuanyu's side. However, Lan Xuanyu and the others had defeated a 7-ring senior before. Hua Linhan was also 7-ring, and he was a 7-ring student of the Shrek Academy. This person in front of them couldn't be stronger than the outstanding 5th-year student of the Shrek Academy. Therefore, no one was afraid. Furthermore, they couldn't make a move here. The Emerald Swan had already said so. What should this person's martial soul be? The fastest among the Earth Dragons, the Speed Dragon. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary Speed Dragon. It should have mutated before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have those golden scales. Lunatic. Go. Lu Feng received Lan Xuanyu's hint and his heart was already burning with eagerness. In fact, after giving up on the 10,000-year tree snake, he actually regretted not meeting a suitable soul beast for himself for such a long time. He thought that if he were to be with the tree snake, he would at least be able to replenish his strength. Furthermore, the tree snake was huge and could be relied on in battle, so it wasn't completely impossible. Now that he had met a soul beast that was more suitable for him than the tree snake, how could he hold himself back? Little student, didn't your teacher teach you the principle of first come, first served? Wait for me to finish first, the Spirit Pagoda Deacon said unhappily when he saw Lu Feng walking over. Lu Feng had never known what fear was. The reason he was where he was today was all because of his hard work. He said without giving in, it's fair to invite senior soul beasts to choose in the reclining garden. What does it have to do with who comes first? Everyone has their own chance. Fair competition is fair. As he spoke, soul rings were released beneath his feet. He grabbed at the air with his right hand and the white dragon spear appeared in his hand. Fine semicircular white scales drilled out and covered his entire body. He released his martial soul. The reason why his white dragon spear had evolved was because his bloodline had evolved to the White Dragon King. At this moment, his aura was released. Although he only had a 4-ring cultivation base, it immediately attracted the attention of the Thorn Dragon. The Thorn Dragon's eyes revealed a look of surprise as it looked at Lu Feng with curiosity and surprise. Lu Feng said, "Hello, Senior. Junior Lu Feng is from the Shrek Academy. My martial soul is the White Dragon Spear, and I have the White Dragon King bloodline that has evolved twice. You are an expert among dragon-type soul beasts, and I specialize in speed. We should be more compatible." The Thorn Dragon looked at Lu Feng and then at the Spirit Pagoda Deacon. It was obvious that it was hesitant. The Spirit Pagoda Deacon couldn't help but be furious. He was almost done talking with the 10,000-year-old Thorn Dragon, but he didn't expect to be interrupted. Of course he knew the Thorn Dragon. It was precisely because he knew how powerful the Thorn Dragon was that he excitedly tried to get its approval after meeting it. For soul beasts like this who didn't choose soul masters because of their age, the requirements were extremely high. It was far more difficult to move them than the tree snake soul beasts that Lan Xuanyu and the others had encountered previously. And these soul beasts who chose their own soul masters were also very arrogant. They wouldn't choose without absolute reliability. Kid, are you deliberately causing trouble? The Spirit Pagoda Deacon glared at Lu Feng. If it was anywhere else, he might really be unable to hold himself back. This was a great opportunity that concerned his future. However, he didn't dare to do so in the reclining garden. Once he did, he would be permanently expelled. Furthermore, he represented the Spirit Pagoda. Once he made a move, the Spirit Pagoda would be listed as an unwelcome target. Lu Feng said calmly, "It's a fair competition, Uncle." Uncle? The Spirit Pagoda administrator almost had a heart attack upon hearing this. He was only in his early 20s. The Spirit Pagoda administrator gritted his teeth, and he knew that he would have to rely on his own abilities if he wanted to secure victory. Immediately, he turned to the Thorn Dragon and said, "Senior, my martial soul is the second mutation of the Speed Dragon. If I remember correctly, the ancestors of the Thorn Dragon bloodline were actually a branch of the Velociraptor bloodline. It was just a more powerful Velociraptor. After my martial soul mutated, it began to give birth to the king of the velociraptors, which is the bloodline of the velociraptor's ancestor. It is pure and heavy. Although this junior's bloodline might be stronger than mine, the White Dragon King is one of the legendary 9 Great Dragon Kings. I think his bloodline should be very thin. I'm far more suitable and compatible with you. The Thorn Dragon nodded in a very human-like manner, then pouted at Lu Feng, as if asking, "Do you have any way to prove that you're suitable for me?" Lu Feng was stunned and subconsciously turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. He was used to relying on him and would look for the captain if he had any problems. Lan Xuanyu swung his right hand, and a golden-patterned blue-silver grass shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around Lu Feng's body. In an instant, the White Dragon King scales on Lu Feng's body blossomed with an intense light, and his aura increased by a large margin. The originally soft dragon roar immediately became bright. A faintly discernible white dragon shadow circled around his body. Bloodline enhancement? The Spirit Pagoda administrator looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock. He only had 3 soul rings. In the next moment, before he and Lu Feng could react, the 10,000-year thorn dragon suddenly flashed with silver light and appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu in the next moment. Then, it did something that shocked everyone present. It was originally standing upright with its body upright. But at this moment, it was prostrating at Lan Xuanyu's feet. Its eyes were filled with flattery, and its large tail was wagging. It didn't look like a dragon, but more like a puppy. "Master, master, accept me." Lan Xuanyu's mind instantly transmitted its thoughts. Lan Xuanyu was also dumbfounded. He only wanted to assist Lu Feng. Who would have thought that such a change would happen? What made him even more speechless was that the thorn dragon had already stuck out its tongue and was licking its feet. It was as flattering as it could be. The Spirit Pagoda administrator's mouth twitched, and Lu Feng's face stiffened. "What's going on? Get up." Lan Xuanyu took a step back, not allowing it to continue licking. The thorn dragon bounced up and blinked its eyes. Its thoughts appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind again. "Master, I'm very strong." "You're really strong. I've been waiting for your arrival." As it spoke, its body suddenly emitted a silver light. Its originally black spikes suddenly turned silver. In the next moment, its huge body suddenly trembled. With a flash of silver light, it actually disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already 100 meters away. The spikes on its body emitted a dazzling silver light, and the large tail behind it swung fiercely. Every spike was emitting a silver light. All the silver light gathered together and flung out a long silver light with its tail as the base. Immediately, a low rumble sounded in the air. With a crackling sound, a pitch-black crack was forcefully drawn out in the sky. In an instant, a powerful suction force came from the sky, causing everyone present to feel unsteady. The spikes on the thorn dragon's body flickered with silver light. In the next moment, with its body as the center, the surroundings suddenly turned pitch black, and its body also turned black. It immediately became ferocious. With a twist of its huge body, it disappeared into the black hole. When it reappeared, it was already high up in the sky. Another black hole was created. Countless silver lights erupted, transforming into terrifying spatial fluctuations. In an instant, countless cracks appeared in the sky, as if the world was about to shatter. Including the Spirit Pagoda administrator, he also knew about the thorn dragon. However, a sleeping thorn dragon was a very rare existence even in ancient times. He and Lan Xuanyu both knew that the thorn dragon was very strong, but they didn't expect this 10,000-year-old thorn dragon to be so powerful. With the power of space as a battle technique, if this terrifying attack was targeted at everyone present, no one would be able to withstand it. With a flash of silver light, all the cracks in the sky disappeared. In the next moment, it had returned to Lan Xuanyu with a fawning expression. "Master, master. When I evolve a little more, I'll be able to open up an exclusive spatial battlefield. If I can evolve to 100,000 years with you, I'll even be able to possess a spatial domain ability, the Spatial Thorns domain. It'll definitely be extremely powerful. Please take me in." Lan Xuanyu was indeed a little tempted. The strength displayed by this thorn dragon was truly incomparably powerful. However, at the same time, he also realized his own problem. he didn't need a spirit soul at all. What did he need a spirit soul for? His soul rings were born on their own every time. They weren't enhanced by a spirit soul at all. Therefore, he could only smile bitterly and say, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't need a spirit soul. If you can really sense the situation of my bloodline, you should be able to sense it." The thorn dragon was stunned for a moment before suddenly shaking its head vigorously. "That's right. Why would King Jinlong need a spirit soul? But, Master, I want to follow you. Even if it's just being influenced by your dragon aura, it'll be of great help to me. Then please accept me as a servant. It's fine even if I don't become a spirit soul." Its thoughts appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind once again. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. I'm going to school with a dragon by my side? What's going on? Furthermore, soul beasts were not allowed to casually enter the human world. Senior, I'm afraid that won't do. I can't let you follow me. You should know the rules between soul beasts and us humans. If you want to leave this place, I'm afraid you can only transform into a spirit soul. Although I can't have a spirit soul myself. But this brother of mine can. His bloodline was awakened with my help, and I should be able to continue helping him purify his bloodline. The White Dragon King's bloodline is also a top-notch dragon-type bloodline. Furthermore, he specializes in speed, so he's actually more suitable for you. The others present could only hear what Lan Xuanyu said to the thorn dragon, but they couldn't hear what the thorn dragon said to him through its thoughts. However, they could tell something from the thorn dragon's expression. The Spirit Pagoda Deacon was completely speechless. He didn't need to ask to know that he had no chance. These people from the Shrek Academy were really annoying. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He had naturally seen the thorn dragon's powerful ability just now. The White Dragon King had spatial abilities, but because his bloodline wasn't rich enough and his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he had only just begun to grasp the basics. If he could have this thorn dragon as his spirit soul, he wouldn't have to worry about getting 5, 6, and 7 rings in the future. 3 10,000-year soul rings were a done deal. If the soul skill it brought was as powerful as what it had just displayed, there was no doubt that he would have enough foundation to enter the inner court. Looking at Lan Xuanyu and then at Lu Feng, the thorn dragon once again transmitted its thoughts to Lan Xuanyu. "Master, will your friend always be by your side?" Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, "Although I'm not sure what the future will be like. But I reckon that we won't be separated for at least 10 years. Oh right, I have a question for you. Look, this seems to be a type of fruit produced here. It's called the Emperor fruit. I heard that this can purify one's bloodline. Is it useful to eat a lunatic like him? Also, is it useful for me to eat it myself?" As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu took out the string of Emperor fruits that he had tricked from Lan Huti and waved it in front of the thorn dragon. The thorn dragon's eyes instantly froze. Then, its expression began to become exaggerated. Its mouth slowly opened as saliva flowed down. Then, its huge body began to tremble. Emperor fruit? Oh my god. Where did you come from? Where did this come from? Lan Xuanyu was alarmed, but he was also delighted. From the thorn dragon's expression, he could tell that this child of heaven fruit was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, it also meant that what Lan Huti said was very likely true. "I used a precious item to exchange for it," he said without blushing or panting. The thorn dragon suddenly nodded repeatedly. It's useful. Give it to me." "No, give it to him. I'm willing to be his partner. As long as you give him 3 emperor fruits, I'm willing to do anything." It quickly sent out its thoughts and then jumped to Lu Feng's side. It wanted to rub its big head against Lu Feng, but it immediately realized that there was a problem with its spikes. It could only look at Lu Feng and nod at him as if it was trying to please him. Lan Xuanyu quickly put away the emperor fruits and nodded at Lu Feng. Without needing him to signal, the thorn dragon had already transmitted its thoughts, indicating that it was willing to become Lu Feng's spirit soul. However, he also proposed 2 conditions to Lu Feng. One was to eat 3 emperor fruits, and the other was to follow Lan Xuanyu for at least 10 years and be nourished by Lan Xuanyu's aura. The deacon of the Spirit Pagoda didn't know what to say, but he was already an adult after all. While he was angry and unwilling, he also paid special attention to Lan Xuanyu. The thorn dragon was so powerful, but it actually showed such a humble side in front of this Shrek Academy youth. What did this mean? This meant that this student from Shrek Academy had an extraordinary amount of influence. Who exactly was he? I'm sorry, uncle, Lan Xuanyu said to the Spirit Pagoda Deacon with a smile. The Spirit Pagoda Deacon snorted angrily and looked at the thorn dragon unwillingly. Seeing the fawning gaze it was looking at Lan Xuanyu, there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. He turned around and left. The moment he left, the first years cheered at the same time. Lu Feng pursed his lips tightly and gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. This was a spirit soul that he had forcefully snatched. Furthermore, it was such a powerful 30,000-year thorn dragon. Everyone could tell that the thorn dragon was willing to choose Lu Feng because of Lan Xuanyu. Although they didn't know why the soul beast would approve of Lan Xuanyu so much, the truth was right in front of them. If he could snatch it once, did that mean he could snatch it a second time? Lan Xuanyu looked at the thorn dragon and said, Senior, why don't you go back with Frenzy first? Prepare for the fusion ceremony? The thorn dragon shook its head repeatedly and transmitted its thoughts. No, I want to follow Master. I'll be wherever you are. There's no hurry to hold the ceremony. Furthermore, I have to go back first. Since you're here, I have to report such a big matter to the beast god. Otherwise, I'll be letting down the beast god's protection for so many years. As it spoke, it suddenly turned around and ran. Silver light flashed again, and after a few times, it disappeared. Lu Feng was shocked at first, but the thorn dragon's thoughts quickly appeared in his mind. I'll look for you later. It said it would look for me later. I don't know where it went, Lu Feng said to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, it shouldn't be anything. Congratulations, Frenzy. Lu Feng smiled, revealing a rare bright smile. There's no need to thank me between brothers. Lan Xuanyu patted him on the shoulder and didn't tell everyone what the thorn dragon had said to him. Was he going to inform beast god Ditian? Could it be that my bloodline is really the bloodline of the dragon gods? However, it seemed to be talking about the bloodline of the Jinlong king. Is it my golden patterned blue-silver grass? Even if my bloodline has a trace of the bloodline of the dragon gods, it should be rather mixed. After all, it was born from the blue-silver grass. However, it shouldn't be a bad thing for it to tell beast god. The harvest of the fifth soul beast once again lifted everyone's spirits, especially Lu Feng. He didn't choose to return now. Instead, he decided to continue following his companions and see what other soul beasts they would encounter. Lu Feng wasn't surprised by Lan Xuanyu's attraction to dragon-type soul beasts. Where did his white dragon king bloodline come from? The golden and silver scales on Lan Xuanyu's body seemed to be related to the dragon race. His bloodline must belong to a true dragon, and it was of a very high level. Xuanyu, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. We also want a powerful spirit soul. Lan Mengqin moved closer to Lan Xuanyu and whispered to him. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. It depends on luck. It depends on your luck. However, the soul beasts living here don't seem to be good at ice and snow. It's because of the environment. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find one suitable for you and Xianxia. Dong Xianxia had been following silently by the side. Hearing this, she shook her head and said, I don't need a spirit soul. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in surprise. Others might think that she was being humble, but Lan Xuanyu knew that it was possible for soul masters not to need a spirit soul. Everyone continued to search. This reclining garden was indeed very big. On the way, they began to encounter some soul masters from other places. When a single soul master met so many of them, they would usually avoid them. They wouldn't get close. They also began to encounter some soul beasts. However, some soul beasts avoided them when they saw them from afar, while others had no choice. After another 2 hours, they only received the approval of one more soul beast. Out of the 30+ people in the class, 6 soul beasts had approved of them. It had already been 4 hours since they entered this place. Along the way, everyone moved very quickly. Lan Xuanyu announced that they would take a break and rest on the spot. After resting for half an hour, they would continue searching. Everyone sat together. Before they set off, they were given some fruits produced here. Furthermore, the students with storage soul devices were lacking in food at the headquarters, so it wasn't a problem to share it with everyone. Now, 5 of them had already gone back. Lu Feng had obtained the Thorn Dragon's approval, but he still stayed with his teammates. There were still more than 20 of them. Bing Tianliang said, "Class monitor, it seems like finding a suitable soul beast really depends on luck. And it also depends on our own martial souls. It's probably harder to find a lightning-type soul beast like me. It's not easy for Mengqin, Xianxia, and the others with ice-type soul beasts either." Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "That's right. So I reckon that in the end, it's already not easy for ordinary people in our class to obtain the approval of a soul beast. It also depends on whether it's suitable for them. It's probably more difficult for Yuga. Her 5 elements Qilin martial soul is very comprehensive. It's really not easy to find a suitable spirit soul. Yuga, what kind of spirit soul do you need now?" Tang Yuga said, "Actually, I fused with a lot of man-made spirit souls in the past. Unlike most soul masters, my first 5 soul rings fused with a total of 5 spirit souls, representing the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Breaking through to 5 ring allowed me to produce the great 5 elements divine light, and at the same time, they evolved together. This allowed my strength to improve qualitatively. When I reached 6 ring, my soul ring was actually born from them. Therefore, I don't really need spirit souls. All I have to do is increase my cultivation so that these 5 spirits that I already possess can evolve and help me form new soul rings. Adding one more will instead destroy the balance of the 5 elements. So, I'm just accompanying everyone." Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, "What if it's a spirit soul that purely increases one's energy? Will it help?" Tang Yuga shook his head. "It's also very difficult. Furthermore, a person's spiritual power is limited. 5 spirit souls have already exceeded a soul master's limit. My situation is special and I can only barely do it with the help of the 5 elements. Therefore, I really don't need any more spirit souls." Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Understood." Dong Qianqiu said, "My situation is a little special. I have a very powerful spirit that can help me give birth to many soul rings, so I don't need a spirit right now." Lan Mengqin said, "I do need it, and it doesn't necessarily match my heavenly snow woman attribute. The jade phoenix zither is also fine. For example, if I meet a phoenix or something, I can do it too." Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "Phoenix? How could there be a phoenix in this world? Phoenixes and true dragons were almost non-existent. You think too much. Is Chicken okay? He should also have the phoenix bloodline." Lan Mengqin said angrily, "You're the one who wants a chicken as your spirit soul, I don't want it." "Humph." Lan Xuanyu immediately laughed, "Let's go back and take a look. If there's something suitable, we'll fuse it. But, let me remind everyone. We mustn't blindly choose spirits just because they're all 10,000-year soul beasts. Not all soul beasts are suitable for us. It had to be compatible with one's martial soul and ability. That was the best choice. Otherwise, it might have the opposite effect. So, I actually agree with Lu Feng's decision to give up the first spirit soul today. If it's not suitable for us, it's meaningless no matter how good it is." Hearing his words, the first years all revealed thoughtful expressions. They were all geniuses and favored by the heavens. Their understanding far surpassed their peers. Seeing their companions obtain 10,000-year spirit souls one after another, it was impossible to say that they weren't envious. Everyone hoped that they could have one too. But just as Lan Xuanyu said, what was suitable for them was the best. Once they fused with a soul beast that wasn't suitable for them, it was very likely that it would backfire. That wouldn't be good. Just as everyone was deep in thought and gradually calmed down. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu stood up. Tang Yuga bounced up almost at the same time as him. The 2 of them looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The others also began to feel that something was wrong. The reason was very simple. The ground was trembling. That's right, the ground was trembling. Gradually, a low rumbling sound began to be heard. It wasn't just one sound, but many dense sounds. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. What's going on? Could it be that the soul beasts are rioting? Lan Mengqin said in fear. Lan Xuanyu's eyes froze as he said in a deep voice, "We have to be on guard. Everyone, climb up the trees. Find a big tree. Hide in the canopy. Quick." As he spoke, he leaped up and threw out a strand of golden-patterned blue-silver grass. It wrapped around a thick tree branch and pulled his body up quickly. Everyone's cultivation wasn't weak, so climbing trees was naturally not a difficult task. They displayed their abilities and quickly climbed up the surrounding trees. In the blink of an eye, they were all on the canopy of some tall trees. The low rumbling sound became more and more obvious. Lan Xuanyu and his companions were hiding in the canopy, and everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. What was going on? Judging from the sound, it was very much like the existence of a soul beast. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt dizzy, and an incomparably powerful intent seemed to sweep across his body. He hurriedly grabbed the branch beside him. In his chest, the bloodline vortex rotated at high speed, and his bloodline aura naturally burst out. The scales of the dragon gods on his chest also emitted a warm feeling, which weakened the dizziness a little. Not only him, but the other students around him also looked dizzy. Fortunately, everyone's spiritual power wasn't too bad. They barely managed to stabilize their bodies. That terrifying intent flashed past, and everything seemed to return to normal. When they woke up one after another, they found that the rumbling sound from before had disappeared. Lan Xuanyu blinked. Could it be that what he felt before was just an illusion? But soon, he realized that it wasn't the case. This was because a thought had suddenly entered his mind. Master, I'm back. I brought you a surprise. Come down quickly." How could Lan Xuanyu not recognize this flattering voice? Wasn't it the 10,000-year thorn dragon that had left earlier? Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred, and he said to Dong Qianqiu and the others, "Everyone, don't move first, I'll go down and take a look. It seems like the thorn dragon is back, don't worry." As he spoke, he drilled out of the canopy, and a golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around a branch and slowly slid down. When he drilled out of the dense canopy and looked down, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because right under the big tree, at the front, was the 10,000-year thorn dragon, and behind this 10,000-year thorn dragon, there were actually hundreds of soul beasts of different figures gathered here. Almost every one of these soul beasts emitted a majestic aura, and they were all existences above 10,000 years. They were of different shapes, but all of them were looking in his direction. In that instant, Lan Xuanyu felt as though he was a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean that could collapse at any moment from the terrifying pressure that was converging towards him. But at this moment, the scales of the dragon gods on his chest suddenly emitted a strange aura. In an instant, a colorful halo lit up on Lan Xuanyu's chest, and a colorful light floated up on its own, leaving his chest. In the next moment, it arrived between his eyebrows. Lan Xuanyu only felt a heat between his eyebrows, and in the next moment, all the pressure disappeared, and his eyes turned colorful. Stimulated by his bloodline, he subconsciously raised his head and let out a long dragon's roar. This dragon's roar wasn't loud, but it was like a dragon's roar to the 9 heavens. Lan Xuanyu only felt that everything in front of him seemed to have become insignificant, and a dignified emotion was naturally born in his mind. Below, starting from the thorn dragon, the eyes of many soul beasts changed from curiosity to trembling. Amidst Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar, they prostrated themselves on the ground one by one and prostrated themselves respectfully. In the canopy, everyone also heard Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar. Others didn't have much of a reaction, but Dong Qianqiu's body trembled. While her eyes were filled with shock, her hands tightly gripped the branches beside her, afraid that she would fall. At this moment, she felt her mind go blank. In Lan Xuanyu's chest, the bloodline vortex rotated steadily, and he naturally floated to the ground. Over 1,000,000-year soul beasts prostrated themselves on the ground in worship. What kind of feeling was that? While exuding a dignified aura, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel a strange sense of heroism in his heart. This feeling was unprecedented. Although he didn't know why these soul beasts in front of him suddenly acted like this, he could guess that it was related to his bloodline aura. Previously, when he released the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, his aura had affected the thorn dragon, causing it to instantly change its attitude. Then, what he had just released should be the aura of the dragon gods. At this moment, none of the soul beasts present dared to raise their heads to look at him. All of their bodies were trembling slightly. With a thought from Lan Xuanyu, the scales of the dragon gods on his forehead flashed and disappeared, returning to his chest. He nudged the thorn dragon in front of him and whispered, "Let them all get up. Otherwise, what will it look like if my classmates see this?" After losing the suppression of the terrifying bloodline aura, the thorn dragon heaved a sigh of relief. When it raised its head to look at Lan Xuanyu again, the look in its eyes was different. When it sensed the aura of King Jinlong on Lan Xuanyu's body, it was extremely excited. But at this moment, when it looked at Lan Xuanyu again, its eyes were filled with fear. How is that King Jinlong's aura? It should be an even more fearsome being than the Golden Dragon King. Master. Oh, no, my lord. I. The thought transmitted by the thorn dragon was somewhat abnormal. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows and said, "Get all the soul beasts to get up first, then we'll talk after they've calmed down." The thorn dragon hurriedly turned to the many soul beasts behind it and let out a few low roars. These 10,000-year soul beasts could actually understand human language. At this moment, they stood up one after another in fear, but just like the thorn dragon, they looked at Lan Xuanyu with eyes full of fear. The thorn dragon stabilized its emotions and said respectfully to Lan Xuanyu, "Lord, we are here in the name of the beast god. All the soul beasts in the reclining garden that weren't hibernating were here. For the High Lord's companions to choose from. You are free to choose, we will all obey." "The beast deity knows about me?" Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. The thorn dragon hurriedly nodded and said, "He knows. The beast deity should have sensed your aura as well. That's why he specially instructed us to let you know if you have any requests. The beast deity is in closed-door cultivation and is about to transcend the tribulation, so he can't come. He specially asked me to express his great respect to you. Perhaps before the tribulation, he will personally communicate with you." Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. To be honest, his heart was in a mess. The situation in front of him was definitely unexpected. Without a doubt, it was related to his bloodline. However, was his bloodline really that powerful? Or was it really the bloodline of the dragon gods? Could humans have the bloodline of the dragon gods? Was it caused by a mutation in his martial soul? He could already guess that the drop of rainbow-colored bloodline power that was produced when he first fused the gold and silver dragon-patterned blue-silver grass was most likely related to the bloodline of the dragon gods. Looking at so many soul beasts, he was still a little hesitant. If these soul beasts had any ill intentions, how could they resist them? That would be a disaster. He adjusted his thoughts slightly. From all the signs, coupled with the peaceful coexistence between soul beasts and humans, it seemed that the possibility of the other party having ill intentions was not high. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu shouted in the direction of the treetop, "Everyone, come down. It's fine." On the tree, figures descended one after another. But when they landed, they were all dumbfounded and their legs couldn't help but feel weak. These were hundreds of soul beasts at the 10,000-year level and above. Each of them had an imposing aura, and the largest one was more than 10 meters tall. They were like small mountains. "What's going on?" Lan Mengqin pulled Dong Xianxia and hid behind Lan Xuanyu as she asked with a trembling voice. Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, "They seem to have a good impression of us. The soul beasts in the reclining garden specially came over to choose with us." He didn't say that they were allowed to choose. That would be too exaggerated. Of course, the situation in front of them was already very exaggerated. The thorn dragon skipped and came to Lu Feng's side affectionately. It nodded at him in a flattering manner before crawling down beside him. Looking at its gaze, Lu Feng suddenly felt that his choice was correct. Why did a straightforward man like him find such a flattering spirit soul? Lan Xuanyu looked at his trembling companions and said loudly, "Everyone can choose a suitable soul beast senior and communicate with it to see if it's compatible." Just as he was speaking, the thorn dragon's consciousness suddenly appeared in his mind. Master. I have a question to confirm with you. How long will these companions of yours be with you? I'm asking this on behalf of everyone. Otherwise, I'm afraid everyone will have some doubts." Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully, "Does this matter?" The thorn dragon said, of course it matters. We hope that the collaborators we choose in the future will be able to cultivate with you as much as possible and feel your aura. This way, not only will it be beneficial to their cultivation, it will also be beneficial to us. So, you see. Lan Xuanyu said, this can be considered. I will communicate with the academy. Currently, we are all first years of the Shrek Academy's outer court. In the future, we can study together for at least 5 years until we reach the 6th year of the outer court. Is that enough time? Enough. It's good enough if it's more than 3 years. It's enough for us to stabilize our spiritual senses and evolve them. I'll tell them. As it spoke, the thorn dragon stood up and let out a low roar. Hearing its roar, the many soul beasts present immediately started to become restless. The previously calm aura immediately became somewhat intense, and that powerful aura suppressed the first years present, causing their hearts to tremble. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. He subconsciously mobilized the bloodline vortex in his chest. Immediately, he didn't need to do anything. Perhaps it was because he felt the pressure of the surrounding soul beasts, the scales of the dragon gods appeared on his forehead once again. In an instant, an invisible pressure was released from his body. The surrounding soul beasts that were in a mess instantly quietened down and prostrated themselves on the ground. This time, Lan Xuanyu couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. All the students' gazes were focused on him and they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that Lan Xuanyu was the beast god? Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, all of you, be quiet. Then, let's do it in order. No matter how smart he was, he didn't know how to explain it. In any case, he had to help his classmates settle their spirit souls first. The thorn dragon stood up and said, yes, follow the order. Master, don't worry, everyone will follow the order. Come one by one. Lan Xuanyu looked at his classmates, everyone, stand in a row. When the soul beasts walk past us later, you guys can distinguish whose abilities are more suitable for you. At the same time, release your martial souls and let the soul beasts feel them. These soul beasts were too respectful to him, to the point that he couldn't even call them senior. Although the magical scene in front of them shocked the first years, they were all newborn calves. After a short moment of shock, what was left was excitement. There were so many powerful soul beasts to choose from, and it was much better than searching for them everywhere. Everyone hurriedly stood in a row and released their martial souls and auras, trying their best to display their abilities. And just like them, when the soul beasts began to move forward one by one, they were actually coquettishly and used their thoughts to convey their abilities to the students. And just like the thorn dragon, they looked a little flattering, as if they couldn't wait to form pairs with the students present. A huge and incomparably sturdy bear walked past Lan Xuanyu. This huge bear was covered in rare purple fur, and its sturdy body actually gave off a noble feeling. This is a purple thunder bear? Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Didn't they say that the purple thunder bear had long gone extinct in ancient times? It hadn't appeared for at least 20,000 years. It absorbed the lightning of heaven and earth to cultivate. It had the dual attributes of strength and lightning. Among the bear-type soul beasts, it was second only to the strongest dark golden terror-claw bear. It was an extremely powerful existence. This purple thunder bear in front of him probably had a cultivation of 40,000 to 50,000 years, right? Lan Xuanyu was envious. Although its body was huge, its speed was as fast as lightning. It moved like a rabbit and its explosive attacks were extremely strong. In ancient times, it was the strongest type of soul beast. When this 10,000-year purple thunder bear walked past Lan Xuanyu, it nodded respectfully at him and quickly walked over. Brother Xiong, do you think I can do it? The person who flew out was none other than Bing Tianliang. Bing Tianliang's body was surrounded by electric light. The thunder god puppet appeared behind him, emitting strong electric light. When he hugged the purple thunder bear's fur instantly lit up, turning from its original dark purple to a bright purple. At the same time, it was also surrounded by lightning. For a moment, the two of them resonated with each other, and lightning intertwined. If it was any other time, the purple thunder bear might not even be interested in Bing Tianliang. After all, Bing Tianliang only had 4 rings. He was far from being strong enough. However, the current situation was different. There were too many wolves and too little meat. There were more than 100 soul beasts, and only 20 or so humans. They couldn't wait to find someone to form a contract with. Without hesitation, the Purple Thunder Bear transmitted a friendly aura and reached an agreement with Bing Tianliang. Bing Tianliang excitedly hugged the thick neck of the Purple Thunder Bear tightly and didn't let go. The 10,000-year Purple Thunder Bear swung its head upwards and immediately threw him onto its back. Then, it looked at its fellow soul beasts who were lining up behind it with some pride before walking to the side and crawling down. Bing Tianliang was so excited that he muttered, "I've made a profit, I've made a profit. I knew that following Lan Xuanyu would bring me good food. Heavens! This is a Purple Thunder Bear. I know it." His martial soul was very strange, and it wasn't easy to fuse with a spirit soul. This was because lightning-type soul beasts were very rare. Even when the Spirit Pagoda created artificial soul beasts, they were very rare and expensive. Bing Tianliang had bought many books about lightning-type soul beasts with the help of his family since he was young. Without a doubt, the strongest lightning-type soul beast was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was one of the strongest true dragons. True dragons were almost extinct in ancient times, and there were very few of them left. For example, the beast god Di Tian was the Golden Eyes Black Dragon King, and was on the same level as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. After the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, there were many other lightning-type soul beasts. Among them, the Purple Thunder Bear was one of the strongest. Bing Tianliang didn't expect to see a living Purple Thunder Bear, and he could tell that it was a 10,000-year Purple Thunder Bear. This was why he didn't hesitate to rush out. If he could have the Purple Thunder Bear as his spirit soul, he would be able to get into the inner courtyard. He knew very well how strong the Purple Thunder Bear was. The Purple Thunder Bear wasn't very fast, but it was as fast as lightning when it exploded, and it also had explosive strength. It was a perfect match for him. Bing Tianliang was the first to make his choice, and the others were also excited. This was especially so when the soul beasts in front of them were so cooperative. Very soon, the students and the soul beasts were fighting. The smart students weren't in a hurry to make their choice, and they looked around as much as possible. There were over 100 soul beasts, and they all had their own specialties. It was best to choose the one that was most suitable for them. These soul beasts walked past Lan Xuanyu one by one, and they all nodded respectfully to him before walking past him. What made Lan Xuanyu a little depressed was that none of these soul beasts expressed their desire to be his spirit soul. Dong Xianxia didn't interact with the soul beasts like the others. Instead, she stood quietly beside Lan Xuanyu with a faint smile on her face. "Are you really not going?" Lan Xuanyu turned to ask her. Dong Xianxia smiled and shook her head. "I'm not suited to fusing with a spirit soul." "What about you? Why don't you choose one?" Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, "It seems like they aren't interested in me." Among his closest companions, Qian Lei and Yuan and Hui Hui weren't around, and Dong Qianxiu wasn't going to choose either. Lu Feng already had a choice. Now, the only ones left to choose were Tang Yuga and Lan Mengqin. At this moment, they were also among the soul beasts, looking left and right, looking for soul beasts that were suitable for them. Suddenly, Tang Yuga's eyes lit up. She took a step forward and leaped into the air. The 5 elements halo flashed on her body, and she released her great 5 elements divine light. Right at this moment, as if sensing her aura, a bright bird cry sounded in the air. Immediately after, a figure descended from the sky. Previously, Lan Xuanyu didn't notice that there was actually a big bird on the treetop near them. That big bird seemed to have a layer of mist around it, and there were faint rainbow-colored streams of light flowing around it. The most peculiar thing was that this big bird actually had a yin and yang face. The left side of its head was black, and the right side was white. There was a clear difference. As it flew, the mist faded, and it could be seen that its body was like an eagle. Its body was about 2 meters long, but its wingspan was more than 4 meters. Its entire body, from its head to its back, was actually half black and half white. What kind of bird was this? Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized that his knowledge was a little insufficient. Because he didn't know what kind of soul beast this was. The big bird swooped down and flew directly to Tang Yuga's feet. It spread its wings and caught her in the air. Tang Yuga immediately hugged its neck excitedly, her face full of smiles. Obviously, she had found a soul beast suitable for her. One had to know that she had previously said that there shouldn't be any soul beast suitable for her. She didn't expect that she would really encounter one. The big bird descended from the sky and landed behind Lan Xuanyu. Tang Yuga jumped down from its back. Lan Xuanyu walked forward curiously. Seeing him walk over, the big bird took the initiative to disperse the mist around its body, revealing its body. When he got closer, Lan Xuanyu realized that on one side of its white body, there was a faint golden color between its fur, and on the other side of its black body, there was a faint silver color between its fur. It was extremely strange. What kind of bird is this? Lan Xuanyu looked at Tang Yuga curiously. Tang Yuga said, I don't know either. But I can feel that it is suitable for me. It should have also sensed that I am suitable for it. Hello, Lord. You can call me Yin Yang. I am from the Yin Yang Chaos Bird lineage, an ancient bloodline. My ancestor once followed you. Followed me? Lan Xuanyu looked at it in confusion. Or rather, it followed your predecessor. We, the Yin Yang Chaos Bird lineage, are born from the chaos yin and yang energy left behind by the birth of heaven and earth. There will only be one of us on a planet. I was born here, born from the ancient aura you left behind by the beast god. It is my greatest honor to be able to follow you again. As it spoke, it nodded respectfully to Lan Xuanyu. It says it's called the Yin Yang Chaos Bird. Lan Xuanyu said to Tang Yuga beside him. Tang Yuga listened to his explanation and gradually came to a realization. That's right. My martial soul is of the 5 elements Qilin. Yin and Yang and the 5 elements complement each other. To put it simply, I only have the most basic 5 elements now, but in fact, the 5 elements can be divided into Yin and Yang. In other words, the wood attribute can be divided into the Yang wood attribute and the Yin wood attribute, and so on. With it around, my martial soul should be able to evolve again. I really didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter this time. Lan Xuanyu gave her a thumbs up. Congratulations. Tang Yuga was jumping up and down excitedly. She hadn't been so happy in a long time. Especially when she came to the elven planet this time, where that woman grew up, she had always felt a little depressed. With the Yin Yang Chaos Bird's approval, excitement replaced everything. She deeply felt that her choice to join the first years was the right choice. Right at this moment, the sound of a zither rang out. The sound of the zither was no longer obscure and unpleasant to the ears, nor was it the gentle and peaceful music. Instead, it was a clear sound that was filled with excitement and resounding. It was like the cry of a phoenix, causing one's mind to be filled with joy. Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens, the third soul ability of Lan Mingqin's Jade Phoenix Guqin. It was her third soul skill that she rarely used. Some of the soul beasts in the sky naturally descended from the sky as the phoenix's cry rang out. But their eyes also looked in Lan Mingqin's direction. Phoenix cries to the 9 heavens, hundreds of birds pay homage to the phoenix. This was a song that restricted flight. It used the sound of a phoenix's cry to make all birds submit. He also used the sound of the phoenix to stimulate the aura of the Jade Phoenix Guqin, greatly increasing Lan Mingqin's spiritual power. While playing this song, Lan Mingqin looked up at the sky. The 4 soul rings of her second martial soul were all 10,000 year, and every song was accompanied by a powerful ability. Back then, her family had paid a huge price to obtain a 10,000-year phoenix-type spirit soul for her. However, this spirit soul didn't have much spirituality, so she wasn't very satisfied with the soul skills it gave her. However, phoenix-type spirit souls were simply too rare. Even if it was a true dragon, there were still some records, but phoenixes had long gone extinct, no matter what type of phoenix it was. Even in the spirit pagoda, the phoenix spirit souls created by themselves were very rare, and it was difficult to find another one. Hence, she had no choice but to use one spirit soul to give herself 4 soul skills. As she played the Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens, she hoped that there would be a bird-type soul beast that wouldn't be deterred by her song and could still soar in the sky. Even if it wasn't a phoenix, it had the ability to be her spirit soul. However, things didn't go as planned. At this moment, the sky was empty. Even the yin-yang chaos bird from before had landed beside Tang Yuga. He looked in Lan Mingqing's direction with a burning gaze, but he didn't say anything. There was no doubt that Tang Yuga, who had the 5 elements Qilin martial soul, was more suitable for her. Lan Mingqing gradually revealed a disappointed expression. She had long known that it would be very difficult for her to find a suitable spirit soul, whether it was the Jade Phoenix Guqin or the Heavenly Snow Woman. There was no ice and snow in this forest, so there were naturally no ice-type soul beasts. There were also no birds that could compare to the phoenix bloodline. Although there were many soul beasts here, none of them were suitable for her. Unlike Lan Mingqing's disappointment, the other first years gradually began to find soul beasts that were compatible with them. After all, with so many powerful soul beasts here, it wasn't difficult to find one. At this moment, Ding Zhuohan was jumping around a soul beast in high spirits. His martial soul was very special. Back then, when he was challenging those of a higher rank, Lan Xuanyu had once borrowed his ability. Among the first years, he was also very strong. This year's first years had a special characteristic, and that was that there were actually many control-type soul masters. They surpassed the previous years. And Ding Zhuohan was one of them. His martial soul was called Douluo, and it was a very strange astrologic-type martial soul. It produced effects by borrowing the power of the stars. Therefore, he usually had to cultivate at night and borrow the power of the stars. His Douluo martial soul was good at all kinds of control. Back then, during the exam, he had used his martial soul to control the weather to a certain extent and used the power of the stars to protect his teammates. That was why he had such great benefits. At this moment, the soul beast in front of him looked a little strange. It was a special soul beast with black hair all over its body that looked a little like a wolf and a little like a leopard. The most peculiar thing was that there was a golden 5-pointed star on its forehead, which was formed by golden hair. Compared to the pitch-black hair all over its body, the golden color in this 5-pointed star shone brightly, giving off a strange sense of nobility. Almost all the other soul beasts around it would keep a certain distance from it. Some of them even looked at it with a hint of disgust. Ding Zhuohan was excitedly communicating with it at this moment. Soon, the black soul beast nodded at him, as if acknowledging him. Ding Zhuohan was overjoyed and hugged its neck without letting go. This soul beast wasn't big, only less than 2 meters long and about 1.2 meters tall at the shoulder. Among the many powerful soul beasts, it was definitely considered slender. It wasn't just him, most of the others had also found suitable soul beasts for themselves, except for a few whose martial souls were more special. In less than an hour, only 4 of the first years hadn't found a suitable spirit soul. Among them were Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianxiu, Lan Mingqing, and Jia Yu. He had once teamed up with Li Han, who had the title martial soul, and Li Bin, who had the bright moon martial soul, to launch the 3-in-1 fusion skill, Bright Moon over the Sea. Their fusion skill later evolved into a martial soul fusion skill with the help of Lan Xuanyu. His martial soul was Sea Creature Summon. There were all land soul beasts here, and none of them were suitable for him. Therefore, when he saw that Li Han had found a suitable water-type soul beast for him, he was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, there were no sea soul beasts here. Seeing how excited the students were, and how the other soul beasts who weren't chosen were even trying to find a suitable student to choose them, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a little unhappy. The reason for his unhappiness was very simple. From the beginning to the end, not a single soul beast came to him and tried to get his approval. They all ran far away. Could it be that being handsome and having a good bloodline was also a problem? Dong Qianxiu stood beside him and looked at him from time to time with a strange expression. Lan Mingqing pouted and came to the two of them angrily. Seeing that Lan Xuanyu didn't have a choice, she couldn't flare up. She just looked at the many powerful soul beasts in front of her with a depressed expression. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's mind transmitted the thoughts of the Thorn Dragon. My lord, your companions have all chosen their own companions except for those who really couldn't find a suitable one. Look. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, why are they all so far away from me? Are they avoiding the god of plague? I don't dare. The Thorn Dragon hurriedly said in fear, your identity and bloodline are so noble, how can we, little beasts, be qualified to be your companions? You if you need, we can be your servants. It's just that the Federation has stipulated that we can't leave this planet at will, so everyone naturally doesn't dare to come. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. These were all 10,000-year soul beasts. Was he destined to have no fate with spirit souls? He was a little unwilling. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea. He thought of a problem. He said to the thorn dragon, I once obtained a gold silk ape in the virtual world of the Douluo world. It was similar to a spirit body, but as time passed it seemed to be about to dissipate. You are all soul beasts, is there any way to help it? Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed, and a light shadow quietly appeared in front of him. This gold silk ape had shrunk to only 3 feet tall, its body transparent and illusory. After it followed Lan Xuanyu out of the Douluo world, it even helped Lan Xuanyu fight, but as time passed, it became weaker and weaker. Even if Lan Xuanyu didn't absorb so much life energy, it couldn't absorb half of it, as if it couldn't take it. Seeing this illusory light shadow, the thorn dragon suddenly let out a few strange roars. Very naturally, the soul beasts dispersed, and a few soul beasts walked over. The soul beasts that walked over included the black soul beast that followed Ding Zhuohan and the Yin Chaos bird that followed Tang Yuga. There were also a few soul beasts that were obviously especially powerful. The little gold silk demon's eyes were a little dull, as if its spirituality was about to disappear. Lan Xuanyu hadn't summoned it for some time because its aura seemed to dissipate even faster when he summoned it. He didn't expect it to become this. That's how it should be. This is a little strange, High Lord. It didn't have a life foundation, but it did have a trace of soul foundation. However, because this soul foundation did not have a life foundation to connect to, it could not last for long. Perhaps it's because of your high level of life form that it's been able to survive until now. Otherwise, it would have dissipated long ago. The yin-yang mixed tongue transmitted its thoughts. Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, is there any way to help it? After all, I was the one who brought it out from the virtual world. Ao ao ao. At that moment, an excited roar was heard. Don't snatch it from me, it's mine. This voice didn't appear in Lan Xuanyu's mind, it was real. Before Lan Xuanyu could see clearly, a huge figure had already pounced over. It opened its mouth and a powerful suction force appeared, directly sucking the illusory gold. The demonic silk ape was sucked into its mouth. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. He raised his head angrily. The big guy in front of him really scared him. It was a big baboon. Its body was incomparably sturdy. It just now when it came over, it had squeezed the surrounding soul beasts to the side. Even if it landed on all fours, it was still more than 5 meters tall. When it stood up, it was probably close to 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in dark golden hair. It had a long face and small eyes. It didn't look very good. It was extremely majestic and tall. Its shoulders were probably 4 meters wide. Its thick arms were like giant pillars, and the muscles on its shoulders were like small hills. Its entire body was extremely muscular and filled with strength. Lan Xuanyu had actually noticed it before. It was considered the largest among the soul beasts in front of him. While the other soul beasts were trying to choose the first years, this big guy had been crawling in the distance without making any movements, only now squeezing over. Without a doubt, those that could be called over by the thorn dragon should be the stronger ones among these soul beasts. The big baboon in front of him was naturally the same. What are you doing? Lan Xuanyu said angrily. The big baboon chuckled. High Lord, don't be angry. This is the only way to save that little guy. Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully, save it? Didn't you eat it? The big baboon chuckled. High Lord, although I'm an omnivorous soul beast, I don't eat this kind of spirit body. I'm trying to help you save it. This gold silk ape situation was rather special. It had spiritual awareness but no life source. Its situation was simply unable to exist in the real world. It's impossible for it to exist in this world. It's your powerful aura that made its spiritual consciousness indestructible, allowing it to survive until now. But it doesn't have a life foundation after all, so it can't enjoy your bloodline aura. Your aura nourishes it, which is why it gradually weakened. If this kind of spiritual consciousness really wants to exist, there's only one way, and that is to find a life form that's similar to it and let this life form accommodate its spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness. This is equivalent to finding a new home for its spiritual consciousness and giving it a life foundation. But generally speaking, living beings are unwilling to do this, because no one wants another spirit in their spiritual sea to compete with them for control of their body. But in order to fulfill High Lord's wish, I'm willing to contribute. I've absorbed it into my spiritual sea, and in the future, its spiritual consciousness will gradually merge with my spirit. By merging with my spiritual sea, it will exist as my second personality. As time passes, its consciousness will also merge with mine, causing a certain change in my spiritual consciousness. Thus, we will completely merge as one. That's the only way it can survive. The big baboon spoke righteously, and its small eyes revealed a hint of grievance. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. So, I've wronged you? But why do I feel that it's not that simple? The yin-yang chaos bird tilted its head and grinned, actually speaking human language. Of course it's not that simple. This fellow is trying to be friendly with you. That gold silk ape's spiritual consciousness is already not much left, and it has a cultivation of 90,000 years. Its intelligence is not inferior to humans, and its spiritual consciousness is many times stronger than that of the gold silk ape. After merging with it, the gold silk wolf's spiritual consciousness will not affect it at all, but the golden earth ape has indeed survived to a certain extent. The problem is that the gold silk ape has formed a contract with you, and the contract has naturally been transferred to the big baboon. Otherwise, how could this baboon be qualified to be your spirit? But now, it has become your summoned beast. It is truly too shameless, too despicable. The big baboon laughed and said proudly, "That's because you guys are stupid, and I was the first to think of this idea. Otherwise, which one of you wouldn't fight? Snatch? But my bloodline is similar to that of the gold silk ape, so I can preserve its spiritual consciousness to the greatest extent. If it were you guys, you wouldn't be able to preserve your spiritual consciousness well, and the contract wouldn't be complete. You wouldn't be able to be Lord's summoned beast. Lord, I am yours from now on." Lan Xuanyu felt a chill when he heard that, and he really wanted to say, "I don't want it, okay?" But he thought about it. The yin-yang chaos bird just said that this big baboon had 9 years of cultivation. 10,000 years of cultivation, this was very unusual. Of course, he recognized what kind of soul beast it was. It was the diamond baboon, one of the strongest ape-type soul beasts. Everyone knew that the strongest ape-type soul beast was the Titan giant. The only one of its kind that could challenge the Titan giant ape was the diamond baboon. The diamond baboon had cultivated to 90,000 years, so it shouldn't be difficult for it to become a 100,000-year soul beast. You want to be my summoned beast? How do you summon me? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. The diamond baboon chuckled. Easy, easy. Look. As it spoke, it pointed to its forehead. Suddenly, a golden rune appeared on its forehead. This rune looked a little like the gold silk ape from before. Lan Xuanyu immediately sensed it. The diamond baboon said, "I'm still here, different from a spirit soul. However, you can summon me to your side at any time to help you fight or do other things. It's just that your spiritual power is still a little weak. If you want to summon me, you'll need to expend a lot of spiritual power. You'll need some support. So, I'll teach you a ritual. You can try it later." Lan Xuanyu was astonished. "You can summon me from another planet?" The diamond baboon said, "Space is very mysterious. With the existence of the contract, you'll be able to sense my spatial coordinates no matter how far away we are. When you truly awaken your spatial abilities, you'll be able to summon me easily. But right now, don't you have the hedgehog? If you let it help you, it'll consume a lot of spiritual power and you'll be able to summon me temporarily." As it spoke, it pointed to the thorn dragon beside it. "If you call me a hedgehog again, you're dead." The thorn dragon glared at it. The diamond baboon said disdainfully, "You're about to become a spirit soul. What are you being so cocky for? Just you? I'll beat you to death with one punch." The thorn dragon snorted angrily, but it didn't refute. The most terrifying thing about the diamond baboon was its pure strength. It was a soul beast that cultivated its strength to the extreme. All of its abilities were derived from its strength, and the various abilities derived from its strength exceeded the common understanding of strength. Among the soul beasts present, there weren't many who could beat the diamond baboon in a one-on-one fight. Lan Xuanyu looked at the thorn dragon. can you summon it? The thorn dragon said, with your current cultivation, it'll be a little troublesome. You'll have to wait until you awaken your spatial abilities before you can truly summon it. If I forcefully summon it, I'll have to sleep for 3 months. Lan Xuanyu nodded. I understand. That's useless, isn't it? The thorn dragon was immediately amused. Yes, yes, yes. It's useless. What could a big baboon do? I can't go with you either. When the diamond baboon heard this, it couldn't take it anymore. How is it useless? It was useful. I have your contract imprint. Although you can't summon me at any time, I can return some of my abilities to you. As long as you activate the contract, you will be able to feel it. You can try. Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. He focused his mind and probed the contract imprint that he had felt earlier. Suddenly, he felt a strange aura appear in his heart. The aura was very peculiar. An incomparably vigorous spiritual wave instantly spread throughout his body. In the next moment, he felt all the muscles in his body bulge. An indescribable feeling of power filled him. He subconsciously raised his hands to look. He discovered that there was a faint layer of gold on the surface of his skin. It was different from the scales on Yellow Jinlong's body. When this layer of gold appeared, it instantly merged with his bloodline. A powerful force even seemed to want to seep out of his body. Diamond strength. This is the main power that you can borrow from me. Although I'm not your spirit soul, I have a similar ability. I don't need your soul. It doesn't even take up your soul ring. What a bargain. The diamond baboon prostrated itself on the ground with a flattering smile. Diamond strength? Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. It seems to be of some use. He could even feel that because of the appearance of diamond strength, the golden part of his bloodline seemed to be somewhat restless. The circulation of his bloodline seemed to have increased. It was somewhat similar to the stimulation of the vermilion fruit, but it only stimulated the golden part of his bloodline. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. When will I be able to truly summon you? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. The thorn dragon beside him said, when you reach the level of a 6-ringed human and awaken the power of space, it should be about time. 6-ringed? The power of space, Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Every time he increased his cultivation, he would gain control of an additional element. Could it be that when he reached 6-ringed, he would gain control of the spatial element? If that was the case, it wouldn't be bad. Although he didn't obtain a spirit soul, having a contract with this diamond baboon wasn't a bad thing. It gave him a very useful ability. Diamond strength, interesting. I'll give it a try when I get back. Then that's all for today. We'll be leaving first. The soul beasts that have chosen our companions will come with us, right? Lan Xuanyu asked. The thorn dragon hurriedly nodded. The soul beasts that had been chosen also looked at him with excitement. Let's go, then. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand and walked in the direction he came from. After taking 2 steps, he felt that something was wrong. Everyone was looking at him. Other than Dong Qianqiu, who was still by his side, no one else moved. Lan Xuanyu turned his head and saw that his classmates were all staring at him with their mouths agape. Some of them were even drooling. Only then did he realize where the problem was. In the beginning, whether it was the thorn dragon or the yin-yang chaos bird, he communicated with them through his mind. At least, the soul beasts communicated with him through their minds. But when the diamond baboon came, it directly became human speech. At least the diamond baboon, the yin-yang chaos bird, and the thorn dragon could directly speak human speech. More importantly, how did they address him? High Lord, at this moment, how could these first years not understand that Lan Xuanyu was the true instigator for them to be recognized by soul beasts and for so many of them to come down? Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, if I said that I don't know why they're treating me like this, would you believe me? He saw a group of students shaking their heads silently. Then do you still want to fuse with your spirit souls? Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance. Everyone immediately nodded. Lan Xuanyu smiled. Then, do you know what to do? It's a secret, we must keep it a secret. Ding Zhuohan, who was about to become Lan Xuanyu's lackey, immediately followed up. That's right, whoever doesn't keep it a secret is dead. Bing Tianliang also jumped out. Purple Thunder Bear. A 10,000-year Purple Thunder Bear. What lord? He didn't hear it. I only want the Purple Thunder Bear. This was his current state of mind. At this moment, the first years also came to their senses. That's right. What was better than having a spirit soul that was so suitable for them? What happened just now? I was a little deaf just now. Li Ben dug his ears. Li Han said righteously, how can you be like this? Didn't you shout in my ear just now? I didn't hear anything. Jiayu was about to speak weakly when Lan Xuanyu hugged his shoulder. The forest is fine, but so is the sea. Jiayu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded. Class leader, I didn't hear anything either. The first years all chimed in. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes. Aren't these flattering guys just spirit souls, but why am I so envious of them? Why am I not envious? Lan Mengqin immediately pouted. But she didn't say anything in the end. The entire class instantly reached an agreement. When Lan Xuanyu and the others returned to the starting point in groups, the few big shots who were waiting silently here were stunned. At this moment, including the Tang Men, War God Temple, and Spirit Pagoda, some students returned one after another with soul beasts that had acknowledged them. But there were definitely not many of them. At 10 a.m. today, the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King will be tested on the Android platform. I look forward to everyone's test. I believe that it will bring you the most authentic Douluo fantasy world experience. The game download address, everyone can follow my prestige platform TJSS33 and click on the mobile game reservation below to get the latest news. Previously, 5 people from the first years had already returned. As the leader, Wang Tianyu was already very satisfied. Not to mention anything else, he had brought a lot of people. Although they were all first years, the probability of being chosen wasn't low. Furthermore, there were also inner court disciples. The inner court disciples of Shrek Academy were definitely the most popular here. At this moment, 8 inner court disciples had already obtained the recognition of soul beasts and returned with their soul beasts. Just these dozen or so people had already surpassed the total number of people from the other 3 sides. General Yang Hui kept saying that he was cheating and that he had brought too many people. But Yang Hui had no choice. Who asked Shrek Academy to have a good relationship with soul beasts, and when the entire first years returned and saw the majestic beast horde appear in their field of vision, even Wang Tianyu couldn't help but open his mouth. What was going on? More than 20 at once, how could he know that this was under the condition that Lan Xuanyu didn't let the Vajra baboon lead the other soul beasts to send him off? Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. Yang Hui, Bai Ling Shuang, and Tang Miao's expressions became even more interesting. Yang Hui couldn't help but say, Old Wang, can you be a little more technical when cheating? Aren't you guys too much? Wang Tianyu glanced at him. Our academy students are very talented and are recognized. Can't we do that? Tang Miao couldn't help but say, but isn't this too much? When did the reclining paradise's pairing success rate become so high? Bai Ling Shuang looked at Bai Ji. Senior Bai Ji, then, she realized that Bai Ji's eyes were also a little dazed. This was definitely not an act. With Bai Ji's status in the world of soul beasts, there was no need for her to pretend. I don't know what's going on either. Pavilion Master Wang, Right at this moment, Bai Ji's delicate body trembled slightly as some fluctuations appeared in her eyes. Wang Tianyu, Tang Miao, and Bai Ling Shuang subconsciously looked at her because they felt that a powerful spiritual sense had enveloped this emerald swan. However, what shocked them was that it was clearly a spiritual sense that had yet to transform into a divine sense. With their divine senses, they were actually unable to probe it and were naturally blocked outside. What a powerful spiritual sense! Was this really the level that spiritual awareness could reach? The 3 of them looked at each other. There was no need to ask, they could guess who the owner of this spiritual consciousness was. Other than the beast god who was about to undergo his tribulation, who else could have such a terrifying spiritual sense? No wonder some people said that once the beast god broke through and became a god, it was very likely that he would be able to surpass the 10th or even 11th level and become the strongest god. Although this was not a situation that humans wanted to see, they could only resign themselves to fate in this situation. The rare peace between humans and soul beasts couldn't be changed just because of the beast god's breakthrough. This was what the Shrek Academy and the Tang men had always advocated. A moment later, the expression on Vicky's face suddenly became a little rich, but she concealed her emotions very well. At least, Wang Tianyu and the other two didn't see anything different from her face. I have a rough idea of the situation. The three of you don't need to think too much about it. Everything is caused by fate. Vicky's explanation was simple. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had already brought his classmates to the front of the crowd. Just as Lan Xuanyu was about to say the words he had prepared, Wang Tianyu waved his hand at him. Go and prepare. The spirit-soul fusion ceremony will be carried out later. Oh. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded. Wait a minute. Wang Tianyu stopped him again, then looked at his side. You don't have one? This really surprised him. The others already had a spirit soul, but as the class leader and the most talented, Lan Xuanyu actually didn't. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, there's no suitable one. Lan Mengqin, Dong Qianqiu, and Jia Yu didn't obtain the recognition of the soul beasts. Go ahead. Although Wang Tianyu was puzzled, he couldn't ask too much in front of everyone. He waved his hand and let them go. Seeing that Lan Xuanyu wasn't chosen by a soul beast, Yang Hui and by Ling Shuang were relieved. They naturally knew that Lan Xuanyu was the student that Wang Tianyu valued the most, but he wasn't chosen. There shouldn't be anything fishy about this. However, wasn't Shrek Academy's luck too good? If Lan Xuanyu was chosen by a powerful soul beast, they would really question the fairness of this fusion. Lan Xuanyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and so did the other first years. They walked to an empty space at the side and gathered together, each of them communicating with their soul beasts. After all, fusing with a spirit soul required both parties to be willing, and the better their relationship, the easier it was to succeed. Although the success rate of modern spirit-soul fusion was already very high, it wasn't impossible for it to fail. Xiaoqi had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Wang Tianyu didn't ask, so he didn't ask either. With so many big shots present, who knew if they would be eavesdropped? Seeing that most of the students in his class had their own spirit soul, as a teacher, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was envy. Yes, how could he not be envious? Even he didn't have a real spirit soul. He had been here before, but he was the unlucky one. In addition, his talent wasn't too outstanding, so he wasn't chosen by a soul beast and only used man-made spirit souls. Otherwise, with his hard work, he might have been teaching in the inner court. At this moment, seeing that his students all had spirit souls, he was more or less envious and even slightly jealous. Looking at the one beside Lu Feng, it was more than 7 meters long, silver and black, and its entire body was covered in spikes. That was a thorn dragon, right? Since when could a thorn dragon become a soul master spirit soul? Wasn't this the legendary proud soul beast? Furthermore, it shouldn't be too difficult for a thorn dragon to break through to the 100,000-year stage, right? That was a thorn dragon, he couldn't look anymore. Xiaoqi decided not to look at his students anymore. Otherwise, his envy would really turn into jealousy. Yu Tian, who was the first to return, had already gathered beside his teammates. He stared dumbfoundedly at the purple thunder bear beside Bing Tianliang, who clearly didn't know what was going on. He muttered, "You guys, did you rob the reclining garden?" "Boss, what kind of soul beast is this?" Bing Tianliang knocked on his head in annoyance. "Call me Senior, it's Senior Purple Thunder Bear." Purple Thunder Bear? Yu Tian was a little confused. Lin Donghui smiled and said, "That's right, Senior Purple Thunder Bear. And mine, the one who recognizes me, is this, Senior Blazing Lizard. Senior Blazing Lizard's bloodline is very pure. If it can break through to the 100,000-year stage, it can truly shed its mortal body and transform into a blazing dragon." He. Yu Tian resisted the urge to turn around and look at his 50,000-year tree snake. Back then, when he obtained the approval of the 50,000-year tree snake, he was extremely proud. But looking at it now, it seemed that the soul beasts of his two good brothers were stronger than his. Was it wrong for him to have chosen them earlier? Lu Feng didn't ask for the tree snake, but what did he bring back? One look and one could tell that it was very powerful. Senior tree snake is pretty good too. It has a cultivation of 50,000 years. It might even be able to evolve. Lin Donghui patted his shoulder and comforted him. Yu Tian's face tensed up. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. With that, he turned around and left. They looked at each other and smiled. Lin Donghui and Bing Tianliang could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Their experience on the elven planet could only be described as perfect. They couldn't wait to increase their strength quickly. When they broke through to the Five-Ring realm, they would be able to truly fuse with their spirit souls. At that time, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. This was a 10,000-year soul beast, and it wasn't even a 10,000-year soul beast. 10 years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King mobile game has already started the Android beta test. Thank you for everyone's affirmation. Seeing that so many brothers like this game, as a first-time executive producer, I really have an indescribable happiness. I really want to thank everyone. No matter how many years have passed, I believe that we will move forward together. Tangmen Immortal, Douluo 10 years. For more information, you can follow my prestige platform, search for TJSS33, and add V certification. They all felt that they had to put aside the matter of making battle armors. In any case, Lan Xuanyu had promised to forge metals for them. With first-grade 1000 refined rare metals, it wouldn't be too difficult to make one-word battle armors. The most important thing now was to break through to the Five-Ring realm as soon as possible. The most important thing was to truly fuse with the spirit soul and transform it into strength. Even one-word battle armor could be modified accordingly during the production process to make it more powerful. There was no need to say anything else. They were already mentally connected and had made plans. The rest of the time was spent working hard to break through. They would spend the emblems they had accumulated at all costs. They would break through to Five-Ring first. Lu Feng and Tang Yuga were also very happy and excited as they chatted with their own soul beasts. However, Lan Mengqin couldn't take it anymore. She tugged at Lan Xuanyu's sleeve, pursed her lips, and looked at him pitifully. She whispered, "My lord, find me one." Lan Xuanyu felt a chill in his heart when he heard her call him. He turned to look at Dong Qianqiu for help, but Dong Qianqiu only pursed his lips and smiled, having no intention of helping him. "You don't have a suitable one, so there's nothing I can do?" Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. Lan Mengqin pouted and said, "I don't care. You're the lord, so you have a way. Anyway, you have to find me a suitable one, or else I won't let you off. I'll call you that every day. You win. Wait for me to communicate with the Thorn Dragon and ask." Lan Xuanyu was also very helpless. Dong Qianqiu didn't seem to like spirit souls and didn't want to fuse with them. There was nothing he could do. Qianlei also had a life-bound summoned beast with great potential like the Golden Behemoth. Lu Feng had the Thorn Dragon, Tang Yuga had the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird, and Yuan and Huihui's situation was unknown, but she had the Elf Queen as her grandmother, so there shouldn't be any problems with her spirit soul. Now that Lan Mengqin really didn't have a place to settle down, it was no wonder that she was anxious. At this moment, they still had to wait for the others to return. Lan Xuanyu called the Thorn Dragon to his side and pointed at Lan Mengqin. "Look, do you have any suitable spirit souls for my friend?" Lan Mengqin had naturally displayed her martial soul when she and the soul beasts recognized and chose each other previously, but she still hadn't found a suitable soul beast. It wasn't that there weren't any soul beasts willing to become her spirit soul. After all, everyone wanted to follow Lan Xuanyu, but the problem was that they had to be suitable. The Thorn Dragon tilted its head and looked at Lan Mengqin, saying awkwardly, "My lord, your friend's situation is a little difficult. Both of her martial souls were very special. We really don't have anything with the ice attribute here. If it's Phoenix." At this point, its eyes suddenly flickered, and it turned in a circle before looking in a certain direction. Following its gaze, Lan Xuanyu also looked over, and so did Lan Mengqin. Then, they were dumbfounded to discover that the endpoint of the Thorn Dragon's eye god was actually the woman in the green dress who was standing beside Wang Tianyu, Yang Hui, Tang Miao, and Bai Ling. She represented the soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu swallowed his saliva. "What do you mean?" The thorn dragon coughed and completely switched to mental communication. Senior Bicky has a cultivation level of more than 600,000 years. In fact, Senior Bicky isn't very good at combat, but a long, long time ago, she was our second in command, second only to the beast god. She doesn't know how many lives she has saved. However, she has always been facing problems herself. As she isn't good at fighting and winning, she is the weakest among those at the same level. Although Myriad Demon King, Bear Lord, and the others are ranked behind Senior by G, their actual combat strength is much stronger than hers. Senior by G was able to survive the great calamities time and time again under the protection of Beast God. Now, Beast God is about to make his final attempt. If he succeeds, it will be for the best. We soul beasts will also open up the path to becoming gods. However, this is easier said than done. There hasn't been a successful example in hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, once he fails, it will be the moment Beast God falls. Perhaps he will also choose to form a contract with one of the humans present at that time. And once Beast God falls, the world of soul beasts will have a new leader. Beast God has already chosen his successor. However, it won't be the Emerald Swan because Senior by G will face her next great calamity soon. Without Beast God, it's almost certain that she will die. Therefore, she might choose to become a spirit soul. But this is if Beast God fails his tribulation. If Beast God succeeds, he might be able to help her transcend the tribulation. Then, there won't be any problems. Emerald Swan by G, that was one of the 10 great ferocious beasts that had a cultivation of more than 600,000 years and had already shocked the world a few eras ago. Ranked 4th. Second only to Beast God Tian, the Evil Lord, and the Snow Empress. The Evil Lord and the Snow Empress were long gone. Their disappearance was related to the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao. Legend had it that the Evil Lord became one of Huiyuhao's soul rings, while the Snow Empress was the first existence to create a spirit soul. The Spirit Ice Douluo's two great spirits were the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress was ranked 7th at that time, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. When Lan Xuanyu looked at Lan Mengqin, he saw the little girl nodding her head vigorously. Looking at her excited expression, it was obvious that she was more than willing to do so. Lan Xuanyu looked at her doubtfully and said, "But the Emerald Swan doesn't seem to be compatible with you, right?" Lan Mengqin's big eyes lit up. Compatible. How is it not compatible? That's a cultivation of more than 600,000 years. No matter how incompatible it is, it's still many times stronger than an ordinary spirit soul. Above 100,000 years, it's an orange gold soul ring. That's it, I like that. Seeing that her eyes were starting to emit little stars, Lan Xuanyu was a little suspicious. Was this lady temporarily possessed by Fatty Qian? The thorn dragon said, "It's compatible. Flying-type soul beasts are different from land-type soul beasts. There are many kinds of ancestors of land-type soul beasts, and the strongest is naturally the dragon race. But almost all the ancestors of flying-type soul beasts have a certain amount of phoenix bloodline. The phoenix is the king of all birds, so there's the saying of all birds worshipping the phoenix. With Senior by G's cultivation, the aura of the phoenix in her bloodline must have been released long ago. Therefore, in a sense, it's not wrong to call her an emerald phoenix. A true phoenix has long been extinct. I dare say that Senior by G's bloodline is the closest to a true phoenix. With the power of this bloodline, nothing else is important, right?" Lan Xuanyu swallowed his saliva. He realized that he was starting to envy Lan Mengqin. If she were to really fuse with a 600,000-year soul beast, she would definitely be able to fuse with him. He was almost certain that Mengqin would become a god in the future. But will Senior by G be willing? At this moment, Dong Xianxia was the only one who remained calm. Hearing her words, Lan Xuanyu and Lan Mengqin came to a realization. Looking at the Emerald Swan standing with a few human mighty figures in the distance, one could imagine her status. Even if she was facing the crisis of not being able to transcend the tribulation, she had too many choices. Why must she choose Mengqin? The thorn dragon blinked. There are two prerequisites. One is that Senior by G can only consider becoming a spirit soul if Beast God fails to transcend the tribulation. The other is you, Lord. Beast God already knows that you are here. If you have Beast God's approval, Senior Baiji should still listen to Beast God. Lan Xuanyu said, then how should I communicate with Senior Beast God? The Thorn Dragon said, you have to wait until the Tribulation Transcendence ceremony. I don't know how to communicate exactly. Let Beast God decide, but I think he will definitely communicate with you. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Lan Mengqin, who was at the side, was already extremely restless. Her big eyes looked at the emerald swan in the distance, filled with sparkling little stars. As time passed, more and more people returned. Some had gains, but most of them weren't chosen by the soul beasts. The success rate was quite low. It looked like it was at most 10%. In fact, the success rate shouldn't be so low, but many powerful soul beasts had run to Lan Xuanyu's side. With this, the chances of the other factions being chosen were naturally much lower. When the youths from Tangmen, War God Temple, and Spirit Pagoda returned to the starting point, they couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw the black mass of soul beasts at Shrek Academy's side. Not to mention them, even the inner court disciples of Shrek Academy couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. It had to be said that the inner court disciples of Shrek Academy were definitely the strongest and had the most potential among the soul masters who came to obtain spirit souls this time, so their success rate was also the highest. But even so, it was only a success rate of about 40%, and more than half of them were still not chosen by the soul beasts. But looking at the first years of the outer court, what was going on? 80%? No, it should be 90%, right? And at a glance, it seemed like everyone had a spirit soul beside them. Heavens! What was that? Such a huge tree snake? Was that a 10,000-year thorn dragon? Why didn't he recognize the bird in the sky? Those powerful soul beasts were crawling beside the first years. Many of them didn't look like they had one foot in the grave and had to become spirit souls. In an instant, the first years of Shrek Academy's outer court had become the focus of attention. Although Wang Tianyu didn't know why such a situation would happen, it didn't affect his mood at all. Looking at the small fry that the Tangmen, the Spirit Pagoda, the Battle God Hall, and the mixed forces had brought back, and then looking at the powerful army on his side, his usually serious face was now full of smiles. Needless to say, the smug look was all over his face. When Bai Ling Shuang saw that her disciples had only brought back 4 soul beasts, she couldn't help but ask Emerald Swan, Elder Baiji, did something unfair happen? Why are there so few choices for us and so many for Shrek? It would have been fine if they were from the inner court, but weren't they, the outer court disciples, just here to be bystanders? How could the selection rate be so high? Furthermore, some of you don't even need to become spirits, do you? Bicky looked calmly at the first years and said, I'm not sure what exactly happened. The reclining paradise is the highest level of existence in our world of soul beasts. Let alone me, even the beast god doesn't have the ability to control the reclining paradise. This is our final resting place. Even if there is an opportunity, it's an opportunity that they encountered. This is the same for everyone. Bai Ling Shuang frowned. But isn't this situation too special? Bicky's expression was a little strange. She really didn't know what had happened. Of course, she had also seen this situation with Lan Xuanyu and the others. Compared to the humans present, she was the one who was the most surprised. Alright, it was fine if it was the other soul beasts, but why did the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird appear as well? One had to know that the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird was related to the balance of Yin and Yang in the world of soul beasts. There had always been only one, and it was something that the beast god had painstakingly created through a special method. For the sake of this Yin-Yang Chaos Bird, he had even invited the mighty figures of another soul beast planet to help out. It was for the sake of allowing the new generation of beast god to better manage the world of soul beasts and maintain its stability and strength after the beast god passed away. However, what was going on in front of him? The Yin-Yang Chaos Bird had actually come to the reclining paradise and had chosen a human to become his spirit soul. She couldn't make a decision on this matter and had to ask the beast god for instructions. The Yin-Yang Chaos Bird was definitely one of the important soul beasts that wasn't allowed to become a spirit soul. It was one of the successors of the 10 great beasts of the new generation and would definitely break through to 100,000 years of cultivation in the future. How could she have known that, not to mention the yin-yang chaos bird, those little fellows in their teens had even set their sights on her? Finally, everyone returned, looking at the imbalance between the various parties. Other than Wang Tianyu, who was smug, everyone else had ugly expressions. Even Tang Miao, who had a good relationship with Wang Tianyu, had a bitter smile on his face. The Tongmen's gains weren't much either. They only had one more soul beast approval than the Spirit Pagoda. Class monitor, aren't we too conspicuous? Ding Zhuohan whispered to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu asked, what's wrong? Ding Zhuohan looked at the unfriendly gazes around him. Do you think they will take revenge on us in the future? Lan Xuanyu said leisurely, they have to know us first. Our average age is 13 years old. In a few years, everyone will grow up. When we grow up, our appearances will change. Ding Zhuohan looked at him with his mouth agape. That works too? Lan Xuanyu looked at him and blinked. Can't we do that? Ding Zhuohan looked at him in a daze. Class monitor, I think what you said makes sense. I can't refute you. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand. Line up properly. Don't weaken the prestige of the first years. Yes, the first years were indeed very impressive. Even though they were relying on others' might, they were still the best in the entire arena. Senior Baiji, can we prepare to host the fusion ceremony? Wang Tianyu asked Emerald Swan with a smile. In the past 10 years, he hadn't laughed as many times as he had today. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to maintain a basic friendship with the other parties, he would have laughed out loud. This batch of outer court first years was outstanding and united. To be able to defeat the other years of the outer court and stand out from the rest, this experience was already very helpful to their growth. Now, almost everyone had a 10,000-year spirit soul. The future growth of this batch of children could be imagined. They would definitely be the strongest class in the history of Shrek Academy in the past few decades. It could be foreseen that Shrek Academy would definitely produce a batch of outstanding students. As the deputy pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, how could he not be happy? This was a trend of crushing their peers. The outer court dean was his direct disciple. Although he felt that Ing Luohong didn't do anything, who could say for sure when it came to luck, Baiji glanced at the yin-yang chaos bird hovering above the first years and coughed. Please wait a moment. Because there are more clansmen chosen for the reclining garden this time. I also need to discuss it with the elders. Then we will hold the ceremony. But please don't worry, we will definitely abide by the rules. After saying this, Baiji nodded to everyone and turned around to soar into the sky. A pair of huge jade-green wings instantly spread out behind her, and the entire sky seemed to turn jade-green in that instant. In the next moment, the jade-green condensed in one direction, and along with the disappearance of the color, the emerald swan also disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Lan Mingqin's eyes were filled with splendor. So beautiful. Phoenix, those were phoenix wings, right? Even if she had the strongest martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix dance, her wings were far from comparable to the emerald swan's. If this could really become her spirit soul, wouldn't that be too beautiful? The emerald swan left. The attitudes of the few human mighty figures present instantly changed. Yang Hui looked at Wang Tianyu threateningly. Old Wang, what exactly did you guys do? Did you guys reach some agreement with the soul beasts? The mobile game 10 Years of Douluo with me as the chief producer has started the Android beta. iOS is scheduled to be released in mid-September. How is everyone playing? I'm also hiding in the game, hehe. During this period of time, I will continue to reveal exclusive insider information about the game on my prestigious official account. I hope that everyone will be satisfied. Wang Tianyu said indifferently, didn't you hear Senior Baiji's words? Even the beast god can't control the reclining garden, what can we do? Do you believe that? Yang Hui looked at Bai Lingshuang and Tang Miao. Bai Lingshuang shook her head decisively. Tang Miao hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, Old Wang, you guys are a little unreasonable about this. Even if you don't tell them, you should at least share it with us. We are on the same side. Yang Hui rolled his eyes. He knew that Tangman and Shrek Academy were in cahoots, but there was no need to be so obvious. Wang Tianyu was also very helpless. Brother Tang, I really don't know what's going on. Tang Miao was stunned for a moment. He knew Wang Tianyu very well. Wang Tianyu had a straightforward personality and had always been a man of his word. If he said he didn't know, then he definitely didn't know. Why don't we call those little guys over and ask them? Tang Miao asked curiously. Wang Tianyu hesitated for a moment before saying to the first years, Lan Xuanyu, come over for a moment. He didn't need anyone else, it was enough to ask this guy who was the easiest to cause trouble. Ever since he came to Shrek, how many things had he caused? Lan Xuanyu didn't need to ask to know what he was calling him for. Immediately, he revealed an honest and well-behaved appearance and walked over submissively with his head lowered. Facing 4 God-rank experts at the same time, even if they didn't release their auras, it would still give him quite a bit of pressure. Tell me, what's going on? Why did so many soul beasts choose you guys? Wang Tianyu asked calmly as he looked at Lan Xuanyu. He didn't try to use mental transmission to remind Lan Xuanyu what to say. He knew this cunning brat very well. Although he was young, he was very sly. Lan Xuanyu looked at Wang Tianyu blankly and said, we met a soul beast and it chose us. Then we came back. Pavilion Master, look, no soul beast chose me. Why? I think I'm pretty good too. As he spoke, his face was filled with grievance. That's right. At this moment, the other great gods also noticed. That's right, the majority of the first years were indeed selected, but Lan Xuanyu was the rare one who wasn't selected. They all knew that Lan Xuanyu was the person Wang Tianyu valued the most. Now that he wasn't recognized by the soul beast, it more or less made everyone feel better. Wang Tianyu asked, no soul beast chose you? Lan Xuanyu's eyes reddened. Yeah. When the soul beast came, it didn't even look at me before leaving. After that, everyone got one. Only Mengqin, Xianxia, and I didn't. Pavilion Master, this is not fair. Can you talk to the seniors of the soul beasts so that we can acknowledge it? Seeing that he was about to cry, Wang Tianyu didn't know whether this kid's current emotions were real or fake. Alright, you're a man. Don't tell me you're going to cry for me? We want to know why you guys have so many soul beasts to choose. As you can see, the number of soul beasts chosen by the other parties is relatively small. Lan Xuanyu said blankly, when we came, didn't you say that the seniors of the soul beasts would choose soul masters with potential who might become gods in the future to form a spirit soul contract with? Is it because we have more potential? I don't know the exact reason. It's just that when the soul beasts encountered us, everyone displayed their martial souls and then they followed us back. When Tang Miao, Yang Hui, and Bai Lingshuang heard Lan Xuanyu's words, they felt like they were being slapped in the face. What do you mean by you guys have more potential? How old are you guys? You guys are still thousands of miles away from growing up. We brought at least 6 ring and above young talents, okay? Where did this confidence come from? But the key was that the soul beast chose them. They couldn't even refute this. What should they say? Our potential is better than yours? But others would ask, then why didn't the soul beast choose you guys? Bai Lingshuang especially felt that facing this little guy was even more detestable than facing Wang Tianyu. Is there nothing special? Wang Tianyu naturally saw the expressions of the people around him and couldn't help but smile as he asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. No. In the beginning, we didn't encounter many soul beasts. The first one was Senior Tree Serpent. It originally chose Lunatic, Lu Feng. But Lu Feng felt that Senior Tree Serpent wasn't too compatible with him, so he gave up. Then, Yu Tian felt that he could do it, so he discussed with Senior Tree Serpent and chose him. After that, we encountered more slowly. But later on, the number of soul beasts we encountered started to increase. Everyone gradually had them. But the soul beasts ignored me. I didn't. Is it because my martial soul is too strong? What's your martial soul? Bai Lingshuang couldn't help but ask. Lan Xuanyu blinked his big eyes and said innocently, blue silver grass. Bai Lingshuang's mouth twitched. Blue silver grass? Trash martial soul? Too strong? Be careful with your words. The martial soul of our Tangmen ancestors was blue silver grass, Tang Miao said indifferently. Wang Tianyu even retorted, that's right, so what if it's blue silver grass? Did it pluck yours? You guys. Bai Lingshuang was furious, but in front of the juniors, it wasn't good to really flare up. The four of them added up to more than 500 years old. Alright, you can go back. Let everyone adjust their states and prepare for the spirit-soul fusion ceremony later. Wang Tianyu waved his hand at Lan Xuanyu. Pavilion master, then about my spirit soul. Lan Xuanyu looked at him pitifully. That's a person's fate. There's nothing we can do if we're not fated, Wang Tianyu said in annoyance. Oh. Lan Xuanyu lowered his head and returned with a lonely expression. Tang Miao looked at Wang Tianyu and said, Old Wang, since this child's martial soul is blue-silver grass, then he is very fated with the Tangmen. Do you think we should bring him to the Tangmen to take a look? Wang Tianyu's eyes immediately revealed a vigilant look. This child will definitely enter the inner court. Tang Miao said, no conflict, no conflict. Who are we? Wang Tianyu hesitated for a moment before saying, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Looking at the two of them, Yang Hui couldn't help but say, Old Wang, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Although you guys are different from the Tangmen. But you can pat your chest and tell me, how is our war god temple compared to your academy? When have the students you recommended not been put in an important position? Right now, the commanders of 2 of the 7 fleets of the Federation came from Shrek. In the future, you can come here to train. The military also needs talents. You also know that the pressure at the front is not small. Wang Tianyu glanced at him and said, we are valued because our students are outstanding. This child is still too young, who can say what the future will be like? Let's talk about it when he grows up and see how far he can develop. It's his own business how he chooses. Just as they were speaking, a jade light lit up in the sky and a huge pair of jade-green wings appeared again. The jade light retracted and 2 figures immediately appeared on the ground. The emerald swan, Bai Ji, had a slightly strange expression on her face. There was another person who returned with her, but it wasn't in human form. Instead, it was a huge tiger over 5 meters long with white fur and dark blue patterns all over its body. Bai Ji slowly walked in front of everyone, her eyes flickering slightly. She looked in the direction of the first years and said, we've already discussed it. There's no problem. The ceremony can begin at any time. Thank you, Senior Bai Ji. Wang Tianyu smiled. At the same time, he turned to the white tiger beside her and asked, this is? Bai Ji said, this is the Tiger King. Hearing the words Tiger King, the 4 people present were slightly shocked. At the same time, they bowed slightly and said, greetings, Tiger King. NN. A clear snort sounded, but Tiger King's head looked in the direction of the Shrek Academy crowd. She immediately saw Lan Xuanyu who had just walked back and immediately shook her fur in excitement. Auntie, can I go over there to play? Her big eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Bai Ji. Go ahead. Don't make a fuss. Bai Ji patted her head lovingly. Oh yeah. Tiger King cried out excitedly and soared up. With a leap, she arrived beside Lan Xuanyu. When she saw Lan Xuanyu also saw her. Lan Xuanyu wasn't as excited as she was, he only felt his scalp go numb. This white tiger actually came with Bai Ji. It was obvious that she had a very high status in the world of soul beasts. He had tricked her into giving him a bunch of emperor fruits and a large piece of life crystal. What if Bai Ji found out and wanted to go back? Just as he was considering whether he should share the emperor fruits with everyone, Tiger King Lan Hudi ran over. Hello, big brother. We meet again. As she spoke, Lan Hudi rubbed her head against Lan Xuanyu's chest. She was much taller than Lan Xuanyu even when she was standing. When she leaned over, she was almost half of Lan Xuanyu's height. Lan Xuanyu patted her head and her soft fur felt even more comfortable. Hello, Xiao Lan. Roar roar roar. Right at this moment, all the soul beasts on Lan Xuanyu's side suddenly prostrated themselves and let out low roars in Lan Hudi's direction. Even the yin-yang chaos bird that had been circling in the air and wasn't willing to be with other soul beasts was no exception. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely understand what the soul beasts meant. They were paying their respects to Lan Hudi. Was Tiger King's status so high? But she couldn't transform into a human form yet, so she didn't seem to have 100,000 years of cultivation, Even when they saw the emerald swan earlier, none of the soul beasts present had any intention of greeting it. Yes, yes. Don't disturb me while I talk to my brother. Lan Huti waved her claws. Sharp claws popped out from his fat tiger claws, gleaming with a cold light. Lan Xuanyu patted her head. Children should be polite. The thorn dragon widened its eyes as it watched from the side. This was the Tiger King. Oh. What is courtesy? Lan Huti blinked her big eyes and looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, politeness is the basic moral code that human beings need to abide by in order to maintain the normal life of society. It is gradually formed by people living together and interacting with each other for a long time, and is fixed by customs, habits, and traditions. It's so complicated. I don't understand, Lan Huti said blankly. Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, you have to be nice to your friends and be polite when you speak. Oh, then I understand. Lan Huti said, brother, do you want to play with me? I'll take you to my house, okay? Dad asked me to take you there. Go to your house? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. That's right. Do you want to go? Lan Huti's big eyes were filled with hope. I can't go away. My teachers are here. As he spoke, he pointed in Wang Tianyu's direction. Lan Huti turned her head. That old man, no, teacher. Can I take my brother to play? Brother, Wang Tianyu, Yang Hui, Tang Miao, and Bai Ling Shuang were actually already in a daze when Tiger King called Lan Xuanyu brother for the first time. Yes, they were all in a daze. The students present didn't know who Tiger King was, but how could they not know? This was an important figure in the soul beast world that had specially reported to the Federation. He was the future successor of the beast god Ditian, that's right, the successor. Even they didn't know about Tiger King's background, but to be able to be treated as the successor of the beast god Ditian, his potential could be imagined. Everyone felt that this Tiger King was very mysterious. The cultivation and improvement of soul beasts required time and accumulation, and their reputation would gradually increase along with it. However, Tiger King seemed to have popped out of thin air. When it appeared, it already had a cultivation of more than 10,000 years. Then, Ditian directly designated it as his successor. Just when everyone thought that his successor might be one of the Emerald Swan, Myriad Goblin King, Bear Lord, Abyssal Demon Dragon, or any of the other ferocious beasts, this happened. More importantly, not only did the other ferocious beasts not object to this, they even fully supported it. This also filled the Tiger King with a sense of mystery. It was even Wang Tianyu's first time seeing her. He only knew who she was because of how Bicky addressed her. But she directly went to Lan Xuanyu and even called him brother. What was going on? Could it be that Lan Xuanyu also had the approval of a soul beast and wanted to become a spirit soul with him? Or this Tiger King? It couldn't be, right? He was the successor of the world of soul beasts. If he abducted this person, Shrek Academy would also be in trouble. Therefore, after hearing Tiger King's request, Wang Tianyu immediately turned his gaze to Bicky. However, Bicky's expression was calm as she nodded indifferently and said, it's okay. Tiger King just likes to play around. A few days ago, when you guys just arrived, he sneaked to your camp to play. Maybe he felt that it was fate. Hearing her words, the expressions of the few almighties relaxed a little, but they still felt that it was strange. Wang Tianyu was a little better. After all, having a good relationship with Tiger King was very beneficial to the relationship between Shrek Academy and Soul Beasts. But the others didn't think so. What exactly was so special about this Lan Xuanyu? Previously, they were a little more relaxed when he didn't have the approval of a soul beast, but now it seemed that even Tiger King liked him. This was very unusual. Let's go. Tiger King waved his fat claws at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully, where are we going? Tiger King said, follow me and you'll know. As it spoke, it suddenly shook its head at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu only felt an invisible potential rising from under his feet. In the next moment, he felt as if he was riding the clouds and directly landed on Tiger King's back. He only felt that his body instantly sank into soft fur. It was indescribably comfortable, definitely much more comfortable than any sofa he had ever sat on. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. In the eyes of the others, they saw Lan Xuanyu sitting on Tiger King's back. Tiger King rose up and its white figure disappeared in an instant. Riding on Tiger King, could the king of soul beasts be ridden? Wang Tianyu pinched the space between his eyebrows. He felt that everything that had just happened was really unreal. The emerald swan in front of him didn't seem to show any difference, and everything looked normal. The Almighties didn't ask much, but they felt that there was something wrong with this. Everyone, prepare to begin the ceremony. Protector Bai, I'll have to trouble you. Bicky nodded at Bai Ling Shuang. As a top higher-up of the Spirit Pagoda, no one was more familiar with the Spirit Soul ritual than Bai Ling Shuang. Bai Ling Shuang was in a bad mood and wanted to ignore it, but in front of so many people, she had to consider their relationship, so she could only nod. With so many people carrying out the Spirit Soul contract ritual, it required a lot of time. Only she, who had reached the divine stage, could host it in a stable and short period of time. Wang Tianyu looked at her with a burning gaze, and there was a faint flash of lightning in the depths of his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the threat was obvious. He was telling Bai Ling Shuang not to play any tricks. If she hurt the disciples of the Shrek Academy, he wouldn't let her off. Bai Ling Shuang glared at him in exasperation, snorted, and turned to walk to the side. Tang Miao smiled. That won't happen. Ling Shuang is still a girl who knows the big picture. 10 years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King, has already started the paid deletion test. Our Tangmen brothers and sisters are very enthusiastic in participating. The general reaction is that the quality of the game this time has improved significantly and truly reflects the essence of our Douluo world. I'm playing in it too, hee. Of course, I didn't forget to ask for benefits for everyone. For the specific clues, you can go to my VX public account to look for it. Search for TJSS33 and add V authentication. Wang Tianyu curled his lips. How old are you? You're still a girl. Old Tang, you're good at everything else, but you're a bit of a scumbag when it comes to the matters between men and women. Cough cough. Old Wang, you can't wrong me. I only have that one. If your words reach her ears, I'll be in trouble. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tianyu laughed out loud. He finally found a breakthrough in his good mood today. Yang Hui looked at the two of them and curled his lips. These two shameless old men, the Spirit Soul contract ceremony wasn't complicated. During a specific ceremony, a human soul master and a soul beast would recognize each other and form a contract. The soul beast's spiritual imprint would begin to transform and fuse with its essence into the soul master's body. It was equivalent to living again in another form. In the future, not only would it be able to give the soul master soul rings when their cultivation reached a certain level, it would also be able to assist the soul master in battle. A spirit soul formed by a true soul beast possessed quite a powerful combat strength. It wasn't much weaker than before fusing into a spirit soul. And the greatest benefit of becoming a spirit soul was being able to live and have the possibility of evolving again. With the growth of humans, once a soul master had the chance to break through and become a god, it was equivalent to them obtaining a long lifespan. Although there were still very few human soul masters who could cultivate to become gods, having a chance was better than nothing. It was better than dying directly. It was precisely because of this that soul beasts still had a high chance of becoming a spirit soul when they knew that they didn't have long to live. While the students were undergoing the transformation ceremony, Lan Xuanyu had already arrived at the depths of the soul beast forest under Lan Hudi's lead. Brother, do you know? Ever since we came here, the elf race has carved out a piece of land as our home. We directly named it the Soul Beast Forest. Both sides are not subordinate to each other. After so many years of development, Father said that he wants to transform this place into another Star Doe forest. New life is born every day. It's really interesting. Father said that the life energy here is richer than the original mother planet, but the life level here isn't enough. The fruit you gave me that day is from the mother planet, right? The life energy is quite abundant, but more importantly, the life level is very high. I gave it to Father and he was very happy. Life level? Life strength? Lan Xuanyu was surprised when he heard Lan Hudi's words. He understood something from Lan Hudi's words. No wonder she insisted on exchanging for his endless life fruit that day. The Heaven's Child fruit was indeed very precious, but according to what she said, it seemed that she did not suffer too much of a loss. As long as you like it. Lan Xuanyu said with some vigilance. He still hadn't eaten the Son of Heaven fruit. He couldn't help but feel regret. He shouldn't have given the Son of Heaven fruit to his companions and not brought it out. Otherwise, what if he saw Lan Hudi's father and asked for it? From what the Thorn Dragon said, the Son of Heaven fruit was indeed a very precious treasure. I like it very much. If Dad likes it, I like it. Brother, do you know? Little Butterfly had been very worried recently. Don't worry about Daddy. What happened to your father? Are you sick? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Lan Hudi said, he's not sick. Father said that he might leave me forever. I really don't want my father to leave. But Dad said he didn't have the right to choose. What did he mean? Could it be that he had a terminal illness? Lan Xuanyu didn't ask further. After all, this was a sad matter for her. If he asked too much, wouldn't it make Lan Hudi even sadder? Sitting on her back was indeed very comfortable. The soft fur was smooth and warm to the touch. Sitting in this long fur, it was slightly elastic and filtered out all the bumps. It was much more comfortable than a Soul Tool flying car. Lan Hudi didn't have wings, but she was indeed flying in the air. Occasionally, when she encountered flying soul beasts, she would avoid them. Lan Xuanyu was also secretly calculating. From the moment Lan Hudi and the Emerald Swan appeared together, he understood that this person's status among soul beasts was indeed quite high. Furthermore, there were so many soul beasts bowing to her. Then, there was no doubt that her father was also a powerful great beast. However, among the great beasts, which one was a tiger? He wasn't familiar with the world of soul beasts and had only heard of some ancient great beasts. However, among those great beasts, there didn't seem to be a tiger. Just as he was thinking, an inexplicable aura in the distance made Lan Xuanyu subconsciously look over. He discovered that above the forest in the distance, a layer of dark light was faintly discernible. That grayish-black color gave off a deathly feeling, but it was also as deep as a bottomless abyss. It affected everything around it. Even the forest below seemed to be grayish-black. We're about to arrive. Lan Hudi's voice sounded. Following which, her body suddenly accelerated and flew in the direction of the grayish-black color. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and it seemed that Lan Hudi's body was also emitting a layer of black light. The blue fur on her body gradually darkened and became deeper. What Lan Xuanyu couldn't see was that Lan Hudi's originally beautiful blue eyes had turned dark purple. She floated down and silently landed in the forest. All the vegetation in the surroundings was black, but it seemed to emit a very rich life aura. Previously, Lan Xuanyu didn't sense it from afar, but now that he was closer, he realized that the plants here weren't dead. Instead, they contained life energy completely, as if they were hiding all their life energy in their bodies and not releasing it outwards. This was the first time he had seen such a plant. Even the eternal tree constantly released its life energy outwards. However, this place was filled with a sense of restraint. Why was that? Lan Xuanyu curiously followed Lan Hudi to look around. Lan Hudi identified a direction and floated up, running on the ground. After passing through many huge trees, the front suddenly opened up. A jade-green color came into view, dyeing the surrounding black with a jade-green halo. This was a small lake. The lake water was clear, but a jade-green halo circulated inside. Lan Xuanyu was shocked to discover that the lake water here was the same as the plants. They were all filled with life energy. However, he was completely sure that the life energy contained in the lake water was so strong that it wasn't inferior to the Sea God Lake. However, the area of this lake was clearly much smaller than the Sea God Lake. It was only about 1 kilometer in diameter. Even so, it was still a rather vast lake in the middle of the forest. Lan Xuanyu revealed a faint smile on his face. He liked places like this that were filled with life energy. Life energy could often give people a feeling of vitality. In particular, the cultivation of his bloodline power required a very large amount of life energy as support. His body shook, and he was thrown off by Lan Hudi. He landed steadily on the ground. Lan Hudi walked to the side of the lake, lowered her head, and licked the lake water with her large tongue. Then, she said gently, Father, Father, I brought him here. Lan Xuanyu's heart tightened, and he subconsciously focused on the lake water in front of him. Although he knew that soul beasts wouldn't hurt him, he was still a little nervous when he thought about how he was about to face an existence at the level of a murderer. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and a figure slowly emerged from the lake water. He emerged from the middle of the lake water. When he appeared, all the light around him seemed to be absorbed by his body, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. It was a pair of golden eyes. The clear golden color crossed the space and landed on Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu only felt as if he had nowhere to hide and was instantly exposed to the other party's eyes. But it was also at this moment that a blazing heat suddenly came from his chest. Immediately after, he could clearly feel that the dragon god scale had moved up almost instantaneously, reaching the space between his eyebrows. Even Lan Xuanyu could see that a seven-colored halo instantly spread out from the scales of the dragon gods, illuminating the surroundings, including Lan Huidi, in a colorful light. A muffled groan came from the surface of the lake. The figure that was walking over stopped in an instant, and the golden light in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Without the terrifying golden light, Lan Xuanyu could see the appearance of the person clearly. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome and resolute appearance. He was about 2 meters tall and had broad shoulders. He wore a black robe with golden patterns on it. In the middle of his black hair, there was a strand of long golden hair mixed in, which looked very special. As his eyes converged, the surrounding light returned to normal. Lan Xuanyu couldn't see his eyes clearly at this time. But in the next moment, the black figure had already appeared in front of him. Then, Lan Xuanyu felt that the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. He couldn't move at all, and couldn't even make a sound. The man in black raised his right hand and gently pressed it on his chest. There was no special feeling, at least not in Lan Xuanyu's perception. It was as if nothing had happened. However, he could see that the black-cloaked man's pale golden eyes were gradually revealing excitement and excitement. The corner of his mouth was also trembling slightly. It's right, I didn't see it wrong. It really is, it really is. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. He was obviously a little excited. Dad, what are you talking about? Lan Huidi tilted her head and looked at the man in black, asking curiously. The black-cloaked man gently shook his head. Then, Lan Xuanyu felt his whole body relax. It was as if everything had returned to normal in an instant. The man in black's expression became gentler. How are your parents? Hearing his question, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously replied, very good. The black-cloaked man's body trembled slightly. They're all here? Are they all well? Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. Do you know my father and mother? He hadn't expected that his parents, who were researching soul beasts, would actually know a vicious beast. The one in front of him was undoubtedly a ferocious beast, one that could transform into a human form. Yes, of course I do. The man in black smiled bitterly. It was your father who abducted your mother. Otherwise. At this point, he suddenly paused and nodded at Lan Xuanyu. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Just as I was about to make the most difficult decision, the heavens brought you here. This is the will of the heavens, and it won't end my lineage of soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu looked at him blankly. What do you mean? Although he was extremely intelligent, he couldn't understand the meaning behind the somewhat muddle-headed words of this person in front of him. The black-cloaked man said gently, you will know when the time comes. Huidi, send him back. Father, is that it? Lan Huidi raised her head and looked at her father in confusion. Yes, that's it. You can bring him to your place to take a look. You can go back tomorrow. After saying this, the black-cloaked man nodded at Lan Xuanyu. His figure flashed and he once again reached the center of the lake. Then, he disappeared silently. Do you understand what my father said? Lan Huidi looked at Lan Xuanyu and asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. I don't understand. Why did your eyes turn purple? Lan Huidi said, because of the environment here. Father transformed this place into the most suitable place for us to cultivate. Here, our strength is especially suitable for cultivation. I have another suitable place for cultivation. Every place will cultivate for a period of time. Let's go, I'll bring you to my place. With that, she carried Lan Xuanyu on her back again. Lan Huti looked at the lake reluctantly. Suddenly, she jumped up and ran quickly through the forest. Lan Xuanyu's mind was filled with the black-clothed man's words. The only useful information he got from his words was that this person should know his parents. That was all. Other than that, there didn't seem to be any other meaning. However, from his expression, the black-clothed man seemed to be relieved of something. But, what was it? The world of adults was really a little difficult to understand. Lan Xuanyu felt that his intelligence was still not enough. At this moment, the front suddenly opened up, and the light suddenly became stronger. Lan Xuanyu, who was deep in thought, subconsciously raised his head and looked forward. Immediately, he was surprised to find that the scenery in front of him had completely changed. It was another lake. Moreover, it was only now that he realized that the blue butterfly had been moving quickly along the lake. At this moment, the place they were at seemed to be connected to the lake. The two lakes were only connected by a small river that was less than 10 meters wide in the middle. However, this was also the strange thing. This was because all the trees around the lake had been dyed black. However, at this moment, when he saw the other lake, the first thing he felt was that everything around him had lit up. Yes, it lit up. That was because every tree and plant around the green lake was golden in color. It was very different from the previous black color. Golden? It was actually golden? And it was the kind of golden that was filled with the aura of sunlight. Lan Huti stopped. Lan Xuanyu was brought down by her again. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu discovered that all the white fur on Lan Huti's body was dyed with a layer of pale gold. It was very strange. When he saw Lan Huti's eyes, he realized that her eyes had also turned pale gold, and her aura had changed from the previous dark and obscure to filled with the smell of sunlight. Her aura actually changed according to the location she was in. There was actually such a strange soul beast? No. It wasn't just the soul beast that was strange, this place was also extremely strange. The two lakes looked different in color, but the difference in color was due to the difference in color of the surrounding trees. They were both filled with rich life aura. However, there seemed to be something different between the two of them. The trees on both sides were also black and gold, a clear distinction between the two colors. It looked like a place that was connected together, but it was actually so strange. Thinking of what Lan Huti had said before, Lan Xuanyu vaguely understood that everything here wasn't like this. Instead, it was when the soul beast came to the elven planet and modified this place that everything changed. It was simply too strange. But this rich life aura made him feel very comfortable. He really wanted to soak in this lake and cultivate. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a force coming from behind him. He couldn't control his body and fell forward. With a plop, he fell into the lake in front of him. Behind him, Lan Huti retracted her tiger claws with a smile, her eyes filled with pride. Who told you to be in a daze? He, how interesting. As she spoke, she also leaped into the lake in front of her. Lan Xuanyu was shocked when he fell into the lake. But he immediately guessed that he was pushed down by Lan Huti. He didn't panic. He had cultivated in Sea God Lake many times, so he was experienced in soaking in this kind of lake filled with life energy. End of chapter 533. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.